Chapter 1. The Sea Circle Calendar, May 5th, 1519. Loguetown, East Sea. In the underground warehouse of Bartle's Grand Tavern. Huh, Boss Bartle, I'm afraid this devil fruit belongs to me. A young man with long black hair, parted in a 4:6 ratio, the ends slightly curled and stained with blood, bore a striking resemblance to Chen Haonan, the notorious leader from the Hong Kong gangster film. At this moment, he wielded a bloodied watermelon knife in his right hand, while his left grasped a pale green, flat-patterned fruit. With blood splattered across his face, he wore a manic grin, a scar running along the corner of his eye lending him an air of sinister charm. He cast a glance at the mobster lying in a pool of blood, decisively biting into the superhuman barrier fruit. Do not let his title of military advisor deceive you. His true prowess is formidable. This young man is named Dai Dai, hailing from Blue Star. With both parents sharing the surname Dai, they bestowed upon him this peculiar name, akin to the rationale behind Yang Xiaomi's naming. However, it is precisely this name that earned him the nickname Big Daddy during his school years, allowing him to take advantage of many classmates and friends. This moniker has imbued him with a natural aura of a gangster and a hint of rebellion, coupled with his tall stature resembling Chen Haonan, thereby elevating him to the status of a big brother in the eyes of his peers. Yet, mingling in the underworld was never his destiny. Although Dai Dai is a loyal and handsome young man, he remains a paragon of virtue under the red flag. Diligently studying and aspiring to attend university is the conventional path for an ordinary individual like him. And indeed, his life unfolded along these lines. As a newly minted university student, he enjoyed a comfortable life filled with good food, restful sleep, and satisfactory studies, with doting parents, loyal friends, and even the attentions of admirers. Such a blissful existence was truly fulfilling. How could he possibly have ended up here? He distinctly recalls that on a Friday night, after binge-watching the latest episodes of One Piece, he dozed off and awoke in this unfamiliar world. To his dismay, he found himself clad in pajamas, directly transported to the infamous execution square of Loguetown. Most disheartening for Dai Dai was the realization that he was a mere blank slate in this new Riamno system. No cheat, not even the most basic language package. Being unable to comprehend the language of the One Piece world, Dai Dai found himself overlooked by Lady Luck, devoid of any fortuitous encounters or benevolent assistance. In the following days, he endeavored to ascertain the timeline, seeking help from the Navy in hopes of encountering the kind-hearted, naive Tashigi or the righteous Smoker. Yet, before he could find either of them, his inability to communicate resulted in being beaten by the station soldiers at the Navy's entrance, who brusquely expelled him. Eventually, driven by hunger and desperation, he resorted to stealing food, only to be assaulted by a burly merchant. Indeed, to operate a shop in this pirate-infested road town, one must possess a modicum of strength, otherwise survival becomes quite the challenge. To stay alive, a famished Dai Dai was forced to scavenge for scraps in the town's dump, only to be bullied by beggars and beaten by thugs. Dai Dai could hardly believe that at a height of 1.8 meters, he could not even fend off 2 beggars in this pirate world. This wretched existence, one worse than that of a dog, led him to contemplate ending his own life, wishing to escape this humiliating and failed journey. Yet, the indignation from being tormented by thugs and beggars, coupled with his knowledge of the world's narrative and its array of beautiful women and formidable warriors, ignited a fierce unwillingness to submit. He silently concealed all his resentment, vowing to find an opportunity to rise in this world and unleash the frustrations he had endured. To master the language, he endured months of silence, often volunteering to work for various merchants in Loguetown, merely in exchange for a simple meal. However, some unscrupulous shopkeepers were so miserly that they denied him even a morsel, leaving him to toil for nothing. Thus, a docile and industrious mute gradually gained a modicum of fame in Loguetown. Before long, due to his diligent reputation, he fortuitously joined the Barto family, a criminal organization in Loguetown, becoming an outer member to earn his keep. As such, Dai Dai immersed himself in learning the language and writing while familiarizing himself with the significant events and timelines of this world. Soon, he acquired his own nickname and new identity within the Barto family Mupabaya. This name was whimsically concocted by a red-haired girl named Desire, who playfully crafted it based on his mute moniker. It is said to carry another meaning, derived from the names Bartolomeo and Desire. Dai never anticipated that in his former world, he was called Big Daddy, only to arrive in this realm and be affectionately dubbed Daddy once more. Thus, he bore no disdain for the name bestowed upon him by Desire. After all, who wouldn't relish being called Daddy? Approximately 2 years ago, shortly after his arrival in this world and still struggling with the language, Dai followed the members of the Barto family to collect protection fees, acting as a lackey and errand boy. One day, while at a restaurant near the execution square in Loguetown, he witnessed a fiery boy with freckles embroiled in a brawl with a navy due to dining and dashing. It was the first time he saw the intense clash between two natural-type Devil Fruit users, a spectacular showdown between the White Hunter Smoker and Fire Fist Ace. For the first time, this mute boldly spoke before the members of the Barto family, albeit in the language of Blue Star China. Damn, that's Fire Fist Ace. No way. I must board his ship. The dark fruit is mine. And I want a Yamato. Dai exclaimed excitedly, envisioning himself seizing the dark fruit from Blackbeard Teach and embarking on a glorious life. However, fate had other plans. Fire Fist Ace had already completed his visit to the execution platform of Pirate King Roger. Having dined and dashed, he quickly fled the island. Upon seeing Ace's pirate ship swiftly departing, Dai suddenly realized his folly and cursed himself for being such a fool. He had missed the opportunity to board Ace's ship, a chance he had longed for desperately, to become a member of the Spade Pirates. With that, he could leverage his knowledge of the narrative to rise through the ranks step by step. At the moment he laid eyes on Fire Fist Ace, he had resolved to follow him into the Grand Line and the New World. Once Ace became the second-in-command of the Whitebeard Pirates, he would seamlessly join their ranks, lurking much like Blackbeard Teach. Ideally, he would find a way to transfer to the ship of the 4th Division Commander, Sachi, and secure the dark fruit ahead of time, consuming it for himself. Indeed, he harbored ambitions to usurp the natural-type dark fruit that Blackbeard Teach had long coveted, seizing everything that rightfully belonged to him. He even devised a plan to prevent Teach from ever seeing the dark fruit, for he knew he could never rival Teach, the ultimate schemer. After all, this imposing figure had left 3 claw marks on the legendary shanks. Yet, all these plans crumbled as Ace made his swift exit, leaving Dai without the chance to utter a single word. Given the ferocity and magnitude of the battle between Fire Fist Ace and White Hunter Smoker, how could this weakling dare to join the fray? Thus, Ace slipped away effortlessly, departing as quietly as he had arrived, leaving Dai with no opportunity to seize a chance for ascension in the One Piece world. The feeble Dai contemplated immediately rowing a small boat to pursue Ace, but was forcibly dragged away by the members of the Barto family. The enraged Smoker had led the Navy in a furious sweep of Loguetown, compelling even the gang members to hide away. This turn of events left Dai utterly bereft of the opportunity to become Ace's crewmate. Having missed a chance for ascension, Dai was compelled to strive once more for survival, diligently continuing his studies in language and writing, while constantly honing his physical prowess. The sheer might of the natural-type Devil Fruit was utterly breathtaking, igniting within Dai an insatiable desire to acquire such powers. Thus, as he navigated the treacherous life within the underworld, Dai gradually transformed, shedding his naivety and becoming increasingly ruthless. With his growing proficiency in the language, coupled with a mind far superior to that of the common gangster, Dai began to carve out a prominent position within the Barto family, ascending in status and influence. Subsequently, Dai deliberately sought to ingratiate himself with the formidable leader of the Barto family, the ogre Bartolomeo, while also attempting to connect with the esteemed elder whom Barto revered in pursuit of greater power. To his astonishment, he discovered that this seemingly unassuming elder was, in fact, the true decision-maker of the Barto family. She was none other than Bartolomeo's grandmother. This was a woman who had traversed the New World. Not only did she possess formidable strength, but she also wielded the rare and potent ability of duel hockey. It was no wonder that she could command Bartolomeo, the notorious gang leader, with the ease of a shepherd tending to a docile lamb. It became clear why. Even after the Barto Club set sail to explore the New World, they would frequently contact this elder via snail phone to inquire about maritime knowledge regarding their new territory. Daitai's rapid ascent within the Barto family and his deliberate displays of capability did not go unnoticed by this elder, who recognized his potential and intellect. The elder, known as Tang, personally assigned the nickname Mute to Babaya, positioning him alongside Bartolomeo in hopes of cultivating Daitai into Bartolomeo's strategic right-hand man, assisting in the management and expansion of the Barto family. The moniker Mute became less frequently used, as fewer dared to address him so directly in light of Daitai's burgeoning strength. Daitai reclaimed his nickname Big Uncle, reminiscing about his former life. Henceforth, whether referred to as Big Uncle or Babaya, Daitai's ears would automatically filter them to Daddy and Pops, allowing him to relish in the advantage. Members of the gang of lower rank were obliged to call him Big Uncle, whereas the higher-ups, such as Tang and Bartolomeo, addressed him as Big D, a Big D who harbored a dislike for helmets. Under Daitai's strategic counsel and Bartolomeo's undeniable prowess, the Barto family flourished rapidly, claiming dominion over more than 160 small towns near Loguetown, surpassing the 150 towns that existed when Straw Hat Luffy first made his appearance in the original narrative. Elder Tang gradually imparted to him the rudimentary methods of cultivating duel hockey. However, out of concern that Babaya's strength might eclipse that of the ogre Bartolomeo, she refrained from teaching Daitai further. Nevertheless, she was willing to share her extensive knowledge of navigation in the Grand Line and the New World with the exceptionally eager Babaya, preparing him to become a skilled navigator for Bartolomeo. Daitai remained exceedingly loyal in his support of Bartolomeo, even managing to charm Bartolomeo's childhood sweetheart, Desire, with his rustic romantic expressions, ensuring she would care for the strikingly beautiful red-haired maiden. After all, since Bartolomeo had little interest in women, it was left to Daitai to cultivate this fertile ground. It must be said, this fiery-haired beauty was remarkably captivating and assertive, proving to be far more engaging than the women of Blue Star. Now endowed with the powers of the barrier fruit, he intended to fully immerse himself in this pirate world, adopting the new name Daitai Babaya. After all, the name Big Uncle Babaya had already garnered a degree of notoriety in the waters surrounding Loguetown, identifying him as the ruthless strategist of the Barto family. Moreover, this name was bestowed upon him by Desire, the first woman in his life within this realm. With the abilities granted by the barrier fruit, he could finally cast off the label of dog-headed strategist. Daitai disregarded the corpses lying beneath. Undeterred by the potential reproach from Bartolomeo and Elder Tang upon discovery, he felt no fear, for no one knew just how much strength and hidden cards Daitai truly possessed. Moreover, in the East Sea, it is estimated that very few individuals possess the ability to breach the defenses of the barrier fruit. At least in the current town of Rogue, there are none. Not even the formidable Granny Tam, who wields a modicum of armament hockey. After all, even Kazuki Oden, a powerful figure who had ventured to the final island, Laughtail, and possessed the 3 types of hockey, was unable to penetrate the protective barrier of Korazumi Semimaru. Daitai discarded the bloodied watermelon knife from his hand, casually wiping the crimson stains from his palms. He formed a gesture with his middle and index fingers crossed, and a translucent barrier of pale green materialized instantaneously, remarkably resilient. It seemed as though no assault could shatter its formidable defense, the Paramecia-type Devil Fruit, belonging to the category of creation abilities among devil fruits, offered a plethora of developmental avenues, as evidenced by the exploits of MR3, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Cracker, and Katakuri, all of whom could provide me with excellent insights for my own development, Daitai whispered excitedly, lamenting that he had missed the opportunity to ride on the coattails of Fire Fist Ace to the New World in pursuit of the dark fruit. Nevertheless, he had acquired a commendable devil fruit ability, and this fruit harbored significant potential for development. The barrier fruit could take on numerous forms: stairs, columns, spheres, rackets, and even rudimentary giant humanoids had been observed. This reminded Daitai of the indomitable energy barrier known as Susanoo from the world of Naruto. Was it not also an impregnable shield, However, it seemed that Paramecia abilities required specific gestures to activate. A hurdle that I must overcome swiftly. I recalled Nicole Robin, Foxy, and Bartolomeo. Those who wielded abilities must perform specific gestures to unleash their devil fruit powers. Yet, upon witnessing the later stages of the New World, who among the Paramecia powerhouses like Doflamingo, Cracker, and Katakuri would still be constrained by such gestures, if one could only activate their devil fruit abilities through specific maneuvers? It would undoubtedly indicate a lack of profound development. At the very least, those who had awakened their powers, like Doflamingo and Katakuri, could conjure threads and machi at will, unbound by any particular gestures. That as for Cracker, he still needed to clap his hands to summon his formidable biscuit soldiers, suggesting that his biscuit fruit had yet to fully awaken. This was reminiscent of the evolution of hand seals in Naruto. Initially, every ninja dutifully performed seals to activate their jutsu, but eventually, the seals became increasingly simplified, culminating in the exaggerated ability to produce jutsu with a mere clap of the hands, especially in the case of Zabuza and Kakashi, who utilized 44 hand seals to perform the water dragon bullet technique. While in the hands of Hashirama Senju and the ancient shinobi, Gujie, it required only 4 seals, with Terumi Mei needing merely 6. The later stages of non-hand seal jutsu became absurdly prevalent. Currently, I require the crossing of my 2 fingers to activate the barrier fruit's abilities. However, in the future, I shall be capable of performing seals with 1 hand, with my toes, with my pupils, or even summon without any seals. I proclaimed with unwavering confidence. After experimenting with several techniques, he seized the corpse from the ground and tossed it into a storage box in the warehouse. Shower, I apologize, but you must blame your loyalty to Bartolomeo. I felt no remorse. After all, one must prioritize their own interests above all else. Furthermore, he was not even a native of this world. The barrier fruit, which was rightfully meant for Bartolomeo, had now been intercepted by Daidai, the strategist, and even the golden henchman, Yamashita Nakahide, who had escorted it, fell victim to Daitia's attack. There was no choice. This fellow was Bartolomeo's most loyal subordinate, utterly devoted to him, compelling Daidai to take action against him. Just yesterday, after Yamashita Nakahide had dealt with an opponent on an island, he stumbled upon a devil fruit while looting the spoils. He promptly contacted Bartolomeo via Din Din Mushi. Ironically, Bartolomeo had left without his Din Din Mushi. As the strategist, Daidai happened to receive the call at headquarters. Yamashita Nakahide did not conceal the news, joyfully sharing the exciting discovery with the strategist. However, Daidai casually inquired whether anyone else was aware of the existence of this devil fruit. When Yamashita Nakahide replied in the negative, Daitia's greed was immediately piqued. Since the dark fruit was not easily obtainable, he had no reason to refuse the conveniently presented barrier fruit. However, as Bartolomeo's fiercely loyal subordinate, Yamashita Nakahide insisted on personally presenting the devil fruit to his boss, refusing to relinquish the barrier fruit to Daidai, which was also a means to showcase his loyalty before Bartolomeo. Thus, Daidai had no choice but to devise a pretext to summon Yamashita Nakahide to the underground warehouse, where he would strike decisively, eliminating this loyal hound to seize the barrier fruit. After concealing Yamashita Nakahide's corpse, Daidai exited the underground warehouse, fully aware that exposure was only a matter of time. Old man, you. In the Bartolomeo family's underground bar, a squad leader tasked with guarding the warehouse watched in horror as their ruthless strategist, Babiya, emerged, bloodstained clothing and hands betraying his recent actions. Meanwhile, Yamashita Nakahide, who had been summoned into the warehouse by Babiya, had not reappeared, and a dreadful thought flashed through the squad leader's mind. Had Babiya, the merciless strategist, eliminated the golden henchman, Yamashita Nakahide? Yamashita Nakahide himself could hardly fathom that Babiya would dare to act in the family's underground warehouse, making him an easy target for the strategist's lethal strike. Don't speak too much. Daidai grinned cruelly, dismissing the pale-faced squad leader, who was clearly frightened that he had already resolved to set sail. No longer confined to the weakest East Sea, there was a vast world awaiting him to conquer. There were stronger hockey and martial arts to be learned. He must grow stronger to embrace this grand era. Those who once bullied him as a mute beggar, a ruffian, or even the shopkeeper who scammed him had all been sent to the West to seek enlightenment. Over the past 2 years, he had suppressed his frustrations for far too long. The old lady still had not fully trusted him, and had yet to impart the subsequent training methods for the two-color hockey. Now, having acquired the barrier fruit, he intended to seize the training methods for the two-color hockey from the old lady using his own means, even aspiring to transform the Bartolomeo family into the Babiya family. Dai left the bustling Bartolomeo underground bar, seemingly unfazed by the impending crisis, returning to his home for a long, hot bath. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he admired his 8-pack abs and the sinewy muscles that exuded strength. This was the result of his relentless training over the past 2 years, with the ghastly scars on his temples and chest enhancing rather than detracting from his aesthetic appeal, adding a touch of fierce charisma. As a strategist, possessing explosive muscles and strength surpassing that of a golden henchman was hardly excessive, was it? After all, it had been said that one should shape their back muscles into the character for benevolence. He swiftly donned a new outfit, only to realize that since arriving in this world, his body had undergone further development, now towering at a staggering height of 2.26 meters, akin to the basketball giant Yao Ming. Yet, in the world of One Piece, he still appeared diminutive. He cast his gaze upon the blade rack, eyeing the cursed sword, Sandai Katetsu, and without hesitation, grasped it, allowing its eerie aura to coil around his arm. Dai expressionlessly wielded the cursed sword, demonstrating a brutal and fierce swordsmanship that was uncharacteristic of a mere strategist. Basic technique: slicing melons. Dai cleaved a massive training stone in half with a single strike. A fundamental skill he had developed over the past year or two through various murderous techniques. The term basic technique encompassed all the essential skills required to eliminate foes, including swordsmanship and martial arts. Previously, he had managed to procure the fine blade, Sandai Katetsu, and another fine blade, Yukizu, from the weapon shop owner, Matsumoto, in Loguetown, leveraging his narrative advantage and status as the ruthless strategist of the Bartolomeo family. In the beginning, he had not fully tamed Sandai Katetsu and could only venture out wielding Yukizu to confront adversaries. However, he had not anticipated that Granny Tam would forcibly borrow Yukizu, reasoning that Dai, as the Bartolomeo family strategist, no longer needed to engage in direct combat, thereby granting it to the ogre, Bartolomeo. Consequently, Dai had felt a simmering anger for several days until the red-haired beauty, Desire, had come to console him, which eventually led to more opportunities for interaction and a chance to win her over. Perhaps this could be seen as a form of revenge and catharsis. However, as time passed, Desire proved to be increasingly amiable, and Dai gradually found himself developing feelings for her. Beyond mere affection, Desire's strength and potential were also commendable, making her a viable candidate for Daikye's future team. Half a day later, having practiced both the abilities of the barrier fruit and his fundamental skills, Dai was interrupted by a series of knocks on the door. After a brief pause, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a swift red figure rushed in, seizing his hand and pulling him outside. "Why did you eliminate Yamashita Nakahide? Are you not aware that he is Bartolomeo's most capable subordinate? Now Bartolomeo and Granny are coming with people to administer family justice against you. We must flee quickly." The crimson hair of Desire billowed as she tugged desperately at Dade, her voice a flurry of anxious shouts. Dade could even perceive the rhythmic undulations of her curvaceous form. No need to run. "Today, I intend to clarify matters with Granny Tang. I am prepared to set sail. Desire, would you care to accompany me?" With a powerful pull, Dade drew the forward-charging Desire into his embrace, delivering a playful slap to her rounded backside as he posed his earnest inquiry. Despite their previous intimate encounters, the nature of love in this world seemed tenuous, with each individual harboring their own ambitions and dreams. Furthermore, he remained fixated on the dual-colored hockey cultivation method of that elderly woman and the borrowed swift blade. Shuezo, in Bartolomeo's possession, how could he simply flee? Enduring for 2 years was all for this moment. Desire was startled by Dade's unexpected strength. How had he suddenly become so formidable? After all, they were well acquainted, having shared numerous escapades. Upon catching sight of the ominous demonic blade in Dade's grasp, her expression shifted dramatically. "Have you been influenced by that cursed weapon? Put it down immediately. We must flee. Once Bartolomeo and Granny Tang have calmed down, we can return to apologize and seek their forgiveness," Desire implored urgently, knowing all too well that the cursed sword, Sandai Katetsu, would bring misfortune. Now, with Babaya having committed the foolish act of harming family, it was undoubtedly under the sword's malevolent influence. She regretted allowing Babaya to retain the cursed blade in the first place. Recalling the impending judgment from Bartolomeo and Granny Tang, Desire felt a weight of unease settle upon her. She had witnessed Granny Tang's formidable prowess. Within that frail frame resided immense strength and astonishing speed. Far removed from the appearance of an elderly woman, Bartolomeo was no less powerful, his vicious demeanor earning him the moniker of ogre. His sharp fangs were capable of devouring an enemy's flesh. Desire had witnessed him bite through an opponent's arm and consume it in a bloody frenzy. I expect an explanation from you." Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by the voice of an elderly woman. "Granny Tang, why all this chatter? Traitors who harm family deserve to face the family's wrath. Eliminate Babaya. Did you not assert that our family's principles align with those of the Whitebeard pirates? A green-haired figure, sporting a golden nose ring and a crown of spiky hair, revealed sharp teeth as he spoke with disdain, his wine-red cloak billowing to expose well-defined abs, with a long knife featuring a white handle sheathed at his waist. It was none other than the swift blade, Shuezo, that had been borrowed from Dade. Granny Tang and Bartolomeo arrived, flanked by hundreds of gang members, surrounding Dade's residence. An explanation. I merely wish to set sail and spar with Shower to test my strength. And this unfortunate incident resulted in Shower's demise. I wonder if Granny could share the cultivation method for the dual-colored hockey with me, and perhaps return the borrowed Shuezo as well? Dade declared, shouldering the cursed sword, Sandai Katetsu, while grasping Dazaya's hand as he approached the entrance, flashing a grin at Granny Tang and Bartolomeo. Seeing Babaya's audacious demeanor, Granny Tang furrowed her brow. This was not the typically subdued strategist she knew. Had he found some form of leverage? You're talking nonsense. Shio's back was riddled with wounds. How can you claim it was a spar? You traitor. I'll slay you. Bartolomeo snarled, baring his fangs as he unsheathed Shuezo. Aiming it at Babaya. Babaya, if Shower has wronged you in any way, speak up. I can render justice on your behalf. Granny Tang insisted, seeking to understand Babaya's motivations for attacking Shower and the source of his newfound audacity. She did not wish to see Babaya, a talent she had painstakingly nurtured, slip away. However, if Babaya had indeed turned against family and unjustly harmed a relative, she would have to eliminate him to uphold the family's values and principles. Granny Tang. I believe Babaya has been influenced by the cursed sword, Sanai Katetsu, leading him to unwittingly strike with such severity against Shower. Dazaya interjected, torn between her loyalty to Granny Tang and Bartolomeo. Her childhood companions, and her current partner. She did not wish for hostilities to arise between them. The cursed sword. I cannot believe your fortune, Babaya. Not only do you possess Shuezo, but you also wield Sandai Katetsu. Granny Tang squinted at the long blade resting on Babaya's shoulder, sensing its ominous aura and extraordinary nature. Was this the source of Babaya's newfound confidence? Could it truly alter his character to the extent of slaying Shower? Yet, Babaya's tone when demanding the dual-colored hockey cultivation method in Shuezo earlier left her feeling irked. Not only was Granny Tang displeased, but Bartolomeo's irritation grew even further. I do not care whether the cursed sword influenced him. He killed Shower. If he cannot handle the cursed weapon, then it shall be surrendered to me. Bartolomeo grinned menacingly, sensing that Sandai Katetsu suited his ogre-like essence far better, while Shuezo would become his prized possession. Do you still wish to seize my Sandai Katetsu? Dade scoffed coldly, pulling Dazaya behind him, casting a glance at the audacious Bartolomeo before fixing his gaze upon the diminutive Granny Tang, Tom. She was his only true opponent. He had long ceased to regard Bartolomeo as a threat. Babaya, if you hand over Sandai Katetsu and spend a month in confinement, I can forgive your transgressions and allow you to remain as the strategist of the Barto family. Granny Tang's small spectacles revealed a hint of danger, her hands dropping to her sides, her seemingly frail body exuding the aura of a formidable warrior. No, Granny Tang, you have not grasped my words. I intend to set sail. I hope you will grant me the cultivation method for the dual-colored hockey and return Shuezo to me. Dade asserted earnestly, his right hand holding Sandai Katetsu at an angle, while his left hung loosely, fingers crossed. To hell with you. Die. Bartolomeo, enraged by Dade's words, lunged forward, wielding Shuezo, leaping into the air to deliver a savage strike at the traitor. Babaya. Barrier. Left-hand shield. Fundamentals. Sweeping the army. A transparent, miniature barrier shield materialized on Dade's left arm, successfully blocking Bartolomeo's ferocious downward strike. With his right hand, he swung Sandai Katetsu with great ferocity toward Bartolomeo's waist. Should this blow connect, the simple-minded Bartolomeo, who relied solely on rudimentary hockey, would face a swift demise, cleaved in half. Babaya, this is outrageous. You possess the abilities of a devil fruit. Granny Tang, the petite elder, had already appeared beside Bartolomeo, using her gray-black hands to intercept Dade's lethal strike. She had also noticed the transparent barrier that had blocked Bartolomeo's long blade, her fury igniting. Babaya had not only concealed Sandai Katetsu but also hidden his strength and devil fruit abilities. Such treachery could not be forgiven. As Granny Tang's gray-black hands clashed against Dade's Sandai Katetsu, sparks flew, revealing just how formidable her defense was. Granny Tang, your hockey has weakened further. Its hue has grown fainter. Barrier. Spike shield. A transparent, shoe-shaped spike shield formed around Dade's right foot, propelling Bartolomeo backward with a forceful kick, sending him reeling. blood spewing forth as a gruesome wound appeared on his abdomen. Is this your confidence? Prepare to die. Granny Tang had not anticipated Babaya's audacity to divide his focus and confront Bartolomeo. She retaliated with a fierce kick aimed at Babaya's supporting leg, intent on crippling him. Bang! Granny Tang felt as though her foot had struck solid steel, the backlash sending her stumbling backward, the force immense. She sensed her bones cracking, pain coursing through her. Indeed, this is my confidence. Barrier, rampaging bull charge. Dade swiftly sheathed Sandai Kitetsu, intertwining the fingers of both hands, a colossal barrier manifesting before him as he charged toward Granny Tang. Earlier, he had employed his toes to create a spike shield for his right foot and a protective barrier for his left, inflicting severe damage upon both Granny Tang and Bartolomeo. I refuse to believe that your devil fruit abilities can withstand my haki. Madame Sun, with her right fist once again shrouded in a grim shade of gray, suddenly swung it towards the charging Babaya. Feudal, old hag. Dai, fueled by 2 years of resentment and fury, violently collided with the diminutive elder. No. Tears welled into Zai's eyes as she witnessed her closest family members engaged in mutual slaughter, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Boom. A small figure was hurled through the air, crashing against the wall and raising a cloud of dust. This scene terrified countless gang members. The old woman, capable of battering their leader Bartolomeo into a pulp, had been sent flying. Ah. Everyone, kill him. Bartolomeo's sharp teeth were stained with blood. Appearing even more menacing, like a malevolent specter, at their leader's command, hundreds of underlings brandished their weapons, collectively shouting to attack the traitor. Babaya, barrier, siege weapon. With arms crossed, Dai intertwined his index and middle fingers, summoning an enormous shield. Most fearsome of all, sharp wolf teeth protruded from the front of the shield. Dai charged uncontrollably towards the horde of gang members. In an instant, figures were flung through the air, and cries of despair echoed throughout the venue. Wherever the barrier siege weapon traversed, blood and flesh splattered, leaving a horrific trail. As the colossal barrier siege weapon dissipated, not a single drop of blood marred Dai's body. However, his shoes were drenched in blood and bits of flesh. Desire gazed in terror at this seemingly unrecognizable man, who had slaughtered so many of his comrades. Babaya, you shall not escape unscathed. Bartolomeo, with his eyes ablaze, stared at Babaya, fury boiling within as he swung his blade. Snowfall, in anger, their deaths are partially your fault. You ordered them to their doom, now utterly consumed by madness. Dai grinned cruelly. He used the barrier shield to deflect Bartolomeo's strike. Then, enveloping his right hand in a thin layer of armament haki, he delivered a powerful punch to Bartolomeo's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Dai regarded the teeth near Bartolomeo's mouth, bent down, and seized the blade Snowfall from his hand, drawing the sword sheath strapped to Bartolomeo's waist. This is not yours. Do not snatch. Dai sheathed Snowfall and secured it alongside the cursed blade. Sanai Kitetsu, at his waist. Under Bartolomeo's furious gaze, Dai strode back towards the ruins where Madame Sun lay. Surely, this old woman couldn't be dead, could she? With a half-awakened observation haki, Dai sensed that she was still alive. He hurried to unearth her, only to find her right hand fractured, her feeble armament haki utterly incapable of withstanding the immense impact of the barrier shield. Madame Sun, teach me the method to cultivate dual-color haki. Otherwise, you and Bartolomeo shall. Dai sneered coldly. Despite his numerous contributions to the Bartolomeo family, he had not earned her complete trust, and had even been robbed of Snowfall, an affront he, as a time traveler, could hardly swallow. Moreover, Madame Sun had only imparted a scant amount of knowledge on awakening dual-color haki, keeping the rest shrouded in secrecy, consistently refusing to share it with him. This had significantly delayed Dai's departure to sea. Had he not acquired the barrier fruit, he would not even have considered setting sail. Perhaps he would have waited until Luffy took to the seas, but now he could embark a whole year earlier. This afforded him ample time to cultivate and grow stronger. After all, he did not possess Luffy's extraordinary talent, capable of defeating the 7 warlords within months, traversing the Grand Line, and entering the New World to challenge the 4 emperors within just a few years. Babaya, how could you have become this way? You cannot harm the old lady. The red-haired Desire rushed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Madame Sun, glaring fiercely at this man. Seeing Desire in such a state stirred a sense of disquiet within Dai. Madame Sun, I only seek the method to dual-color haki. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to obliterate the Bartolomeo family or transform it into the Babaya family. Ignoring Desire's fury, Dai refused to relinquish the opportunity to grow stronger. Whether it meant defeating Yamashita and Nakahide to seize the barrier fruit or obtaining the dual-color hockey cultivation method from Madame Sun, he had no time to waste earning her trust that a great era was imminent. And he had to seize every moment to enhance himself and build his own power. I can provide it, but you must leave Loguetown at once. Harm not the Bartolomeo family, and stay away from Desire. Madame Sun declared angrily, taken aback by how a mute, white-eyed wolf could defeat her in such a place as the East Sea. You seek death. Dai shot a glance at Desire, then turned his gaze back to the old woman. Filled with murderous intent, she demanded he abandon his first love, Babaya. No, do not harm the old lady. I will not accompany you to sea. You monster who harms family. Desire shielded Madame Sun, her eyes reddened. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she glared at the man she cherished. Not only had he wantonly killed their ace, Yamashita Nakahide, but he had also harmed Bartolomeo and the old lady. Slaughtering so many brothers, she could not forgive him. Furthermore, Dai had concealed much of his strength and devil fruit abilities from her. Did he truly love her? Hearing Desire's words, Dai felt a pang of heartache. Trembling as he stepped back, gazing into her furious, tear-filled eyes, he clenched his fists, emotion swirling within his gaze. Give me the method to cultivate dual-color hockey. Dai gritted his teeth, shouting at Madame Sun. Neither agreeing nor refusing, merely fixating intensely on the old woman who had schemed against him. In my dormitory, beneath the third brick on the right side under the bed, Madame Sun seemed to sense Babaya's murderous intent and ceased to provoke the enraged beast. If she could persuade Desire to abandon this wide-eyed wolf, she would be quite satisfied. Humph, I hope you do not deceive me, otherwise, I shall return to slaughter you all. Dai cast one last glance at Desire before departing without a backward glance. Running swiftly, not wishing to meet her gaze, he raced to the Bartolomeo family's headquarters, broke into Madame Sun's chamber, demolished her lavish bed, and overturned it to finally discover a small tome detailing hockey cultivation. He also stumbled upon some precious gold and silver jewels, gathering them all in a frenzy, his hatred for the old woman driving him to leave not a single trace. Not only had she refused to teach him the advanced hockey techniques, but she had also stolen Snowfall from him. Now, she had the audacity to scheme against him and Desire. For Desire's sake, he would let them go this time. All the feelings he harbored for Desire were buried deep within. Emotions would only hinder his path to power. Clutching his spoils, he made his way to the Loguetown port, where a small ship awaited him, meticulously prepared for his journey. Over the past 2 years, he had acquired considerable knowledge about the Grand Line and the New World. In the East Sea, a region seldom afflicted by extreme weather, he had no cause for concern. He wished to see Desire's eyes no longer. Abandoning his ambitions to swallow the Bartolomeo family, he would start anew, building his own power from the ground up. Dai steered the small, supplies-laden vessel out of the harbor, casting one last glance at Loguetown, where he had spent a year or two. A surge of ambition welled within him. On this day, he too would venture forth, soaring through the skies. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar red figure, causing his heart to flutter momentarily. Yet in the next instant, he steeled himself. This relationship would be buried deep within their hearts. You need your family, and I have my own ambitions. Dai set sail, completely distancing himself from the Loguetown harbor, sailing into the distance. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman at the port finally succumbed to her emotions, collapsing to the ground in heart-wrenching sobs. The man who had once whispered sweet nothings to cheer her had departed. Madame Sun, whose wounds had just been bandaged, alongside Bartolomeo, appeared behind Desire, gazing at the receding sailboat. Madame Sun observed the weeping Desire, sighed, lost in thought. Bartolomeo, on the other hand, vehemently cursed Babaya, vowing that he too would set sail and eliminate this scoundrel. In a certain sea area of the East Sea, seagulls chirped joyfully, and the warm morning sun bathed a small sailing vessel. The gentle sea breeze and the crashing waves accompanied a robust man, bare-chested, relentlessly swinging his sword, beads of sweat cascading onto the deck, forming a dark pattern. Endless training would ultimately yield results. One must engage in battle to rapidly elevate their strength. Dai sheathed Sandai Kitetsu, picked up a towel to wipe his brow, then seized a bottle of water, gulping it down fervently. Soon, the bottle was emptied in the relentless ebb and flow of his throat. He then retrieved Madame Sun's small booklet on dual-color hockey cultivation. Resuming his study, armament hockey could be practiced endlessly, continually enhancing his physical prowess. However, the mastery of observation hockey requires the cooperation of others or the pursuit of a perilous island inhabited by ferocious beasts for rigorous training. Ultimately, the most effective way to hone this skill is through life-and-death battles against foes, allowing for swifter mastery. Presently, Dai, merely blindfolded, relies on evading the dozens of swinging iron balls suspended from the ceiling to perform rudimentary training in observation hockey. Yet, the results are far from satisfactory, as these iron balls move too slowly and lack sentience. Dai adjusts the sails, steers the small vessel, and begins to prepare his own meal. Time is of the essence. He must swiftly find a few subordinates. While dining, Dai peruses a local newspaper from the East Blue, which is not the global news outlet published by Morgans. Nevertheless, these local newspapers have collaborations with Morgans. Gaining access to the newsbird delivery service, seemingly under the shadow of the world government. Regardless of the source, Dai purchases a copy without hesitation, as it is his sole source of information. At present, he possesses neither his own intelligence network nor allies or partners. Dai pulls out a stack of bounty notices from the East Blue, examining the wanted criminals depicted, who appear to be an assortment of misfits. Yet they could serve as offerings to nourish his three-sword style. Slaughter may enhance the demonic energy of his cursed blade, while armament hockey can forge and refine the sword into a black blade. He is eager to attempt creating one himself. Some renowned swords are forged with remarkable quality from the outset, attaining the status of fine or excellent swords. Meanwhile, others are transformed by their masters from mere ordinary blades through countless battles and the cultivation of armament hockey, gradually evolving into famous black blades. In the Wano arc, the legendary sword, Akushu, was said to have been forged through the countless battles of Shuangyue Longma, Mihawk, the Eagle Eye. Once instructed Zoro that all swords can become black blades when covering the blade with armament hockey. Dai continues to scrutinize the bounty notices. He finds it challenging to locate the wandering pirate crews, only able to identify those with established territories. Dai ponders a perplexing question. Why have the likes of Dragon and Buggy, who command territories, not been apprehended by Smoker? If Dragon escapes capture through bribery and collusion with Colonel Mouse, then Buggy's occupation of Orangetown remains unchallenged by the Navy. Is it possible that the branch Navy has strict regulations preventing them from crossing borders to capture criminals? Otherwise, how could Colonel Mouse at the 16th branch and Colonel Monka at the 153rd branch act like local tyrants without consequence? Moreover, Smoker, as the branch colonel of Loguetown, shares the same rank as them, thus lacking the authority to intervene in other jurisdictions. Subsequently, Smoker defied orders from his superiors, forcibly departing from his post in Loguetown to pursue the Straw Hat Pirates. Had it not been for his opportunistic capture of the warlord Crocodile in Alabasta, he might have faced a motion for repeatedly disobeying orders and abandoning his post, actions considered grave transgressions within the Navy. If branch colonels are restricted to their own waters, it seems the main Navy can traverse the four seas to apprehend pirates. Dai recalls Lieutenant Finbuddy from the headquarters, who managed to enter the East Blue to pursue the defeated Krieg pirates and even captured the Demon Man, Akin, detaining him for several days. Never mind the Navy's affairs. It is best to focus on finding a few pirate crews to practice against, and then recruit some subordinates. Dai continues steering his small vessel towards Buggy's territory in Orangetown. Intrigued not only by Buggy's relatively stable domain but also by the prospect of encountering the potential ally, a trainee crew member of the Pirate King. However, contrary to his expectations, just as he adjusts his course according to the East Blue map, he spots a pirate ship stealthily appearing behind him, directly pursuing his small vessel and even firing cannonballs at it. Instead of panicking, Dai feels a thrill of excitement. He had not anticipated that his practice target would come to him. He swiftly turns the ship's bow and deflects the cannonballs. The pursuing pirates, realizing Dai's apparent prowess, cease their bombardment and slow their approach. Dai quickly adjusts the sails, turning to chase after the pirate ship. They cannot escape after firing upon him. In the next moment, another small boat swiftly appears from the right, carrying only 3 individuals, one of whom stands out with striking green hair. Its Dai's eyes light up. He has unexpectedly encountered Rorano Azaro, the formidable and loyal swordsman with boundless potential. Meanwhile, aboard the Tulip pirate cruise ship, a man dressed in a blue jumpsuit, with a pink belt around his waist and 2 long swords at his side, adorned with a purple tulip atop his elongated face, presses his hands against the sword hilt, appearing somewhat flustered. He is the captain of this pirate ship, Rika, a small-time East Blue pirate with a bounty of merely 8 million. Captain, that fellow over there seems to be the bounty hunter Rorano Azaro. We should flee. A pirate with a yellow tulip sprouting from his head urgently advises the captain. He observes the green-haired bounty hunter furiously rowing the small boat swiftly closing in, sending waves splashing high, revealing the strength of the opponent. What are you afraid of? There are only 3 of them. Fire upon them, Captain Rika commands, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. for he has heard tales of the notorious bounty hunters of the East Blue. Not good, Captain. The sailboat we just attacked is rapidly approaching us. A pirate carrying a cannon screams. Realizing that his earlier cannon fire was effortlessly blocked by the individual on the opposing vessel, indicating that the foe is also a skilled fighter. This moment, Zoro stands at the bow, effortlessly slicing through their cannonballs. Faced with the encroaching threat of two ships, the tulip pirates can only turn and flee in a panic, lamenting their misfortune at encountering two formidable opponents. With the combined efforts of Zoro, Joseph, and Johnny, they successfully catch up to the tulip pirate ship, ensnaring the crew. Zoro, exhilarated, rushes into battle, eager to seize this opportunity for some much-needed bounty. As he has endured days of hunger, living a life of scarcity, due to his notorious sense of direction, he relies on serendipity to hunt pirates. However, encountering Joseph and Johnny, two enthusiastic followers, allows him to pursue a bounty target today. Although their skills may be lacking, their guidance suffices. He will take charge of the combat. The bounty of 8 million on Captain Rika's head would sustain them for quite some time. Once aboard the tulip pirate ship, Zoro slashes at every pirate in sight, and blood splatters everywhere. That moment, Daikia's vessel arrives, and without a second thought, he leaps onto the pirate ship, witnessing a throng of pirates attacking Zoro. Joseph and Johnny struggled against 3 or 4 pirates each, their fighting skills somewhat wanting. "You dared to fire upon my ship. Are you prepared to pay the price?" Daidai exclaims as he leaps onto the ship. Unsheathing his Sandai Kitetsu, emanating a fearsome and ominous aura, instantly he captures the attention of everyone present, even Zoro, who gazes at Daikia's cursed blade with keen interest. "Hey, these fellows are my prey," Zoro declares, swiftly cleaving another pirate in half. His eyes locking on to the seemingly formidable newcomer with an expression akin to that of a beast. "They fired upon my ship. They're your prey, but also mine." Daidai charges towards Captain Rika, swiftly severing the captain's blade and delivering a heavy blow to his shoulder, leaving an immense gash behind. Captain Rika cries out in pain, stumbling backward in agony as Daidai prepares to strike once more. Rika's eyes widening in terror at the sight of the cursed blade descending upon him, an overwhelming sense of despair flooding his heart. Clang, a long sword suddenly appears, intercepting the deadly cursed blade. The two blades clashing and sending sparks flying. "Hey, you've got some decent strength. Nice sword too. To be able to break this guy's blade with a single strike is impressive, but as I said, he is my prey." Zoro grins, his eyes brimming with combat fervor as he regards this unfamiliar, yet formidable, opponent. "Zoro, I am aware of your presence, a swordsman who has set sail to challenge the world's greatest swordsman. However, given your prowess coupled with your navigational ineptitude, it seems you may remain in the weakest East Blue for a lifetime. My name is Daidai Babaya. Would you be interested in forming a crew to embark upon the Grand Line and confront the strongest in the world?" Daidai declared with a grin, as he pressed down with his sword, the Sandai Kitetsu, which was enveloped in the most rudimentary form of haki, compensating for the slight disparity in quality between his Sandai Kitetsu and the renowned blade. "Watakamanji, let us see what strength you possess." Zoro swiftly drew a standard longsword with his left hand, aiming a fierce slash at Daidai's waist, the air resonating with a thunderous boom. "I am not a dual-wielding swordsman, yet I possess some skill in that regard." Daidai swiftly unsheathed his fine sword, Yukai's, effortlessly blocking Zoro's fierce strike. Another famed blade. Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement. Encountering 2 renowned swords in a single day was unprecedented. If he could acquire them both, his 3-sword style would be equipped with 3 formidable weapons. Fine sword, Yukai's. What say you? Do you wish to possess it? Defeat me, and it shall be yours, if you lose or draw. You must join me on my voyage. Daidai chuckled, forcing Zoro back as both retreated a few paces, maintaining a keen gaze upon one another. Truly an intriguing wager. Then I shall claim this Yukai's. Zoro grinned, his tone shifting to one of seriousness as he swiftly tied his bandana, revealing a beastly glint in his eyes, clenching Wad Ikamanji between his teeth, each hand brandishing a blade. Whether for the fine sword Yukai's or the bounty of 8 million for the tulip pirates, it warranted the deployment of his most formidable techniques. I relish your straightforwardness. Once you become my companion, that sword will be yours as well. You cannot lose. Daidai's face revealed a triumphant smile, sheathing Yukai's and embedding it into the deck, brandishing Sandai Kitetsu towards Zoro. He was not adept at dual wielding, and his greatest strength lay in his devil fruit abilities, which required precise finger gestures to maximize his combat prowess. "I shall not be defeated." Zoro displayed a confident and resolute grin, then you shall certainly not win. Dai asserted, bolstered by the power of the barrier fruit. Could he truly be at risk of defeat? Three-sword style, Bull Demon, Brave Claw. Zoro lunged forward at an incredible speed, striking at Dai. His three blades capable of attacking from three angles. This was his first encounter with a three-sword style swordsman. He felt somewhat unaccustomed. Barrier, battle armor. Dai crossed his left index and middle fingers, summoning numerous small barrier shields that enveloped his limbs and torso, forming a rudimentary suit of armor. Ignoring Zoro's strikes with two ordinary longswords, Dai swung Sandai Katetsu fiercely towards Zoro. Witnessing Dai employ such reckless tactics, Zoro instinctively fell back. He would not risk his life so easily. However, it was at that moment that his advantage with three swords became apparent. His right-hand sword and the one held in his mouth were used to block Dai's fierce attack, while his left-hand sword struck at Dai's waist. Clang! X2. Zoro felt as if his left-hand sword had struck solid steel, while his right-hand blade was cracked by Dai's demon sword, sending him flying from Dai's powerful counterattack. What kind of ability is this? He can conjure armor. Zoro gazed at the sturdy, translucent armor on Dai, realizing how formidable it was. Even his left-hand sword had sustained a chip from such armor. What on earth is this nonsense? A devil fruit ability. So there is no need to fear my competition for the title of the world's greatest swordsman, Dai laughed, revealing that he was not merely a swordsman and had no interest in claiming that title. Humph, I fear no opponent, but you've damaged two of my swords in one go. It seems I must seek a swift resolution. Three-sword style, Demon Slash. Zoro sensed that these two ordinary swords could not withstand much longer and promptly unleashed his killing move. With a sword in each hand, he crossed them and instantly vanished from the spot, reappearing behind Dai to deliver a strike. Barrier, Spherical Shield, Clang. X3. With three resounding crashes, Dai stood unharmed, while the cracks on Zoro's two swords multiplied, threatening to shatter at any moment. Zoro turned to Dai, incredulity etched on his face. He could not breach the opponent's defenses. It appears your swords are lacking. I shall relinquish this Yukai's to you. Feel free to unleash your most powerful move. If you can shatter my defenses, you may take Yukai's along with the spoils of this pirate ship. If not, Yukai's remains yours, but you must join me on my voyage. Dai tossed the fine sword Yukai's to Zoro and spoke. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Big brother Zoro will not lose. Big brother Zoro is the strongest. Joseph and Johnny, his two subordinates, shouted fervently from the sidelines, rallying behind Zoro. Meanwhile, the Tulip pirates trembled, huddled beside their severely injured Captain Rika, awaiting the duel between these two masters. They were not unwilling to flee. It was merely the terrifying glares from Dai and Zoro that paralyzed them. Just as they contemplated escape, a murderous aura enveloped them, freezing them in place. Captain Rika's only hope now was that these two fools would mutually annihilate each other, allowing him to rise in rebellion. For otherwise, his fate would be sealed. Although you are not a swordsman, I will keep my word. Now let us see if my sword is sharper or your shield is sturdier. Zoro, not one for excessive contemplation, seized the fine sword Yukai's and discarded a broken blade. This is my ultimate move. 9 mountains and 8 seas. None shall hinder me. 3,000 worlds. 3-sword style. Ultimate secret. 3,000 worlds. The two swords in Zoro's hands spun like windmills, generating powerful gales around him. After chanting, he vanished without a trace, striking against Dai's barrier shield. Upon reappearing, he panted heavily. The ordinary sword in his left hand shattered into dozens of fragments, disbelief flooding his eyes as he gazed at Dai's transparent shield, revealing a hint of frustration. His strongest technique had left not a single mark on the opponent's shield, causing him immense distress. I concede. Zoro removed Wad Ikamanji from his mouth, sheathing it with a sense of despondence as he sank to the ground. Questioning his own strength, could he truly challenge the title of the world's greatest swordsman if he could not even breach such a shield? Zoro, my brother. Joseph and Johnny rushed to Zoro's side, glaring furiously at Dai, who was merely an armored turtle, nothing to be so boastful about. Zoro, do not forget your dreams. Our path to greatness has only just begun. Dai approached Zoro, extending his hand, speaking earnestly and solemnly. Zoro looked up at this enigmatic figure, astonished that he knew of dreams. So you will remain on your ship. Once I shatter your flimsy shield, I shall depart. I refuse to acknowledge a captain weaker than myself. Zoro placed his hand atop Dai's, pulled to his feet, and locked eyes with Dai, speaking with determination. Ha ha. Zoro, you lost the wager but gained a fine sword. Yuck eyes, and now I shall provide for you. One must possess a sense of fairness. Dai laughed heartily, finally securing his first crew member at AS for the main character, Luffy. What concern was that of Dai? A figure with a powerful background, shielded by naval heroes and revolutionary leaders, blessed with fortune. Did he need to worry about such a character? Zoro felt a wave of frustration, yet he firmly gripped Yuck-Eyes in his hand. Realizing he wasn't at a loss, for he would now have a reliable navigator, and the other party possessed a seemingly fine ship. Big brother Zoro, are you truly going to team up with him? Can you take us along? Joseph and Johnny exclaimed, eager to align themselves with a powerful figure. You should ask him. He is the captain of that ship. Zoro was not particularly close to Joseph and Johnny. He merely regarded them as casual acquaintances, intending to form a crew to hunt pirates together. So, Captain Dai, might it be possible for you to take us along as well? Joseph and Johnny hesitated before addressing Dai. Having just rebuked him moments earlier, your strength is woefully inadequate. You cannot hope to traverse the Grand Line. Furthermore, Zoro and I, in our pursuit of power, may even find ourselves clashing with the Navy, potentially becoming fugitives ourselves. Are you prepared to embrace the life of a pirate? Dai remarked coolly, harboring a certain disdain for the duo. They were merely fishermen, moonlighting as bounty hunters to earn a meager income. While their loyalty was commendable, their lack of strength was an undeniable truth. Venturing into the Grand Line would amount to little more than delivering provisions. Are you truly willing to venture into the so-called pirates' graveyard of the Grand Line? Do you grasp the extent of the peril? Have you ever heard of the 7 warlords of the sea? Joseph and Johnny responded loudly, their fear of the Grand Line palpable, for it was teeming with formidable pirates. And they, mere novices, could scarcely contend with even the most insignificant of bounties. Nonsense. Of course we shall go. Moreover, my knowledge of the Grand Line far surpasses yours, Dai declared. Now, let us capture this pirate crew to claim the bounty. This ship shall be yours. He swiftly leapt and seized the flag of the Tulip Pirates as his trophy. Captain Rika, witnessing the pirate hunter and this unfamiliar figure not destroying one another, was unwilling to surrender without a fight. Fight. Kill them. Captain Rika bellowed, clutching his wound, but his crew hesitated. Some leapt into the sea to escape, while others knelt in supplication. Most bore no bounties, even if captured. They would face merely a few years in confinement, and thus saw no reason to fight fiercely for their captain. Dai surged forward, plunging his sword, Sandai Kitetsu, into Captain Rika's chest. After all, the bounties for these minor pirates were of little consequence. They would still be able to claim their rewards. Zoro, wielding his new sword, Yuki, dispatched the remaining crew members effortlessly, while Joseph and Johnny hastily bound the captured pirates, once they rounded up those who had jumped overboard. Dai and Zoro, along with their companions, held a modest feast using the provisions of the Tulip Pirates. At Joseph and Johnny's earnest behest, Dai consented to temporarily accompany the pair as they ventured through the East Blue, allowing them to assist with menial tasks aboard the ship. Subsequently, Joseph and Johnny took the Tulip Pirates crew to the nearest Navy base to collect their bounty and sell the pirate vessel. Days later, aboard a sailboat, 2 figures engaged in an intense duel, the clashing of swords ringing out in rapid succession, sparks flying as waves of energy surged forth. Clang. Basic technique. Power split. Daitia's Sandai Kitetsu arced high before crashing down towards Zoro, who intercepted it with his swords, Wado Ikamanji and Yuki, sending a shower of brilliant sparks into the air. Both combatants were filled with fervor, unwilling to concede an inch. Dai, Zoro, it's time for dinner. We shall reach Syrup Village by afternoon. Joseph and Johnny emerged with their meal, now responsible for cooking and steering the ship, serving the 2 formidable figures. Dai had initially intended to head straight for Orange Town to seek out the clown pirate buggy. But upon studying the sea charts, he noticed that their course would take them past Syrup Village. Dai yearned to witness the famed strategist Kuro, whose intellect was said to rival that of Ben Beckman. Dai contemplated recruiting this individual. If that proved impossible, he would not hesitate to eliminate him, claiming another soul under the blade of Sandai Kitetsu, thus infusing the cursed sword with more malevolence, without the ambition to grow stronger. Mere intelligence is of little value. Dai sought crew members who would obey orders without question, exhibiting unyielding ferocity in battle. Zoro epitomized such a warrior. He seldom questioned the motives behind their confrontations, seeing only the binary choice of strike or refrain. Should an enemy present themselves, he would strike, indiscriminately of whether they were pirates or Navy personnel. He would unconditionally trust and uphold the captain's authority. In Daitia's eyes, this made Zoro an exemplary crew member. Dai, remember our agreement. If our foe is a swordsman, I shall be the one to confront them, Zoro declared, devouring large chunks of meat and washing it down with a bottle of wine. The past few days had been the most comfortable he had experienced since setting out to sea, with no burdens to bear, only the thrill of combat and the joy of naming new techniques. We'll see about that, Dai replied with a raised eyebrow and a casual smile, unwilling to acquiesce to any absolute conditions or fulfill every demand of his crew. He was neither a benevolent figure nor a caretaker. "You scoundrel," Zoro muttered under his breath, irked, before gulping down another bottle of wine and returning to his training point one day. He would cleave through Daitia's defenses. Zoro had set his sights on breaching Daitia's protective barrier as a milestone. He believed that if he could not shatter such a defense, he was unworthy of challenging the world's greatest swordsman. He was determined to grow stronger until he could cut through any obstacle in his path. Over the past few days, Daitia's fundamental swordsmanship had also improved significantly, as Zoro's technique was robust and offered much to learn. Dai was resolute in seizing every opportunity to enhance his strength. Practicing with Zoro to mend his shortcomings, he also engaged Zoro in discussions regarding the training methodologies of swordsmen and the concept of sword intent, briefly explaining the dual color haki, preparing to train rigorously alongside him in this regard. As the sailboat approached the harbor of Syrup Village, the island's inhabitants warily assessed the ship's nature. Was it a merchant vessel or a pirate ship? However, upon noticing the absence of a pirate flag and the lack of menacing armed pirates, their guard was somewhat lowered. A brown-skinned boy with a long nose, accompanied by several children, approached to inspect these outsiders, boasting about his own prowess to his companions. Dai ignored Usopp, for he had no need for kind-hearted, timid crew members, nor did he require any such desperate reliance on sharpshooters. What he sought were powerful crew members who would obey orders without hesitation and charge into battle without question. He strode confidently onto the island with Zoro, heading toward the wealthiest mansion on the island, leaving Joseph and Johnny to guard the ship. "Hey, who are you? Where do you think you're going? Do you not realize that Syrup Village is the territory of Captain Usopp?" Usopp declared, brandishing a slingshot and attempting to project an air of authority, while his three companions cheered him on. Dai and Zoro simply walked past Usopp, disregarding the feeble threat. "Hey, I am Captain Usopp. With 8,000 subordinates at my command, you dare to ignore me like this?" Usopp fumed, yet he did not have the courage to act recklessly, sensing that the two strangers were likely heading toward Kaya. He resolved to alert her immediately. Zoro glanced back, sending a piercing look that terrified Usopp, causing him to break into a cold sweat, his legs trembling, unable to utter a word. By the time he regained his composure, the two outsiders had vanished from sight, prompting him to grit his teeth and sprint toward Kaya's mansion, convinced that these two individuals harbored ill intentions, akin to cold-blooded marauders. Moments later, Dai and Zoro arrived at the doorstep of the affluent residence. "Dai, if there are enemies, let me take the lead," Zoro stated calmly, eager to defeat adversaries and ascend the path to becoming the ultimate swordsman. "All right, Kuro's speed is quite formidable. Just be cautious, and do not get injured. I'm not in a position to heal you." Dai replied with a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant with woolly hair and horns opened the grand door. "Greetings, may I assist you?" the well-dressed Mary inquired politely, while subtly sizing up the two strangers. "Hey, sheephead, are you also a devil fruit user? But we are not here for you. Summon Kuro, for I am a bounty hunter here to defeat him," Zoro bluntly stated, his focus solely on his opponent. According to Dai, the bounty on the strategist Kuro was a staggering 16 million, and he was said to be hiding within this lavish abode. "Bounty hunter, sir, we do not have anyone by the name of Kuro here." "Perhaps you are mistaken," Mary replied, no longer as fearful upon hearing the title of bounty hunter, for he dreaded the prospect of being labeled a pirate. "However, what do you mean by devil fruit user? Your butler is none other than Captain Kuro, who should now be going by Clabotter. You ought to be wary of your lady's safety," Dai remarked casually, just then realizing that the peculiar servant's woolly head might not be a mere costume. Could he be a hybrid of the fur tribe, or perhaps a user of the sheep fruit? What? Mealy was taken aback, never having imagined that the seemingly affable butler, Clabatel, could be a pirate. At that moment, the butler Clabatel emerged with a frigid demeanor, casting a chilling gaze upon the two bounty hunters. The specter of past troubles lingered ominously. Crow, with a dark expression, regarded the two strangers. 2 years prior, in a desperate bid to evade the relentless pursuit of the Navy and bounty hunters, he had staged his own death, even having his bounty revoked. Little did he expect to be found out now what had gone awry. Could it be that first mate Zango had betrayed him? With his remarkable intellect, Crow quickly deduced the most plausible scenario. The instant Crow appeared, Zoro's primal instincts alerted him to the formidable power of the man before him. Indeed, he was a worthy opponent, a newly minted bounty hunter of the East Blue, known as the Beast in Human Skin, Rorano Zoro. Kuro adjusted his glasses with an emotionless hand, despite having concealed himself. He remained vigilant regarding events transpiring in the East Blue. A wise individual places great importance on information. After all, he had anticipated the possibility of being sought after. Butler Clabatel, is it true that you are a pirate? The anxious servant merely questioned, his eyes wide with trepidation as he beheld the once gentle butler transformed into a cold and fearsome pirate. If I slay you all, I shall no longer be a pirate. Mr. Mealy, I shall avenge you by eliminating these two pirates. Kuro lunged at Mealy with a dagger, showing no mercy, despite having coexisted with the gentle servant for 2 years. Clang. Hey, you cannot commit murder in my presence. Zoro swiftly drew his sword to parry Kuro's dagger, saving the terrified Mealy. 10 minutes, Zoro. Otherwise, I shall take over. I seized the fainting Mealy and tossed him aside, casually finding a spot to sit and observe the clash between the two adversaries. Hey, Kuro, do you want to summon the Black Pirate crew for assistance? Aren't your 10 blades yet to be deployed? Aware of Kuro's high intelligence and arrogance, I aimed to confront him head-on, bestowing him the dignity he sought. Should he fail to subdue Kuro, he would ensure that he comprehended the meaning of cruelty. Do you look down upon me? Or have you overestimated yourselves? Kuro's gaze had turned completely frigid. 2 years prior. His bounty had already reached 16 million. Had he not staged his death, it would undoubtedly surpass that of the so-called overlord of the East Blue, Click, whose bounty was merely 17 million. What qualifications did these two fledgling bounty hunters possess to be his adversaries? Let us wager. Should you lose, you must join us. Should we lose, our lives will be yours. I smirked provocatively at Kuro, his eyes brimming with disdain. Humph, a crude provocation. You little brat. Kuro dismissed the two with disdain. Intent on swiftly eliminating the bounty hunters and disposing of Mealy to restore his original plans. He struck at the bounty hunter Zoro, only to realize after a mere dozen exchanges that without his 10 blades, he could not suppress this green-haired brat. Kuro feigned a kick and vanished in a blur, returning to his quarters to retrieve his 10 blades, simultaneously dialing Zango on the transponder snail, instructing him to hastily come to Sarab village. Even while suspecting Zango of leaking information, he needed to confirm the matter once more. Should he discover Zango had indeed betrayed him, he would ensure total annihilation. Meanwhile, an agitated Zoro, cursing under his breath, charged into the mansion, only to become lost the moment he entered, running in the opposite direction. This scene caused Daitai's eyelids to twitch. The geographically challenged Zoro was indeed terrifying. However, he could no longer hold back his own intervention. On the other side, the frantic servant Mealy found the young lady, Kaya, and divulged the entire truth. Just then, Usopp climbed in through the window, having overheard the revelation that Butler Clabatel was a pirate. Kaya, we must flee quickly. Let us hide for now, Usopp urged, his voice laced with anxiety as he jumped into Kaya's room, persuading the ailing young lady to escape. The battle between pirates and bounty hunters was far too perilous. Kaya, not refusing the pleas of the servant Mealy and her friend Usopp, decided to leave, never having anticipated that the butler, who had cared for her so meticulously, was indeed a pirate. Yet she still wished to confront Butler Clabatel personally. Why had he deceived her? As they rushed out of Kaya's room and into the hall, they encountered the familiar figure. Yet, the once gentle butler had transformed into a figure of icy malevolence. I never expected you to find out. How bothersome. Captain Kuro, adorned with 10 blades, adjusted his glasses, his tone sinister. His presence sent shivers down the spines of Usopp and Mealy, while the frail Kaya stepped forward. Why, Clabatel, were your care and affection over these past 2 years merely an act? Kaya's complexion paled as she spoke, her trust in the butler unwavering until now. My lady, Mealy and that little scoundrel Usopp are colluding with pirates. Once I have dealt with them, I shall explain everything to you. Kuro replied with a dispassionate smile, plotting to eliminate everyone present and hastily induce Zango to hypnotize Kaya into signing a will, ensuring he inherited all her possessions, although some villagers might harbor doubts. He had no choice but to proceed with his plan. Initially, he had intended for Kaya's health to deteriorate further, making it all the more plausible for him to claim her estate. 2 years prior, he had assassinated Kaya's parents and, following her illness, had laced her medication with substances to weaken her further, necessitating her long-term reliance on medication. Get out of my way, pirate. I am Captain Usopp, with 8,000 subordinates. Despite feeling the icy aura of Kuro's menace, Usopp trembled yet stood resolutely in front of Kaya, determined to protect his beloved young lady. Ha, pathetic. Kuro dismissed him, his 10 blades gleaming ominously as he lunged toward the obstructing Usopp. Intent on eliminating both the lying scoundrel and Mealy, determined to see his plan through. No, Kaya cried, tears streaming down her face as she closed her eyes, while Usopp and Mealy stood paralyzed with fear. Clang. Usopp, remember, you owe me a life. Have your father, Yasopp, repay it later. A transparent shield materialized abruptly in front of Usopp and the others as Dai casually strolled in. And Crow was sent sprawling backward by the force of his own attack. It's you, they exclaimed in unison. Mealy and Usopp, having encountered Dai before, were astonished that this stranger would intervene to save them. A Devil Fruit user. Crow narrowed his eyes, his expression grave as he regarded the bounty hunter. Surprised that Roronoa Zoro had grown so powerful, and this individual seemed even stronger. The wager remains valid, Crow. Either you shall be defeated or you will join us. Let me witness your strength and ambition. Dai slowly drew his sword, Sandai Katetsu, and the atmosphere grew eerily cold, as if everyone present could sense the ominous aura emanating from the cursed blade. Crow acknowledged that he had underestimated this bounty hunter. Not only did he wield a devil fruit ability, but he also possessed a strange and malevolent sword. However, as a pirate captain, how could he ever join the ranks of bounty hunters? Then I choose to eliminate you. Crow sneered, recognizing that this individual's intervention to protect the weak implied a semblance of naval justice, which he could exploit to his advantage. Let us see how many you can protect. 10 blades, Shikuji. Crow unleashed his most potent technique, moving at high speed with a silent approach, employing his 10 blades for indiscriminate attacks, so swift that even he could not ascertain what he would strike. Barrier Ball. Dai crossed his left index and middle fingers, summoning a massive spherical barrier that enveloped the wildly swinging Crow, rendering him adrift within the sphere, entertaining himself in a futile display. He now harbors some doubts. Is this so-called 100 Plans Kuro, whose intelligence is said to rival only that of Ben Beckman, truly as astute as claimed by that old scoundrel Oda? At present, he appears rather dim-witted. Shall he not cease his futile attempts? If this is the best he can muster, so be it. Barrier Ball, Death Knell. Daitetsu extended his left hand, grasping at the void, as a colossal barrier ball, towering over 10 meters, enveloped the frantically darting Kuro. It shrank at an alarming rate, compressing the indiscriminately hacking Kuro into a sphere barely 2 meters in diameter. Standing at 2 meters himself, Kuro could not even maintain an upright position within the barrier. His 10 blades were crossed over his chest, pressing against the sides of the barrier ball, using every ounce of his strength to halt its constriction. Has it finally come to a standstill? Does he wish for death or to live? Daitetsu stood before the ever-shrinking barrier ball, coldly observing Kuro, whose 10 blades began to bend under the immense pressure of the contraction. If this continues, Kuro shall be reduced to mere mush. Bounty hunter, please do not slay, but rather turn over Butler Clabatel to the Navy. You shall still receive your bounty. Kaya suddenly rushed forward, her kind heart unwilling to witness the demise of the butler with whom she had shared 2 years of companionship. You, step aside. Daitetsu cast a merciless glance at the fragile little sprout, deeming her utterly weak and worthless. Meanwhile, Mary and Usopp quickly pulled Kaya back, fearfully regarding the brutal bounty hunter. Kuro, I lack the patience for this. I presumed you to be intelligent, yet you have greatly disappointed me. Barrier magic, heart-piercing blade. A gap appeared in the shrinking barrier ball as Daitetsu aimed the third-generation sword, Kichimanji, at the opening, poised to deliver a fatal blow to this 100 Plans Kuro. Allowing the cursed blade to feast on fresh blood. Wait, Kuro exclaimed, his heart racing as the demonic blade pressed against his chest, stripping him of his pride in that moment. Yet, Daitetsu seemed deaf to his pleas, steadily pushing the blade further, amplifying Kuro's psychological and visual torment. Desperate to negotiate, Kuro shouted, Wait, I wish to live, my captain. Beads of sweat adorned his brow. This bounty hunter was even more ruthless than he. Possessing an acute understanding of human psychology, you are well aware of the consequences of betrayal. Daitetsu revealed a benevolent smile, his profound gaze causing Kuro to break into a cold sweat, his scalp tingling. However, Kuro quickly regained his composure, displaying a frenzied grin. Do not underestimate a pirate's promise. My devilish captain has unleashed another demon. Kuro's eyes gleamed with madness, as though he beheld someone smarter, stronger, and more cold-blooded than himself. I hope your intellect and strength meet my expectations. Otherwise, you shall truly perish. Daitetsu chuckled, casually dissipating the still constricting barrier ball, lifting the sweat-drenched Kuro, and brushing off his collar. Now standing at a towering 226 centimeters, Daitetsu appeared quite formidable in East Blue. While Kuro measured 207 centimeters, and Zoro was even shorter at 178 centimeters, rendering him a mere dwarf in Daitetsu's presence. I hope the captain's strength continues to overshadow mine. Otherwise, you too shall meet your end. Kuro gazed defiantly at Deitetsu, as if rediscovering his ambition. Boom. Deitetsu delivered a punch to Kuro's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, clutching his belly as blood trickled from his lips. Excellent spirit. You are now worthy of joining my crew. Strive diligently. However, you must show respect to the captain. Consider this a lesson. Deitetsu hoisted Kuro up once more, leaving Usopp and Kaya in stunned silence. Is this how one recruits crew members? Such brutality? Does he not fear betrayal? Truly a devilish captain, yet I find it appealing. Kuro wiped the blood from his lips, his tone markedly more respectful, as if he had genuinely submitted to Deitetsu's will. Usopp, however, observed with an odd expression. It seemed that Butler Clabatel harbored a strong inclination towards masochism. The more he was beaten, the more respectful he became. Keep pace and broaden your horizons. Do not waste time fixating on these village aristocrats. I find it embarrassing on your behalf, Deitetsu remarked disdainfully, and Kuro offered no rebuttal. Yet, a change was indeed evident in his eyes. Perhaps he felt insulted or awakened. This scene only reinforced Usopp's belief that Kuro was a pirate with masochistic tendencies. Seemingly afflicted by a condition known as Stockholm Syndrome, Kuro followed Deitetsu expressionlessly. Exiting the opulent mansion, his thoughts tangled as he scrutinized Deitetsu's silhouette, both awed by his strength and harboring a desire for revenge and usurpation. Nevertheless, rationally, he knew he could not best this individual, and having joined his ranks, he scorned the notion of betrayal, unless he could defeat the captain in a head-on confrontation. You must not allow me to surpass you. Devilish captain. Kuro revealed a sinister smile. This bounty hunter had indeed awakened him. With his cunning, plotting against village aristocrats was far too lowly. Perhaps he ought to accompany this individual in navigating the Grand Line. Ah, at last, we depart. Usopp collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained by the overwhelming pressure exerted by these two formidable figures. Usopp, you were quite brave just now. Kaya gently helped Usopp to his feet, turning her gaze towards the two imposing silhouettes as if she beheld the emergence of two great personages. Meanwhile, Zoro, in a fit of confusion, had dashed out of Kaya's mansion and made his way to the coastline, utterly exasperated. Where was that enemy Kuro? At that moment, a black-hulled pirate ship emerged upon the sea. Its flag emblazoned with a skull motif. Another pirate vessel encountered. Never mind Kuro, let us deal with them first. Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the approaching black pirate ship, tightening his grip on his swords. Shusui and Wado Ikamanji, eagerly awaiting the prey to draw near. Captain Zangao had originally been the vice-captain of the black pirate crew, but now, in accordance with Captain Kuro's plan, he had ascended to the position of captain. Yet, he still had to heed Kuro's orders. Captain Zangao, since Captain Kuro has lingered in this village for so long, his strength must have waned. Why not we eliminate him? Laughed the striped-clad Burji, their fear of Kuro having faded after his 2-year absence. And during this time, their brotherhood had indeed grown stronger. Meanwhile, after 2 years of hiding, Kuro's strength might have significantly declined. Otherwise, he would not have urgently summoned them. Have you forgotten the ruthlessness of Captain Kuro? He can effortlessly slaughter a naval warship, Zangao replied, still haunted by memories of the past, recalling how he had personally hypnotized that naval officer, Monka. Captain Zangao, we now believe you are the true captain, exclaimed Siam Sam, his voice shrill. Zangao could still induce a frenzy through hypnosis, while Kuro, the cold-blooded demon, could eliminate even his own crew members without a second thought. Being associated with Kuro offered no sense of security whatsoever. Let us first gauge Captain Kuro's strength. A glimmer of ambition flashed behind Zangao's heart-shaped glasses. However, he remained cautious. He dared not provoke the madman Kuro. Haha. Let us test whether Captain Kuro has weakened. Burji's expression was malevolent. Kuro had left them with significant psychological scars, and today they would ascertain just how capable their captain still was. The Black Pirate crew's 100 plans Baroque approached the shore of West Rob Village, and they soon disembarked to rendezvous with Captain Kuro. However, shortly after they set foot on land, they were confronted by a green-haired swordsman blocking their path. A fierce battle ensued, as Zoro, wielding 2 fine blades, wasted no time and quickly felled Siam Sam, while Burji, due to his ample girth, struggled against Zoro's fierce assault. Under Zangao's hypnosis, Burji entered a frenzied state, managing to exchange blows with Zoro for several exchanges. At that moment, Deitetsu and Kuro appeared at the forefront of the battle, their expressions impassive as they observed the clash between Burji and Zoro. Upon sighting Deitetsu, Zoro immediately focused, swiftly delivering a strike that sent the hefty opponent flying. Captain Kuro. Zangao gazed respectfully at the former captain, while the revived Siam Sam and patterned Bougie looked at the captain with trepidation. Had they not been injured by Zoro, they might have dared to test Captain Kuro's strength. But both were currently incapacitated. As useless as ever, Kuro remarked coldly, preparing to don his Shichibukai claws to clear the deck. After all, they were bounty hunting tools, perfectly suited for a reckless charge to their demise. Let them be, Dai said casually, prompting Kuro to set aside his claws, his icy gaze fixed on the two subordinates. 2 years had passed, and the bounty on his brother was still 7 million berries. The total shared between the two. Captain Kuro, you, Zhang couldn't believe that the arrogant Kuro would submit to a young man's orders. From now on, I am no longer the captain. Dai is the captain. Kuro stood behind Dai, adjusting his glasses with a chilling tone, while he speculated on Dai's intentions. Why would he even consider such worthless scum? More hands could only mean more chances to find loot and meet death. These lackeys can perish without consequence, Dai stated indifferently. As you wish. Kuro had no authority to interfere with Dai's decisions, as he was merely a subordinate now. Dai, what does this mean? Are we really allowing these pirates aboard? Zoro said irritably, they are merely prey, pirates that can be exchanged for money. How could they possibly become crew members? They are just underlings, not crew. Dai glanced at Zhang and the others. Their strength was far from adequate. And he had no interest in these lackeys. Submit or die. Dai approached Zhang and his companions, his gaze fixed menacingly on their throats that a single refusal would render them the next victims of Sandai Kitetsu. We submit, Captain. The trio exchanged glances with Kuro, hastily pledging allegiance to this new, fearsome captain who had subdued Kuro. I only require obedient followers. Dai's simple declaration sent chills down Zhang and his companions, who nodded fervently like chicks pecking for grain. Meanwhile, Kuro leapt aboard the pirate ship, personally shredding the flag of the black pirate crew, effectively obliterating the crew he had established. Dai, where are we headed next? Zoro asked, still not satisfied with the fight, expressing his confusion over the necessity of these pirates when he could simply kill them. Let us take down the East Sea's overlord, the clique pirates. Dai had already planned to carve a path through the East Sea, recruiting the finest crew members. Though they might be considered insignificant in the Grand Line and New World, Dai could only acquire these followers for now. That's right. Let us go after the East Sea overlord. Zoro displayed no fear, while Kuro's glasses glinted with a cold light. Let the blood of the East Sea's overlord serve as the offering for his return to power. Meanwhile, Zhang and his companions were paralyzed with fear. The clique pirates boasted 50 ships and over 5,000 members, a massive crew. Collectively, they barely numbered 100, rendering them utterly outmatched. In the vast ocean, numbers alone do not guarantee an advantage. Dai's smile revealed his intent to test his limits, viewing the clique pirates, a crew lacking true strength, as a ripe opportunity for slaughter. It was also an excellent chance to nourish Sandai Kitetsu. Without wasting a moment, Dai departed from West Rob Village, heading straight for the clique pirates. Usopp watched the departing crew but ultimately lacked the courage to set sail, quietly returning to the mansion to care for Kaya. During their time at sea, Dai refrained from using his barrier fruit powers, continuously sparring with Zoro and Kuro to assert dominance in both physical and swordsmanship skills, the former members of the Black Pirate crew. Upon hearing that their new captain, a madman, intended to challenge the clique pirates, felt an overwhelming sense of dread, wishing to flee the ship and escape this lunatic. However, to run would only result in becoming victims of Sandai Kitetsu. Indeed, no number of subordinates could compare to a true master. Mihawk, the Hawkeye, could single-handedly decimate the clique pirates as effortlessly as crushing ants. Luffy's Conqueror's Haki could stun tens of thousands of fishmen in Fishman Island. Serving as a formidable weapon, Dai could no longer tolerate the incessant fleeing of the pirate lackeys, nearly slaughtering them all to sate his bloodlust. Ultimately, he restrained his murderous instincts and gifted a small sailboat to Joseph and Johnny, instructing them to take the remaining pirates to the Navy branch to collect their bounty and refrain from following Dai and Zoro any longer. The forthcoming battles would not be suitable for these two kind-hearted, weak bounty hunters. Facing Dai's sudden dismissal, Joseph and Johnny pitifully looked toward Zoro, who too felt that their weakness did not align with the crew's ethos, thus allowing them to disembark. The two could only pilot Dai's small sailboat away from the two formidable figures. You are still too kind, Captain Dai. Kuro observed Dai's actions with a cool gaze, believing he should have exterminated all these lackeys to prevent them from swiftly revealing their information. This is my kindness towards Zoro. It won't happen again, Dai replied with a meaningful smile, drawing Sandai Kitetsu and severing the black prow of the 100 Schemes Baroque. reducing it to a mere ram. I had no need for such chaotic animal figureheads. And this pirate ship was merely a transitional vessel. Joseph and Johnny were merely casual acquaintances. Yet, they were indeed too weak. Zoro, while tending to his beloved sword, felt a renewed sense of purpose after Joseph and Johnny disembarked. Focusing solely on cutting down foes and growing stronger, future battles would only grow more brutal. Were they prepared for a heart as resolute and icy as steel? I looked toward Zoro and Kuro, his resolve solidifying further. Nothing, not even desire, could sway him. I shall not perish until I become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro paused in his polishing, recalling his promise to that girl, his heart steeled with determination. Since he would inevitably be found, he would embrace the persona of a fearsome demon once more. Kuro adjusted his glasses, reigniting his passion for battle as he resumed reading the newspaper. Meanwhile, Siam Sam took the helm. In pattern, Bougie adjusted the sails, while Zhang transformed into a cook, preparing meals for the group. After Dai had sent Joseph, Johnny, and the other pirate lackeys away, the 3 remaining officers of the black pirate crew became the lowest-tier apprentices, serving these 3 formidable figures with utmost caution. Now, they were set to assault the East Sea overlord, the clique pirates. Had they known this would be their fate, they would have preferred imprisonment at the Navy branch, where at least they could preserve their lives. Now, embarking on a mission to challenge the clique pirates with only 6 individuals was tantamount to a death sentence. 2 days later, Dai and his crew finally encountered the pirate fleet of the clique pirates patrolling the outskirts. 3 pirate ships ready to plunder anything in sight. 3 pirate ships, 1 for each of us, Zoro exclaimed with excitement. Having tentatively acknowledged Kuro's strength during their recent sparring sessions, begrudgingly accepting him as a crewmate, the 3 opposing pirate ships, equally exhilarated, immediately opened fire. In the East Sea, which pirate crew could rival the clique pirates, Zoro and Kuro continuously blocked the onslaught of cannon fire, while the 100 schemes Baroque came to a halt, awaiting the 3 pirate ships to approach. Go! Barrier stare. As the 3 pirate ships drew near, Dai crossed his arms, summoning 3 transparent staircases that connected directly to the vessels. Without hesitation, he charged toward one of the pirate ships to launch an attack. With Zoro and Kuro following suit up the barrier stairs, in an instant, blood flew and screams echoed, causing Zhang and his companions to tremble in fear. Upon boarding, Kuro unleashed a relentless assault with his technique Shock of Death, slaughtering nearly 100 of the clique pirates' lackeys in under 2 minutes. Daitia's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he wielded the cursed blade Sandai Kitetsu, systematically reaping the lives of these pirates, his actions growing increasingly sinister. Furthermore, he enveloped the blade with a hint of his armament haki, nurturing the already dark-veined blade. Zoro was the last to complete his task, with at least half of his enemies still alive, albeit injured, while Dai and Kuro had left no survivors among their foes. Hey, go up and move the cargo, Captain Dai commanded the 3 men, his face filled with a menacing aura. After vanquishing the enemy, it was only fitting to scavenge everything. All spoils must be seized. Yes, Captain Dai. The trio quickly mustered their strength, efficiently executing the tasks assigned to them. These 3 harbingers of death were utterly terrifying, instilling a fear that prevented any hesitation. There were no true adversaries, not even a single wanted criminal in sight. Zoro, having just dispatched his foes, felt a tinge of regret. However, today's slaughter was exhilarating, far more pleasurable than hunting down a pirate crew alone. Having dealt with Clark's men, they knew revenge would soon be sought. Are we prepared for war? Dai inquired with a satisfied grin, the ominous energy of his sword, Sandai Kitetsu, intensifying. I can hardly contain my anticipation, bloodied and resembling a demon. Kuro exhibited a reckless abandon in his indiscriminate killings, unlike Dai and Zoro, who skillfully avoided splattered blood. Your technique is riddled with flaws. It requires refinement, Dai remarked to Kuro, whose silent steps and swift strikes rivaled the Navy's 6 powers technique known as chafe. Yet, his inability to control who he struck rendered it somewhat ineffective. I am aware. Kuro acknowledged his shortcomings, diligently working on improving his silent steps while concurrently training in observation haki. With this newfound power, he hoped to enhance his control and precision. Kuro and Zoro had first encountered the concept of haki and the method of awakening through Dai. After the trio finished transporting the supplies and treasures, Dai set ablaze the 3 ships belonging to Clark's pirate crew, departing with a flourish to continue their hunt against the Clark fleet. Even if they possessed 50 ships and 5,000 men, Dai was determined to eradicate them piece by piece. Aboard the Buraku, Dai discovered that these pirates possessed Den Mushi. Observing the 3 seized creatures, he found it unsurprising. Even the Bartolomeo family had a collection for communication. As the sovereign of the East Blue, their operations were likely more extensive than even the Bartolomeo family, reflecting on Clyke's array of weaponry, including iron armor, diamond gauntlets, and poison gas bombs. It was evident that he was likely engaged in extensive arms dealings with the underworld. Given that the 6 Dark Underworld Emperors operated globally, particularly Doflamingo's weapons, which had traces worldwide, this East Blue Overlord would probably qualify as one of the Underworld Emperor's clients. After all, no one would disdain a client with substantial power. As long as they could pay, ignoring the ringing din mushy, Dai silenced it and retrieved a nautical chart. Next, they planned to engage in guerrilla warfare, eliminating a portion of Clyke's pirate ships. If Dai possessed Conqueror's hockey, he would have already stormed in, untroubled by Clyke's tactics of sheer numbers. For an entire week, 4 of Clyke's patrol fleets had been dispatched by Dai and his companions. Inciting Clyke's wrath, he perceived a grave affront to his status as the East Blue sovereign. After losing 15 ships and over 1,000 men, Clyke finally uncovered the identity of the assailants. And this intelligence quickly made headlines across the East Blue, leaving Clyke humiliated. It turned out that this East Blue overlord was merely a paper tiger, defeated by a handful of individuals. Big Daddy Babaya, Bounty Hunter Rorinoa Zoro, and Kuro, you are doomed. Admiral Clyke roared at the newspaper, infuriated. Why were a traitor from the Bartolomeo family, a bounty hunter, and a pirate presumed dead for 2 years intertwined? Akin, Balu, assemble all forces to encircle and annihilate them. Clyke's eyes burned with fury as he bellowed at his 2 trusted subordinates. He had initially planned to develop for another year and a half before launching an assault on the Grand Line. But unexpectedly, in the East Blue, a few individuals had decimated nearly a third of his fleet. This vendetta would not go unpunished. Clyke's grandiose plans sent ripples through numerous pirate crews, compelling weaker factions to retreat. In Loguetown, Bartolomeo, the leader of the Bartolomeo family, tore apart the newspaper upon seeing the news about Big Daddy Babaya, immediately declaring his intent to set sail in pursuit of him. However, he was swiftly quelled by Granny, who forbade him from seeking trouble with Babaya. After all, if Clyke's crew could eliminate Babaya, Bartolomeo's efforts would be futile. Conversely, should Babaya annihilate Clyke's crew, Bartolomeo would merely be delivering himself to slaughter. Thus, it was wiser to remain a spectator in this conflict. Meanwhile, Desire glanced at the news with a complex expression, her eyes brimming with intense concern. She hurried back to her dwelling. Bartolomeo, do not allow her to set sail after Babaya. Granny admonished Bartolomeo, striking him on the head with her cane. Understood, Granny. Bartolomeo replied, trembling like a small child before her. Her cane was indeed painfully effective. At the Navy branch in Loguetown, a white-haired officer, cigar in mouth, glanced at the newspaper and was taken aback. 6 against 5,000? Were the newcomers that formidable? Big Daddy Babaya, I shall remember your name. If you dare return to Loguetown, I will personally apprehend you for associating with pirates. Smoker promptly requested the reinstatement of Kuro's bounty and initiated a thorough investigation into Colonel Monka of Navy Branch 153. Demanding justice for the Navy.as for the underworld member Big Daddy Babaya and bounty hunter Zoro, they required further observation. However, Smoker believed that both would eventually find themselves on the wanted list. Given their ruthlessness in eliminating over 1,000 pirate subordinates, Smoker could not fathom them being virtuous individuals. In Orangetown, Buggy the Clown, upon witnessing the emergence of a ruthless individual in the East Blue, contemplated the idea of lying low. After all, his clown pirate crew only numbered a little over 100, and he dared not provoke the formidable Clyke crew. In Cocoa Village, the dragon looked disdainfully at the news. The East Blue overlord Clyke. To him, they were nothing more than a band of inept fools. Despite his own crew of fewer than 100, he was confident in his ability to conquer Clyke's 5,000 men. The strength of fishmen was tenfold that of humans. They could take on 10 and even 100. Moreover, at sea, fishmen were the true masters. Had he not feared that engaging Clyke's crew would result in casualties among his fishmen brethren, he would never have allowed such a worthless crew to seize the title of East Blue Overlord simply by virtue of their numbers. It was he who held the highest bounty in the East Blue. Among the dragon pirates was a girl with orange hair, who was momentarily stunned by the news. How could 6 people possibly defeat 5,000? However, she had no time to dwell on such matters. She needed to set sail and earn money. Yet in the next moment, a bold idea sparked in her mind. Now that the East Blue Overlord Clyke's crew was in disarray, scouring for individuals, did this not present her with greater opportunities to pilfer treasures from Clyke's crew? Perhaps she could steal enough to redeem her village. Enthralled by the prospect, Nami began contemplating the feasibility of her plan. Meanwhile, aboard a pirate ship, Zanku and his brethren trembled, fearing they would soon be torn apart by Clark's crew. Yet Dai and Zoro remained unfazed, indulging in food and training as usual. Kuro, however, frowned as he scrutinized his photograph in the newspaper. Exposed at last, Zoro, your heart lacks ruthlessness. You let so many pirates escape. Kuro adjusted his glasses, his expression cold. However, his tone bore no reproach, for he had anticipated all possible outcomes. He merely felt that Zoro's excessive kindness might lead to future misfortunes. Daitai, the demon, was different. In Kuro's eyes, Daitai's gaze was one of pure indifference, as if the lives of these pirates were less significant than insects. He sensed that Daitai regarded the slaughter of pirates as a mere game. Kuro could even subtly perceive that Daitai was out of sync with this world, possessing an air of superiority and disdain, akin to someone gazing down upon and toying with a colony of ants. He pondered why someone with such minimal strength could possess such an expression. If he possessed the strength of the warlords of the sea and the four emperors, then Kuro would have nothing to say. However, at this moment, such a gaze is still premature. Could it be that this fellow is a celestial dragon? Kuro shook his head, dismissing the thought. It seems to be a problem of Daitai himself. Nevertheless, he admired Daitai's cold and ruthless demeanor. After all, emotions only serve to hinder one's thoughts and the speed of drawing a blade. Too weak, there is simply no interest in slaying. Zoro did not wish to acknowledge his own kindness. He merely found it tedious to strike down the weak, preferring instead to face those stronger than himself. Next, let us see where his limits lie. You better not fall too quickly. Daitai continued to devour his meat, yearning for the kind of robust physique that could engage in battle for 10 days and nights. Even if he could not reach such heights, he aimed to push towards the realms of 5 days and nights. Or 3 days and nights. I could go 10 days and nights without food and still be able to slay. Kuro's lanky frame was a different story. Zoro provocatively challenged Kuro, for he could be called a beast-like swordsman. Relentlessly pursuing pirate crews for days on end without yielding, possessing terrifying stamina in the original work, he was even bound for 9 days without food or drink, enduring scorching sunlight, yet retained formidable combat prowess upon being rescued by Luffy. Kuro had no interest in arguing with Zoro, whose mind was half muscle. He was committed to a philosophy of speed and lethal precision, prioritizing swiftness and ruthlessness, without a hint of camaraderie in combat. However, he still had the stamina to fight for a day. Sustaining battle over several days was indeed beyond his current capabilities. Dai, are we truly going to launch an assault on the Click Pirates? We could easily toy with them some more, gradually eroding their influence. Kuro's mind brimmed with numerous strategies to cripple the Click Pirates. Yet, Dai had suddenly lost his senses, desiring a straightforward clash to the death, which left him somewhat perplexed. Rationality told him this was the most mindless choice. Kuro, the era of worst is upon us. The Emperor Whitebeard has but a few years left to live. And we must grow rapidly. To live through death is the swiftest path to growth. Dai grinned, aware that his strength was still insufficient, spending all day playing with these ants, unable to even push his limits. How could he hope to grow? I thought you had become reckless, but it seems you remain the same devil. Kuro immediately grasped Dai's intent and discarded all his plans. The weaklings he had slain this week held no real significance. Let us engage in a grand and fierce battle, eliminating Click, the tyrant of the East Sea, amidst thousands of onlookers. Click, with a bounty of 17 million berries, and the demon, Akin, with a bounty of 12 million. His gaze is quite impressive. He shall be my opponent. Zoro glanced at Akin's wanted poster, feeling a hint of familiarity in that beast-like gaze. He sensed this would be a worthy adversary. This fellow's strength should be comparable to Click's, perhaps even surpassing it. This was Zoro's intuition. First, let us slice through these pirate lackeys. Kuro remarked nonchalantly, 2 years ago, he had been a pirate with a bounty of 16 million, yet now, he couldn't even find a decent opponent. The captain of Click's 2nd Division, Barto, boasts such a meager bounty, he is hardly worthy of being his foe. Even against the East Sea tyrant Click, Kuro felt no fear, with 16 million from 2 years ago. Now at 17 million, he had numerous schemes to eliminate Click. Captain Dai, pirate ships ahead. It seems 2 pirate vessels are engaged in battle. The lookout, the striped Burgee, shouted loudly, his fear dissipating. After all, there were only 2 pirate ships across from them. And the formidable individuals aboard had no fear of 2 pirate crews. However, if they encountered dozens of pirate ships, he might feel a bit apprehensive. Let us go and cut them down. Zoro's eyes brightened as he rushed to the bow. Eager to discern the nature of the adversary's point, one of the ships appeared somewhat familiar. He felt he had seen it before. Frowning, Zoro pondered for a moment, his eyes widening as realization struck. He recalled a certain individual who had attempted to recruit him, only to be sent flying. The design of the ship and flag resembled something associated with the Baroque works. Previously, a scoundrel named Mr. Seven had tried to recruit him, and when he stated his intention to become their boss, they became enraged and attacked him, forcing him to retaliate. Zoro continued, eyeing the ongoing battle. Now, it was not merely recruitment, but outright conflict. The other pirate crew must be the Adrago pirates, Captain Dai. That fellow is also a devil fruit user. Do you have any interest in taking him down? Kuro's eyes gleamed. Since he, the captain of the Black Pirates, had been subdued, there was no reason those fellows should escape unscathed. How fortunate to encounter members of Baroque works so swiftly. Dai set down his 1-ton dumbbell and stepped forward, his gaze brightening at the sight of the soundwave laser cannon firing from the opposing ship. What are we waiting for? Let us charge in. Dai initially thought he had encountered Admiral Kizaru, but reconsidered, as the ship ahead was a pirate vessel. Yes, Captain Dai, the crew member shouted, adjusting the sails and steering the ship, swiftly sailing forward. On the other side, the captain of the Adrago pirates, Adrago, a superhuman-type soundwave fruit user, had a bounty of 16.6 million berries, known for his volatile temper, love for gold, and penchant for adventure and plunder. Today, he was diligently pursuing a treasure map, only to be intercepted by a black market merchant vessel claiming to be affiliated with Baroque works, seeking to recruit them. Without hesitation, Adrago flatly refused. He was content as captain and had no intention of becoming someone else's subordinate. Were it not for his apprehension regarding their strength in the Grand Line, he would have attempted to seize their ship outright. Yet, the opposing crew, undeterred, threatened him with the name of the Grand Line's most powerful criminal organization, claiming they would take him back to the Grand Line. The furious Adrago could not contain himself, and a brawl ensued. To hell with the strongest criminal organization, I've never heard of it. Thus, the two sides clashed, and unexpectedly, the opposing crew displayed impressive skill, jumping around like fleas. The swordsman known as Mr. 11 was several times stronger than his subordinate, Gallus. Truly, he was a person who had survived in the Grand Line. Captain Adrago, more foes are approaching. Even amidst battle, the subordinates kept watch over the sea, wary of potential reinforcements from the enemy or sudden naval attacks. Damn it, you filthy pests, die for me. Adrago roared, emitting blue flames as he blasted apart the mast of the opposing black market merchant ship. Adrago, you'd better not enter the Grand Line. Otherwise, you will surely meet your demise. Mr. 11, realizing the situation was untenable, retreated. These rural pirates had no knowledge of the power of the strongest criminal organization. Truly a bunch of ignorant bumpkins. Then I shall annihilate you all. Adrago's fury escalated. During his years of rampaging in the East Sea, no one had dared to threaten him like this. Perhaps the name of Baroque works held weight in the Grand Line. But in the East Sea, no one regarded him as anything. Whether ignorance or arrogance, it mattered little. The furious Adrago frightened Mr. 11 into a hasty retreat to his ship. This reckless fool was somewhat terrifying. Yet in the next moment, he spotted a sailboat approaching from behind, and a green-haired figure leaped aboard, eyes gleaming brightly at the renowned blade. Hanajo, one of the 50 finest swords, Zoro, jumping onto the opposing ship, immediately noticed the long sword in Mr. 11's hand, a unique blade with flame-like patterns along its length. Just what he needed, a sword. I'll take this, Hanazo. Let us have a duel, swordsman. Zoro grinned at Mr. 11, having long sought a fine blade. He had even contemplated taking Daitya's Sandai Kitetsu before. Facing this unexpected interloper, Adrago, now in a fit of rage, chose to attack without hesitation. Soundwave cannon. A blue-white laser beam shot straight towards the sailboat. In Adrago's battle strategy, obliterating the opposing pirate ship was the best form of attack. Protective barrier. A colossal transparent barrier materialized, instantly obstructing the unstoppable laser beam, leaving Adrago with wide eyes in astonishment. How could anyone possibly withstand his sonic laser cannon? You dare to strike first at me. Are you prepared to embrace death? A staircase-like barrier emerged, as Daitai interlocked his hands, the solid barrier steadfastly resisting Adrago's laser beams as he advanced step by step toward him. Impact barrier. Daitai thrust his hands forward, and the transparent barrier surged forth with unstoppable force, colliding fiercely with the sonic waves directed at Adrago. Having never encountered such a direct counterattack, Adrago was momentarily stunned. Utterly at a loss for how to retaliate, before he could evade, he was violently propelled away, his mouth and nose twisted from the impact, blood gushing forth. the enormous transparent barrier thrust Rago into the upper deck of the pirate ship. As if the vessel had been cleaved in two, directly pierced through. Rago, still being battered by this overwhelming force, was hurled from the bow to the stern, along with the wreckage of the ship. Crashing into the sea. This terrifying might left even Klo and Zoro momentarily speechless, while Mr. 11 gaped in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Was this the kind of power that existed in the East Blue? Captain Rago. The crew of the Rago pirate crew screamed in panic. Their invincible captain had been defeated in an instant. Rago's first mate, swordsman Gallus, immediately leapt into the sea, intent on rescuing his captain. He knew that for a devil fruit user, entering the ocean rendered them as helpless as a duck on dry land, utterly powerless if no one came to his aid, unless he were a fisherman. He would surely drown. Dai, you've grown stronger again. But, do you intend to kill Rago? Klo had also boarded Rago's ship, sending shivers through the pirate minions facing him, as he gazed at the pirate vessel with a gaping hole. Witnessing Rago being blasted into the sea. Wasn't there a plan to subdue this sonic fruit user? Why was the assault so ruthless, directly sending Rago, a devil fruit user, into the ocean? Some individuals are excessively arrogant and volatile. I believe he needs to experience what it truly feels like to be close to death. I understood well the fear of drowning, how utterly powerless it felt for a user of abilities. Therefore, he wished for Rago to calm down and comprehend the gravity of his situation. Be careful, don't fall into the sea. Otherwise, I won't save you. Klo adjusted his glasses with a faint smile. Then approached the trembling pirate minions, tossing them one by one into the ocean. Rago's crew. How could they not leap into the sea to rescue their captain? Remaining on the ship was utterly disgraceful. I never expected you to save me. However, I shall never fall into the sea. I stood at the stern, arms crossed, observing the tumultuous sea filled with pirate minions and the shattered planks of the ship. Patiently waiting for Rago to be rescued. If he perished, Daitai could only declare that Rago's fate would cease here. Meanwhile, Zoro swiftly dispatched Mr. 11, seizing the fine blade Hanajo from his grasp and discarding his own ordinary long sword. With a great sword Hanajo and a dowie blade, along with two fine swords, Hanajo and Yukazu, he finally amassed 3 renowned blades, ready to wield his 3-sword style without restraint. Hanajo, truly an exquisite sword. Zoro gazed contentedly at the fiery patterns on the blade of Hanajo. Hanajo and Yukazu, both possessed poetic names, suddenly inspired him to devise a few more elegant names for his techniques. Wind, flower, snow, moon, traversing the 9 states. Snow descends amidst the flowers, leaving no enemy behind. So damp, it seems I must conjure more flamboyant names to elevate my status as a pirate hunter, living up to the glory of being a naming fruit user. Meanwhile, Zon Kao and his brothers had comfortably begun pillaging the Baroque Works underworld merchant ship, taking what needed to be taken, binding all aboard. They then transferred to Rago's pirate ship, rummaging through the wreckage of the ship's cabin. Diligently executing Captain Daitia's orders, not a single thread or needle from the enemy. Take everything of value and leave them with nothing but garbage. However, in the end, what remained might very well perish in flames or the depths of the ocean along with the enemy's pirate vessel. Daitai, let's spar some time. I want you to understand how strong I truly am with 3 fine swords, Zoro proclaimed, a hint of pride in his voice as he gripped his new blade. Next time, he would undoubtedly shatter Daitia's barrier like a turtle shell. First, I must reach the steel cutting realm. Daitai did not turn back, merely offering a casual response to the exuberant Zoro, deflating his bravado. You bastard, Zoro seethed, his teeth grinding. Daitia's barrier was harder than steel, and from Daitia's words, he learned that even if he achieved the realm of steel cutting, without advanced haki, he would have little chance of breaking through Daitia's barrier. Meanwhile, on the surface, swordsman Gallus finally dragged the limp Rago back to the surface, pushing him onto the largest piece of wood from the ship's cabin. Now, even the pirate ship had been seized by these powerful intruders. And Gallus was uncertain what to do next. Rago lay on the plank, gazing skyward, expelling water from his mouth, the fear in his eyes not yet dissipated. The overwhelming feeling of helplessness and the looming threat of death in the ocean had etched itself deeply into his memory. Just as Rago regained a hint of strength and sat up, he caught sight of that bastard, expressionless, staring at him from his ship. This reignited his fury, as if he had forgotten the fear he just experienced. Bastard, I will slay you. Rago sprang to his feet, his mouth aglow with energy. However, the wooden plank beneath him swayed precariously, and the sonic cannon in his mouth flickered erratically, terrified of losing his balance and tumbling back into the sea. experiencing that feeling of utter helplessness again. Ah, Captain Daitai. It seems someone needs to come close to death once more. Klo perched on the railing at the stern, observing the irate Aide Rago with a bemused expression. I will grant him 7 chances. If he falters, I shall sacrifice him to the 3 generations of Kichu. Impact barrier. The Tai declared calmly, launching another medium-sized barrier that collided directly with Aide Rago and the large wooden plank. The plank shattered, and Aide Rago was once again flung back, plunging into the sea, bubbles erupting around him, causing swordsman Gallus to dive once more, intent on rescuing his muscle-bound captain. Moments later, Gallus resurfaced with Aide Rago. Only to find no suitable large planks remaining on the surface. Aide Rago could only lie on a piece of debris, yet his body remained submerged in the ocean, rendering him utterly powerless. Barely able to cling to the wood, let alone curse anyone, Daitai stood at the stern, where the impact barrier had broken through, saying nothing, merely watching Aide Rago and his crew bobbing in the sea. Zoro, intrigued, observed Daitai's actions while seated on the railing, a bottle of liquor in hand, sharing the moment with Klo, sipping and watching. Time passed slowly, whether Aide Rago was too weak to speak or simply resolute in his refusal to plead for mercy. He remained silent atop the shattered plank. Meanwhile, some of the pirate minions, having soaked for too long, began to tremble uncontrollably. If this continued, they would automatically sink, requiring no sea beast to attack them. Swordsman Gallus wrestled with the reality of being stuck with such a hot-headed captain. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune. However, since the captain did not beg for mercy, he felt it inappropriate to surrender. Doing so would invite disdain from both enemy and ally. The opposing captain would certainly mock him, while his own would surely scorn him. Yet, when his strength waned, he thought, let them scorn. Surviving was the most important thing. Dai could hardly have anticipated that this brash man would exhibit such remarkable resilience. A devil fruit user enduring for so long in the depths of the sea, the blood of injured pirates, combined with the crimson flowing from Edraji's mouth and nose, gradually began to attract predatory sea beasts. The emergence of a dorsal fin instilled a palpable tension upon the surface of the water. Suddenly, amidst the frantic cries of a pirate lackey, he was dragged beneath the waves with a splash, leaving a plume of blood in his wake. This sent the other pirate henchmen into a frenzy of desperate pleas for mercy, scrambling up the side of the ship in a bid for survival. At that moment, the Brazen Brothers, emboldened by their numbers, cruelly kicked them back, exemplifying the brutality of pirates, despite their meager bounty of 7 million. Meanwhile, the swordsman Gallus began to feel the weight of anxiety, drawing his blade and preparing to engage in combat with the sea creatures. However, the weary Edrago lacked the strength for self-preservation. Captain Edrago, could you please utter a word? Gallus urged, clutching a piece of driftwood with his left hand and brandishing his sword with the right. His gaze fixed intently on the water, glancing occasionally to prepare for the beast's assault. I lack the strength to speak. Edrago murmured weakly, realizing that the longer he remained submerged, the more his vitality waned. Initially, he had retained some strength, fueled by a flicker of anger that rendered him unwilling to plead for mercy. Yet, as he approached the brink of surrender, he found himself devoid of even the energy to raise his voice. Can we surrender now? Had Gallus and Edrago not been in such close proximity, the former would likely have missed Edraji's feeble groan. Hurry! Edraji's fingers, gripping the plank, trembled as he neared the point of succumbing to the depths. Although he had begun to turn and cast a glance at Gallus, this fool failed to notice. Our captain is willing to surrender. Please, esteemed gentlemen aboard the ship, we beseech you to save us. Upon hearing Edraji's words, Gallus rolled his eyes, realizing that the captain had been prepared to surrender all along, leading him to believe that Edrago intended to endure to the bitter end. It turned out that he simply lacked the strength to voice his plea. With this revelation, Edrago could no longer hold out, and Kalu's lips curled into a smile. Captain Dai, I have heard of nobles who enjoy training falcons to tame their wild spirits. But I never expected you to employ such tactics on pirates, Kalu mused, acknowledging the effectiveness of this method in wearing down the enemy's resolve and extinguishing their fury. Had Dai confined him within that barrier for days on end, he certainly would have been left with psychological scars. Please cease your insinuations. I harbor no such intentions, that I merely wish to observe how long he could endure. Dai shot Kalu a peculiar glance, pondering whether this individual's high intellect might lead him toward a more dubious path. What does the whole mean? Kalu, bewildered by Dai's gaze, wondered if Dai had not sought to diminish Edraji's arrogance and subdue him. It seemed absurd. In Kalu's eyes, Dai's intellect likely surpassed his own, leading him to believe that all of Dai's actions were aimed at subjugating Edrage.no matter. Bring them aboard, Dai instructed the Brazen Brothers. As Zoro witnessed the shark-like sea beast charging toward Gallus and Edrago, he swiftly unsheathed his sword, leapt onto the debris, and dispatched the creature with 2 precise strikes before gracefully returning to the ship. This display filled Gallus with gratitude, realizing that not all pirates were devoid of compassion. With Edrago rescued from the depths, the other pirate lackeys scrambled aboard, finally free from the hindrance of those 2 individuals. Your life now belongs to me. What do you think? Dai leaned over Edrago, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Today, you have bested me, and I am willing to surrender my life to you. However, should I prove capable of defeating you in the future, I shall assume the role of captain. Edrago, having regained a modicum of strength, asserted defiantly. Agreed. You may challenge me once a month, a chance for me to gauge your abilities. Remember, if you are too weak, you may find yourself perishing along this path. Dai replied nonchalantly, viewing the challenges posed by his crew as both a motivation for his own growth and an impetus for his subordinates to strengthen themselves. Haha. Very well. I shall refer to you as captain for this month. Next month, I will defeat you and claim the title for myself. Edrago proclaimed, rising defiantly, his spirit unyielding despite the recent beating. Bang! Exclamation point. A punch imbued with armament hockey left Edrage's face flushed and blood trickling from his lips, causing him to crumple to the deck like a cooked shrimp. Even Kalu, observing from the side, felt a twinge of sympathy, recalling a similar blow he had once endured. Gallus and the others swallowed hard, awed by the sheer force behind that strike. Before you challenge me, remember to show some respect. Dai admonished, extending his hand to Edrago, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Understood, my captain. Edrago grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth as he placed his hand atop Dai's, struggling to stand despite the agony inflicted by that formidable punch. Welcome aboard, my crew member. Dai finally unveiled a genuine smile. Edrage's dilapidated pirate ship had become a means to disperse his lackeys, who were of such low caliber that they might as well return to tilling the fields. As for Mr. 11, he bore no bounty and was a member of Baroque Works, under some form of protection. He had continually emphasized his affiliation with a powerful organization, even attempting to intimidate Dai into releasing him. Ultimately, Dai had mercilessly dispatched them all, offering up the sword of the 3rd generation as a tribute. Before burning the ship and leaving a plume of black smoke in his wake, Gallus, the swordsman, had only been permitted to remain aboard after persistent persuasion, coupled with Edrage's plea for his retention, allowing him to join the crew as a trainee member, akin to the Brazen Brothers. Dai had unexpectedly intervened in the conflict between Edrago and Mr. 11, ensuring that no messages were relayed to Baroque Works, thus maintaining their cover. However, Mr. 11's target had been Edrago, and once Baroque Works members discovered Edrago aboard Dai's ship, they would undoubtedly deduce the circumstances, especially with the cunning Nico Robin serving as the vice president of Baroque Works. Naturally, Dai harbored no fear of them by the time they sought him out. He would have no idea how much his own strength had grown. Besides, apart from Crocodile, the Logia-type sand fruit user, Dai held no regard for Mr. 1, who possessed the chop fruit. Although Dai had not anticipated an early encounter with Crocodile's faction, life often takes unexpected turns. Zhang rushed to deliver a ringing transponder snail to Dai. Inadvertently pressing the answer button, the transponder snail manifested a cowboy hat-clad visage, scrutinizing Dai and transmitting certain characteristics to the counterpart on the other end. A stranger? This complicates matters. May I inquire if the previous owner of this transponder snail is still alive? And could you kindly reveal your name, sir? A magnetic voice belonging to a woman resonated from the transponder snail. Noticing the snail's unusual appearance, she surmised that her subordinate had encountered trouble, a scenario she was all too familiar with. Not every Baroque Works member completed their invitation tasks unscathed. That fellow has already been swallowed by a sea beast. Dai contemplated silencing the transponder snail, as Baroque Works held little value for him at present. However, upon hearing Robin's familiar voice, he found himself compelled to engage in further conversation. Dai acknowledged that he was drawn to the Robin of 3 years hence, with her fair complexion and beauty, rather than the current, slender version. What unfortunate news. You may have provoked a formidable organization. The tone from the other end was slightly sinister, seemingly indifferent to Mr. 11's demise, yet still seeking to uphold the authority of Baroque Works. Is that so, my dear Robin? Consider this a greeting from O'Hara. Furthermore, eliminating such a lowly lackey shouldn't warrant alerting that crocodile. Dai rarely displayed a cheerful smile, causing his companions, including Brother Rin and Zoro, to widen their eyes in astonishment. This was abnormal. Decidedly so. Why would Captain Dai engage in light-hearted conversation with a stranger, if not for some ulterior motive? Meanwhile, Crocodile silently noted the information regarding Robin, O'Hara, and Crocodile, sensing the significance of these revelations. "Who are you?" Nicole Robin inquired gravely, her initial composure now replaced by a hint of panic, as she had not anticipated that this stranger from the East Sea would possess knowledge of her connection with Sir Crocodile. Should news of her lineage as the demon child spread, it would undoubtedly lead to a relentless fight for survival. "Consider me a stranger who knows you exceedingly well. I am quite fond of the future you," Dai remarked playfully as he terminated the call, intentionally provoking Robin's thoughts and emotions, encouraging her to investigate and draw closer to him. However, in the next moment, Dai sensed an unusual atmosphere. Every crew member regarded him with peculiar looks. "I am quite fond of the future you." "Huh. That's hilarious." Zoro, the carefree and oblivious swordsman, began to mock Dai, clutching his stomach in laughter that it was indeed the first time he had witnessed such a somewhat embarrassing display from Dai, which he found utterly intolerable. Others stifled their laughter, yet dared not provoke the captain further. Dai, feeling a rare flush of embarrassment, cursed the phone bug under his breath. Nonetheless, his expression soon darkened as he drew out his sword, Sandai Kitetsu, and slowly approached Zoro, initiating a playful spar to uphold the captain's dignity. Meanwhile, in Alabasta on the Grand Line, Nicole Robin felt a twinge of agitation. Her identity had been inadvertently exposed. How could someone from the weak East Sea possess knowledge of her ties to Crocodile? She immediately began to investigate recent happenings in the East Sea, eager to discern the identity of the mysterious individual. Upon examining Mr. 11's invitation, she scrutinized the intelligence on Edorego, noting the wretched visage upon the bounty poster. How could such a rugged man possibly possess the youthful voice she had just encountered? Was it conceivable that Mr. 11 had been intercepted by another faction? Robin further investigated Edorego's history, concluding that this pirate could not possibly have the means to acquire information about her and Crocodile. Who on earth could it be? Robin was now determined to uncover the identity of this enigmatic figure in the East Sea, not only because this individual might expose her secrets, but also due to their apparent familiarity with her, suggesting possible knowledge of O'Hara as well. This fueled her insatiable curiosity. Observing the myriad affairs of Baroque works, Robin found herself unable to extricate herself to venture to the East Sea. If only this individual were present on the Grand Line, it would be far easier to manage. Gazing at the phone bug in her hand, she resolved to probe once more when the opportunity arose. The fact that the other party had hung up indicated their disinterest in further communication, necessitating a more opportune moment. Aboard the ship by DG Baroque, Zoro bore the marks of recent combat, his eyes resembling bruised orbs. The other crew members gazed at the seemingly unscathed Dai, truly grasping the essence of a captain's authority. Captain Dai's defenses were impenetrable. None could breach his formidable shield. "Curse you, turtle-shell Dai. I shall eventually topple you." Zoro grimaced in pain, yet his tongue remained defiant as he continued to threaten his captain. Meanwhile, Edorego prepared to challenge Zoro and Crocodile, aiming to solidify his standing aboard the ship. Although he could not match Dai, he felt compelled to assert dominance over the other two, lest life aboard become unbearable. On a deserted island, Zoro, Crocodile, and Edorego engaged in duels to establish their ranks on the ship, where strength dictated authority. In response to Edorego's provocations, Zoro and Crocodile did not decline. Each held confidence in their abilities. "Haha, I won't show any mercy. Do not perish under my ultrasonic cannon," Edorego boasted before the fight, brimming with confidence, convinced that aside from Dai, none could withstand his sonic blasts. Yet the outcome left even the swordsman Zoro aghast. Edorego sustained injuries, unable to secure a single victory. Although his sonic cannon boasted immense destructive power, its sluggishness and release speed proved inadequate, faced with the swift Crocodile and the prodigious swordsman Rorinoa Zoro. Edorego managed to unleash only one sonic blast before the battle concluded without landing a hit. Injured and pale, he leaned against a tree, his eyes vacant as he observed the rapid exchanges between Zoro and Crocodile. Realizing the true meaning of battle speed, accustomed to the pirate's combat style of blasting ships upon sight, Edorego had believed his sonic cannon to be invincible. Little did he expect to suffer 3 defeats in a single day. Too slow. Can't you shorten your charging time? Perhaps a smaller energy wave would yield greater speed and penetration. Dai took it upon himself to offer some advice to the young recruit. Wishing to prevent his crew from becoming disheartened on their first day, that I haven't tried. I just want it to be as large as possible. Edarago replied, bewildered, as he had always believed bigger was better, especially with ample time to charge at a distance. From now on, train diligently and develop various sizes and speeds for your sonic cannon. And what else with your abysmal defense? You've got that tall, rugged physique for nothing, Dai observed, bemused, as Edarago, akin to a beast, was swiftly toppled by Zoro and Crocodile. Unfortunately, the ship lacked a doctor, leaving Edarago to rely on his own healing abilities after a hasty bandaging. I will become stronger. Edarago gritted his teeth, struggling to accept that he had gone from pirate captain to merely a 4th in command in a single day. Then do your best. Not only can you challenge me each month, but I will also assess your strength at any time. Do not stagnate, or I shall show no mercy. Dai replied coolly, while the duel between Zoro and Crocodile approached its conclusion. Ultimately, the beastly pirate hunter Zoro triumphed over the agile Crocodile, solidifying his status as the ship's 2nd in command. Crocodile appeared somewhat sullen, while Zoro radiated a victorious smile. Indeed, aside from Dai, who resembled a turtle shell, he was the strongest. All right, let us hold a feast, Dai commanded, prompting Zango, Goroth, and Brother Ren to spring into action. These pirates, with modest bounties, were relegated to mere subordinates aboard the ship. Dai unfurled the sea chart to ascertain their location, the waters surrounding Kodo Island, the 153rd Navy branch at Shell's Town. Nearby, a wretched pirate crew was loitering, and the incompetent colonel of the 153rd Navy branch was a former subordinate of his. This area lacked excitement. When shall we take on the clique pirate crew? Crocodile accepted his defeat to Zoro. Observing Dai engrossed in the map, he began to fulfill his role. Even if he could not best Zoro, he was the ship's strategist. There truly are no worthy opponents. He remarked that I'll see if there are any wild game to hunt. Dai rolled up the map, noticing Brother Rin grilling fish. What was this absurdity? Moreover, Crocodile, too, had a penchant for fish, demonstrating their shared origins as members of the Black Pirate crew. He ventured into the forest, seeking game to enhance the feast, while Zoro held no particular demands regarding food. Anything to fill his stomach would suffice. Seeing their captain hunting, the crew felt compelled to appreciate his efforts. What pirate crew is nearby? What are their bounties? Zoro asked, contentedly gnawing on a grilled fish, a bottle of wine in hand at the 2nd in command aboard the ship. He savored the first grilled fish while Dai was away. Perhaps they are the Yalata pirate crew, led by a hefty woman, with a bounty of merely 500,000 pittance compared to Brother Rin. Crocodile dismissed the wretched pirate crew entirely, lacking the desire to engage. He believed that once they took down the clique pirate crew, they could venture into the Grand Line. Indeed, 500,000 was rather meager, but had it not been for their prior hardships, he would have considered dispatching them for meal money. Zoro remarked with a sense of lamentation that due to his poor sense of direction, he frequently lost track of the bounty criminals. Thus, he relentlessly pursued every pirate crew he could see, determined not to let any opportunity slip away, lest he find himself starving for 3 days straight. It was this very madness that gradually forged his current reputation. In the past, he believed that wandering alone was the epitome of freedom, but now, after forming a crew, he truly understood what it meant to live a life among others. I know, the green-haired directionally challenged one. Crocodile sneered, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his mouth, for indeed, having a poor sense of direction was a source of amusement in the vast ocean. Bastard. Number 3. What right do you have to mock me? Number 2. Zoro retorted sharply, immediately sensing Crocodile's derisive gaze. Although he was directionally challenged, he was not foolish. He could easily perceive the scorn in Crocodile's eyes. Crocodile's expression shifted. Damn you. Number 3. Just because you can hold your own in a duel doesn't mean you're truly strong. I have my own methods for eliminating foes. Meanwhile, on a desolate island, Didi, meandering in search of prey, seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. A pink fruit reminiscent of a pig's brain. Could it be? A slippery fruit. Didi dashed over to pick up the smooth, glistening pink fruit, astonished by his apparent stroke of luck. I can't believe I might actually find a devil fruit just wandering around this deserted island. A surge of excitement welled up within him, contemplating whether fortune was finally smiling upon him. He recalled Crocodile mentioning a ragtag pirate crew lurking nearby. Could it be that the infamous fat lady, Arlita, had been blasted onto this very island by Straw Hat Luffy? Didi's eagerness to find additional prey dissipated as he realized he had fortuitously acquired a devil fruit worth over 100 million. This superhuman, slippery fruit, when presented at a grand auction, could fetch an exorbitant price, perhaps even reaching 10 billion berries due to its astonishing beautification effects. If an ugly celestial dragon were to get wind of it, it might even fetch 20 billion berries. Yet, he pondered, if a man were to consume it, would he not also become more beautiful, perhaps even surpassing the handsome noble pirate Cavendish? The crew, feasting heartily, felt a twinge of disappointment when Didi returned without any prey, merely clutching a single pink fruit. Only Crocodile gazed at Didi in astonishment, realizing that he had indeed acquired a devil fruit. What kind of fruit is that? What abilities does it possess? Crocodile stood up abruptly. Contemplating the potential of such a powerful devil fruit that moment, the others began to catch on, particularly Edra, who possessed the soundwave fruit. That pattern, and it's notoriously unpalatable. Edra recalled the repulsive taste that had left an indelible mark on his memory. Zoro, however, felt only a flicker of curiosity. He was resolute in his path as a swordsman and would never consume a devil fruit, insisting on remaining a pure swordsman. A devil fruit that can enhance beauty? Didi chuckled, already envisioning gifting it to a woman, perhaps crafting someone even more beautiful than the pirate empress herself. Enhance beauty, Crocodile immediately lost interest, recognizing that such an ability would not significantly augment combat prowess. What use is it if it merely turns me into a sitting duck? Is the captain planning to sell it? The crew members gazed enviously at Didi, lamenting that while he stumbled upon a devil fruit worth over 100 million berries, they had encountered no such fortune while gathering supplies. That I'm not short on money, Didi casually replied, retrieving a treasure chest to safeguard his newfound prize, awaiting the arrival of its rightful owner. The devil fruit was stowed away. The crew's attention shifted back to their plans. Didi, have you prepared the name for our pirate crew? Once we defeat the clique pirates, we shall make our name known across the East Blue. Unless you plan to let us all go free and leave the green-haired one behind, we will all be hunted by the Navy. It would be far better to decide on a name now rather than be arbitrarily labeled later. Crocodile inquired, munching on a roasted fish. This moment, aside from Didi and Zoro, each of them bore a bounty on their heads. Even Gallus, the relatively obscure pirate swordsman, had a bounty of 10 million berries. The names of these pirate crews were often based on nicknames or the captain's names. What could they possibly choose? Didi chuckled. What else could we call ourselves besides the Big Daddy Pirates? The names of the 4 Emperor crews are all derived from their captain's nicknames. My Big Daddy Pirate crew cannot fall short of Charlotte Lean's Big Mom Pirates, the Didi Pirates, the Babaya Pirates, the Big Daddy Pirates. Crocodile mused, listing 3 options: the notorious Barto family of the East Blue, the former strategist, Big Daddy Didi Babaya. This captain's details were well within his grasp. Your nickname is Big Daddy. You really are taking advantage of others, even with your name. Zoro grumbled, visibly displeased. Why not call it the Daddy Pirates instead? Please call me Big Daddy. Ha! Didi laughed, reveling in the amusing advantages of his nickname. Zoro, Crocodile, and Edra exchanged exasperated glances at their captain. Long live the Big Daddy Pirates. Captain Big Daddy is the strongest. As Zango, the crew's subordinate and part-time musician, began to sing, dance, and rap, striving to assert his presence after just 2.5 weeks as a recruit, he lamented, Alas, what choice do I have? You are the captain. The Big Daddy Pirates it shall be. Crocodile sighed, adjusting his glasses, resigned to the decision. How dreadful. Rest assured, in 2 months, I shall defeat the captain, and we will rename ourselves the Edra Pirates, Edra proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. However, this was met with incredulous stares, even from Gallus, Edra's former crew member, who believed that his former captain was somewhat deluded. What? Repeat that. Edra fumed, his voice rising as he glared at Zoro. Number 4. Is this how you regard number 2? Zoro chuckled, placing a hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to assert the authority of the second-in-command. Bang! X2. The 2 figures were sent flying, Didi dissipating the armament hockey he had summoned, which had quickly grown from a thin layer to a half-fist's worth of black hockey. You all have the chance to spar with me every month. Until then, behave yourselves, if you wish to train. Come find me. After sending the 2 flying, Didi graciously accepted the roasted fish and fine wine presented by his crew. Although the fish was somewhat monotonous, the ship lacked a proper cook, leaving them with little choice. The crew members from the Black Pirate crew preferred roasted fish, excelling only in that dish while failing miserably at preparing anything else. Unless Didi took it upon himself to cook, they were left with such fare. "Didi, why haven't I awakened my armament haki yet? Did you teach me incorrectly?" Zoro inquired, nursing a bruise but eager to master this skill, realizing that Didi could block blades with his bare hands. Indicative of the strength of armament haki, your foundation is solid, but you're a bit on the lean side, not much better than crocodile, resembling a bamboo pole. You need to eat more meat, exercise, and build muscle. Only by breaking through your limits can you continually generate armament haki, Didi advised seriously. Look at Straw Hat Luffy and Zoro. After 2 years of training, they've each bulked up considerably, their muscles rippling and strength magnified. "Humph." Crocodile scoffed lightly upon hearing Didi include him in the mix. Nevertheless, he was already resolved to intensify his training. Otherwise, he might indeed find himself unable to keep pace with the rigorous training regimen. Risking his life on the perilous sea route to the New World, it was clear he needed to put in more effort. Zoro absorbed Didi's suggestions, realizing he needed to eat and train more. His previous lifestyle as a bounty hunter had left him with inconsistent meals. Explaining his slow progress, he observed Didi devouring food with an astonishing appetite and remarkable digestive capacity. Was this the hallmark of a true strongman? Witnessing Captain Dade's rapid pace in devouring food, the brothers hastily increased their own speed in grilling fish and augmented their production. Their sole desire now is for the captain to swiftly recruit a chef, as they would rather scrub the deck and engage in cleaning duties. After a day of feasting and recuperation, the Big Daddy pirate crew finally departed the deserted island, setting sail towards the territory of the Krieg pirates. Although the brothers still harbored considerable fear, the presence of 4 formidable individuals, whose strength rivaled that of Krieg himself, instilled a modicum of confidence within them. After all, the bounty on Krieg was merely 17 million berries, while the vice-captain, Itarago, commanded a bounty of 16.6 million berries. 2 years ago, the third in command, Kuro, had already amassed a bounty of 16 million berries, although Captain Dade and the pirate hunter Zoro had no bounties. They were undoubtedly stronger, possibly even surpassing the fearsome dragon of the East Blue, who boasted a bounty of 20 million berries on Debo Island, the headquarters of the Krieg pirates. The name Krieg translates to war in the local dialect. Krieg possesses immense strength beyond that of ordinary men. The weight of his weapon, the Great War Gun, exceeds 1 ton, yet he wields it with remarkable ease. Most alarmingly, Krieg is ruthless, brutal, and filled with ambition, leading countless pirates to bow before his overwhelming power. The chief combat captain, Akin, is one such individual, utterly devoted to Krieg. Regardless of the tasks assigned to him, he executes them unconditionally, even if it entails the slaughter of powerless foes. Recently, the emergence of the Big Daddy pirate crew, led by the pirate hunter and the cunning strategist, has caused considerable unrest within the Krieg pirates, even provoking the captain's temper, in addition to the over 1,000 men previously dispatched. The reconnaissance ships have also met with disaster. However, yesterday, one reconnaissance vessel returned, bringing shocking news. Captain Dade Babaya of the Big Daddy pirate crew had officially declared war on the Krieg pirates, audaciously challenging Captain Krieg to clean his neck in anticipation of their arrival to reap the harvest. This enraged Krieg, who promptly rallied his forces to eliminate this newly established pirate crew. Akin, taking his orders seriously, began to execute Krieg's commands, yet found himself secretly admiring the bravery of the Big Daddy pirate crew. He questioned whether he himself would dare to assault the Krieg pirates with only a handful of men. Suddenly, he found himself looking forward to encountering Dade Babaya, even contemplating whether to leave the captain with a complete corpse. After all, he had never considered the possibility of victory for the Big Daddy pirate crew. The audacity of Dade Babaya seemed to rival Krieg's ambition. The urgent sound of a horn blared, prompting Akin to grasp his iron ball and twin hooks, rushing out to meet the approaching Big Daddy pirate crew. Was this sheer recklessness or unparalleled courage? At the pirate port of Debo Island, Krieg gazed cruelly at the advancing pirate ship, which bore an unfamiliar flag that was a chaotic blend of skull and crossbones. Lacking any true pirate essence, today he intended to send this new pirate crew to the depths of the sea. A duel? That was out of the question. He would unleash a barrage of firepower to obliterate this audacious crew. What did it matter if the crew had strong combat capabilities? They would still perish under his relentless bombardment. At that moment, Dade stood resolutely at the bow of the Baroque, his spirit undaunted as he gazed upon the island. Today would witness a true bloodbath. The new pirate flag, designed by Dade himself, was not a conventional skull and crossbones, but rather a fusion of the Decepticon insignia and Susanoo, imbued with the formidable three-dimensionality of the barrier fruit. As the 30-plus ships of the Krieg pirates began to turn their cannons towards his vessel, the brothers broke into a cold sweat. Let the frenzy commence. Zhang Gao began to produce a metal ring. Bestowing a hypnotic buff upon the brothers and swordsman Gallus on the elevated platform of the port, a massive loudspeaker emerged. Dade Babaya, today marks your demise. However, should you withstand my bombardment, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me. Krieg's cruel laughter echoed, truly believing he would confront Dade in a one-on-one duel. His ability to tame Kuro indicated his formidable strength, and in a direct confrontation, he could not be entirely confident of victory. Yet who was he? He was the overlord of the East Blue, not some fledgling fool of a pirate. Even if Dade possessed such strength to survive the onslaught, he would undoubtedly be wounded or exhausted, at which point Krieg could easily dispose of this arrogant fool. But in the next moment, a wave of blue and white energy surged forth, causing Krieg to leap from the platform in a frenzy as it exploded behind him. What is this? This is Soundwave Iterago. How is he on Dade's ship? Krieg bellowed in fury, realizing that the Big Daddy pirate crew had gathered several powerful East Blue pirates. Another Soundwave cannon fired, sinking several of Krieg's ships and instigating a ripple of chaos among his crew. Open fire! Quickly! Sink them! Krieg shouted in anger, refusing to believe that over 3,000 men could not overpower a mere handful. The entire port of Deba Island erupted in a cacophony of cannon fire. Dayan, orange-haired girl, seized the opportunity to slip into the interior of Deba Island aboard one of the pirate ships, praying that the Big Daddy pirate crew could hold out a little longer so she could steal more treasure. Charge! Ultra-large barrier, fearless battleship. Dade stood at the bow, arms crossed, as a colossal conical barrier enveloped the ship, disregarding the bombardment from over 30 pirate vessels as it barreled toward the port of Deba Island. Krieg, come and claim your death? Dade roared to the heavens, the first to storm the island. Feeling an unprecedented surge of bloodlust and murderous intent coursing through him. In the throes of battle, he wielded the third-generation Kitetsu, his eyes tinged with crimson, transforming into a harbinger of war as he plunged into the throng of pirates. Shielded by his thorny barrier, blood and flesh flew, and with each stroke of his blade, 2 or 3 pirates were cleaved in twain. He paid no heed to the fates of Zoro and Kuro. Lost in the ecstasy of slaughter, for only those who survive could become his crude eye in his heart, a singular word resounded. Kill. To slay one is a sin. To slay thousands is to assert dominance. To slaughter 900,000 is to be the mightiest of the mighty. Witnessing Dade's frenzied onslaught, Kuro revealed a sinister smile, transforming into a merciless demon as he wielded his 10 blades. Engaging in indiscriminate carnage, Zoro, on the other hand, had a clear target, charging directly at Krieg and the formidable Akin, dispatching any pirate that stood in his way without mercy. The members of the Krieg pirates aboard their ships hastily descended to encircle the audacious Big Daddy pirate crew that had forced their way through the barrage of cannon fire. Confronted with the bloodthirsty fury of Dade, even Krieg felt a twinge of trepidation. Nonetheless, he persistently commanded his subordinates to encircle Dade, intending to overwhelm the madman with sheer numbers. Once this rabid dog was drained of his strength, he would personally eliminate Dade. Meanwhile, the brothers and Zhang Gao chose to surround Iterago's artillery position, both to provide him with ample time to attack and to enhance their own survival chances. Otherwise, they would not last long against the relentless tide of pirates. After slaughtering several hundred foes, Dade finally began to release some of his pent-up rage and bloodlust. Upon spotting Krieg, he let out a wild laugh and charged forward. Akin, witnessing the pirate hunter Zoro cleaving through his subordinates, immediately rushed to intercept him, using his iron ball and twin hooks to block the formidable 3-sword style of the swordsman. His demon-like combat style was surprisingly suppressed by this young pirate hunter, who lacked a bounty and had only recently come of age, leaving Akin utterly astonished. How can this be? He urged his men forward, desperate to stop the killing machine that was Dade and wear him down. Yet, as they witnessed their comrades falling at Dade's hands, fear gripped the remaining crew members. Their faces turned pale, trembling in fear, with thoughts of retreat taking root in their minds. This pirate was simply too terrifying. Advance! Who dares to retreat? I'll have them executed. Click swiftly drew his weapon and shot down a fleeing pirate, revealing a ghastly expression reminiscent of a malevolent deity, instilling fear in the hearts of the remaining pirate minions who could only grit their teeth and press forward. Only then did Click display a satisfied smirk as he raised his gun once more, aiming at the scoundrel, Daitai. Ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment, he had discerned that Daitai was a user of a devil fruit, possessing the formidable ability to be impervious to blades and bullets. Thus, he needed to identify a critical flaw. He felt a gas grenade at his waist, but seeing so many of his subordinates surrounding Daitai, he chose to hold back. After all, poisoning his own men would hardly be worth the effort. However, the unfolding situation became increasingly intolerable. Daitai seemed tireless, hacking away for an entire hour without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. This left the morale of Click's pirate crew at an all-time low, with casualties exceeding 50%. Coupled with the fleet previously decimated by the Big Daddy pirate crew, their numbers had dwindled to below 2,000. And under the relentless slaughter of the Big Daddy crew, they continued to decline, approaching the grim figure of 1,500. The entire port of Dubai Island could be aptly described as a river of blood, littered with corpses, driving the remaining pirate underlings into a state of psychological collapse. Fleeing pirates emerged continuously, and even Click's gunfire could not deter them. Realizing the untenable situation, Click finally charged at Daitai with his massive weapon. Click's assault reignited a flicker of hope among the pirate minions. Clang! Click's near-surprise strike landed heavily upon Daitai. Yet, the sudden emergence of a barrier rendered his attack futile. So you finally decided to show your hand. Coward! Daitai forcefully repelled Click, his body drenched in blood, hair matted with gore, having styled it into a blood-soaked pompadour. His cloak, saturated with blood, had been discarded, leaving his upper body bare to showcase his sinewy muscles. You must be running low on strength by now, Click grinned, observing the slight tremor in Daitai's hand holding the blade, indicating fatigue had set in. The fact that this man had managed to slay 700 to 800 of his subordinates in just 1 hour pained Click deeply. After all, the robust pirates in the nearby waters had already been recruited, leaving him uncertain how long it would take to restore his fleet of 5,000. His aspirations to conquer the Grand Line might face delays. All thanks to Daitai, I can easily take you down. Daitai grinned, his tremors born not of weakness but of exhilaration. A man who could master hockey would not lack in physical prowess. They had only been fighting for an hour. Then let us see what you've got. Click, armored in several layers of protective gear, held confidence in his defenses that I've nearly had my fill of this. It's time to change my approach to eliminate you. Are you prepared for death? Daitai sheathed his third-generation sword, a thrill evident in his smile, and began to utilize his barrier devil fruit ability. Barrier Susanoo Phase 1 Unit 0. Segments of barrier armor materialized on his body, assembling into a towering mech far more formidable than Mr. Three's Wax Champion or Klee's Biscuit Soldier, exuding a heavy mechanical aura. Most importantly, it shone brilliantly, akin to the diamond body of the Glimmer Fruit. This was a technique Daitai had meticulously developed. The mech was the embodiment of masculine romance. What in the world is that? Click gazed at the towering transparent mech, a sense of dread washing over him as he swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Zoro, locked in combat with the ghoul, Akin, felt his eyes widen at the sight of the mech, having envied it since Daikye's development phase. The next moment, Akin's ferocious assault came crashing down again, forcing Zoro to concentrate on his adversary. Kuro had long ceased his indiscriminate scoop death attack, employing silent steps to hunt down dissenters among the crowd. With 4 protectors, Edra's sound wave cannon was unstoppable. Wherever the sound waves reached, pirates perished, annihilating numerous foes. On another front, the orange-haired girl, having completed her theft and poised for escape, arrived at the port, only to confront a battlefield reminiscent of hell. She nearly retched at the gruesome sight of dismembered pirates. Blood and guts strewn about, casting a psychological shadow upon her. A mere thief. Was all this wreaked by the Big Daddy pirate crew? Then she beheld the infamous East Blue Overlord, Click, being manhandled by a robotic monstrosity. As it seized a leg and smashed him about like a mere pup, appearing utterly pitiful before ultimately flinging him away. The trajectory of Click's thrown body pointed directly towards her hiding spot, sending her heart racing. Boom! Click's form crashed into a building, the walls collapsing into ruins and scattering debris everywhere, causing the orange-haired girl to retreat in terror, although she narrowly avoided being struck. Her shoulder bag was torn open by the flying rubble, spilling a trove of gold and jewels onto the ground. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of countless pirates to the clash between the two captains, and the thief hiding in the ruins was immediately discovered. Under the intense gaze of so many pirates, Nami felt her scalp prickling in fear. Yet, she gritted her teeth, hastily scrounging for treasure on the ground, hoping to snatch a few valuables before fleeing. But in the next instant, a mech appeared before her with a thunderous crash, freezing her limbs in terror and draining the color from her face as she slowly raised her gaze to the giant. However, the colossal figure seemed indifferent to the orange-haired girl, instead rummaging through the rubble to extract Click, seizing his entire head in one hand. Terrified, Nami turned to flee, only to be blocked by a massive war spear thrust into her path, causing her to wet herself in fright. She stiffly glanced back, only to have a golden armor crash violently beside her. Before her eyes, the East Blue Overlord was rendered utterly powerless against the mech, his armor and weapons being relentlessly torn away. Witnessing Click's dismal defeat, the pirate underlings finally lost their last shred of hope, their morale disintegrating in an instant. The next moment, spurred by one pirate's cry of run, the entire port of Dubai Island erupted in chaos, all pirates scattering in a frantic flight. Some squad leaders frantically rushed to commandeer the pirate ships, desperate to escape this terrifying island. Even Kuro, the harbinger of death, found himself unable to stem the tide of fleeing pirates. However, he spotted the second-in-command of Click's crew, Ironwall Barrow, a cadre fully equipped with an iron shield. Without hesitation, Kuro charged, swiftly inflicting numerous wounds upon Ironwall Barrow with his speed. The previously terrified Barrow, upon seeing his own blood, lost all reason and erupted in rage, his shields igniting in flames, transforming him into Flame Barrow. Yet, ultimately, this was merely a temporary enhancement. Soon, the merciless Kuro inflicted hundreds of wounds, leaving him to bleed out on the ground. Edra, along with his comrades, reveled in the opportunity to kick the fallen enemy while they were down. And upon spotting pirates attempting to commandeer Click's flagship, the fearless warship, they angrily surged forward to reclaim what belonged to the Big Daddy pirate crew. Witnessing the utter collapse of Click's pirate crew, Akin was rendered incredulous. How could their thousands be so easily vanquished by just a handful of foes? Was this truly the overlord of the East Blue? Was this the Click pirate crew that harbored his ambitions? Meanwhile, Click, having no chance to deploy his gas grenades, was brutally knocked unconscious by Daitai, akin to Hulk smashing Loki. With his bones shattered beyond repair, Daitai had never contemplated subduing Click. His aim was to ascend the world stage atop the name of this East Blue overlord. Captain Click. Akin gazed at the once invincible Click, now slain by Daitai, his eyes filled with despair. The ambition he had harbored was now extinguished. Hey, you must be the ghoul, Akin. Your strength is commendable, as is your keen eye. You've earned a place on our ship. Would you care to join us? Zoro, satisfied with the battle's outcome, regarded Akin as a worthy brawler. Unlike Kuro, who relied on speed, fighting Akin was far more exhilarating. You've just slaughtered our pirate crew and killed my captain, and you dare to ask me to join you? Akin retorted angrily. Even pirates had their code of ethics. In that case, are you prepared to meet your demise? The ambition I perceive in your eyes shall find its conclusion today. Zoro, having ceased his counsel, admired the resolute man before him. He gradually secured his bandana, biting down on the sword known as Kitetsu, his expression transforming into one of utmost seriousness and focus. He aimed to deliver his most formidable strike, sending the demon, Akin, to his final resting place. Point 3 sword style, 3,000 worlds. What is there to fear in death? Demon martial arts, spiral iron staff. Fearless, the demon Akin twirled his iron ball and twin staves, clashing at lethal speed with the pirate hunter, Zoro. The two momentarily crossed paths before taking their respective positions. Zoro's beastly gaze broke into a smile, and without a backward glance, he confidently sheathed the sword from his mouth. Meanwhile, Akin, pale-faced, collapsed to the ground, a pool of fresh blood staining the earth. The defeat was utterly comprehensive. On the other side, Dido's protective mech had dissipated, exposing his bare torso as he unsheathed Sandai Kitetsu before the orange-haired thief, plunging it violently into Kuro's heart, thus marking the end of the East Blue Tyrant. Kuro, Daito carelessly discarded Kuro's lifeless body and turned his attention to the now weakly seated orange-haired girl. "Are you attempting to steal my spoils, little girl?" he inquired, his bloodied form smiling at Nami, who perceived his grin as that of a devil, far more terrifying than a dragon. "Captain, I come bearing treasures, ready to pledge my loyalty to you." Nami felt utterly intimidated by the man's aura and murderous intent. Nearly paralyzed with fear, her shorts thoroughly soaked. Yet, in a bid to preserve her life, she hastily uttered a falsehood. "I accept you then. But remember, on my ship, betrayal equals death. My words are law. Should you dare to flee, I will raze your homeland to the ground." Daito revealed a cruel smile once more, draining the color from Nami's face as panic enveloped her. It felt as though she had entangled herself with a demon pirate more fearsome than the fishman dragon. "Understood," Nami responded, her voice trembling with dread. If the dragon were to discover her allegiance to another pirate crew, what retribution would befall her village? She felt utterly helpless against these two terrifying pirates, plunging her into profound despair. However, in the next moment, she heard words akin to divine revelation. "Captain Daito, after dispatching Kuro, shall we not eliminate the dragon pirate crew, the most wanted in the East Blue?" Crocodile, drenched in blood, approached, ignoring the orange-haired thief, directing his query at Daito. "That may require the input of our new navigator." Daito replied playfully, casting a meaningful smile at the crumpled Nami. "She is the new navigator?" Crocodile remarked, his brow furrowed, his icy gaze fixed upon the orange-haired thief, deeming her far too weak to meet his standards. Did Daito truly favor this type? Yes, I am the new navigator. My sailing skills are exceptional. I have studied navigation for a decade. Moreover, I believe we must eradicate the dragon pirate crew to establish our grandfather pirate crew's dominance over the entire East Blue. In that moment, Nami cast aside all fear and spoke rapidly, eager to guide this grandfather pirate crew to war against the dragon pirate crew. "Nami, your homeland is Kokoyashi Village, correct?" But the next second, Daito's words sent a chill down her spine. "Captain, I am not." Nami stammered, her identity suddenly exposed. How could Daito know her name when she had never uttered it? She sensed Crocodile's murderous aura and felt that this time, she was truly doomed. Such a bitter fate. Was she truly to perish? The dragon pirate crew would be her first offering for boarding your ship. "Should you betray me in the future, I have already forewarned you of the consequences." The atmosphere shifted yet again as Daito seized the orange-haired girl, tearing her sleeve to reveal the tattoo of the dragon pirate crew. "Captain Daito, if you can eliminate the dragon pirate crew and liberate Kokoyashi Village, I shall devote my life as your crew member." Nami quickly covered the shameful tattoo on her shoulder, her eyes reddened as she gazed at Daito, bewildered by his knowledge of her identity. Yet, she found herself with no alternatives. "Captain Daito, you are not considering rescuing this thief, are you?" "How utterly dull," Crocodile scoffed, turning away to continue his assault on the pirates fleeing with stolen ships, as these were the spoils of the grandfather pirate crew. Even if he burned them, he would not allow those pirates to escape. Nami, startled by Crocodile's words, slowly turned to Daito, questioning whether this was indeed their first encounter, wondering if he truly had an interest in her. Daito's gaze met hers, causing her to lower her head in fright. "That present. You possess no allure whatsoever. Go and scavenge for treasure, as that is your forte," Daito remarked casually before he too set out to eliminate the numerous pirate ships at the port of Dabar. His thoughts mirrored Crocodile's. Even if he did not desire these pirate ships, he would not allow the pirates to flee with them. How infuriating. What does it mean to possess no allure? Do not presume that your looks or strength grant you privilege. One day, you shall fall before my bikini. Nami huffed indignantly. Yet as she recalled the brutality of this killing machine, her voice dwindled, and she found herself silently cursing in her heart. Nevertheless, the captain was not entirely incorrect. Her expertise lay in treasure hunting. Should she not consider stashing away a little something? Her gaze drifted toward the corpse of Kuro, a bounty of 17 million. Oh, how she yearned for it. If only she could exchange it. She would be one step closer to her goal of 100 million. Simultaneously, She harbored hopes that Daidu would indeed defeat the dragon and not fall victim to its wrath, or else she and her village would meet a tragic end. The multitude of pirates unable to escape knelt in supplication, ordered by Daidu to discard the bodies into the sea, the blood having already attracted various sea beasts, the surrendering pirates of the Kuro crew. Trembling with fear, tossed the remains of their former comrades into the sea to feed the fish and sea creatures. They resolved that should they survive this ordeal, they would never again live as pirates. Instead, they would return to their homelands to farm and hunt. One by one, pirate ships that had just emerged from the sea were sunk by Edra's sonic cannon, after sinking 7 or 8 vessels. No pirate dared to flee again. They all returned to Dabar Island's port to surrender, only to be commanded by Daidu to clean up the corpses and tidy the port, the treasures and essential supplies from these pirate ships, along with those from Dabar Island, were transferred to the indomitable warship, the Blade. Indeed, the grandfather pirate crew was about to change ships. The indomitable warship, the Blade, a massive sailing vessel boasting 3 decks, featured a Black Panther figurehead, the very ship that had been cleaved in two by Mihawk in the original tale. However, its record was not without merit. It had at least traversed Reverse Mountain into the Grand Line, had been pursued by Mihawk through the Grand Line, and had narrowly escaped the doldrums before ultimately being capsized near the floating restaurant, Baratai, by the world's greatest swordsman. Daidu contemplated setting fire to the pirate ships. He was unexpectedly approached by someone seeking collaboration. On Dabar Island, within the former stronghold of the Kuro pirate crew, the Underground Emperor, the Sea Transport King, boldly landed on the hellish Dabar Island, expressing his intention to acquire the 2 to 3 dozen pirate ships of Kuro's crew. Moreover, he offered to introduce Daidu to certain figures within the underground world known to Kuro, allowing him to take charge of these networks. They had tacitly agreed that Daidu would become the new overlord of the East Blue. Consequently, Daidu received several telephone snail numbers from the underground world's East Blue representatives, ensuring that moving forward, whether for purchasing weapons, acquiring intelligence, storing goods, or shipping rare items for auction, there would be connections established. At that moment, Daidu realized the vast influence of the Underground Emperor had permeated various criminal organizations and pirate crews worldwide. Daidu had never considered establishing a power base in the East Blue, especially since it was the hometown of the naval hero, Garp. To inquire why the East Blue was deemed the weakest sea, just ask Garp's Iron Fist. Thus, Daidu readily sold off these pirate ships. He even liquidated many treasures from the Kuro pirate crew, acquiring a small quantity of sea prism stone tools from these vampiric underground forces. Truly, this was the epitome of darkness. A pair of sea prison stone handcuffs astonishingly commands a price exceeding 1 million berries, rivaling that of a fine quality blade. However, the cost is justified by their transportation from the New World to the Four Seas. Moreover, they are highly sought after yet scarce in the market, adhering to the principle that wealth is an external possession. Daitai directly utilized Kleek's treasure to purchase the meager stock of sea prison stone weapons and instruments of torture held by the East Sea authorities. Ultimately, Daitai chose not to eradicate these pirate lackeys entirely. Instead, he disbanded Kleek's pirate crew on the spot and expelled them all. In truth, Clock had once expressed a desire to eliminate them all, and one leader of an underground faction in the East Sea even suggested enslaving them and selling them at a low price. However, Daitai refrained from extinguishing this flicker of humanity within himself, for he discerned a glimmer of life's yearning in the eyes of these pirate minions. Daitai remained uncertain whether his decision was right or wrong. While Clock and Adrago might scoff at his actions, both Zoro and Nami approved of Daitai's approach. The downfall of the East Sea's tyrant, Kleek's pirate crew, plunged the nearby islands of Dubai into a state of jubilation, as the oppressive pirate crew that had long tormented them was finally vanquished. Although it was not the Navy that achieved this, it was another pirate crew that delivered the blow. Extra, extra, the Great Daddy pirate crew has obliterated the East Sea tyrant. Kleek's pirate crew. A newsboy shouted frantically in the streets of Loguetown. This was a newspaper dedicated to East Sea news, with undercover connections in Dubai Island, where Kleek's crew was based. Thus, they were the first to learn of the internal happenings within Kleek's crew, even getting wind of the formation of the Great Daddy pirate crew before the Navy did. Inside the Navy branch of Loguetown, he truly accomplished it, the White Hunter Smoker exclaimed in astonishment. As a handful of individuals clashed against thousands, such battles had scarcely occurred even in the Grand Line. and each participant was a renowned elite pirate crew. Those with such audacity and courage were undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Smoker recalled the Roger pirates, who hailed from the East Sea, and the Spade pirates, which had departed 2 years prior. That Fire Fist ace had unexpectedly joined the Whitebeard pirates, becoming a notorious pirate in the New World. "I shall not permit you to step foot into the Grand Line," Smoker declared resolutely, for such a potential pirate must not be allowed to flourish within the headquarters of the Bartolomeo family of the underworld. Bartolomeo gazed at the news with a mixture of reluctance and disbelief, pondering how that scoundrel had grown so rapidly. Meanwhile, Desire felt both joy and conflict. He was thrilled that Babaya had survived and thrived, yet torn about whether he should seek him out. Go, Desire, return to Babaya's side and resolve the enmity between Babaya and the Bartolomeo family. Granny Tong had not anticipated Dai's swift rise. Having obliterated the East Sea's hegemon in such a short span, how terrifying this was, filling her with worry. "No, I shall not return to him in such a manner. Granny, I wish to set sail." Desire disregarded Granny Tong's wishes, opting instead to gather a few sisters and establish the Candy Pirate crew, embarking on a journey to follow in that person's footsteps. A colossal 3-decked sailing ship navigated the seas, its black pirate flag fluttering in the wind. Yet, this grand vessel was sparsely populated, with only a few subordinates busily adjusting the sails, standing watch, steering, and even tending to the cleaning and cooking. They could not fathom why Captain Daida had not recruited more pirate lackeys but instead seemed to revel in their toil. On the top deck, the bounty of 8 million berries hung over the bandaged figure of Ironwall Barrow, who resembled a mummy, having submitted to his fate. Despite his injuries, he was still assigned menial tasks, forced to clean due to his condition. Meanwhile, the demon mannequin remained silent, his significant chest wound hastily bandaged, still oozing blood at that moment. He seemed lost in confusion, refraining from joining the great daddy pirate crew. Perhaps he was reminiscing about Kleek or waiting for Daida to offer him a chance to prove himself. "I only brought you 2 aboard because I saw the bounty on your heads, which meets the standards for apprentice crew members of the great daddy pirate crew. While I enjoy coercing others, I shall also grant you a choice. Akin, it is impossible for me to let you go. If you truly do not wish to join us, you may head to the stern and take your own life, or jump overboard to spare us the burden of cleaning up your remains." Daida did not afford Akin much time for introspection, directly tossing him a dagger to confront the stark reality. Daida understood that Akin, untested by the trials of the Grand Line, was merely a savage pirate who had succumbed to power. Devoid of his own will, merely projecting his ambitions onto those stronger than him, Daida had no time for the soft approach, as he was intent on honing his own skills. Devoting even a moment to subjugate this defeated foe was already a significant concession. Witnessing Dai's ruthless recruitment tactics, Nami felt a twinge of anxiety. With no bounty to her name, did this mean she lacked the qualifications to be an apprentice crew member? Was she truly destined to warm Dai's bed? However, it seemed that neither the captain nor Zoro bore bounties either. This thought offered Nami a slight sense of relief. Meanwhile, Clock observed Dai's recruitment methods with quiet interest. Previously, Daida had shown considerable patience in winning over Edrago. Why now did he demand that the demon mannequin take his own life upon arrival? He was truly offering neither a leg up nor a semblance of dignity. I never imagined Captain Kleek would prove so weak, ultimately falling in the East Sea, failing even to realize his ambitions of entering the Grand Line. Therefore, might I see the full extent of your power? I do not wish for my ambitions to be placed in the hands of a captain who falters once more." Akin stared at the dagger upon the ground. His eyes began to regain focus as he slowly lifted his gaze to meet Daida. He had yet to fulfill his own ambitions and did not wish to perish. Yet, he sought a justification and an avenue for retreat. He was willing only to submit beneath those stronger than him. Furthermore, he truly did not wish to betray a second time, prior to Kleek's demise. He had indeed been fiercely loyal. However, with Kleek's death, the ambition he had once harbored vanished, leaving him momentarily reeling, caught in the turmoil between revenge and submission to survive. Now, Dai's dagger had laid bare the reality before him. He truly did not wish to die. He lacked the courage to take his own life. Entrusting ambitions to a captain, one must possess ambition and the ability to keep pace with me. Otherwise, the weak cannot linger by my side. Barrier Skyblade, power split. Daida gazed at Akin, raising his right hand slightly, summoning a colossal 40-meter transparent barrier blade that came crashing down upon the sea. Instantly, it carved a chasm over 100 meters wide, sending forth countless waves. What do you think of such strength? Daitai's strike left Zoro and Clock momentarily stunned. They had never witnessed such a technique before. Was this indeed the latest development Dai had mastered over the past few days? However, it seemed overly ostentatious. Must you flaunt your prowess so effortlessly? Don't think we haven't noticed how long you crossed your fingers, surely gathering energy for several seconds. The force of this strike was indeed beyond the capacity of any pirate ship to withstand. Meanwhile, Nami's eyes sparkled with admiration. The 40-meter blade was magnificent, cool, and awe-inspiring. She felt that Kokoxia village was truly saved. Daitai could undoubtedly vanquish the evil dragon. You are indeed far superior to Clique. When I first heard that the great daddy pirate crew dared to challenge Clique's crew with so few members, I was already somewhat impressed and eager to meet you. Now, your formidable strength and courage leave me utterly astounded. Please do not falter upon the path of conquering the Grand Line, my new captain. As the demon mannequin beheld Daitai's terrifying destructive power, his pupils quivered, and he knelt, bowing his head in submission. This man was stronger than Clique. During the confrontation with Clique, he had not even unleashed his full potential. He was indeed more suited to harboring his ambitions. Meanwhile, Zoro found himself at a loss for words. Had this demon mannequin not previously extolled the virtues of pirate ethics and proclaimed unwavering loyalty, how now did he so swiftly yield to Daitai? Clock too was perplexed. Had Akin's prior loyalty merely been an act? Under the chilling threat of Daitai's life and the overwhelming display of strength, Akin's true nature was laid bare as he knelt before Daitai. Then do not perish upon this path. I have no need for the weak. As Dai beheld the ghostly figure of Ajin submitting, he did not persist in maintaining his previously lofty demeanor. Instead, he bent down to assist him, deftly adjusting his bandages. His attitude towards adversaries and crew members had undergone a profound transformation. I will, Captain. Ajin, astonished by the unexpected smile from the once cold-hearted Dai, felt a surge of emotion, a subtle touch of gratitude. Even if Usopp had been present, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed in awe at the deft application of both the carrot and the stick. Reminiscent of how Klo had been similarly subdued, following his submission, Ajin refrained from provoking Dai with threats. Unlike Klo and Drago, fully aware that such actions would invite the wrath of a fist imbued with the formidable hockey of armament. Nami, take the helm. Set course for Kokoxia village. Dai commanded the navigator. Sensing that the downfall of the East Blue's tyrant, the Clique pirates, had surely drawn the attention of the Navy, they needed to depart the East Blue swiftly and enter the Grand Line. For lingering too long under the Navy's scrutiny posed great peril. Aye, Captain, Nami shouted with exhilaration, for she had long awaited this day. She yearned to return with her formidable allies to vanquish the dragon pirates and liberate her homeland. 3 days later, aboard the fearless battleship, the Blade, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, the crafty Klo, and the ghostly Ajin united in their assault against Dai, while Drago provided support from a distance with his soundwave cannon. Intentionally refraining from utilizing his invincible barrier fruit, Dai persevered through this onslaught, diligently honing his observation hockey and armament hockey, enduring numerous wounds from blades and cannon fire. Each crisis became a catalyst for his growth, particularly as Klo and Drago spared no effort in their relentless assault. However, this rigorous training resulted in significant advancements for Dai. In the lookout atop the towering mast, the cunning Nami vigilantly observed their course, fulfilling the dual role of navigator and lookout for the big daddy pirates. Meanwhile, the brothers Buki and Sam labored as sailors, tasked with managing and controlling the ship's sails, while the hypnotist Zango, a dancer, served as the helmsman. All three were obliged to heed Nami's commands as they steered the grand vessel forward. The swordsman Gallus found himself assigned to the kitchen, reluctantly setting aside his lethal blade to wield a vegetable knife as he donned the chef's apron. The Iron Wall Baru occupied the lowest rank among the crew, relegated to menial tasks and cleaning duties. These individuals, once high-ranking bounty criminals in their respective pirate crews, now occupied the positions of novice crew members aboard the Big Daddy Pirates, performing menial tasks akin to that of common pirate lackeys. Yet, they dared not rebel, silently enduring their fates, for their captain's strength was formidable. Witnessing Dai Dai single-handedly contend with 4 officers, they grasped the magnitude of his power. Especially as he had yet to unleash the full might of his invulnerable barrier fruit, Captain Dai Dai was currently training in the legendary Haki, which he described as a gateway to the New World. Inspiring awe among these small-time pirates who had never even set foot in the Grand Line, they felt as though they had aligned themselves with a formidable leader, for Captain Dai Dai was a man with grand aspirations. Consequently, their previously restless hearts began to cultivate a sense of belonging within this pirate crew. Alabasta, Rain Banquet. Miss All Sunday, Vice President of the Baroque Works, scrutinized the latest intelligence regarding the East Blue. At last, I have found you, Big Daddy Babaya. Nico Robin contemplated the information concerning the demise of the East Blue tyrant, the Click Pirates, and noted that Mr. 11's disappearance and subsequent death were linked to the Soundwave wielder Adralgo, who had disbanded his own crew to join the Big Daddy Pirates. The reasons behind this would soon become clear to Robin as she examined the latest bounty notice for Dai Dai Babaya. She recognized that the young man on the other end of the transponder snail, exuding an aura of menace, was indeed the captain of the bloodthirsty Big Daddy Pirates. The bounty poster depicted a figure standing amidst a mountain of corpses, bloodied and formidable, with a smile reminiscent of a demon that sent shivers down one's spine. Big Daddy Dai Dai Babaya, captain of the Big Daddy Pirates, bounty of 20 million berries, dead or alive. He had single-handedly slaughtered approximately 1,000 to 2,000 members of the Click Pirates, an astounding display of lethality. Nico Robin mused that the bounty of 20 million berries seemed rather low. Yet considering it was the weakest sea, this initial bounty represented the Navy's utmost regard for Dai Dai. However, she remained perplexed as to how this East Blue individual had knowledge of her identity and the events surrounding O'Hara. With such a bloodthirsty disposition, it was only a matter of time before he entered the Grand Line. Nico Robin held little affection for this brutal pirate, her only desire being to ascertain the source of Dai Dai's intelligence, ideally to eliminate him to safeguard her own and Crocodile's identities. After all, the covert operation in Alabasta was still underway, and the secrets of Baroque works could not be revealed prematurely. She prepared to lead a team to the entrance island of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak, to intercept the threat posed by the Big Daddy Pirates. Given the sensitivity of the information pertaining to O'Hara, she did not intend to report this matter to Crocodile within the East Blue. As the latest bounty for the Big Daddy Pirates was released, many pirate crews were filled with trepidation. This was a formidable crew comprised entirely of elite pirates. Big Daddy Dai Dai Babaya, bounty of 20 million berries. Pirate Hunter Rorino Zoro, bounty of 18 million berries. Klo, bounty of 17 million berries. Soundwave Adralgo, bounty of 17 million berries. The Fallen Swordsman Gallus, bounty of 11 million berries. Hypnotist Zango, bounty of 10 million berries. The brothers Buki and Sam, collectively 8 million berries. Meanwhile, the former bounties of 12 million berries for the ghostly Aegean and 8 million berries for the Iron Wall Baru had yet to reflect their recent affiliations with the Big Daddy Pirates. Hence their absence from this initial bounty update. Zango and the brothers saw their bounties increase by a mere 1 million berries, indicating a lack of remarkable achievements. Klo and Adralgo shared identical bounty increments, which irked them both, particularly Adralgo, who had only gained an increase of 500,000 berries, while Klo had benefited by a full million. Klo's expression darkened as he contemplated the 2 years spent in hiding, emerging only to obliterate the East Blue tyrant, yet receiving such a paltry increase. Did they truly underestimate him? Are 3 and 4 the same? Should we not have another bout to determine our standings? Zoro, the green-haired swordsman, boasted with delight, finally receiving his bounty notice, surpassing both Klo and Adralgo, the former pirate captains. With this, his position as the second in command was solidified. Yet, Dai Dai himself found dissatisfaction with the bounty, feeling it was significantly lower than that of Straw Hat Luffy, who, after defeating the formidable dragon pirates, had received an initial bounty of 30 million berries that astonished many. However, there was little he could do. The reputation of the Big Daddy Pirates for vanquishing the Click Pirates had spread rapidly. Once he had dealt with the dragon pirates, his bounty would undoubtedly soar even higher. Nami was already bubbling with excitement, for Dai Dai's bounty had now matched that of the dragon pirates. With such powerful crewmates, their chances of toppling the dragon pirates had exceeded 60%. Dai Dai, I can hardly wait to bring down the dragon pirates. This bounty is far from satisfactory. Klo, adjusting his gold-framed glasses that glinted dangerously, resolved not to let Zoro surpass him any longer. How could he be mocked by a brash young fool with a head full of muscle? His anger was palpable. How dare the dragon pirates, of all ranks, share a bounty akin to his? Die, bare-chested, issued orders that even Zoro, the second in command, was to row harder as they raced towards Kokasia village, among the pirates of the East Blue. I, am the true captain. In the East Sea, in the town of Orange, Captain Buggy the Clown of the Buggy Pirates gazed with trepidation at the formidable emergence of the Daddy Pirates, especially as he noticed the bounties of their officers surpassing his own. Captain, the ship of the Daddy Pirates seems to be heading in our direction. Should we consider a strategic retreat? Spoke the acrobat Kabaji, who also served as the strategist for Buggy's crew. Upon witnessing the Daddy Pirates' opulent display, he felt his resolve waver, struggling to maintain his balance on the unicycle. They had truly toppled the East Sea's overlord. The Krieg pirates, achieving an astonishing feat of defeating 5,000 foes with merely 8 individuals. Captain, I too believe we should venture to another island for inspiration. Staying on one island for too long can become rather monotonous, suggested the tamer Machi, keenly aware of Buggy's vanity and hastily offering a different rationale to gently persuade him. Indeed, we are not afraid of the Daddy Pirates. We merely intend to plunder other islands to replenish our supplies. Quickly, gather your belongings and set sail. Have you not noticed how emaciated Luffy has become? Buggy exclaimed, furiously chastising his crew for their ignorance, oblivious to the value of time and its correlation to wealth, which he deemed essential to his very existence. With a single command from Buggy, his troop of acrobats hurriedly packed their belongings and set sail, eager to escape the clutches of the Daddy Pirates and avoid a massacre. Meanwhile, Daitai genuinely contemplated seizing the opportunity to capture Buggy at Orange Town. However, upon their arrival, they found the Buggy Pirates had already vacated, prompting Daitai and his crew to head straight for the Dragon Pirates in Kokosia village. Buggy's luck with the Conqueror's hockey was indeed remarkable. Daitai recalled Buggy, akin to a cockroach, who consistently turned misfortune into fortune, ascending from a minor pirate to a warlord, and then to one of the 4 emperors, a journey that could only be described as legendary. At the Navy base in Loguetown, Smoker had repeatedly requested permission from his superiors to leave his post and pursue the Daddy Pirates, only to be met with outright rejections and stern warnings to remain vigilant in guarding the strategically vital location of Loguetown. This area served as the gateway to the Grand Line, with the potential for pirate crews to land daily, making the safety of the populace paramount. Smoker could only await the moment the Daddy Pirates landed in Loguetown to take action against Dai. In Kokosia village, the domain of the Dragon Pirates, the dragon gazed at the bounty notices with surprise. The Daddy Pirates had indeed vanquished the Krieg pirates, which astonished him. However, he deemed Krieg a genuine incompetent. Easily dispatched that he believed that his fishmen race was the true superior species. Brother Dragon, it's time to collect this month's protection fees, exclaimed the Kiss Fishman, Jew, as he entered, having amassed considerable wealth from the protection fees collected from over 20 nearby villages over the years, which funded their indulgences. These had been the happiest times of their lives. Compared to the grim and demeaning existence on Fishman Street, they relished the sunlight and the thrill of subjugating humans in this remote sea of the East Blue, where they could fully embrace their power and allow humans to experience oppression. Here, they lived with true dignity. Let us reclaim every last coin, not a single cent less. Should we encounter any resistance or those unable to pay, eliminate them on the spot. Dragon sneered maliciously. While he was meek on Fishman Island and Sabeti Archipelago, in the waters of Kokosia village, he was the undisputed emperor of the Dragon Empire. Understood. His cadre of fishmen set out in teams of 3 to collect protection fees from the 20-plus villages. Even 3 fishmen could instill enough fear in a village to compel them to hand over their money. The Dragon Pirates, though numbering less than 100, could easily dominate over 20 human villages, whose inhabitants were as timid and cowardly as livestock. Previously, Brigadier General Brin of the 77th Division had dared to lead a campaign against the Dragon Pirates, only to be annihilated by Arlong. His forces sunk to the depths of the sea. This emboldened the Dragon, who regarded the Navy Brigadier General as inconsequential. He was perhaps unaware that there existed a distinction between the Navy's headquarters and its divisions, with the latter being 3 ranks lower than the former. For instance, a division colonel was equivalent to a headquarters lieutenant. Brigadier General Brin was essentially on par with a headquarters major. Even Dai, upon his arrival, had misunderstood these ranks, mistakenly believing that a division colonel was merely one rank lower than a headquarters colonel, not realizing the substantial gap of 3 ranks. Colonels from divisions like Monka and Rat were akin to lieutenants in headquarters, making them some of the lowest-ranked minions during the Summit War. The highest military rank in the 4 Seas divisions was Brigadier General, while the majority of the leaders in the Grand Line and New World fortifications were elites hailing from the Navy's headquarters. The rear admirals and vice admirals in these naval strongholds were not significantly different from their counterparts in headquarters. They were merely stationed outside, with their ranks corresponding closely to the importance of their locations. Smoker, a disciple of Zephyr, was originally a colonel in the Navy's headquarters, much like Tina, but due to his volatile temperament and frequent insubordination, he was demoted several ranks to become a colonel in Loguetown. However, the strategic significance of Loguetown could suggest that his superiors intended to temper Smoker's disposition, that in subsequent promotions, Smoker advanced faster than Tina, eventually becoming a rear admiral, while Tina remained a mere brigadier general. In the original narrative, Lieutenant Fimbuti from the headquarters was able to pursue the defeated Creek pirates from the Grand Line into the East Sea, capturing the ghostly figure of Akin, illustrating his prowess. His rank of lieutenant in the headquarters was comparable to Monka or Rat's colonel rank. With even greater personal strength, the monthly collection of protection fees approached. A hint of bloodshed loomed over the 20-plus villages under the dragon's rule. The residents were compelled to pay for their lives, adults 100,000, children 50,000, failing which they faced a brutal execution. This burden had shattered the impoverished families, and those unable to escape the waters were mercilessly slain by the fishmen. The dragon pirates, having experienced oppression on Fishman Island, inflicted tenfold that cruelty upon the common folk of Kokosha village, transforming from the oppressed to the oppressors, displaying an even more extreme and inhumane nature. This was a manifestation of the hatred between 2 races. When the fearless warship, the Sword, of the Daddy Pirates entered the waters of Kokosha village, the crew could see plumes of smoke rising from several small islands. These were the tragic remnants of those unable to pay their protection fees, murdered and their homes set ablaze. Witnessing such scenes ignited a flicker of rage even within Dai, who felt out of place in this world. Who among them was not a fervent nationalist? Non-tribe members, kill. As the 3-decked warship, the Sword, sailed into the waters of Kokosha village, it quickly caught the attention of the fishmen engaged in collecting protection fees. Initially, they assumed it was some reckless pirate crew daring to intrude upon the territory of the dragon pirates. Yet, upon seeing the black flag of the Daddy Pirates, even the brazen fishman's expressions shifted dramatically. This was a formidable East Sea pirate with a bounty rivaling that of Brother Dragon. Moreover, how long had it been since the Daddy Pirates had annihilated the Creek pirates? The speed with which they entered their territory indicated ill intentions. However, the fishmen, accustomed to tyrannizing the Kokosha village waters, leapt into the sea fearlessly, eager to pierce the hull of the Daddy Pirates' ship. Dai, you landlubber. It seems you are in quite the predicament now. Allow me, the second in command, to take the liberty of dealing with them. Zoro grinned widely, swiftly drawing his fine blades, Snow and Hanajo, and diving into the ocean. His combat prowess was not to be underestimated, and dispatching a handful of fishmen was hardly a challenge. Soon, crimson splashes erupted on the surface of the water as Zoro resurfaced. Nami let out a sigh of relief, fully aware of the formidable fighting capabilities of the fishmen in the sea. This also enlightened Dai to the immense threat posed by fishmen to pirate vessels. Accelerate. Full speed ahead to Kokosha village. Dai had no intention of rescuing these islands and villages. Their mission was to swiftly eliminate the dragon. Otherwise, if these fishmen awaken and all plunge into the sea, then Dai would be powerless to confront them. Nami's expression already revealed a hint of concern. She had burned her bridges this time, placing all her hopes upon Dai. Should Dai fail to vanquish the Dragon King, their village would undoubtedly face the dragon pirate crew's furious retribution. Upon returning to the ship, Zoro, like Captain Dai, would also commence vigorous rowing, striving to elevate the speed of the formidable warship, the Fierce Blade. Within the Dragon King's territory, the fishmen underlings, who extorted protection fees from the nearby villages, returned to their paradise with beaming faces. Dragon brother, we have returned. Aside from the few destitute souls and reckless youths we dispatched, we have collected all the protection fees. One fishman underling reported joyfully to the Dragon King. This comfortable existence was incomparably better than life on Fishman Street. After all, Any pirate crew that could reach the Sabati archipelago was already a formidable force, and they invariably plundered during their passage through Fishman Island, resulting in the monthly abduction of fishmen or merfolk. Even though Fishman Island bore the flag of the Great Whitebeard and enjoyed his protection, it could not fully shield the island from all dangers. Many pirate crews from the four seas had never witnessed the true might of Whitebeard and thus held little fear in their hearts. Consequently, they continued their pirate plundering without restraint. Ha! Indeed, Jin, you are becoming increasingly adept. When dealing with these contemptible humans, one must be resolute. No money means no life, the Dragon King bellowed with a hearty laugh. Reveling in the sheer thrill of trampling upon human lives, I certainly will, Dragon Brother, the fishman Jin exclaimed with excitement. Had it not been for the arrangements made for collecting protection fees, he would have sought to extort several more villages and eliminate more humans. Bad news. Dragon Brother, the Big Dad pirate crew has invaded. A fishman minion rushed in frantically, his eyes wide with terror. The moment the Big Dad pirate crew landed, they began their slaughter in the port of Kokoja village. Dozens of fishmen brethren had already been killed, representing a significant portion of those left behind. The Dragon pirate crew, numbering fewer than 100, had dispatched 60 to 70 crew members that day to collect protection fees from various villages. Unexpectedly, it was during this vulnerable period that the Big Dad pirate crew attacked their stronghold. What? That rascal Daitai dares to trouble me. The Dragon King roared in shock and fury, seizing his weapon, the great saw blade chopping peak, and charging out with his subordinates. However, the very next moment, a colossal blue and white sonic wave laser struck the headquarters of the Dragon King's territory. Damn. The sight of this beam reminded the Dragon King of the terror of Kizaru. Borsalino, the scene of being annihilated by Kizaru still lingered vividly in his mind. Yet, this humiliating history only fueled his rage further. Kill them all. The Dragon King gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged out. It was utterly unforgivable that a large gap had been blasted into his Dragon Empire's territory. You need not come out. We have breached your defenses, Daitai declared, his face brimming with murderous intent as he dragged a fishman inside, subsequently snapping its neck and tossing it towards the Dragon King. Bibi, Daitai, I will slay you. Aulon, witnessing the demise of his kin at Daitai's hands, erupted in uncontrollable rage, raising his great saw blade chopping peak to strike at Daitai. Annihilate them, Daitai grinned malevolently, issuing commands as Zoro and Kuro swiftly found their opponents. 9 million berries worth of trash. Kuro faced off against the soft-boned fishman, Karubi, completely disregarding him. However, on the surface, this fellow was indeed the second highest bounty fishman pirate within the Dragon pirate crew. A six-sword style swordsman, Zoro, wielding the three-sword style, felt a surge of excitement upon encountering the octopus fishman, Xiaoba, who brandished 6 blades. This was his first encounter with such a rare six-sword style swordsman, and he was eager to witness its prowess. Thus, he paid no mind to Kuro's pursuit of the second highest bounty fishman, Karubi. Meanwhile, the kissing fishman, Argio, unleashed a powerful water cannon at the Big Dad pirate crew, provoking the sound wave user, Adrago, to retaliate. He had always been the one to spray others. How could he allow someone else to spray him? Moreover, the opponent was merely a trash fishman with a bounty of 5 million berries, and he was determined to obliterate him. Seeing that the big shots had all found their adversaries, the demon man, Ajin, had no choice but to join Iron Wall Baru and Gorith in attacking the remaining 5 or 6 fishmen. Meanwhile, the hypnotist Zon Kao and the human brethren guarded the warship, the Fearless Blade, to prevent the returning fishmen from damaging the vessel. Observing the full-scale battle between the Big Dad pirate crew and the Dragon pirate crew, Nami realized she could not assist and hastened home to gather her sister Nojiko, organizing the villagers to confront the Dragon pirate crew. Even against the returning fishmen underlings, they sought to make a contribution. With her rallying cries and the help of village police officer Ajien, the villagers of Kokoja finally took up arms. Half headed to the port, while the other half surged toward the Dragon King's territory. Determined to aid the Big Dad pirate crew in toppling the Dragon pirate crew, clang, a tremendous sound erupted as Daitai's barrier effortlessly deflected the Dragon King's great saw blade chopping peak. Trash, is this the strength of your proud fishman race? Daitai sneered at the Dragon King, shoving him aside before aiming his third-generation ghost slash towards him. Humph, our fishman race possesses tenfold the strength of humans. We are the noblest of races, The Dragon King recognized Daitai as a formidable Devil Fruit user and immediately sought to draw him toward the sea, as long as they were on the water. He could easily eliminate this ability user. And what do you consider the Celestial Dragons, those garbage nobles? How do they compare to your esteemed Fishman race? Barrier, Death Duel Cage. Daitai crossed his left-hand index and middle fingers to draw a frame, causing a massive square barrier to materialize around him and the Dragon King, completely cutting off the Dragon King's escape route. What? You dare insult the Celestial Dragons? The Dragon King stared at Daitai in disbelief, a flicker of admiration rising within him. However, he quickly extinguished that feeling. Every human was his enemy. The Dragon King, still unconvinced, furiously slashed at the transparent barrier walls created by Daitai. But his excessive force shattered a tooth of the chopping peak. It seemed that to defeat Daitai was the only way to break this damned cage. The Dragon King quickly realized he could not destroy this barrier. He had once followed the Sun Pirate crew and encountered numerous seemingly insurmountable Devil Fruit users, yet ultimately fell to the hands of fishmen. Indeed, killing you could indeed break the Death Duel Cage. But today, it is either your demise or mine. A crimson glint flashed in Daitai's eyes as he charged forward with his third-generation Ghost Slash, determined to slay this fishman, even if the sea hero Jinbei intervened. Arrogant little brat, I shall show you the terror of our sawtooth shark fishmen. The Dragon King cackled wickedly, raising the damaged chopping peak high, preparing to cleave downward with tremendous force, creating a significant arc with the blade. Then let me see. You trash fishman. Fundamentals. Armed hockey. Divine avoidance. Daitai suddenly accelerated and then abruptly halted, creating a massive pit in the ground, sending stones flying in all directions as his third-generation Ghost Slash, wielded with terrifying force, sliced upward, also generating an arc. The Dragon King, with both hands raised, leaped high, intending to use the force of his dive to cleave Daitai in two. Clang! Puffed! The clash between Daitai and the Dragon King, while not as fearsome as the encounters between Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard, nor did it involve the entanglement of conquerors' hockey across distances, was nonetheless significant. Their contact lasted but a moment before the chopping peak, enveloped in the aura of Daitai's armed hockey, was severed. The overwhelming force surged through the Dragon King's body, cleaving from his abdomen up to his chin and even severing his sawtooth nose. The Dragon King's diving force was immense, and the damage he sustained doubled in severity. Bang! The Dragon King was forcefully hurled against the transparent barrier, resulting in a second severe injury. This explosive scene left Xiaoba and Kurubi astonished. Their dragon brother had actually been defeated. Meanwhile, Nami and Nojiko, who had just arrived, covered their mouths in exhilaration, watching Daitai send the Dragon King flying. Their village was truly on the verge of liberation from the dragon's clutches today. Come, rise, let me behold your noble head, Daitai shouted, grinning as he slowly approached, each step radiating overwhelming pressure. How could you wield armed hockey? The malevolent dragon spewed forth blood, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. In a place such as the East Sea, how could there exist such mastery of armament hockey? Even in the Grand Line, few possess this formidable power. Only the most formidable pirates of the New World are known to wield such terrifying abilities. You dare to flaunt your arrogance here in the East Sea, yet in the New World, you are nothing but refuse. And what of your so-called noble lineage? It seems you have forgotten the origins of the sun tattoo upon your chest. If you possess any courage, attempt to eliminate a celestial dragon and see what transpires. Daitai pressed his foot upon the dragon's wound, causing him to grimace in pain, his face ashen, yet his eyes blazed with unquenchable fury. The sun tattoo of the Sun Pirates was originally intended to conceal the hoof of the celestial dragon that had been branded upon their captain, Tiger, during his time as a slave. These crew members, inspired by their captain's defiance against the celestial dragons, joined the Sun Pirates and bore this sun tattoo with pride. Unforgivable, you humans shall be engulfed by the wrath of the fishmen. Iron Teeth Technique, Shark Tooth Wheel. The dragon's teeth grew wildly, snapping at Daitai's foot with the intent to cripple him completely. Barrier, Diamond Leg. Daitai allowed the dragon to gnash at his foot, the dragon's formidable biting force causing his shark teeth to shatter. Scattering countless sparks to die in the throes of madness is not without its own form of bliss. Daitai raised the Sandai Kitetsu high, his gaze filled with murderous intent, and drove it forcefully into the dragon's skull. twisting it counterclockwise 2.5 times, thoroughly obliterating his brain. The dragon, in a frenzy of biting, abruptly ceased, collapsing at Daitia's feet. The dragon's blood glimmered upon the Sandai Kitetsu, gradually being absorbed, rendering the scene eerily surreal. The dragon was slain. Nami and Nojiko erupted in ecstatic cries, tears streaming down their faces. The murderer of their foster mother, Belmir, was finally dead, and Kokosha village was soon to be liberated. The villagers, too, wept and shouted in a cathartic release of years of repression. No, brother dragon! Kruby, Aju, and Little Eight gazed in terror at the slain dragon, unable to comprehend how he had fallen so swiftly. Were not both Daidai and the dragon bounty hunters with a bounty of 20 million? How could there be such a disparity in strength? Don't rush. You will join him in hell. Croc maliciously chuckled, instantly becoming a blur as he unleashed a merciless silent dismemberment technique upon Kruby. He could afford to use Iron Wall, Baroque once, as it would summon a subordinate. However, these fishmen had already been marked for death by Daitai, and thus he would not show mercy. Meanwhile, the Soundwave, a Drago, was equally ruthless, obliterating Aju's upper body without hesitation. Even if the villagers sought to collect a bounty, it was likely the Navy would not recognize it. Only Little Eight survived the initial onslaught, having been cleaved by Zoro's 6 swords, leaving a massive wound on his chest from which he bled profusely and fell into shock, collapsing to the ground. Weakened, Daitai withdrew the Sandai Kitetsu, hoisting the dragon's lifeless body. Your 20 million bounty represents your zenith. But my own 20 million bounty is merely a result of your status as the highest bounty criminal in the East Sea, which has clouded the Navy's judgment of me. Daitai released the death duel cage, casting the dragon's corpse at Nami and the others, then strode coldly towards the port, for more fishmen were returning to shore. Today, he intended for the Sandai Kitetsu to once again taste the blood of the fishmen. At the Kokosha village port, the hypnotist Zango and the brothers were engaged in combat with 6 fishmen who had just returned after collecting protection fees. Upon encountering each other, a fierce battle erupted. Vile humans, how dare you trespass upon the territory of the dragon pirates? Die! One fishman brandished a steel fork, grinning menacingly as he charged at the hypnotist, Zango. They had dominated these waters for years without encountering worthy opponents. This time, they would eliminate these humans and feed them to the sea beasts. Zango produced a sharp circular blade, swiftly hypnotizing the brothers and transforming them into muscle-bound brutes, exponentially increasing their strength and speed. While stripping them of fear, Zango himself joined the fray. After all, he had once captained the Black Pirates, and with a bounty now soaring to 10 million berries, how could he falter against mere fisherman lackeys? While mingling with Daitia's crew, they had no choice but to train diligently. Gradually growing stronger, they battled the fishmen. Half of Kokosha village's villagers, armed with hoes and pitchforks, rushed toward the port to aid Nami's crew in vanquishing the loathsome fishmen. As more fishmen returned in droves, they soon clashed with Zango, the brothers, and the villagers. Shortly thereafter, several fishmen commanded a colossal Cowsea king, charging it towards the fearless battleship, the Blade of the Unyielding. This sight left Zango somewhat apprehensive. But recalling the more terrifying Big Dad, he gritted his teeth and charged at the Cowsea beast. Hey, you pathetic sea monster, look at me. The hypnotist Zango, drenched in cold sweat, directed the hypnotic ring at the Cowsea beast, activating his hypnotic abilities. What is this nonsense? Are you trying to make us die laughing? One fishman atop the Cowsea beast guffawed, regarding Zango as if he were a fool. Yet, in the next instant, the Cowsea beast's eyes began to spin, and it collapsed straight into the sea, creating a massive splash that sent the fishmen flying. Moo moo. You worthless creature. Wake up, a fishman lackey yelled in fury. Thrusting his steel fork into the beast's rear, this heartless act instantly subjected the Cowsea beast to excruciating pain. Moo. The agony drove the Cowsea beast into a frenzy, and it retaliated by striking the fishman into a bloody pulp, dissolving him in the ocean. The now unhinged Cowsea beast continued its rampage, charging towards the Big Dad pirate ship. We're doomed. I can't control it. Run. Zango fled in terror, realizing that his hypnotic ring had no effect on the enraged sea creature. The brothers, witnessing the chaos, dared not remain aboard the ship and turned to flee. Even if it meant facing Daitia's wrath, they understood that failing to escape would lead to their demise at the hands of the sea beast. The villagers at the port also scrambled in panic, fearing for their lives, when suddenly they spotted a young man sprinting towards them. Captain, we can't hold on any longer. Zango and the brothers cried out in excitement upon seeing Dai approach. As if they had encountered a deity. Move aside. Barrier. Celestial hammer. As Dai dashed forward, his right hand extended, forming a colossal barrier hammer measuring several meters, which he brought crashing down upon the frenzied Cao beast. The impact forced the beast's eyes to bulge, knocking it unconscious as it collapsed onto the sea, creating another enormous wave before it slowly floated back to the surface. He has subdued Moo. It is the captain of the Big Dad Pirates. Why has Brother Dragon not emerged to confront them yet? Hurry, inform Brother Dragon, the fishman lackeys shouted in panic, their nerves fraying as they faced the Big Dad Pirates. Whose bounty matched that of Brother Dragon? No need to search. I shall send you to meet him. Fundamentals. 1 against 5. Dai unsheathed the Sandai Kitetsu and charged forward, unleashing a Z-shaped sword light that caused 5 fishermen lackeys to collapse. Spewing blood, Zango and the brothers gazed in awe as their captain displayed his might, dispatching both the colossal Cao beast and 5 fishermen in mere moves. You 3, your training regimen is now doubled. Dai cast a stern glance at Zango and the others, then turned to the sea where small boats and dorsal fins began to emerge. Some fishmen were swimming directly to collect protection fees. Yes, Captain, the brothers dared not defy Dai, and the fact that he did not punish them for their failure to guard the ship was a stroke of luck, as if sensing the unusual happenings at the Kokosha village port. The fishmen had gathered in groups of 10 or 20 before charging ashore. What is going on? The fishmen beheld the bloodstains and the unconscious Moo, their fury igniting as they leaped ashore, intent on slaughtering Dai and the assembled villagers. Hey, Dai, are you still hogging all the glory? The pirate hunters, Zoro and Kuro, had also arrived at the port from the dragon's territory. How had they crossed over from there? Did the fearsome dragon fail to slay them? Some of the fishermen minions cried out, but a terrifying thought began to fester in their hearts. Had the dragon been vanquished? Do not let them escape. Dai declared indifferently, dashing forward once more, with Zoro and Kuro swiftly drawing their blades and plunging into the throng of fishmen. In a matter of mere seconds, the dozen or so fishmen had no chance to flee back to the sea. They fell lifelessly upon the island. Come out and clean up, Dai shouted to Zhangao and Ruan, frightening the 3 into rushing over to drag away the fishmen's corpses, lest the sight terrify the retreating fishmen. The villagers watched the brutal pirates with trepidation. Yet, recalling that they were allies of Nami, they steeled themselves and began assisting in the grim task of moving bodies and fetching water to wash the ground. In no time, the waters by the port turned crimson. How many more? Dai inquired of the approaching Nami, his tone devoid of any concern for the fishmen. 39 fishmen are still unaccounted for, Nami replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Even after having cried passionately moments before, she quickly recounted the fishmen corpses, harboring a deep-seated hatred for them. She remembered each fishman distinctly. Zoro, tie up that sea beast by its nose. It shall be our vessel for towing, Dai commanded, glancing at the dazed Cao beast. After all, Dai was currently a landlubber himself, unable to venture into the sea to retrieve it. Zoro did not hesitate to follow Dai's orders, leaping into the ocean to grasp the golden ring of the Cao beast's nose, and he astonishingly managed to pull the massive creature back to shore single-handedly, showcasing his formidable strength. The ghoul Akin and his comrades quickly produced a thick rope, securing the nose ring to anchor the unconscious Cao beast at the port, preventing it from diving back into the depths upon awakening. They had hoped to feast upon a sumptuous sea beast banquet. What a deliciously rich meal we could have. Adarago smacked his lips, his booming voice causing the semi-conscious sea beast to twitch, as if it had grasped some dreadful truth. Dai, another group of fishmen is returning, Nami exclaimed loudly, deeply concerned about the possibility of annihilating the remaining fishmen. Otherwise, once the dragon pirates departed, these few fishmen could wreak havoc upon Kokoyashi village. Let them come. Dai and the others lounged at the port, casually snacking on oranges, with no Kigo even helping to peel them for Dai, their savior. Meanwhile, Nami had taken down the dragon pirate's flag, fearing it might frighten the fishmen away. Captain, leave these fishmen to us. We guarantee none shall escape. Akin and his companions eagerly volunteered for the battle, as both he and the steadfast Baroque were newcomers, eager to prove their worth as members of the dragon pirates. I'll cover the rear, Kuro said coolly, believing that if Dai did everything, what purpose would the crew serve? Let one fishman escape, lose a finger, Do not let me down. Daitai lightly nodded in agreement with their request, then swallowed an orange hole that no Kigo had handed him, casting a glance at Nami, her sister. Their casual eye contact made no Kigo shyly retreat. The remaining crew members swiftly charged forth, and soon the sounds of battle erupted, followed by the grim sounds of cleaning. After a few repetitions, they finally exterminated all the fishmen. Even the grievously injured octopus Xiaoba fell victim to the villagers' merciless blows. Dai did not dwell on the matter. For even if Xiaoba had known Rayleigh, what did it matter? It was of no consequence. Moreover, he had spent 8 years within the Dragon Pirates, indulging in the luxuries afforded to a cadre-level member. Even if he had not taken many human lives, he had lived a carefree existence feasting on the blood-soaked bread, and now he was dead. In such an environment, no matter how kind-hearted he might have been, his hands were stained with blood. Oda may wish to redeem him, but Daitai would not grant him that opportunity. Furthermore, Daitai did not believe Rayleigh would aid other rookie pirates. After all, not every pirate bore Roger's straw hat, or had earned the commendation and advice of Shanks. Rayleigh had not intervened during Ace's execution, so one could hardly expect him to act on Xiaoba's behalf. Some might question whether Rayleigh was aware of Ace's true identity. Yet, Daitai thought to himself. During Ace's public execution, Sengoku had already revealed Ace's identity on the transponder snail broadcast, and Sabaody undoubtedly had screens for live broadcasting. Many supernovas were watching. Would Rayleigh have missed it? Moreover, Sabaody Archipelago was perilously close to Marine headquarters. Kazara could traverse from the HQ to Sabaody in no time. After all, when the Straw Hat crew attacked the Celestial Dragons, they barely escaped before the Marines closed in. The Marineford War continued long after Ace's identity was exposed, with prisoners from Impel Down arriving during the chaos. Eventually, Shanks also rushed to Marineford. Although Ace had already perished, he had at least been present. Yet, the recent Pirate King Rayleigh had not made an appearance. Supernova Trafalgar Law had watched much of the live broadcast from Sabaody before deciding to join the fray, ultimately rescuing Monkey D. Luffy with a submarine. Therefore, one should not hold out hope for Xiaoba's connection with Rayleigh. The notion that Rayleigh might teach one the three-color hockey was utterly delusional. He had not even imparted a shred of hockey to Xiaoba, yet one wished to learn it through a mere acquaintance. Ridiculous. Today's Fishman extermination campaign had consumed some time, yet posed no real danger. Daitai sensed that the East Blue had indeed lost any pirate crew capable of challenging him, and thoughts of hastening their entry into the Grand Line began to form in his mind. Presently in the East Blue, aside from Smoker and Loguetown, perhaps Zoro's master, Kushiro, could serve as a worthy opponent. But Kushiro's strength may not rival that of Shimatsuki Yasu, but he likely possessed the skills of a swordsman. Though it remained uncertain if he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, as for the vacationing Marine Admiral Carp and the elusive revolutionary leader Dragon, Daitai wished to avoid them entirely. They were not opponents. They were merely fodder. At the grand banquet in Kokoyashi village, Daitai and Kuro appeared somewhat out of place, while Zoro and Adarego seemed to blend in seamlessly, were it not for giving Nami a farewell banquet to properly bid adieu to her hometown. Daitai might have already set sail for the Grand Line after dispatching the Dragon Pirates. After all, once the bounty reached a certain level, remaining in the four seas became perilous, as it easily attracted the attention of the Marine headquarters. Thus, venturing into the Grand Line became imperative. We do not resemble a band of pirates. Instead, we appear as a group of heroes. How laughable, Kuro remarked, sitting next to Daitai, his hands clasped beneath his chin. The firelight reflecting off his glasses. He was not fond of drinking, as it clouded his thinking. Tio, they're thieves. We are heroes. This world has no absolute right or wrong, only differing perspectives. As long as we are sufficiently strong, we can redefine these terms: justice, heroism, piracy. Daitai chuckled lightly, asserting that the world government was the largest pirate crew, extracting tribute from all allied nations and demanding protection fees from the four emperors for their respective territories. What was the difference? They, as the mightiest force, could define any term. Even pirate crews fulfilled their duty to protect their territories. Theirs were few, allowing for timely defense. The world government, however, had too vast a domain, rife with corruption, rendering it incapable of safeguarding so many waters. Even in the peaceful East Blue, pests like Colonel Mouse and Colonel Monka thrived. One could only imagine the state of the other seas. After vanquishing the Dragon Pirates, we would undoubtedly draw the Marines' attention. We needed a faster pirate ship and more formidable crew members. A professional ship doctor and chef were essential crew members for our maritime journey. We must devise a means to secure them. Otherwise, in the vast ocean, illness, disease, or a lack of necessary provisions could lead to our total demise. Kuro remarked coolly. In his view, the speed of the indomitable warship. The Marine sword paled compared to that of the Marine's regular warships, and the current crew was woefully inadequate, comprised solely of hot-headed brawlers. I understand, Daitai said, gazing towards the floating restaurant Bartai and the direction of Loguetown. Where both locales boasted skilled chefs. As for the doctor, he may need to search along the Grand Line. Early the next morning, after Nami's relentless persuasion, playful antics, and ultimately her alluring charm, Daitai reluctantly agreed to send Zoro and the others to toil away. Transplanting 3 orange trees onto the ship, the fearless battleship, known as the Sword. Aside from being a beloved reminder of Nami's fondness, the vitamin C in oranges can indeed effectively prevent scurvy caused by prolonged sailing. In truth, Daitai had intended to transplant a few orange trees himself. He simply did not anticipate that before he could voice his desire, Nami would already begin to tempt him with her charms, offering him delightful rewards. Thus, Daitai found himself forced into a position of compromise, granting Nami ample time to showcase her talents and deliver a performance worthy of an Oscar, before finally acquiescing to her request to cultivate trees aboard the ship. Observing Nami take charge with Daitai's orders, directing Zoro and Itarago with a sense of pride, even Noki Gao found it hard to bear. Captain Daitai, please do not blame Nami. She has always enjoyed teasing others. Her intentions are not malicious. Noki Gao stood by Daitai, continually speaking in Nami's defense, attempting to clear her name. Strangely enough, despite being a ruthless pirate capable of shedding blood without a second thought, standing beside him, Noki Gao felt an uncharacteristic sense of safety and a desire to rely on him. That I understand her nature. There is no need for concern, Daitai replied lightly, while internally reflecting on the unexpected thrill Nami's earlier gestures had stirred within him. To be candid, he found himself missing the wild, uninhibited, and extraordinarily compliant Desire. After all, having drifted upon the seas for such an extended period, he had not indulged in such pleasures in quite some time. This sort of experience is either non-existent or countless. What might she be doing now? The conflicting emotions of desire, reason, and ambition intertwined within Daitai's heart. With a sudden shift in his thoughts, he resolved to return to Loguetown and forcibly bring Desire aboard his ship. Regardless of whether the fruit is sweet or not, it shall quench his thirst. Feelings? I have discarded all notions of sentiment. This foolish woman dares to incite even a fleeting thought of longing. She must be thoroughly suppressed. Once she becomes his woman, she shall not be permitted to escape. In this discordant otherworld and amidst the chaotic era of pirates, he had cast aside such emotions. Yet a new obsession had taken root. There is no breakup, only a sense of widowing. What I cannot possess is of no use to me, Captain Daitai. What troubles you? Noki Gao suddenly sensed an ominous and indifferent aura emanating from him, which left her somewhat anxious. Nothing of significance, just a fleeting recollection from the past that I need to resolve. Daitai returned to his calm demeanor, and the wicked thoughts previously ignited by Nami dissipated in an instant. Ultimately, desire cannot conquer ambition. Captain Daitai, truly, your heart is not devoid of goodness, is it? Noki Gao gazed earnestly into Daitai's eyes, her words sincere. Bewildered by the dramatic shift in his demeanor, Do not presume to interpret the hearts of others. My heart knows neither good nor evil. Furthermore, do not cultivate curiosity or interest in me, lest you be unable to bear the consequences. The air of safety surrounding Daitai vanished, replaced by a cold indifference that warned against emotional entanglements. Women lacking strength or special abilities held no value for him. Unless she is prepared to offer a fervent devotion akin to a moth to a flame, perhaps Daitai might consider nurturing her. Noki Gao paled slightly, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness. She pressed her lips together, forcing a stiff smile, refraining from suggesting she board the ship, for she could not let go of the orange grove left behind by Belmere. Yet, despite her burgeoning feelings for Daitai, the hero who liberated her village, his coldness and words left her deeply unsettled, on the verge of tears. Perhaps this is the sorrow of feelings that have yet to begin but are already at an end. Captain Daitai, you are quite vain. Nevertheless, I believe you are a good person. Noki Gao's expression, a mix of wanting to cry while forcing a smile, appeared awkward. Yet, she managed to utter her final words before swiftly departing with an air of nonchalance. Watching Noki Gao's retreating figure, Daitai shook his head. Unrequited feelings must be severed. Noki Gao's attachment to the orange grove and her lack of strength, along with the absence of any special abilities, rendered a clean break the most prudent course of action. Upon returning to her room, Noki Gao felt a heavy weight in her chest, as though she could not breathe. She was bewildered by this sensation, having only known Dai for a day. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her hair in an attempt to regain clarity. Once her emotions settled, she returned to the port. After transplanting the orange trees, the crew of the Big Daddy pirate crew began boarding, while Dai was busy taming the cow sea beast, Moo. Noki gal, take care of Belmir's orange grove. Once I have circumnavigated the globe and charted the seas, I shall return, Nami exclaimed excitedly to her sister Noki gal. Although she had joined Daitia's crew under the condition he annihilate the dragon pirates. After days of interaction, she had come to understand Daitia's principles of operation, allowing her to feel more secure in boarding the Big Daddy pirate crew's ship. You must look after yourself. I will await your return. Noki gal's tears, which she had been suppressing, finally flowed freely at her sister's words. Yet, she could not help but steal glances at Dai, who was successfully taming the sea beast. This man continued to captivate her, despite the hurtful words he had uttered. This pirate not only eradicated the dragon pirates and liberated over 20 villages, but he also did not seize the substantial protection fees reclaimed from the fishmen. Even the funds Nami had gathered to redeem her village were left untouched for the villagers of Kokushia. How could someone like him possibly be a villain? You forbid me from feeling curiosity or interest in you. Yet I shall do so regardless, you despicable man. As she watched the Big Daddy pirate cruise ship slowly depart, guided by Moo, Noki gal's tears flowed even more freely. It was unclear whether they were shed for Nami or for Dai. Thanks to Moo's assistance, the sails of the fearless battleship were fully lowered to reduce resistance, allowing for a speed surpassing that of a typical warship. However, less than half an hour after setting sail, a naval vessel appeared directly in their path. On board, a naval officer resembling a rat wore a grim expression. The dragon pirates' monthly protection fee had inexplicably failed to arrive, being a day late, and the transponder snail could not be reached. This prompted Colonel Mouse from the East Blue's 16th Division to personally navigate the ship in search of the dragon, determined to collect his due payment. Without his protection, the dragon pirates would have been obliterated by the Navy long ago. Upon sighting the naval warship, the pirates aboard the fearless battleship felt no fear. Rather, Itarago and the other reckless pirates felt a surge of excitement. After all, attacking the Navy meant a significant increase in their bounty. The notorious Baji Kuro, who had previously annihilated a naval vessel, regarded the East Blue's navy with disdain. In earlier times, he might have let the warship pass to avoid trouble. However, now that Dai had declared his intent to embark on the most perilous path to power, eliminating a naval warship would surely draw the attention of naval commanders in pursuit of them. Captain Dai, are we truly going to strike against the Navy? For Nami, who was timid by nature, the prospect of actively attacking the Navy felt rather daunting. Nami, though you are merely a navigator, I do not wish for you to maintain such a cowardly disposition. You must learn to grow stronger. Moreover, the Colonel Mouse before us is the very shield of the dragon pirates. He shares in the protection fee you have paid. It is quite possible they are now plotting against the villagers of Kokushia. Daring to cut off his source of income, Dai shot a glance at Nami before provocatively spurring her on. Nami possessed considerable combat intelligence, however. Her personality and deficiencies in ability often relegated her to the role of a background coward. Yet, she had independently triumphed over many foes. What? So the dragon pirates have the Navy as their shield? No wonder. No wonder. Nami's expression morphed into one of fury in an instant, realizing that the Navy branches bore a portion of the responsibility for Belmir's death. Itarago, fire at them immediately. Nami shouted, not forgetting to include Dai in her fervor, because she was aware that these crew members only heeded the words of Dai. Even the newly appointed sniper, Imbwa Adilago, did not refuse the command to bombard the Navy. As the two ships encountered each other, the gunners sprang into action first, upon seeing the colossal ship of the Big Dad pirate crew, which dwarfed his own designated warship as a colonel. Colonel Mouse realized he had stumbled upon formidable adversaries. In the next moment, a blue and white laser cannon shot forth, severing Colonel Mouse's mustache. It was the Big Dad pirate crew. Retreat. Despite being at a considerable distance, the Navy had yet to discern the pirate flag of the unflagged pirate ship, and even before their cannons entered range, the attack was launched. At the sight of this sonic cannon, Colonel Mouse recognized the notorious pirate crew he was up against. Boom! The main mast of the warship was shattered, leaving it adrift without sail power, while the formidable warship, the Blade, pulled ahead with its sea beast, requesting support. This is Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division, under attack by the Big Dad pirate crew. Hurry, we need assistance. Colonel Mouse shouted frantically into the transponder snail. his eyes widening in terror at the thought of the crew that had obliterated the Eastern Seas tyrant. This was the Butcher pirate crew, the Demon Pirates, known for their ruthlessness, after calling for Navy support. A sense of helplessness washed over him, and he desperately tried to contact the evil dragon, hoping this individual would answer and come to his aid. However, that call was destined to go unanswered. For the evil dragon had already reported to hell. Bang! The warship shook violently as a massive cow sea beast collided with it, and the gigantic three-decked pirate ship had already made contact. How dare you brazenly attack a Navy warship? Are you tired of living? Though fear gripped him, Colonel Mouse still managed to roar defiantly, striving to match the ferocity of the Big Dad pirate crew's ruthless pirates. Having already made the call for help, our attack on the warship is a fait accompli. It would be best to annihilate them. Baiji Kalu adjusted his glasses with a palm, revealing a dangerously gleaming gaze. Before casually addressing Dai, those words terrified Colonel Mouse to the core, for Kalu was a demon who had sunk a Navy ship 2 years prior. The detestable Colonel Monka, even bolder than Mouse, had dared to lie and claim military merit. Truly despicable. Then let us finish them off, Dai remarked, casting a glance at Colonel Mouse and his men, who had long been accepting bribes from the evil dragon pirate crew and working diligently to cover up their misdeeds. Some of the sailors, whether voluntarily or under duress, had indeed taken their share of ill-gotten gains. They had essentially bled dry over 20 villages, failing to fulfill their duties as Navy personnel and instead becoming a shield for the evil dragon pirate crew. Thus, their demise was hardly regrettable. No, my cousin is Vice Admiral Weishan of the Navy headquarters. He is well known as a hawkish Vice Admiral. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, you will face endless vengeance. Colonel Mouse threatened in a panic. Realizing he could rely on no one else for salvation, he could only continue to intimidate Dai and his ruthless pirates. Are you certain you're not just boasting? Does Weishan have a relative as worthless as you? Besides, your backing should be the entire Navy, and you need not invoke a Vice Admiral to frighten me. You might as well claim your teacher is the former Admiral Zifa. Dai had slowly drawn his sword. The Sandai Katetsu. Now that he was already on a bounty list, what did he have to fear from the Navy's pursuit? How do you know? My teacher truly is Zifa. You cannot kill me. As Dai unsheathed his blade, Colonel Mouse stumbled over his words. Whatever connection he could fabricate, he grasped at straws, mentioning Weishan and Zifa, whom he barely knew. Yet, he had indeed invoked Vice Admiral Weishan's name to intimidate the evil dragon, leading them to offer him considerable bribes to secure cooperation. Zifa's hands have been severed by pirates. You might as well follow suit, Dai declared, plunging his blade into the babbling Colonel Mouse. Severing an arm in an instant. A second later, Colonel Mouse, finally registering the pain, cried out in agony, clutching his bleeding arm. Too loud. In a flash, Dai retracted the Sandai Katetsu and returned to the blade. While Colonel Mouse collapsed in despair, clutching his neck, the other crew members swiftly dealt with the remaining Navy sailors, looted supplies, and set the warship ablaze, with only Zoro and Nami remaining aboard, abstaining from the slaughter. Zoro felt no compulsion to engage. The opponents were simply too weak, while Nami's complexion paled, struggling to reconcile with such brutality. Yet, upon recalling that Colonel Mouse was the protector of the evil dragon pirate crew, she set aside her pity for these sailors. The Big Dad pirate crew did not linger and continued onward, leaving only a trail of smoke. Meanwhile, Smoker from Loguetown could no longer tolerate the Big Dad pirate crew's audacity. How dare they openly slaughter Navy personnel? He boldly led his sailors, disregarding his superior's orders, and charged forth from his post. Days later, in a certain area of the East Sea, a cow sea beast towed a massive three-decked sailing ship at high speed. Dai and Kalu had concluded a day of training, lounging on sun chairs while perusing various news articles. Following the demise of the Eastern Sea Tyrant, the Clique pirate crew, the Big Dad pirate crew, has once again obliterated the Eastern Sea's highest bounty evil dragon pirate crew. Tragic news. The Big Dad pirate crew has inexplicably destroyed the warship of the Eastern Sea's 16th Division, resulting in the untimely death of Colonel Mouse. The bounty on all members of the Big Dad pirate crew has been raised again, establishing them as the strongest pirate crew in the Eastern Sea. In the most beautiful nation of the Eastern Sea, the Goya Kingdom, the long Princess Sally Nandakani has become engaged to the son of the noble Adaluk III. Starry, with their wedding set for the following year. Mira Pearl Island, the birthplace of Eastern Sea fashion, will host its annual dance festival in 10 days. All are welcome to participate. Loguetown's annual culinary competition will commence in a week, with the champion receiving a giant tuna and 1 million berries. Special report, the head chef of the sea restaurant Barto, Zep, reveals that the sous chef possesses the culinary talent of the Eastern Sea's finest chef. These were all news pertaining to the Eastern Sea. Dai then glanced at the World News section of the World Economic News. Whitebeard Pirate Crew's 4th Division Captain Sachi, in collaboration with the newly appointed 2nd Division Captain Portgasti, Ace, has defeated the Dicalban brothers of the New World and incorporated them into the Whitebeard-affiliated pirate crew. The Supernova Rommel, the Scythe of Cavendish, has landed on the Sabaody archipelago today, with a bounty of 280 million. Dai, this should be a great opportunity to find a decent chef, Baiji Kalu casually remarked, gesturing toward a report on the culinary competition. Meanwhile, the others were engrossed in their new bounty notices, with Zhangao eyeing the dance festival article with interest. However, he understood that the Big Dad pirate crew would not venture to Mirror Pearl Island. Perfect timing to return to Loguetown, Dai remarked nonchalantly after glancing at the news, though his tone seemed to grow colder. Surprising Kalu. Nevertheless, he quickly recalled Dai Babaya's affiliation with the underworld Barto family from Loguetown, and a smirk crept across Kalu's face. It seemed this captain bore unpleasant memories from Loguetown. Captain Dai, your bounty has now reached 30 million berries. Imbua Adi Lego exclaimed, brandishing a bounty notice for Dai, as the bounty on the Big Dad pirate crew surged again following the annihilation of the evil dragon pirate crew and Colonel Mouse. The notorious reputation of the Eastern Sea's most wicked pirate crew had spread. Other crew members also saw their bounties increase by 1 to 3 million. Given the heinous act of slaughtering Navy personnel, a severe punishment was warranted. The Demon King and Iron Wall Baru had also been included in Deity's bounty notice, while the little thief Nami currently had no bounty, which relieved her, as she did not wish to be wanted just yet. Accelerate towards Loguetown, and prepare to enter the Grand Line. Ignoring the trivial matter of bounties, Dai finished reading the newspaper and resumed his training. This notorious reputation is likely to soon attract the relentless pursuit of the naval forces, intensifying the sense of crisis within Dai. However, this feeling is quite invigorating. It is only in the face of adversity that one can continuously tap into their potential, daring not to indulge in even the slightest relaxation. Observing Dai's renewed dedication to training, the equally fervent swordsman Roranoa Zoro immediately entered a state of rigorous exercise. The disparity in their bounties was a significant source of motivation for him, as his own was considerably lower than Dai's. Nevertheless, his bounty had approached the previous highest in the East Blue, reaching an impressive 19 million berries. Crocodile and Edrago had each seen an increase of 1 million berries, bringing them to 18 million berries, while the formidable Akin had remarkably surged by 3 million, now totaling 15 million berries. The other crewmates also experienced a similar 1 million increase in less than half a day. A peculiar island, towering like a cloud, came into the line of sight of the Big Dad pirates. Clockwork Island, rumored to be the stronghold of the Poker pirate crew, boasts a fleet of no fewer than 10 pirate ships. The captain, known as King Bear, commands a bounty of 11.6 million berries. His subordinates include the Joker, a fearsome figure with a bounty of 9.9 million berries, the Sweetheart Queen with a bounty of 7.8 million berries, and Pig Jack with a bounty of 3.2 million berries, alongside the Skunk with a bounty of 6 million berries. Just a glance from Crocodile was enough for him to recite all the information about this pirate crew, proving his reputation as the intellectual pillar of the Big Dad pirates. Let us seize them. Dai continued to lift his weights, his demeanor unchanged, as if such trivial matters did not warrant his attention. Oh, splendid. I have had my eye on the famed diamond clock of Clockwork Island for quite some time. Had it not been for their sheer numbers, I would have secured it long ago, exclaimed the cunning thief Nami, brimming with excitement, devoid of any guilt regarding the theft of a pirate's treasure. Let us take action. Seeing Dai engrossed in his training without any intention of engaging, the Soundwave Edrago eagerly sought to assume command. Reminiscing about the thrill of being the captain. Hey, first mate, I have yet to voice my thoughts. Zoro promptly set aside his massive weights, wiped the sweat from his brow, and made his way to the bow of the ship. Where there was a fight, he could not be absent. The formidable Akin and Iron Wall Baroque, along with the swordsman Galas, also seized their weapons, their gazes fixed upon Clockwork Island. They were now the strongest pirate crew in the East Blue. Who could they possibly fear, especially the brothers among them? Each exuded an air of authority, proudly relishing their affiliation with the Big Dad pirates. The trepidation they had felt when confronting the clique pirate crew was now but a distant memory. Then it shall be your responsibility to deal with them. Crocodile showed no inclination to act, delegating the task of assaulting Clockwork Island to Zoro and Edrago, his trusted lieutenants, given the disparity in bounty comparisons. The crew of the Big Dad Pirates would undoubtedly overpower the Poker Pirate crew. However, Clockwork Island was rumored to be laden with traps and hidden mechanisms. One could only hope this group would not suffer a significant setback. Under the commands of Zoro and Edrago, the sea creature Moo surged forward, striving to reach Clockwork Island in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, atop Clockwork Island, the lookout of the Poker Pirate crew had spotted the intruders and, upon recognizing the flag of the Big Dad Pirates, hastily sounded the alarm, rushing to report to Captain King Bear in a state of panic. This was the strongest pirate crew in the East Blue making their approach. Had it been any other minor pirate crew, he would have sounded the call to arms, eager to eliminate them. Yet, the recent notoriety of the Big Dad Pirates was so formidable that he felt no inclination to resist. The Poker Pirate crew members, caught in the midst of a card game, furrowed their brows at the piercing alarm. They had occupied this island for 6 years, reigning as the most powerful crew in the vicinity, with no other pirates daring to provoke them. Could it be the Navy? They quickly moved to assess the situation. Several members sprang to their feet and hurriedly exited, with the skunk taking to the skies using his gas propulsion device. Within the Grand Hall at the top of Clockwork Island, King Bear, through his telescope, spotted the approaching Big Dad Pirates. An immediate sense of unease washed over him, but he quickly regained his composure. He activated the colossal clockwork mechanism, aiming the King Cannon at them. "I refuse to believe anyone can withstand the might of the King Cannon," roared King Bear, filled with murderous intent. He had been operating Clockwork Island for 6 years, and this cannon was specifically designed to deal with formidable crews like the Clique and Evil Dragon Pirates. No one could take Clockwork Island from him, though the Big Dad Pirates had annihilated the Clique and Evil Dragon crews. As long as he could destroy their ships, everything would be manageable. Kara Kara. The machinery of Clockwork Island whirred into action, causing the entire island to slowly rotate. The massive King Cannon was now aimed directly at the swiftly approaching Big Dad Pirates. Fire! With King Bear's command, a gigantic cannonball, 2 to 3 meters in diameter, hurtled towards the Big Dad Pirates. "Die, you scoundrels. Even with a bounty of 30 million, you shall perish by my hand." Ha ha ha. King Bear laughed maniacally. And his crew, buoyed by their captain's confidence, shared in the laughter, their fear of the Big Dad Pirates somewhat alleviated. Dai, who had been training aboard the fearless warship, suddenly felt a surge of adrenaline. Casting down the enormous weights and sprinting to the ship's bow, leaping onto the head of the sea creature Moo, protective barrier. Dai stood atop Moo, conjuring a massive transparent shield. To the astonishment of Nami and the others, in the next moment, a colossal cannonball struck the barrier, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent tidal waves rocking the entire pirate ship. Edrago. Counterattack. Everyone. Attack. Furious at the interruption of his training by this rabble of pirates, Dai was determined to eliminate them himself. Feeling the intensity of Dai's wrath and murderous aura, Moo swam even faster, eager to reach the island. Understood. Soundwave cannon. Edrago, startled by the sudden attack and sensing the cold fury of Captain Dai, immediately gathered his energy and retaliated against the top of Clockwork Island. King Bear never anticipated that his long-prepared weapon would be thwarted. "Captain, watch out." The skunk lunged at King Bear, tackling him as a terrifying blue-white laser soundwave pierced through their grand hall. "Hurry, load the second cannon." King Bear felt a tremor of panic. The strength of the Big Dad Pirates seemed to surpass his expectations. They quickly succeeded in reloading and fired again, but the result was even more catastrophic. The cannonball was effortlessly sliced in half by a massive sword measuring 40 meters, leaving them with no opportunity to detonate. Gulp. "Captain, we should retreat," the skunk urged anxiously, realizing that the terrifying Big Dad Pirates were beyond their capacity to confront. "Indeed, we must withdraw. Observing their trajectory, they are likely headed to the Grand Line. We shall bide our time and return to deal with them later." King Bear no longer hesitated, turning to flee with a swiftness that surpassed even that of his crew. Upon seeing this, the other crew members quickly followed suit, overwhelmed by the pressure exerted by the Big Dad Pirates. However, having suffered 2 cannon strikes, Dai would not allow them to escape. Moo had already brought the fearless warship to the shores of Clockwork Island, and the crew of the Big Dad Pirates swiftly disembarked, launching their assault upon the heights of the island. Under King Bear's orders, the pirate underlings desperately attempted to fend off the onslaught of the Big Dad Pirates, while the higher-ranked members made their escape. Yet, Dai, having awakened his observation haki, quickly sensed the powerful ants attempting to flee, their auras distinct amid the throng of minions, among the numerous underlings. They shone like fireflies in the night. 2 devil fruit users, and a host of weaklings. Drawing his sword, the 3rd-generation Ghost Slash, Dai charged forth, with Zoro and Crocodile promptly following, aware that Dai's keen perception had detected something. As they too strive to awaken their powers, boom. A transparent barrier sliced through the air like a great blade, startling King Bear and his companions. Gritting his teeth, King Bear, his body flushed with rage, akin to red-hot steel, charged fiercely at the glass-like barrier. He refused to believe he could not shatter it. Clang! A tremendous roar echoed through the air as King Bear was sent flying, tumbling across the ground for dozens of revolutions, blood spewing from his mouth in a frenzied manner. Witnessing the captain's dire state, the poker card officers hastily displayed their prowess, scrambling to escape in a panic. The gas ejector of Skunk A erupted, releasing a noxious cloud as it desperately ascended into the sky, while Sweetheart Queen transformed into a puddle, swiftly seeking refuge in a crevice. The Needle Sword Clown also sought to flee, yet encountered his old adversary, Zoro, with whom he had previously clashed and suffered a dismal defeat. Meanwhile, Pig Jack was instantaneously felled by Baiji Kuro, a mere trifling with a bounty of just over 3 million, not even warranting a second strike from Kuro. I detest such scum. Sensing the foul stench left by Skunk A, Dai's temples throbbed with rage. Such filth must be eradicated. Barrier lunge. The massive barrier on the ground instantly morphed into a colossal spear, thrusting violently towards the heavens, impaling Skunk completely and causing him to bleed profusely. He was then brutally flung away by Dai, descending directly into the abyss. In the meantime, the Needle Sword Clown was also dispatched after a few exchanges with Zoro. Stripped of any capacity to resist, at this moment, King Bear struggled to rise once more, but upon witnessing the demise and injuries of his subordinates, his eyes turned crimson, activating the Steel Fruit's powers. His body temperature surged once again. I shall fight you all. Like a raging locomotive, King Bear charged at Dai with unstoppable momentum. Impact barrier. Dai regarded him with disdain, summoning a massive impact barrier that surged toward King Bear. Before turning his back to pursue the Paramecia-type Fruit user, escaping under the watchful eye of his observation hockey would prove no simple task. The collision between King Bear's steel locomotive charge and Dai's impact barrier erupted in a shockwave, resonating through the heavens and sparking flames. Yet, as expected, King Bear was sent flying once more, this time his eyes rolling back as blood gushed from his head. N01 is harder than Dai. Sweetheart Queen, frantically darting through the fissures, had discarded her clothing entirely, as her development of the Paramecia-type Fruit was still rudimentary, rendering her unable to assimilate even her attire. In contrast, the former Navy trader Gasper D, with his Paramecia gummy fruit, could transform his entire body into gummy shapes. Meanwhile, the top of the 3 sweet generals in the New World, Katakuri, wielded his Paramecia Machi fruit with unparalleled prowess, effortlessly mimicking the techniques of Straw Hat Luffy's Gomu Gomu fruit, unleashing dozens of fists with ease, rivaling even Logia users in strength. This could very well illustrate the stark disparity between bounties of 7.8 million, 95 million, and 1.057 billion, cowering in a corner. Sweetheart Queen, now a mere puddle, trembled in fear, praying for these harbingers of death to depart from Clockwork Island. Even the mighty Captain Bear had been so simply defeated. She truly felt that the strongest pirate crew of the East Blue was, indeed, a band of demons. Come out. Suddenly, a voice instilled fresh terror in Sweetheart Queen, causing her to tremble anew, yet she dared not move or speak. I know you're in there. If you do not emerge, I shall end you. Dai's fist struck the fissure, creating a massive dent that sent Sweetheart Queen into a state of panic, her pudding form wavering. She could not fathom how this man could detect her location. I can sense your life force. You cannot escape. If you do not come out, when I find you, your end is inevitable. Dai's voice was cold. Having wasted too much time, he would not hesitate to show his ruthless side. Please don't kill me. I'll come out, Sweetheart Queen cried, emerging from the fissure, gradually revealing her form while maintaining her pudding shape. Could you possibly provide me with some clothing? She asked, her voice quivering. For this man was terrifying, and his icy aura left her trembling. Yet, in the next moment, a dark, firm hand seized her neck, instantly dispelling her pudding form and reverting her to her true self. Struggling for breath, her face flushed in desperation. How could this man grasp her pudding form? You have wasted much of my time. My patience is wearing thin. Dai glared at the pale woman, a sudden surge of anger consuming him, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, as he caressed her head. Time passed, and this fair-haired, pale-skinned woman, ensconced in Dai's grand cloak, appeared flushed and pitiful as she followed him back to the heart of Clockwork Island. At that moment, The entire island was under the control of the Great Daddy Pirates. Except for those pirates who had been slaughtered on the spot, all others had knelt in the hall, including the residents of Clockwork Island who had been oppressed and coerced by the pirates. Baiji Kuro cast Daidi a meaningful glance, clearly aware of what had transpired. Yet Daidi, unfazed, was now a pirate driven solely by the pursuit of power, unconcerned with the consequences of his actions, just relieving some frustration. Meanwhile, Nami was diligently attempting to dismantle the enormous diamond clock, seeking to relocate this multi-million buried treasure, paying no heed to the vanished Daidi. For her eyes were solely fixated on wealth. Are we going to slaughter all these pirates? Baiji Kuro's smiling words sent a chill down the spine, inducing terror. Daidi remained silent, approaching the mayor and his wife, a couple garbed in scientific attire. Can you modify ships? Daidi inquired, considering that they had transformed an entire island into Clockwork Island. Their technological capabilities must be commendable. Surely, they could adapt technology to enable a pirate ship to achieve temporary flight? What modifications do you have in mind? The mayor and his wife asked, a hint of trepidation in their expressions, for these pirates were far more ruthless than the poker pirates, and they dared not resist in the slightest. I wish to add an emergency escape mechanism at the ship's rear and retrofitting the hull with a spring-driven propulsion system. Daidi outlined his concept, seeking additional avenues for survival or perhaps preparing for a journey to Sky Island. We require time, materials, and manpower. The mayor and his wife, seeing the unyielding expression on Daidi's face, could only brace themselves and agree. You may handle these pirates as you wish. Their deaths are inconsequential. But the modifications must be completed as swiftly as possible. By the way, your son is still alive. If you assist me diligently, perhaps he will return. Daidi leveraged the threat of their son to ensure the scientists would not sabotage the modifications. Really? The couple exclaimed, their excitement palpable. When the poker pirates had seized Clockwork Island, they had no choice but to cast their newborn son out to sea, seeking a means of survival. They never expected to hear such news. Surely it was the information they had left with him that alerted this pirate. Make the modifications properly. If I am satisfied, your island will be liberated, Daidi declared, entrusting the remaining matters to Baiji Kuro, the brains of the operation, while he took Sweetheart Queen on a tour of the island, seeking a suitable spot to discuss their second bout. Daidi had once held a semblance of conscience towards Desire and harbored a flicker of compassion for Nojiko. However, in his dealings with Sweetheart Queen, his conscience had vanished entirely. She was merely a product of desire, devoid of any emotional connection. Thus, the Great Daddy Pirates briefly lingered on Clockwork Island, awaiting enhancements to their vessel. Baiji Kuro endeavored to learn from Daidi, employing his methods to subjugate King Bear, the captain of the poker pirates, by casting him into the sea or forcing him to take his own life if he did not submit. For Kuro would not proactively take his life. Why the following day, the Needle Sword Clown and Pig Jack had been so thoroughly tormented that they begged to join the Great Daddy Pirates as mere crew members. This elevation in status allowed them to escape the bottom tier of the ship, no longer relegated to the lowest ranks. Without a bounty to their name, they could not even qualify as lackeys in the Great Daddy Pirates. Nami also noticed the budding relationship between Daidi and Sweetheart Queen. To secure her standing on the ship, she began to showcase her allure more prominently before Daidi. She absolutely could not allow that vixen to have any sway over the ship's finances, especially the diamond clock she had just procured. Daidi also made it a point to acknowledge Nami's worth. Her navigational talents were indeed indispensable to the Great Daddy Pirates. However, if she wished to become an irreplaceable part of Daidi's life, she would need to develop further. 5 days later, the indomitable warship, the Blade, of the Dada pirate crew, has finally completed 2 remarkable modifications through the efforts of all the townsfolk and a multitude of pirate laborers on Clockwork Island. After enduring 5 consecutive days and nights of relentless immersion in the sea, King Bear ultimately succumbed, transforming into a subordinate. Although Crocodile had granted him the opportunity for self-destruction, King Bear lacked the courage to take that step. Consequently, he was forced to relinquish his captaincy and honor, becoming the Iron Bear of the Dada pirate crew, embarking on a life of piracy as a mere underling. The poker pirate crew was officially disbanded by Crocodile, with Crocodile himself having secured a new pirate captain on board. He felt a profound satisfaction. If he could not assume the mantle of captain, he would ensure that Edrigao and Iron Bear would not either. Having weathered the storm himself, he was determined to dismantle their umbrellas. As for the underlings of the poker pirate crew, they were left to the mayor of Clockwork Island to handle. Whether to turn them over to the Navy or to eliminate them was entirely up to him. Before departing, Dade informed the mayor and his wife that their son was now following a young man named Brode. Having turned to thievery, he suggested they inquire about the whereabouts of the thief brother themselves, as he had no time to assist them in their search. After all, the culinary competition in Loguetown was set to commence in just 2 days, and they needed to hurry. The upgraded indomitable warship, the Blade, surged forward under the guidance of the sea beast, Moo. Dade, eager to waste no time, instructed Nami to steer the pirate ship directly towards Loguetown, engaging in combat with any pirate crew or navy they encountered along the way. However, perhaps due to the notoriety of the Dada pirate crew's flag in the East Blue, they faced remarkably few obstacles and reached Loguetown unimpeded. Meanwhile, Smoker, after several fruitless days searching for the Dada pirate crew in the Cocoa Sea, had been reprimanded by his superiors and sent back to Loguetown. He was now tasked with maintaining order in Loguetown, especially with the annual culinary competition attracting numerous travelers and chefs. Dade was well aware of the Dada pirate crew's burgeoning reputation in the East Blue. Therefore, to allow ample time for finding suitable chefs, they chose to discreetly land in a secluded area of Loguetown, avoiding the main harbor due to the presence of the sea beast, Moo. This necessitated only a minimal guard for the ship, especially since they had already captured members of the Click and Dragon pirate crews and had dealings with the underground dark world. Consequently, nearly every member of the Dada pirate crew possessed a communication snail, making timely communication a non-issue. Pirates, accustomed to long voyages at sea, invariably yearned to set foot on land upon encountering an island. Unless commanded otherwise, none wished to remain aboard the ship. Upon landing, Dade specifically dispatched swordsman Gallus to keep an eye on Zoro, the notoriously directionally challenged member, ensuring he would not get lost, since these crew members were all bounty fugitives. Each had to disguise themselves before daring to set foot in this town of beginnings and endings. Dade did not accompany Nami or Sweetheart Queen on a shopping spree, nor did he walk with anyone else, as he had his own matters to attend to. Returning to the familiar Loguetown, Dade felt no sentimentality. All he felt was dissatisfaction and fury. He traversed the well-known path back to his former home. The remnants of past slaughter had been washed away, yet bloodstains still marred the walls. His old residence lay in ruins, the entrance decrepit, and the interior a chaotic mess. Shattered and scattered. It seemed that after he had slain numerous members of the Barto family, he had incurred their wrathful revenge. Unable to locate Dade, they had resorted to vandalizing his house. Dade had hoped that Desire might have safeguarded this property, as it held their shared memories. However, it was evident that she lacked the capability. Her standing within the Barto family was not as significant as he had imagined. Without memories, all the better. Dade chuckled softly, gripping the legendary sword, Sandai Katetsu, and turned on his heel, heading straight for Desire's residence. In no time, he arrived at a house. However, after merely glancing inside, he quickly departed. For his observation, Haki detected no presence of life within. She was likely elsewhere. Subsequently, Dade sped towards the Barto family's underground bar. Bang! He forcefully kicked open the bar's entrance. Striding brazenly into the Barto underworld establishment, the gang members within glared fiercely at the entrance. But upon seeing the figure of Dada Babaya, their fury was instantly quelled. Hatred, fear, apprehension, and even admiration filled their gazes as they regarded the captain of the Dada pirate crew. The most wanted man in the East Blue. Dade sauntered to the bar, seizing the collar of the bartender. Where had Desire gone recently, and where was Barto off gallivanting? His cold tone made the bartender gulp nervously. And upon meeting Dade's piercing gaze, his heart raced even faster. Desire had set sail, seemingly forming a candy pirate crew, and her current whereabouts were unknown. As for Barto, he was likely at the site of the cooking competition. The bartender, overwhelmed by a hint of Dade's murderous aura, promptly divulged all he knew. She dared to set sail on her own. Dade's expression darkened. He had intended to return and take Desire with him, only to discover that she had established her own pirate crew and left Loguetown. He tossed the bartender aside and exited the bar, heading directly for the Barto family headquarters. Meanwhile, Granny Sang suddenly felt an unsettling premonition. Her regressing observation Haki quickly sensed an impending danger. That man had returned. Bang! The door was forcefully smashed open. Long time no see, Granny Sang. Dade greeted the mastermind behind the Barto family with a broad smile. Though his tone remained frigid, upon his entrance, dozens of Barto family members surrounded him, and those who recognized Babaya trembled in fear. Babaya, did you not promise us you would leave Loguetown and refrain from harming the Barto family? Granny Sang gripped her cane tightly, her eyes filled with dread as she looked at Babaya. The man's rapid advancement was alarming. His Haki had already surpassed hers, not to mention his incomprehensible devil fruit powers. Initially, she had spared them for Desia's sake, but now that Dezia had set sail on her own, she was no longer affiliated with the Barto family. Furthermore, do you think I still care about that foolish woman's opinion? Dade's words turned increasingly frigid, culminating in a manic yet liberating laugh that reverberated through the air. His formidable presence and oppressive aura drained the color from Granny Sang and the Barto family members. Meanwhile, the bartender at the Barto Underworld bar was frantically attempting to contact Barto and Dezia through the communication snails, warning them that Dada Babaya had returned, radiating a murderous intent, in stark contrast to the lively culinary competition. The atmosphere at the Barto family headquarters was suffocatingly tense and icy. Some gang members, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring from their brows. What must we do to quell your wrath? Granny Sang refrained from discussing right or wrong. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The one with the hardest fist dictates the terms. As for the past where Babaya had once thrived within the Barto family, those words held no weight. Granny Sang had never anticipated that this mute would rise so swiftly. She admitted to misjudging the situation. Instead of cultivating a good relationship with Babaya, she had inadvertently made a formidable enemy. I am prone to paranoia. The moment I sense someone harboring hatred towards me, I yearn to eradicate them. I am also quite crude. Just the thought of those who irk me ignites a desire to obliterate them. Dade inched closer to Granny Sang, causing the gang members to retreat in fear, before leaning in slightly to whisper with a deranged yet light-hearted chuckle, his tone slow and teasing, yet laced with lethal intent. Granny Sang gripped her cane tightly, her pupils constricting into dark dots as she trembled. She had genuinely provoked a monster, a harbinger of death, days prior, upon seeing the news of Babaya single-handedly slaying 1,000 or so members of the Click pirate crew. She had been filled with immense dread and anxiety. Babaya's bloodlust was unparalleled. She never expected this harbinger of death to truly return. Did he no longer care for Dezia's perspective? Moreover, with Dezia absent from the island, who could possibly reign in Babaya? Spare Barto. I offer you my life. Yubaba clenched her fists, a sigh escaping her lips as she spoke in a tone bordering on desperation. She dared not take action, for she held no semblance of hope, especially with the formidable Big Dad pirate crew standing behind Babaya, each member a notorious pirate from the East Sea, many bearing the weight of bounties as ruthless criminals. Why do you insist on negotiating with me? She exclaimed. I seized Yubaba by the neck, lifting her with ferocity as he bellowed with wrath. This has been the case with Liang Kuai Dao Shuezo. It was the same with Dezia, and now it is true for Bartolomeo as well. Are you truly unable to discern the positions we each occupy? The weak have no right to negotiate. He recalled with a mocking smile how he had once relinquished Liang Kuai Dao Shuezo. Do you remember, Babaya? Let her go. A hurried figure rushed in. Bartolomeo, panting heavily, shouted at Dida with seething anger, his sharp teeth giving him a menacing appearance. Having received a message from the culinary competition, he had sprinted back without daring to slow his pace. What are you barking at? Dida slowly turned his head, still gripping the struggling Yubaba, and grinned at Bartolomeo, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. Damn it. Die. Bartolomeo roared, charging at Dida, his mind singularly focused on rescuing Yubaba, without considering whether he could overpower Dida or if Babaya would kill Yubaba on the spot. Strength is not something that can be summoned merely by shouting. Dai's dark left hand tightened around Yubaba's neck, while his right fist, now shrouded in darkness, coiled back with explosive force, aiming to smash into the oncoming ogre. Bartolomeo, with a resounding crash, Bartolomeo was sent flying, crashing into the wall and causing it to collapse, clouds of dust swirling around. Boss Bartle. Numerous members of the underworld rushed to the wreckage to extricate their leader. Astonished that their usually formidable boss had been dispatched in a single blow, a significant portion of the underworld members brandished firearms and blades, all trained on the audacious Babaya, were it not for Yubaba as his hostage. They would have surely opened fire, turning the rogue into a sieve. Upon witnessing Bartolomeo being mercilessly tossed aside by Babaya, Yubaba relinquished any hope for reconciliation, gathering a feeble amount of haki to launch a surprise attack aimed at Babaya's heart. Too weak, too slow. Dida swiftly grasped Yubaba's hand, twisting it mercilessly until she cried out in agony, her hand contorted like a crushed claw. Rendered utterly useless, he then hurled her towards the Bartle family emblem in the hall, shattering it into pieces reminiscent of Daitai's former home. Seeing Daitai without a hostage, the panicked underworld members immediately shouted to open fire, a cacophony of gunfire erupting, the explosive sounds echoing throughout Roguetown. The sudden blasts and billowing smoke captured the attention of many. Interesting, is that Daidai? Baiji Keluochuo adjusted his glasses, chuckling softly before vanishing into the crowd, heading toward the smoke. Damn it. Is the Bartle family in a shootout? Colonel Smoker of the Roguetown Navy expressed his displeasure. Nonetheless, he swiftly mounted his smoking motorcycle, racing toward the scene. No one was permitted to act recklessly within his jurisdiction. Initially, he had intended to relax at the culinary competitions, having been invited as a temporary judge to score the chefs. While enjoying the delectable dishes, however, the Bartle family's ruffians had ruined his plans. The chefs competing remained oblivious to the gangsters and pirates clashing. Their focus was solely on completing the contest, vying for the title of the East Sea's top chef and the accompanying lavish prizes. On the sea, a pirate ship adorned with a somewhat feminine flag sped back to Roguetown, a red-haired woman aboard appearing exceedingly anxious. She had not anticipated that mere days after setting sail, that man would return. Upon hearing the fearful tone of the Bartle family tavern manager, it seemed Babaya had returned with murder in his heart, recalling Babaya's recent slaughter of the cliquey pirate crew. The evil dragon pirates and the Navy warships, Dazaya felt an ominous premonition rising within her. Had she heeded Yubaba's advice to seek out Babaya, to align herself with the Big Dad pirate crew and ease tensions, rather than forming her own crew and wasting precious time recruiting members, perhaps things would not have escalated to this point. Now she could only hope that the situation could still be salvaged. Yet, the unfolding events seemed to be spiraling into a dire catastrophe at that moment. Within the Bartle family headquarters, as the smoke from relentless cannon fire began to dissipate, Big Dad Babaya stood unscathed, his crimson eyes instilling dread in every underworld member. Bartolomeo emerged from the rubble, bloodied and confused. He could not fathom why, despite his rigorous training, he could not match Babaya's strength, the gap only widening. He refused to accept the reality of being dispatched by Babaya and yearned for another confrontation. Bartle, run. Head to the Navy branch. Yubaba felt Babaya's killing intent intensifying. She knew the carnage would not cease easily. To safeguard her grandson, she urged Bartle to seek refuge with the Navy. No, Grandma. I refuse to believe he's that strong. All brothers, kill him. Keep pounding him. Even devil fruit powers consume stamina. Wear him down, Bartolomeo declared with rage, drawing his handgun and firing first, prompting the other gang members to unleash a second wave of fire. Bartle, you need to leave, Yubaba admonished sharply, struggling against her injuries as she slowly rose, step by step approaching Bartolomeo amidst the booming artillery. Desperate to rid herself of this insufferable fool, however, in the next moment, a translucent giant with a pale green hue emerged from the smoke of the cannon fire, wielding a colossal 40-meter-long sword with an unstoppable force. Numerous underworld members firing their weapons were cleaved in half, blood and gore splattering, as the entire Bartle family headquarters was bisected and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Smoker, riding his smoking motorcycle toward the scene, was momentarily stunned by the sudden collapse of the Bartle family headquarters and the emergence of a translucent giant, swinging a massive sword toward nearby structures. He could hardly comprehend when such a powerful devil fruit user had appeared in the East Sea. Could it be Dai Babaya? Smoker recalled Dai Tai's transformation into a small armored giant when decimating the cliquey pirate crew. Yet that armored giant was merely 4 to 5 meters tall. This translucent giant towered at least 20 to 30 meters. The surge in strength was terrifying. Baiji Keluochuo was also taken aback by the sight of the monstrous giant. However, admiration and anticipation quickly filled his gaze. Perhaps this captain truly could lead them to the Grand Line and into the New World. Run, Bartle, Yubaba cried out in despair, realizing that Babaya was far too formidable to contend with, his power now capable of traversing the New World, impervious even to the Great Root. At that moment, Yubaba deeply regretted not having allowed him to set sail initially, letting Dazaya accompany him, rather than establishing the Bartle family, ultimately leading to this disastrous outcome. Everything she had painstakingly built had crumbled before Babaya's might. She had once traversed the New World with a pirate crew, only to escape in madness after their defeat, never imagining that her return to the weakest sea, the East Sea, to establish the Bartle family would also culminate in destruction. Die, exclaimed, stomping on Yubaba as if squashing an ant. No longer wishing to witness her visage. No, Grandma. Bartolomeo, the ogre, shed tears upon seeing Yubaba crushed beneath Daitai's foot, his gaze filled with venomous hatred directed at the giant incarnation of Babaya. Yet in the next instant, Daitai, wielding his sword with both hands, slashed toward Bartolomeo. You shall join her, Daitai proclaimed mercilessly, ensuring that all those he despised would meet their demise. White man. A spiraling column of smoke surged rapidly towards Bartolomeo, seemingly intent on rescuing this notorious mob boss. While a vast quantity of smoke enveloped the giant, obstructing its line of sight. No one could commit murder under Smoker's watchful gaze. Useless, Dai scoffed coldly. Disregarding the smoke, his observation haki allowed him to clearly sense Bartolomeo's position. Suddenly, his massive blade veered, decisively cleaving Bartolomeo in two within the misty giant's grasp. Thus fell the once formidable mob boss of Loguetown. Dai erupted into wild laughter, finally releasing his pent-up anger. You bastard, Babaya! How dare you kill in my presence? The white hunter, Smoker, was infuriated. The smoke enveloped the giant, slowly suffocating it. He doubted Babaya could maintain this state for long. After all, the more formidable the Devil Fruit ability, the greater the toll it exacted on one's stamina. Meanwhile, he remained on the defensive, unperturbed by Babaya's physical attacks, certain he could wear down Babaya's colossal barrier. Not only will I kill in your presence, but I will also give you a good thrashing. Dai, expressionless, dissipated the barrier giant, his hands transforming into a pitch-black hue before striking violently at a certain point in the smoke. A figure was sent flying. With the momentum gained from his successful hit, Dai relentlessly unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Smoker, having once brushed shoulders with Fire Fist Ace. He felt a hint of responsibility towards Smoker for having so swiftly driven Ace away. Damn it, how could there be anyone wielding haki in the East Blue? Caught off guard, Smoker was momentarily stunned. Otherwise, with his strength, even without elementalization, he would not have been so easily suppressed by Babaya. He desperately thrust his Sea Prism Stone weapon, 10 hands, towards Babaya, aiming to ambush the clueless Babaya. A Sea Prism Stone weapon. Huh? I've got one too. Dai brandished a slender stick, its tip embedded with a fragment of Sea Prism Stone, and thrust it at Smoker. What? You have that too? Smoker cursed vehemently. Haki and Sea Prism Stone weapons were rare even in the Grand Line, yet they had emerged from this small pirate in the East Blue. Dai possessed both haki and barriers to defend against his 10 hands, while Smoker had scant means to counter the threat of the Sea Prism Stone. Smoker, what the hell did you learn from Zephyr? You didn't even master haki. Dai's dark right fist crashed into Smoker's face, sending him flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Dai had no intention of holding back against Smoker, a true Marine of justice. They were enemies now, locked in a life-and-death struggle between Marines and pirates. Meanwhile, the approaching Baki Kuro witnessed Dai fiercely battling the Marine colonel. Confident in Dai's strength, he coldly dispatched the members of the Bartolomeo family. It was his duty as a crew member to handle the aftermath for the captain. The clash between Dai and Smoker quickly drew increasing onlookers. The Marine reinforcements had arrived, and members of the Big Dad pirate crew continuously appeared on the scene. A disagreement ignited immediate conflict, plunging Loguetown into chaos. Pirates who had stealthily landed in Loguetown also erupted, revealing their claws. Some sought to fish in troubled waters by ambushing Marines, while others brazenly raided for profit. There were also those who, not wishing to partake, chose to leave Loguetown and venture into the Grand Line. Seeing their captain openly engage in battle with the Marines of Loguetown, members of the Big Dad pirate crew shed their disguises and charged forth in fury. These bounty criminals might cower before an officer like Smoker, temporarily avoiding confrontation, but when it came to hunting down Marines, they felt no fear and rushed to attack. Zoro, however, spotted a familiar figure among the Marines. A female officer wielding a sword who bore an uncanny resemblance to his childhood friend. Unconsciously, he approached her to spar. Yet, this female Marine was vastly different from Kuna. Her swordsmanship was rather chaotic, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Amidst his battle with Dai, Smoker observed the escalating chaos in Loguetown, his fury intensifying. Yet, he could do nothing against Dai, needing to remain cautious of being struck down himself. Dai was ferocious. His techniques were lethal, aiming straight for the kill. Moreover, this rogue possessed Sea Prism Stone weapons and had mastered haki, completely thwarting Smoker's abilities. Once invincible in the East Blue with his smoke fruit powers, Smoker now had to remind himself not to over-rely on his elementalization. Otherwise, he could truly suffer serious injuries at Dai's hands. If you hand over the 6 powers, I might let you go this time. Dai struck Smoker's chest once more with his haki-imbued fist, coldly stating that he did not wish to linger in Loguetown for long. After dismantling the Bartolomeo family and locating the chef, they would leave immediately. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think a righteous Marine would submit or fear death? Smoker pressed on, undaunted, charging at Dai. Believing retreat was not an option. If it came to it, he would honorably sacrifice himself. After death, his coffin would be draped in the flag of glory. Let us see if your backers can come to your rescue in time. Dai's expression grew increasingly frigid, his gaze laced with murderous intent. He did not believe that Admiral Akiji could appear in the East Blue to save him in the nick of time. But in the next moment, as if the goddess of fate were mocking Dai, a woman donned in a bright red top hat, with short purple hair and bangs, sporting sunglasses, carrying a large flag, leisurely strolled into the tumultuous Roguetown. Trash, you worthless fools, grab your weapons and deal with these pirates. Witnessing the chaos and slaughter erupting in Roguetown, the woman, who had merely come to savor the culinary delights, could no longer tolerate the scene of devastation. This commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Division boldly revealed her presence. Bello Betty began to wave her red flag, activating her encouragement fruit ability, boosting the morale of the civilians being pursued and plundered by pirates. In an instant, the atmosphere of conflict in Roguetown shifted dramatically. Dai frowned upon seeing the Revolutionary Army make an appearance. How could he encounter this individual? Although Bello Betty was responsible for revolutionary military affairs in the East Blue, she typically stationed herself in the Grand Line. He never expected her to show up in Roguetown now. The Revolutionary Army. Smoker's expression turned grave as he gazed at Bello Betty. While pirates were indeed the enemies of the Marines, the Revolutionary Army was an even greater threat, according to the orders from the Marine headquarters. The priority for dealing with the Revolutionary Army surpassed that of pirates. Even though Bello Betty was currently aiding the civilians, the Marines would still have to confront the Revolutionary Army, under the influence of Bello Betty's encouragement fruit. The various pirate crews causing turmoil in the East Blue were quickly subdued by the spirited civilians. Even the members of the Big Dad pirate crew faced a vigorous assault from the emboldened populace. Daitia's expression turned somber. He had no confidence in facing Bello Betty, a bounty of over 400 million. Smoker, you're quite fortunate. I hope to encounter you in the Grand Line. After pondering for a moment, Dai chose not to continue attacking Smoker and instead commanded his subordinates to retreat immediately, with Daitia's efforts to provide cover, sealing off their escape route with a massive barrier. The members of the Big Dad pirate crew successfully evaded the civilians' pursuit. Retreating swiftly, Bello Betty's encouragement fruit was truly terrifying, enabling ordinary individuals to possess the strength of a bounty exceeding 10 million that each civilian could easily overpower notorious bounty criminals like Brother Ironwall and others. Dai recalled that in the original narrative, during the events in the Logia kingdom of the Grand Line, Bello Betty had once utilized her encouragement fruit ability to enable a girl selling milk to defeat a bounty of 52 million with a single strike. What an outrageous enhancement! Her encouragement fruit could elevate ordinary people to the point of defeating crews with bounties far exceeding those typical for the East Blue. It was undeniable that if the Big Dad pirate crew did not flee now, they would indeed be completely overwhelmed by the empowered populace. Dai never anticipated that he would be driven out of Roguetown in such a humiliating manner. He scarcely had the opportunity or time to seek out a chef. Meanwhile, Nami and the Sweetheart Queen, through a combination of deception and intimidation, ultimately managed to bring a red-haired female chef aboard the indomitable warship, the Military Knife. She was none other than the favored contender of this year's culinary competition. Fire-burning Carmen, known as the Lady of Passion. Due to the pirate uprising, the annual cooking competition in Roguetown was regrettably forced to conclude, with even the champion's prize being plundered by the marauders. Nami had long desired to contact Dai to claim credit for the events. However, Dai was far too occupied to answer her calls, as he was frantically evacuating with his crew. Fortunately, Bello Betty had no intention of pursuing the Big Dad pirates. After rallying the citizens of Roguetown to quell the pirate insurrection, she mysteriously vanished. As a top-ranking fugitive of the world government, she did not wish to linger in Roguetown, knowing that being hunted by the Navy headquarters and CP0 would be a troublesome affair, possibly even drawing the ire of the Revolutionary Army leader, Drago. On the other hand, Smoker recognized that he could not currently contend with Dai, so he focused on apprehending the pirates who had been subdued by the civilians. Though he felt disgruntled for having benefited from the Revolutionary Army, he would not let these pirates escape on such flimsy grounds. Meanwhile, Dai and the Big Dad pirates were hastily retreating, and it was the first time Zoro and Kuro had witnessed such a strange and powerful devil fruit ability. One that could transform an ordinary person into a super soldier. If such a power were to be harnessed within an army, the consequences would be terrifying. After encountering such formidable figures, Zoro and Kuro felt their own strength was woefully inadequate. They could not even defeat some civilians and resolved to grow 100-fold stronger. On another front, Desire, leading her candy pirates, had already landed in Roguetown, desperately racing towards the Bartolomeo family headquarters to resolve the conflict between Lady Tofu and Babaya. However, the rising smoke from afar filled her with unease, and the pirate uprising in Roguetown, with countless marauders wreaking havoc, only amplified her anxiety. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. and both Daidai and Desire instantly recognized the most familiar person. Daidai was taken aback to encounter that woman on the road. Truly, fate seemed to dictate such a meeting. Desire, too, was shocked to see Babaya, though she had no desire to cross paths with him here. Babaya, could it be that you have truly harmed grandmother and the others? Desire asked, her face ashen. She knew Babaya was not the type to relent, and his presence here signified that matters concerning grandmother had come to a close. This meant that both grandmother and Bartolomeo might have been eradicated by Babaya. Indeed, the Bartolomeo family has been obliterated. This is the result that Lady Tofu set in motion long ago. Daidai felt no remorse. He would not allow the intensely vengeful Bartolomeo to rise. Although the chances were slim, he would not afford any opportunity. Why can't you spare them for my sake just once more? I am ready to seek you out. Why has it come to this? Desire cried out in despair, akin to a cuckoo lamenting its fate. Unable to comprehend that her beloved had truly slain her family, what was she to do? I already spared them for you once, yet you have never made any sacrifices for me. You couldn't even safeguard a single house. Since there are no memories left, I have no reason to cling to this. And you never thought to come looking for me, instead forming your own pirate crew to sail out. So be it. Desire, captain of the Candy Pirates, let us engage in a duel of pirates. The victor claims all. Daidai drew the third-generation ghost cutter, pointing it at the red-eyed Desire, his expression chillingly cold, his tone laced with an icy dread. Ah, truly a heartless captain, Kuro observed with keen interest, his face betraying a sense of excitement. Was he planning to reclaim his former lover in this manner? Babaya, kill me if you must. I refuse to board your ship. Release my crew. Desire thrashed furiously against Daidai. Utterly unwilling to submit to the demon who had slain her kin, even though she still harbored love for this detestable man. Silence. You are merely my slave now. You have lost, captain of the Candy Pirates. Your crew has been disbanded and vanished. Ignoring Desire's struggles, Daidai hoisted her up and swiftly retreated, while several female crew members of the Candy Pirates were subdued by Kuro and his companions. Utterly powerless to resist, Babaya, hurry and kill me. I will not board your ship. Release my crew. Desire continued to writhe in Daitia's grasp, refusing to submit to the murderer of her family, even as her heart still yearned for him. Be quiet. You are now merely my possession. You have lost. The Candy Pirates are no more. Daitai remained unfazed by Desire's turmoil, leading his crew back to the ship and hastily departing the island. Is there any point to your actions? This will only deepen my hatred for you. Desire retorted, unable to withstand Babaya's overwhelming strength. As long as I find it amusing, that suffices. Your opinion is of no consequence. Remember, your identity now is that of a slave. Daitia's expression remained impassive, seemingly indifferent to Desire's animosity. Perhaps one day he would truly extinguish all emotions and ties, rendering this woman utterly obsolete. Desire's struggles gradually subsided. As though she had resigned herself to her fate, her remaining crew members were filled with dread, having been forcibly abducted. Aboard the military knife, Nami and the Sweetheart Queen were soothing the chef Carmen, who had been invited back, assuring her that as long as they found another suitable chef, they would release her. However, whether Captain Daitai would actually let her go remained uncertain. After all, once aboard this ship, one could take their own life or challenge the captain to a duel. But disembarking and defying orders were strictly forbidden. Otherwise, one would face the inhumane fate of being a cooked thief. Daidai and his crew swiftly returned to the ship and, once they confirmed that the directionally challenged Zoro was back on board, commanded the sea beast to set sail. This island was no longer safe, especially with the Revolutionary Army commander already present. It was likely that CP0 agents would soon follow. Upon seeing Daitai return with a woman, Nami and the Sweetheart Queen initially assumed he had forcibly brought another woman aboard, akin to what had transpired with the Sweetheart Queen. They felt a twinge of jealousy. Yet Daitia's imposing presence on the ship left them too intimidated to voice any grievances, compelling them to find a way to secure their own status instead. Only through prolonged interaction with Daitai would they realize that this man was not as cold-hearted as he seemed. Captain, we have successfully brought back the chef, Nami declared with a hint of pride as she introduced Carmen to the rest of the crew. However, Carmen appeared utterly distressed, feeling as though she had unwittingly boarded the largest pirate ship in the East Blue. Who in the East Blue had not heard of the Big Dad Pirates? Daitai had not anticipated that Nami would manage to retrieve the chef. Her culinary skills were second only to Sanji in the East Blue. While Daitai was merciless towards enemies, he displayed kindness towards his own, especially chefs and doctors. Welcome aboard, Chef Carmen. From this day forth, your dreams are entrusted to us, and we shall rely on you to care for our appetites. Although Carmen, like Nami, lacked combat prowess, her professional skills were exceptional, making her unnecessary for the battlefield. For crew members like her, Daitia's demeanor was far gentler than with Kuro and Itarago, Captain Daidai. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Carmen trembled as she uttered this line, clearly anxious about her future life as a pirate, feeling utterly bewildered by her circumstances. Days later, news of the Big Dad Pirates' incursion into Roguetown garnered less attention than the brief appearance of Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Revolutionary Army. After all, Daidai was merely a newcomer with a bounty of 30 million berries, while Bello Betty was a notorious criminal with a bounty exceeding 400 million berries. After several days of interaction, Chef Warren and Carmen finally integrated into the Daidai pirate crew. The female pirates from the original Candy Pirate crew became mere helpers in the kitchen. To everyone's surprise, Dazaia's Candy Pirate crew possessed several fast motorboats. Initially, they had intended to form a motorboat fleet, but now those assets had fallen into the hands of the Daidai pirate crew. Nami quickly mastered the skills to operate the motorboats, taking command of them, while Dazaia lost all her rights, reduced to a state akin to slavery under Daidai's care. Not once did she come to the realization that she had become nothing more than a decorative vase. Incapable of contributing anything meaningful, on that morning, Daidai rose energetically from Dazaia's side, while she lay in bed like a puddle of soft mud, her skin flushed and warm, exhibiting a facade of enjoyment mixed with an attempt at indifference. For 3 days, her mouth was obstinate, yet her body was undeniably honest. If you truly do not wish to follow me, I relinquish my hold. You may choose to end your life. I shall no longer prevent you. However, I will ensure that your crew accompanies you in death, so you shall not walk the path to the underworld alone, Daidai remarked indifferently as he donned his clothes. After 3 days of indulgence, if this woman still failed to recognize the truth, he would no longer force the issue. After all, he would not lack for women in the future. Dazaia merely occupied a small corner of Daidai's heart as his first woman, a tolerance that he extended to her alone. Even Nami did not enjoy such privileged treatment, let alone Sweetheart Queen, the formidable pirate who had returned. However, as Daidai's encounters with violence increased, his feelings began to wane. Upon hearing Daidai's words, Dazaia's pupils trembled, and a hint of panic stirred within her. This was a Paramecia-type Devil Fruit, the slippery fruit, capable of transforming any woman into the most exquisite beauty in the world. If sold to the celestial dragons, it could fetch a staggering price of over 1 billion berries at auction. Consuming it might even allow her to vie for the title of the world's most beautiful woman, competing with the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Should you decide to follow me, this fruit shall be your gift. Of course, you may also choose this dagger. Daidai placed the slippery fruit and a dagger before Dazaia. His tone devoid of warmth. 3 days was already his utmost limit. He possessed not the patience of Crocodile, who could endure 5 days and nights with Iron Bear, when Daidai had endured a dragon. It had taken merely half a day. Can't you flatter me a bit more like before? Dazaia gritted her teeth, then seized the slippery fruit and took a bite. She had lost her grandmother and Bartolomeo, as well as her Candy Pirate crew. Now, only Daidai remained in her life. She could not bear to relinquish him to the likes of Sweetheart Queen, that alluring vixen. She was Daidai's first woman. She would reclaim everything. This devil fruit, worth over 1 billion berries, might just assuage her sorrow over losing her grandmother. This man still held some regard for her. This slippery fruit is a gift I have prepared for you. And yet, within the Bartolomeo family, you couldn't even protect our home. What is there left for you to cling to? Observing Dazaia's choice, Daidai chuckled softly, letting his clothes fall to the ground as he intended to explore the capabilities of the slippery fruit with her. After consuming the slippery fruit, Dazaia's beauty ascended at a visible pace, prompting Daidai to eagerly pursue the next round of intimacy. This would lead to an entire day of research and exploration. The crew of the Daidai pirate crew had grown accustomed to Daidai instructing Dazaia, his former lover, with only Nami feeling a pang of resentment. Is it just because there's a bit more here and a bit more there? What's so remarkable about that? The now 17-year-old Nami exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. She felt a sense of unfairness. Why did Daidai show no interest in her at all? She ran her fingers through her orange short hair, realizing that she indeed resembled a tomboy. Did Daidai prefer long-haired, mature women? Consequently, Nami resolved to grow her hair long and learn from Sweetheart Queen about attire and styling. She could no longer afford to wear such outdated t-shirts. The following day, when Daidai appeared with the extraordinarily beautiful Dazaia, even Nami and Sweetheart Queen, as well as Carmen, found themselves captivated. Iron Bear and the others quickly lowered their heads, too intimidated to gaze too long. The captain's woman was simply too stunning. They feared that lingering too long would result in a violent reprimand from Daidai. Is this really Dazaya? Can such a transformation come from that? The women, including Nami and the former female pirates of the Candy Crew, stared in disbelief at Dazaya's breathtaking beauty. Dazaya will henceforth serve as an officer aboard the ship, Dai nonchalantly stated, granting her no significant authority. She was merely one of his women. Although she had become stunning after consuming the slippery fruit, her lack of strength meant her status would remain limited when Dai is not at sea. I am his woman. However, as I am the last aboard, I am merely a newcomer, and I hope for your guidance, Dazaya humbly asserted while emphasizing her relationship with Dai, exuding a hint of a green tea temperament. She glanced at her rival, sweetheart queen, and even dismissed Nami, who sported somewhat outdated short hair. This prompted Nami to clench her fists, her heart roaring, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle the girl from the countryside. 2 years from now, I shall be even more beautiful. Zoro, come spar with me. Dai paid no heed to the sparks flying between these women. After a few days of despondency, he resolved to resume his training. Having witnessed the formidable abilities of Betty, Dai felt acutely aware of his own weakness. He ordered the crew to double their training efforts. They had almost been overwhelmed by the citizens under the influence of Betty's Devil Fruit ability, which was utterly humiliating. As long as we do not die in training, we shall train relentlessly. The formidable battleship, the indomitable sword, boasted 3 decks and ample space, accommodating the 20 or so members of the Dai pirate crew, allowing each person sufficient room for training and relaxation. This ship had once served as the flagship of the East Sea Tyrant. The cliquey pirate crew, capable of housing 200 to 300 individuals simultaneously. Following Dai's orders, the Dai pirate crew, after departing from Loguetown, gradually approached the entrance to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. However, the map indicated several smaller islands and even a naval branch fortress before Reverse Mountain. Loguetown was merely the nearest medium-sized island before the Grand Line's entrance, its fame stemming solely from its association with the pirate King Roger. Captain Dai. The island ahead is Battleship Island, Nami exclaimed loudly upon spotting an island resembling a warship, realizing they were indeed close to Reverse Mountain upon hearing the name Battleship Island. Dai recalled the legendary 1,000-year-old dragon. However, he held no belief that the dragon's bones could be transformed into an elixir of immortality. If such a thing existed, the celestial dragons would have long since come to seize it. Only the feeble-minded of the East Sea would believe in such legends. As for that girl, ABIs, who possessed the whispering fruit ability, Dai found her of no use. This devil fruit ability was utterly mediocre. It merely allowed communication with animals, transmitting one's thoughts to the creatures. She could not read their minds, nor could she engage in complex dialogues or commands. This was far inferior to Chopper's human fruit in its ordinary form. The key point was that ABIs was weak, lacking special abilities, and far too young for the brutal Dai pirate crew. Therefore, Dai could not be bothered to waste time searching for them. Besides, it was uncertain whether the 1,000-year-old dragon had even returned to Battleship Island. Proceed directly to Reverse Mountain. Dai had no intention of landing on Battleship Island. Remaining in the East Sea held no value, as there were hardly any worthy opponents. Moreover, the brutal actions of the Dai pirate crew may have already attracted the attention of the Navy headquarters, necessitating their swift departure from the East Sea and entry into the Grand Line. This was the only way to avoid being trapped in the East Sea by the Navy. Otherwise, should a naval rear admiral be dispatched to intercept them at Reverse Mountain, the Dai pirate crew would surely meet their demise in the depths of the sea. Understood. Although Nami longed to visit Battleship Island to experience its uniqueness, she dared not defy Dai's orders. The indomitable sword swiftly sailed towards Reverse Mountain. Meanwhile, a few days prior, Admiral Nelson Roy of the East Sea Navy's 8th Division received orders from the Navy headquarters to dispatch all warships to intercept any pirate crews attempting to pass through Reverse Mountain, subjecting them to indiscriminate bombardment. The corpulent Nelson Roy has grown accustomed to such tasks. His 8th Division serves as the final bastion of defense in the East Sea. He holds the rank of Brigadier General, on par with the commander of the 77th Division, Bryn. Although the naval ranks of the division are 3 tiers lower than those of the headquarters, he remains one of the most powerful figures in the East Sea. In theory, even Smoker, a skilled naval officer demoted from the rank of colonel at headquarters to colonel at the Loguetown Division, should salute him, while the rank of Brigadier General in the East Sea is equivalent to that of a mere major at headquarters. His authority is still considerable. Adjutant, summon those ragtag naval mercenaries. We are to initiate a week-long campaign of interception and bombardment, Nelson Roy bellowed. Aware that some formidable pirates exist among the ranks to mitigate the losses of the Navy, he intends to recruit mercenaries or bounty hunters who value gold over their lives to assist in the endeavor. Yes, sir. The naval fleet of the 8th Division promptly set sail, with several mercenaries of modest renown in the East Sea boarding the warships. If they independently hunt down bountied pirates, not only can they claim the bounty, but they can also earn a fee from Admiral Nelson Roy. This arrangement has made them regulars in Nelson Roy's employ, as they appreciate his straightforward leadership style. In the eyes of these mercenaries, this line of work is 100 times better than serving in the Navy. After all, hunting pirates for the Navy is merely a duty, devoid of the lucrative rewards that come from bounties. Although the Navy may envy the substantial earnings of the mercenaries, they are always the first to engage in combat with pirates, facing a high mortality rate. Thus, these branch officers, who prefer to coast along, do not hold the mercenaries in high regard. Among the bounty hunters hired by Admiral Nelson Roy, the most formidable is Hurricane Eric, a user of the Paramecia-type Devil Fruit. Capable of compressing air to unleash slashing attacks akin to that of a scythe, his power rivals that of the Swordmaster's flying slash. In the East Sea, his reputation eclipses even that of the renowned pirate hunter Zoro, as he has been active for several years, demonstrating considerable strength. Hurricane Eric is a mercenary driven solely by profit. As long as the reward is substantial enough, he is willing to undertake any task. In the original narrative, he ruthlessly killed Admiral Nelson Roy and a multitude of branch sailors to obtain a dragon bone. At this moment, before Reverse Mountain, a plethora of pirate ship wreckage littered the sea. As the 8th Division's Navy and their hired mercenaries had vanquished several pirate crews arriving from Loguetown over the past 2 days. Eric calculated his earnings from this contract. He realized he could secure over 20 million berries in bounty and fees within just a few days. He was quite pleased with this reward and hoped that the Navy would frequently organize such encirclement missions. Despite his formidable abilities, he acknowledged the undeniable advantages the Navy's ships and firepower provided, along with their substantial manpower in hunting down pirates. If he were to chase pirates alone, his efficiency would plummet, often requiring weeks or even months to pursue a single crew, sometimes ending in failure. He had no desire to rob the Navy's faster warships, so he opted for a mutually beneficial collaboration, allowing him to earn his share of profit while leveraging the Navy's maritime strength. He preferred not to become a pirate, lest he be relentlessly pursued by the Navy, nor did he wish to be a naval officer bound by various regulations. He relished his current freedom as a bounty hunter, having gained significant renown in the East Sea, even earning the respect of the 8th Division's Admiral. Eric, this time our primary target is the Don Krieg pirate crew. Are you confident in confronting them? If necessary, we can first bombard them, then feign a retreat. Our mission has already been quite successful. The rotund Admiral Nelson Roy expressed his concerns, having received intelligence suggesting that the captain of the Don Krieg pirate crew might be more powerful than the Marine Colonel Smoker from Loguetown, which instilled a sense of apprehension in him. Fear not, Admiral. With your Navy's firepower and my fruit abilities, we shall surely send the Don Krieg pirate vessels to the depths of the sea. At that point, we can easily deal with the floundering rogues. Hurricane Eric sneered with a sinister smile, embodying the bounty hunter's principle of target the ship before the crew, the fearless battleship, the Marine Blade. Surge forward swiftly under the guidance of the sea beast pull. As the Don Krieg pirate crew drew closer to Reverse Mountain, their excitement surged. They were finally on the brink of entering the fabled Grand Line, a realm that countless East Sea pirates yearned to breach. Gaining access to the Grand Line signified that they could finally contend for the legendary treasure left behind by the Pirate King. Roger. As the pirate ship advanced, the crew soon noted the increasing debris of shattered vessels upon the surface of the SEA. Is it merely bad luck that those pirate ships collided with Reverse Mountain? Nami pondered, for the immense currents of the four seas could defy logic, surging against the mountain and flowing into the Grand Line. Those unfortunate pirate ships, caught in the tumultuous current, could easily crash into Reverse Mountain if they failed to navigate properly, reducing them to mere splinters. Every year, countless fledgling pirate crews perish at the first obstacle of the Grand Line. The remains bore scorch marks from cannon fire, and some planks were neatly fragmented, suggesting they had endured fierce combat. It was likely that formidable swordsmen had been among their adversaries. Is that a swordsman? I truly wish to engage such a powerful opponent, Zoro declared, brimming with fighting spirit. He had yet to reach the level of a swordmaster capable of cutting steel, and in pursuit of his goal to become the world's greatest swordsman, he sought to duel every swordsman he encountered. Prepare for battle. Enemies are approaching, Bones exclaimed, his eyes flashing red as he set aside his training equipment and gazed into the distance, calling out to his crew. Instantly, the crew was filled with a fierce determination. Embodying the spirit of the East Sea's mightiest pirate crew, Captain Bones, it is a naval fleet, a medium-sized fleet boasting 9 warships. Nami, serving as both navigator and lookout, shouted with a hint of anxiety. Peering through her binoculars at the approaching warships, the enemy vessels were clearly well-equipped, with dense arrays of cannons indicating they were specialized combat ships designed for hunting pirates, rather than mere patrol vessels. "It appears these wrecks are the spoils of this naval fleet," remarked Bartolomeo, adjusting his glasses as he prepared his 10 blades, claws, for the impending confrontation. "Are there truly swordsmen aboard those ships? I must admit, I am eager to find out." Zoro, wielding his 3-sword style, unsheathed his prized swords, Snow and Hanazuki, his gaze locked on the encroaching navy. The rest of the crew also readied their weapons, entering a state of battle preparedness. "Let me take the first shot." The sniper, Itarago, positioned himself at the bow of the ship, gathering energy as a brilliant light began to emanate from his mouth. As the marine blade approached the range of the naval fleet, Itarago fired the first shot. A dazzling blue-white wave of energy surged toward the central naval warship. Upon witnessing this, the naval fleet accelerated, eager to bring the Don Krieg pirate crew within their cannon range. The central warship retaliated by unleashing a barrage of scythe-shaped wind blades, attempting to deflect Itarago's sonic cannon. Yet, despite their efforts, not all the projectiles were intercepted, and one struck the main mast of the warship, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent smoke and flames soaring into the sky. Nevertheless, the naval fleet did not falter. They pressed on, closing in for the encirclement, with both parties advancing. The pirate vessels swiftly entered the naval fleet's cannon range. "Damn it! Signal the flag. Order the admiral to sink them." Admiral Nielsen Roy, a corpulent figure, bellowed in fury, having narrowly escaped the devastating blast of the residual sonic cannon. Fortuitously, his loyal aide intervened just in time, sparing him from imminent peril. Meanwhile, that scoundrel, Eric the Whirlwind, made no effort to assist him, inciting a deep sense of ire within the admiral. How could these mercenaries fail to wholeheartedly protect their employer? "Watch as I avenge you, Admiral Roy." Eric cast a dismissive glance at Nielsen Roy and shouted nonchalantly, upon noticing that the grandfather pirate crew had entered the naval fleet's attack range. He seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of cannon fire upon the pirate vessel. Otherwise, he harbored no confidence in facing the multitude of formidable foes from the grandfather pirate crew. Side windblade dance. A flurry of concentrated, translucent windblades surged forth, accompanied by the thunderous roar of cannons, targeting the pirate ship of the grandfather crew. Is at him, Eric the Whirlwind, a user of the scythe fruit. "Kill them. Barrier, fearless warship." Dai recognized that these windblades were not mere slashes from a swordsman but rather the manifestation of a devil fruit power. He promptly summoned a protective barrier around his pirate ship and swiftly advanced towards the command flagship of the naval fleet. This naval mercenary would not escape. Meanwhile, the sea beast Moo had submerged into the depths, evading cannon fire while stealthily pulling the fearless warship sword towards Admiral Nielsen Roy's flagship. Boom. The explosive cacophony reverberated incessantly, enveloping the entire pirate ship in a cloud of smoke. "We've taken them down." Admiral Nielsen Roy and his crew of sailors shouted in exhilaration. Indeed, no novice pirate crew could withstand a well-coordinated naval fleet. Yet, in the next moment, the fearless warship's sword emerged unscathed from the smoke, continuing its relentless charge towards the naval flagship. Despite the barrage of cannon fire and wind blades striking the grandfather pirate cruise ship, not a single effect was observed, causing Admiral Nielsen Roy to panic. "Eric, this is your responsibility. After you eliminate Dai Babia, I shall double your bounty." The astute and self-preserving Nielsen Roy shouted anxiously to Eric, quickly ensuring his aide shielded him as he made a hasty retreat from the command flagship. Only by preserving his own life could he continue to bask in the luxuries of wealth and power. "Damn Eric, boasting about his abilities, yet he can't even breach their shield," Admiral Nielsen Roy muttered under his breath as he fled. Cursing the grandfather pirate crew. It became evident that this was no ordinary crew to provoke. It was wiser to focus on lesser pirates and avoid confrontation with such formidable foes. As for the orders from the naval headquarters, they could be damned. A pirate crew of this caliber should be dealt with by the admirals of the Grand Line, not by their feeble branch navies sent to their doom. Useless. Upon witnessing Nielsen Roy escaping in a small boat, Eric the Whirlwind cursed internally. He had not anticipated the sheer strength of Dai's devil fruit ability, able to envelop an entire pirate ship and withstand the bombardment of 9 naval warships along with his countless wind blades. Faced with such a situation, Eric contemplated retreating. The grandfather pirate crew was indeed the most formidable in the East Sea, and he would not risk his life for the promise of double bounty from Admiral Nielsen Roy. Just as he sought a means of escape, the fearless warship sword, aided by the sea beast, collided with the naval flagship, marking the commencement of a fierce battle. Zoro immediately leaped onto the warship. Searching for the source of the flying slashes from the powerful swordsman. As Dai approached the encirclement of the naval fleet, his 40-meter barrier blade cleaved toward 4 naval warships on the right flank. In a single encounter, the 4 vessels were reduced to mere wreckage, with countless sailors plunging into the sea. The sheer terror of that blow nearly caused Eric, who was preparing to flee, to lose control of his senses. They had truly drawn the ire of a great terror. On the other side, the sonic-powered Idraga unleashed a sonic cannon, piercing through one of the naval ships. Witnessing this, the remaining 3 vessels frantically turned to flee. The grandfather pirate crew was simply too terrifying to contend with. Meanwhile, Admiral Nielsen Roy, having retreated several hundred meters, watched in horror as his naval fleet was annihilated like tofu, reduced to ruins with alarming ease. Requesting backup. The East Sea's 8th Branch Naval Fleet has failed to encircle the grandfather pirate crew, suffering severe losses, having already lost 5 warships. We may face complete annihilation. Please dispatch the nearest support forces from the Grand Line. Admiral Nielsen Roy frantically pleaded into the transponder snail, even rowing the boat himself in a desperate attempt to distance himself from the demons of the grandfather pirate crew. Colonel Tina, patrolling the waters of Drum Island, was en route to the entrance of the Grand Line. Please, Brigadier Roy, prioritize your safety and await support. The naval headquarters operator promptly responded. However, the Drum Island waters were far from Reverse Mountain, even if they could fly. Support would not arrive in time. Furious, Admiral Nielsen Roy hung up the transponder snail, cursing vehemently, and continued to row furiously with his aide and a few loyal soldiers, striving to escape this perilous sea. The other 3 naval warships, however, could not evade Dai's grasp. Yet, instead of sinking them outright, he ordered his crew, Ghost Mannequin, Steel Bear, and Desire, to board and slaughter the sailors for practice. Even Nami and Carmen were tossed into the fray to taste the blood of their naval foes. Meanwhile, Zoro had engaged in combat with Eric the Whirlwind. Upon realizing that the source of the flying slashes was not a swordsman, his interest waned significantly. However, Eric's scythe wind blade sparked inspiration within him, prompting him to develop various flying slash techniques and gradually progress towards the status of a swordsman. The cunning Kuro had already pursued Admiral Nielsen Roy and his remaining cohorts aboard fast motorboats. Showing no mercy, he disregarded any pleas for mercy, even large sums of money thrown his way, opting instead for total annihilation. Dai observed the fierce battle between Zoro and Eric from the warship, maintaining an impassive demeanor, seemingly uninterested in intervening. The wind blades unleashed by the user of the scythe fruit demonstrated considerable power. If wielded by a more talented individual, their potential could be immense. Capable of producing colossal wind blades with a mere flick of the finger, consuming this devil fruit would place one on par with a swordsman capable of executing flying slashes from the outset. Should they develop the ability to unleash hundreds of meters of powerful wind blades with each finger flick, they would undoubtedly stand out in the new world. Dai even mused that this ability should be dubbed the wind blade fruit rather than the scythe fruit. Dai refrained from disrupting Zoro's moment of enlightenment, allowing him more time to master his swordsmanship. Captain Dai, we've discovered some imprisoned pirates aboard the ship. Should we release them? Sweetheart Queen approached Dai with a brisk trot, aware of his penchant for recruiting powerful pirates. Indeed, what is the bounty on the highest rated among them? Are there any users of devil fruits? Dai inquired with interest, considering that he had encountered most of the pirate crews from the original story by now and wondered if there were any other formidable crews yet to be discovered in the vast East Sea. The highest bounty is 900,000, and it seems there are no users of devil fruits, Sweetheart Queen replied somewhat dejectedly, feeling that the captives would likely not meet Dai's standards. Indeed, pirates capable of being captured by such incompetence are hardly exceptional. Let Mumu feast on them. It has been working hard lately, and deserves a good meal, Dai remarked coldly, expressing his disinterest in recruiting more useless crew members, even contemplating trimming down his ranks. After all, if even the populace under the influence of the Inspire fruit couldn't hold their own, what use would there be in having more of such lackluster crew members? He anticipated that his future prospects would hinge solely on acquiring Conqueror's Haki. Dai had been diligently exploring whether he possessed the potential for this formidable ability without such an endowment. Could he truly ascend to the pinnacle of this world? Having traversed into this realm, Dai had experienced moments of doubt. Yet he understood that only those who are truly lawless and unrestrained do not require the legacy of bloodlines to awaken as the inaugural wielders of Conqueror's Haki. Individuals like the Yonko Big Mom, Kaido of the Beasts, and Whitebeard all emerged from humble beginnings, their parents not renowned for their prowess. Nevertheless, each of them awakened their own Conqueror's Haki, Reflecting on this, Dai felt somewhat constrained in his current state. Even the so-called valiant and magnanimous figures like Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks adhered to their own unwavering principles, with dire consequences for those who dared to infringe upon them. Perhaps Dai should also establish his own absolute principles, ensuring that any transgressors are dealt with harshly. Every monarch possesses a certain arrogance and tenacity once they set their sights on a goal. No one, not even friends or family, can deter them. It may well be this mindset that allows one to awaken conqueror's haki. Upon witnessing Deity's indifference to the pirates before him, the sweetheart queen felt a tremor of anxiety within her. Indeed, Captain Dai, she declared solemnly, despite being one of Deity's close companions, she dared not exhibit any sense of entitlement. Meanwhile, Zoro gradually discerned the strengths and weaknesses of Eric, swiftly overcoming him from behind. The scythe fruit required a forward motion of the fingers to unleash its wind blades. If the opponent was behind, one would need to turn to counterattack. However, it could also be that Eric had simply not mastered his abilities, resulting in this flaw. Dai was skeptical that one could not launch wind blades by moving their fingers backward. The Iron Wall Baroque, this fellow, immediately approached with a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs, ready to restrain the whirlwind that was Eric. Should Captain Dai choose not to intervene and subdue him, he would likely be handed over to Lord Kuro for a gradual dismantling of this naval mercenary. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a stout old Marine with short white hair, whose beard had also turned white, could not disguise the fierce aura that surrounded him. Sengoku, you see, it is precisely because you deny me my leave that I have been unable to return to eliminate the scum of the East Blue, resulting in the emergence of that audacious Dada pirate crew. The Marine hero, Iron Fist Garb, complained vehemently to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, his expression marked by dissatisfaction and even anger, upon learning that the Dada pirate crew had laid waste to the 16th and 8th Marine branches of East Blue. With Colonel Mouse and Rear Admiral Nelson Roy meeting their honorable demise, Garp was incensed, a fury that not even 3 months of vacation and 1,000 bags of senbei could quell. He would not allow the tranquil East Blue to harbor such ruthless and lawless pirates. The weakest sea was merely a derogatory term among pirates. Ordinary citizens and Marines preferred to call the East Blue the most peaceful sea. This was largely thanks to Iron Fist Garb, who frequently returned to visit his grandson. How long has it been since your last vacation? It was shortly after you returned that the Dada pirate crew was formed. And their rise was astonishingly swift, entering the Grand Line in merely 1 or 2 months. The pirates aboard their ship are among the most notorious bounty criminals in the East Blue. And this Dai Babaya indeed possesses considerable talent to have gathered so many pirates. Fleet Admiral Sengoku reviewed the intelligence on Dai, who was originally a mute from Loguetown, subsequently becoming a strategist for the Barto family, and ultimately the captain of the Dada pirate crew. He had successively recruited the captain of the Black pirate crew, Kuro, the captain of the Itarago pirate crew, Itarago, and the captain of the Poker pirate crew, Bear King, along with the East Blue pirate hunter, Rorano Azaro. After vanquishing the East Blue tyrant, the Click pirate crew, he also enlisted the second-in-command, the Demon, Akin, and the third-in-command, Iron Wall Baroque, subsequently annihilating the strongest pirate crew in the East Blue, the Evil Dragon crew. Such accomplishments certainly qualify him to dominate the most peaceful of seas. In truth, had it not been for the presence of the Warlord of the Sea, Jinbei, Iron Fist Garp would have already eradicated the Evil Dragon crew. However, the world government assumed that the Evil Dragon crew was merely an affiliate of the sea hero Jinbei. Thus, the plundering of the Kokoshia Sea by the Evil Dragon crew was regarded as legitimate extortion under Jinbei's protection. This individual poses a significant threat and must be dealt with swiftly, Iron Fist Garb stated sternly, noting that according to intelligence, Dai Babaya had already taken the lives of numerous pirates during the annihilation of the Click and Evil Dragon pirate crews. His hands stained with blood, coupled with the destruction of the Barto family and 2 Marine branches in Loguetown, Deity's crimes are truly beyond redemption. The staff officer of the headquarters had already dispatched Colonel Tina to intercept the Dada pirate crew. Suddenly, Fleet Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow, sensing a miscalculation in the staff's arrangements. Colonel Tina might not be capable of confronting Dai Babaya after all. As Fleet Admiral, he simply lacked the time to deal with such minor pirate crews in the East Blue. Matters that were beneath his attention. You call yourself a strategist. Did you not read the intelligence? Smoker's reports indicate that this scoundrel Dai possesses dual haki, wields sea prism stone weaponry, and his devil fruit ability allows him to transform into a colossal barrier giant measuring dozens of meters. Immediately call back Colonel Tina, so that I may return and handle this myself, while also approving my vacation. Iron Fist Garp roared, not out of disdain for Colonel Tina, but because Dai was indeed a peculiar individual. Having already encountered hockey in the East Blue.it is well known that many pirate crews from the Four Seas, even upon reaching the end of the Grand Line at Subduing Archipelago, remain oblivious to the concept of hockey. Furthermore, his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, has become increasingly absorbed in the pirate life over the past 2 years, necessitating Garp's return to discipline the young rascal, lest Luffy truly set sail to become a pirate. It may already be too late. By now, the Dada pirate crew has likely entered the Grand Line, and you will have no idea which island they are on, Fleet Admiral Sengoku replied somewhat irritably. Disregarding Garp's request, while he intended to remind the staff to caution Colonel Tina to be wary when encountering the Dada pirate crew. However, with 7 routes in the Grand Line, it was unlikely that the Dada pirate crew would fortuitously stumble upon the same route as Colonel Tina. So, does that mean you will not approve my leave? Iron Fist Garp glared at Fleet Admiral Sengoku, his expression darkening as he snatched up all the senbei on the table in a fit of anger before storming out of the Admiral's office. Sengoku watched Garp's retreating figure with wide eyes, realizing that the old rogue had merely come to demand vacation time and free food. Sighing in resignation, he resolved to increase Daibabaya's bounty once more. A pirate in the Grand Line with dual hockey and formidable devil fruit abilities, not only ruthless and bloodthirsty but also cold-blooded, truly a dangerous individual. Thus, it was imperative to raise the bounty to alert the Marines to the peril he posed. Ideally attracting bounty hunters to hunt down the Dada pirate crew, with a wave of his hand, he raised Dai's bounty to 100 million berries, making him one of the candidates for this year's supernova. Having obliterated 2 Marine branches and with countless kills under his belt, combined with his dual hockey and devil fruit abilities, Dai was indeed worth that price, should he successfully reach Subduing Archipelago without faltering in the Grand Line. He would undoubtedly be this year's supernova. Meanwhile, in the rain-drenched Alabasta, as Nico Robin delved deeper into her investigation of Babaya, her expression grew increasingly grave. The fact that he could defeat Colonel Smoker, who wielded the Logia-type smoke fruit, indicated that his strength truly surpassed her expectations. Had he entered the Grand Line with the identity of the strongest pirate crew in the East Blue? Nico Robin murmured to herself, initially intending to witness Dai firsthand. However, now that she understood the full extent of the Dada pirate crew's power, she no longer dared to confront this merciless captain alone. She could not fathom why someone like Dai would have any connection to O'Hara or know her and Crocodile's true identities. Mr. 1, unable to call upon Crocodile, instructed Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 to protect her as she sought to observe Dai, while also reallocating other teams to nearby waters for their missions. In her quest to uncover the secrets concealed within Dai, Nicole Robin swiftly mobilized the majority of the forces from the Baroque works. Apart from the formidable boss, Crocodile, and Mr. 1, she called upon the entire might of the 7 warlords of the sea, resolute in her belief that she could subdue the newly emerged Dai pirates, who had just set foot in the Grand Line. To provide Crocodile with an explanation, she departed from the rain-drenched Alabasta under the pretense of recruiting the most powerful pirate crew from the East Blue. At the foot of Reverse Mountain, the sea beast, Mu, gazed apprehensively at the swiftly flowing currents, displaying a semblance of fear. Mu, just protect yourself. Leave the pirate ship to us. Dai had never entertained the notion that this bovine sea creature could safeguard the indomitable battleship. This sort of courage, he resolved to personally ensure the safety of his vessel. Now then, my comrades, today we officially embark upon the Grand Line. Dai's resounding shout ignited excitement among all the crew members of the Dai pirates. Aye, Captain. Nami began directing the other crew members, skillfully maneuvering the pirate ship into the tumultuous currents, loosening the tether that bound her to Mu. Meanwhile, the cunning Crocodile observed the captured whirlwind, Eric, being dragged through the water at the ship's stern. We are about to ascend Reverse Mountain. I hope you can survive this. Crocodile coldly regarded the captive, who had been suspended behind the ship since his capture, his pride slowly eroding away. I'll join. I'll join. Please, let me go. Eric cried weakly, having ingested several mouthfuls of seawater, his body weighed down by sea-stone handcuffs, rendering him utterly powerless and engulfed by despair. Despite having shouted his surrender and plea to join for hours, it seemed as if Crocodile had turned a deaf ear. Now, as they approached the treacherous currents of Reverse Mountain, Eric realized that if he continued to be dragged through the water, he would undoubtedly be flung against the mountain's walls. Reduced to a mere pulp. In this moment, he yearned fiercely for survival. No longer wishing to endure such inhumane punishment. He was filled with dread at the thought of the Dai pirates, a shadow that would haunt him for a lifetime. Just then, as Eric had nearly reached his limit, Dai approached him, the last moment before the sword of courage plunged into the reverse current. Daitai managed to haul the terrified Eric aboard. His face ashen with fear. From now on, you shall be a member of the Daitai Pirates. Obey orders well. Do you understand? Daitai leisurely unfastened the sea stone handcuffs and the ropes binding Eric, addressing the side fruit user with a calm demeanor. I understand, Captain. I will never betray the Daitai Pirates for the rest of my life. Eric, now in tears, clung to Daitai's leg, proclaiming his loyalty with unrestrained emotion, grateful to have survived the clutches of these demons. I do appreciate obedient crew members. Now, go change into a fresh set of clothes and join us as we enter the Grand Line, Daitai said, helping Eric straighten his damp attire with a smile. In that moment, Daitai transformed from a fearsome captain into a gentle and benevolent leader. Thank you, Captain. I will absolutely be obedient. Eric was completely won over by Daitai's methods, harboring only a slight resentment towards Crocodile. However, towards Daitai, he felt nothing but respect and gratitude. After having Eric taken below deck, the pirate ship surged upward, breaching the summit of Reverse Mountain. The violent tremors prompted Daitai to brace himself, prepared to protect his ship at a moment's notice. Barrier, Sword of Courage. A colossal barrier enveloped the Sword of Courage in an instant, as the ship collided fiercely with the mountainous terrain, teetering on the brink of capsizing. What a perilous undertaking this truly was. Daitai finally grasped why Reverse Mountain was regarded as the first daunting trial for rookie pirate crews from all four seas. Damn it, the reverse current's passage through Reverse Mountain is far longer than depicted in the animations. Daitai estimated that merely traversing the reverse current could stretch over 300 kilometers, as they had been battling the supercharged waters at approximately 120 kilometers per hour for nearly 3 hours. Based on the navigational knowledge Daitai had acquired, combined with his geographical understanding from his previous life, he calculated that the Grand Line spanned approximately 600 to 800 kilometers in width. With two windless zones flanking either side, each covering over 100 kilometers, by the gods, if it weren't for my barrier fruit, we'd never make it through Reverse Mountain, Daitai cursed vehemently. Realizing that the currents from all four seas converged at a central point, flowing towards the Grand Line in a diagonal manner, rather than a straight line, this distance was longer than half the width of the entire Grand Line. Continuously employing the barrier for 3 to 4 hours, safeguarding the immense Sword of Courage, caused Daitai to break into a cold sweat. The crew members too appeared pale, shaken by the overwhelming danger they faced. They understood that the Grand Line was treacherous, yet they had not anticipated such peril awaiting them at the very first hurdle, Reverse Mountain. How many pirate ships could endure 3 to 4 hours of continuous ascent amidst currents exceeding 100 kilometers per hour? These wooden vessels could be reduced to splinters with just a few collisions. Indeed, every pirate crew that reached the Grand Line was undoubtedly blessed with an abundance of good fortune. Those fallen crews were swept into the Grand Line, becoming the personal wages of the lookout, Crocus, at Twin Cape. Otherwise, one might wonder why Crocus had remained well-fed and carefree while leisurely reading newspapers for so many years. He even possessed ample wealth to purchase medical tomes and rare herbs, aiding in the treatment and transformation of the massive island whale, Laboon. Perhaps a portion of Laboon's nourishment was also thanks to Crocus. As the pirate ship crested the peak of Reverse Mountain, another violent collision occurred, yet they successfully altered their trajectory, plunging downward at an even greater speed. The four currents from the seas converged into a single torrent, accelerating their descent, compelling Daitai to summon every ounce of focus. The girls aboard the ship screamed in unison as the Sword of Courage rocketed forward, exceeding 180 kilometers per hour, the mast bending under the pressure. Without the protection of the barrier fruit, a single collision could render their ship into mere wreckage. How fortunate were those pirate crews that successfully entered the Grand Line, having never collided with the walls of Reverse Mountain. Captain Daitai, ahead is a dead end. We're doomed. Why is there a wall in front of us? Nami cried, tears streaming down her face, having expected to see an exit, only to be confronted by a massive mountain blocking their path with no possibility of evasion. Damn it. Everyone, hold on tight. Daitai bellowed in fury. Realizing they were about to collide with Laboon at this speed, even with the barrier fruit protecting them, the sheer inertia could still cause injuries or even fatalities among the crew, while the ship itself could disintegrate. Barrier, Susanoo's hand. Daitai roared, as immense barrier hands reached out to grasp the sides of the mountain, desperately slowing their descent, sparks flying in a spectacle far more exaggerated than Spider-Man halting a train. The mountain's structure was gouged by Daitai's force, sending plumes of dust into the air. The continuous exertion took its toll, causing a trickle of blood to escape from Daitai's nose. The other crew members watched anxiously, with Dazaya and Nami wanting to rush to Daitai's aid. However, Dai's fierce expression, coupled with his bulging muscles, deterred them from interfering. Meanwhile, Itarago had sprinted to the ship's prow, preparing to unleash his power, and the rookie Eric followed suit, unwilling to meet his demise. "Captain, create an opening. I'm going to blast this mountain out of our way," Itarago shouted urgently, while Eric readied his windblade. At this moment, their long-range attacks were their strongest assets, as most of the other crew members were melee fighters. Amidst the intense exertion, Daitai managed to part a sliver of focus to open a small barrier shield, allowing a fierce gale to rush in, nearly toppling Nami and the other weaker crew members. Sonic Cannon, Scythe, Great Windblade. A blinding sonic laser and a massive transparent wind blade surged towards the looming black mountain. Boom. Howl. A resounding wail echoed through the air as the ominous black mountain began to roll and surge, revealing a colossal iron mouth. It was then that the crew of the Grandfather pirate crew realized that the mountain was, in fact, a living island whale. Exhausted, Dai finally managed to reduce the speed of the pirate ship. However, the swift ocean currents compelled him to persist in his forced deceleration, leaving him no time to confront this formidable island whale. With a ferocious roar, the island whale, Laboon, transitioned from a cry of pain to a furious bellow, intent on obliterating the vessel that dared to inflict harm upon it. It opened its massive jaws, revealing formidable fangs glinting with a menacing sheen, indicating that it was not to be trifled with, just as Dai prepared to abandon his efforts to slow down and charge straight ahead. The agitated Laboon abruptly fell silent and, in the blink of an eye, submerged into the depths of the sea. The fearless battleship, the Blade, finally broke free from the tumultuous descent of the inverted mountain. Entering the Grand Line. We survived. The crew of the Grandfather pirate crew exclaimed with exhilaration, while Daitai, utterly fatigued, sank to the ground, gasping for breath. This day had proven to be the most exhausting of his seafaring journey. Far more strenuous than confronting the East Blue Overlord. Captain Click. Captain, we have successfully entered the Grand Line. The crew shouted with excitement, expressing their relief from the harrowing ordeal. Yet, in the next moment, a massive shadow stirred beneath the surface. As the gigantic island whale resurfaced, its eye now as large as the blade itself. Be cautious. The crew immediately shifted into battle mode, for the sheer size of the island whale rendered them minuscule in comparison. It was a behemoth measuring 400 meters in length. Dai stood once more, though his muscles trembled slightly as he faced the Leviathan without fear. At that moment, Laboon appeared remarkably tranquil, its eyes clear and devoid of the previous rage. It must have been sedated by Kurikasu, Dai surmised at a glance, deducing that the ship's doctor of the Pirate King was likely residing within Labu's belly. Kurikasu, a formidable physician, had seemingly modified Labu's stomach to allow for habitation within the whale. Laboon, I know you can understand me. I am aware of Brooke's whereabouts. Summon Kurikasu to meet me. Dai called out to the enormous island whale, a smile gracing his lips, pondering whether he could coax the Pirate King's doctor aboard. If Kurikasu, this esteemed elder, were to join them, even if only until they reached the Devil's Triangle, the safety of the Grandfather pirate crew would undoubtedly increase manifold during their voyage through the Grand Line. Kurikasu was not only an exceptional healer, but also possessed considerable maritime experience and combat prowess, having traversed the Grand Line and the New World alongside the Roger pirates, even visiting Raftel. Such a treasure of a person was enough to make Daitia's mouth water with anticipation. Huel, the once quiet island whale Laboon reacted fervently at the mention of Brooke's name, its excitement overpowering the effects of the sedative. The enormous waves caused the blade to rock violently, leaving the crew nervously watching the frenzied whale. Calm down, Laboon. Don't you wish to see Brooke? Dai shouted in frustration, and indeed, upon hearing his words, Laboon quieted, its large eyes gazing at Dai with a mix of longing and hope. At that moment, as if sensing Labu's emotional turmoil, a bald old man with a flower adorning his head, donned in glasses and a pink shirt patterned with yellow and green flowers, emerged from Labu's head. He bore various harpoon weapons on his back. In the instant he appeared, his expressionless, steely gaze froze the atmosphere. The overwhelming aura he exuded caused cold sweat to beat on the brows of Daitai, Kuro, and Zoro, instilling a sense of suffocation within them. What an imposing presence. Undoubtedly a super-strong individual. Hey, Kurikasu, tone down your aura. You're scaring the new generation. Dai stepped forward, confronting Kurikasu's icy gaze, summoning an invisible aura of his own to counter the older man's intensity. Dai did not underestimate Kurikasu, after all, having journeyed with the Roger pirates and reached the final island. His strength was indisputable. Years prior, during the 3-day battle between the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, Kurikasu had participated, emerging relatively unscathed. Upon returning to Twin Cape, he had hunted colossal giant squids and had swum through Labu's gastric acid. withstanding the explosive projectiles of Baroque works without a scratch. Furthermore, having remained unscathed at the entrance of the Grand Line for so many years, Crocus's combat prowess was evidently formidable. You little brat. How do you know my name? Have you been to the Grand Line before? Or do you have relatives at home? Crocus's icy demeanor dissipated, revealing a capricious old man. This is my first visit. I not only know your name, but also the history between you and Laboon. Daitai replied nonchalantly, activating his observation haki to sense the Pirate King's doctor. Gauging his strength casually employ observation haki was rather impolite. Crocus smiled, astonished to encounter a rookie pirate who had mastered haki at the very starting point of the Grand Line, an unprecedented occurrence. However, he quickly realized that this lad knew of his past with Laboon. How could this child, who seemed so young, have knowledge of events that transpired over 20 years ago when he had retired from the Roger Pirates and returned to Twin Cape to serve as the lighthouse keeper? Caring for Laboon. At that time, this boy had not even been born. Daitai paid no heed to Crocus's subtle expressions. He was merely curious as to how this Pirate King's doctor could openly serve as the lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape. Was he not wanted by the Navy? After all, he had served as the ship's doctor for 3 years with the Roger Pirates. It was unlikely he had escaped the Navy's notice. Whether it was during the battle at Eitwall against Shiki's flying pirate fleet or the 3-day conflict with the Whitebeard pirates, Crocus had participated in both. Moreover, the Roger Pirates were prime targets of the world government. It was inconceivable that Crocus had not been exposed. How has someone of your stature managed to avoid being pursued by the world government while serving as a lighthouse keeper here? Daitai inquired, his curiosity piqued. After all, having mingled with the Bartolomeo family for 2 years and sailing as a pirate for a month or two, he had never come across Crocus's bounty, nor was he often aware of the bounties of Roger Pirates' crew members. Do you truly know me? Upon hearing Daitai's question, Crocus's expression grew serious, sensing that this young pirate had recognized his identity. Indeed, I have some knowledge regarding you and the Rumar Pirates, as well as that pirate crew's affairs. Daitai replied. Just as he finished speaking, Laba stirred with excitement at the mention of the Rumar Pirates, prompting Crocus to continually soothe the agitated whale. Even the Rumar Pirates are known to you. It seems you are no ordinary individual, Crocus remarked gravely. This young man not only wielded haki but was also familiar with the Rumar Pirates from over 50 years ago, which genuinely astonished him. To put it into perspective, even the Roger Pirates had scarcely heard of the Rumar Pirates during their time. When Brooke and his crew had gone missing, Roger had merely been a fledgling pirate. Yet your identity surpasses mine. You are truly remarkable. You devoted 3 years to searching for the Rumar Pirates. However, ultimately you could not uncover Brooke or the Rumar Pirates' whereabouts. I wonder if you could join my ship once more. I can assure you that I will assist you in finding Brooke, and you may even bring Laboon along. Perhaps you could once again become a formal member of the legendary pirate crew. Daitai proclaimed with confidence, his ambition startling Crocus, who realized that this lad aspired to be the Pirate King. Little brat, do you comprehend the consequences of provoking me with such reckless words? The Roger Pirates could not find Brooke. What grounds do you have to believe you can? Crocus ceased his veiled remarks, laying the cards on the table, tacitly acknowledging that he was indeed a member of the Roger Pirates. If Daitai were aware of the true whereabouts of the Rumar Pirates, it would be a different story altogether. Otherwise, he shall allow this rookie pirate crew to witness what it truly means to be the ship's doctor of the Pirate King. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Crocus once more, the crew of the Dada pirate crew tightened their grips on their weapons, prepared at any moment to unleash their Devil Fruit abilities. The Rumar pirate crew had been annihilated, yet Brooke, due to the powers of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, had successfully been resurrected and was now trapped in an undisclosed location. Would you be willing to accompany us, alongside Laboon, in search of him? Upon locating him, you may choose to depart or remain. However, during this time, you must serve as our temporary ship's doctor and guide us in mastering the art of haki. Naturally, when we find a new ship's doctor, your assistance in nurturing them would also be appreciated. Daitai felt the immense pressure Crocus exuded, proving his worth as the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. Having spent 3 years aboard the Pirate King's vessel, he surely surpassed several members of the Straw Hat Pirates who had undergone 2 years of rigorous training. Even if he lacked the prowess of the 3 prominent figures, he at least possessed the strength of the Flying Six, making him a formidable opponent whom ordinary supernovas could scarcely contend with. Furthermore, as a physician, Daitai could not believe that Crocus would solely focus on healing without having knowledge of utilizing poisons. Upon hearing Daitai's words, Laboon, the island whale, felt a mix of melancholy and excitement. He had not anticipated the complete obliteration of the Rumar pirate crew. Yet, He was eager to set forth immediately in search of the living brook. At that moment, a bewildered cow sea beast careened down from the upside-down mountain route, colliding directly into Laboon and nearly sending him flying, leaving a sizable bump on its head. After a considerable pause, it regained its senses, swimming tearfully to the battleship, the Indomitable, as if it had found its long-lost family. Youngster, provide me with a time frame and range. Otherwise, I shall not easily depart from Twin Cape. My old bones cannot withstand deceit and prolonged voyages. Crocus glanced at the clumsy sea beast, then squinted at Dai. Realizing that at this age, he was finally hearing news of Brook, making it impossible for him to retire peacefully. Yet, feeling Laboon's fervent emotions compelled him to fulfill the whale's wish. Let us endure this hardship once more. I hope this fellow does not deceive me. Within a year, I shall provide you with an answer within the Grand Line, without needing to enter the New World. Dai smiled, understanding that as long as Crocus remained with the Dada pirate crew for a year and a half, he could extract every benefit from him and surpass him in strength. If these are the terms, I can agree. However, you must not inquire about anything concerning the Roger pirates unless I choose to divulge. After a moment of contemplation, Crocus acquiesced to Dai's conditions, finding the prospect of staying within the Grand Line acceptable, as it posed less danger than the New World, and he felt confident in navigating the perils of the Grand Line. Moreover, with a year's time, even if this fellow was dishonest, he could minimize his losses. However, should he truly be deceived, he would summon the Dark King Rayleigh in Sabaody Archipelago to deal with this treacherous scoundrel. Then welcome aboard, Crocus-sensei. I promise you and Laboon that I shall find Brook. Dai leaped onto Laboon's head, respectfully shaking hands with the temporary ship's doctor while reassuringly patting the whale's massive head. Once we locate Brook, our decision to stay or leave is something I hope you will not interfere with, Crocus emphasized once more, sensing the atmosphere surrounding this pirate crew was not as harmonious as that of the Roger pirates. Of course, I will attempt to gain your approval. Dai chuckled, recognizing the seasoned hand he had successfully brought aboard the Grand Line. Even if Crocus would not engage in battle, his medical expertise, navigational experience, and knowledge of hockey would be invaluable assets. Meanwhile, the sea beast mood, realizing that its captain had recruited a 400-meter-long island whale, feeling a sudden chill in its heart. Would it soon face unemployment simply for traversing the upside-down mountain? The crew of the Dada pirate crew was equally stunned by Dai's persuasive abilities, realizing their captain seemed to have enticed a remarkable individual. Was this elderly man a member of the Roger pirates? Or perhaps the ship's doctor of the Pirate King? This temporary ship's doctor certainly had a significant background. Atop Twin Cape's lighthouse, Crocus was entertaining the crew of the Dada pirate crew while preparing to tidy up his medical books and supplies for the voyage. To be honest, at over 70 years of age, he truly wished to remain in this familiar place. He had spent the last couple of months inside Laboon, tirelessly modifying and treating him. However, to fulfill Laboon's wish, he had no choice but to embark on this journey once more. He hoped, as Dai had asserted, that they would indeed uncover Brook's whereabouts. At that moment, a newsbird from the World Economic News Agency flew in. As someone fond of reading newspapers, Crocus casually purchased a copy. Having been inside Laboon for over a month, he had not seen the latest news. Kuro, upon seeing this, also bought a few copies. After all, they were not short on funds, and the Grand Line lacked newspapers from the East Blue Press. Most were publications under the notorious Morgans. When Crocus casually glanced at the latest news, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a shadow crossed his face as he spotted Dai's most recent bounty notice. He was taken aback by the sheer brutality. The most vicious rookie pirate crew in the East Blue had slaughtered the Click pirate crew. The Evil Dragon pirate crew destroyed the Bartolomeo family and obliterated the 8th and 16th branches of the East Blue. With Babaya's hands stained with over 2,000 lives, the captain of the Dada pirate crew, Babaya, was issued a bounty of 100 million berries, dead or alive. Was this truly a rookie? This was nothing short of a demon. Recalling Dai's previously respectful smile filled Crocus with repulsion. In an instant, he no longer wished to accompany Dai to sea. He did not want to be part of a pirate crew obsessed with slaughter. If he boarded their ship, he might find himself entangled in a web of violence. Moreover, he had no desire to nurture the growth of a demonic pirate crew. This was not the seed of the era that Roger had awaited. When he joined Roger's crew, they were already at the pinnacle of their strength, exuding an overwhelming aura that deterred other pirate crews from challenging them. Furthermore, by that time, Roger's life was drawing to a close. He was desperately seeking the whereabouts of the true history. Thus, after Crocus joined the crew as their ship's doctor, apart from 2 major battles against the likes of Shiki the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, they had hardly encountered any real combat. Most minor skirmishes did not require Crocus to take action. However, he had learned a considerable amount of combat skills and techniques from Roger, Rayleigh, and Kazuki Oden. By G. Kuro observed the shift in Crocus's demeanor and wore a teasing smile. Realizing that the captain was about to face a significant setback, this old man appeared to be a kind-hearted physician with strong principles. Crocus, with a grave expression, returned to the lighthouse, watching the Dada pirate crew, which had begun their raucous feast, his gaze growing increasingly indifferent. Dada quickly sensed Crocus's change in demeanor, his expression momentarily freezing before gradually turning expressionless. The meat in his hand now resembled tasteless wax. Upon seeing the newspaper in Crocus's hand, Dai began to speculate. Meanwhile, Kuro silently handed the newspaper to Dai before stepping aside to watch the unfolding drama. The other crew members, sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, slowed their eating and drinking, the mood growing increasingly solemn. As Dai swiftly scanned the report about himself, he found it somewhat exaggerated but essentially accurate. He had not anticipated the Navy headquarters awarding him such a substantial bounty. Dai fell silent, pondering how the ship's doctor of the Pirate King would navigate the situation and retract the previous agreement. After a long pause, Crocus contemplated whether he could forcibly detain Dai to extract information regarding Brooke's whereabouts. However, it was evident that he lacked the confidence to do so, not even possessing a 60% assurance. He detected a hint of a similar aura to that of Douglas Bullet emanating from Dai, an unmistakable madness and strength akin to that of the demonic progeny. Dai, I am grateful for your invitation aboard. Yet I find your crew's combat style unappealing. As I grow older, my desire for violence wanes, and thus I wish to propose a new condition. I fear I may no longer be able to join your pirate ship. However, as long as you divulge Brooke's whereabouts, I shall endeavor to fulfill the other conditions you previously mentioned. Crocus was the first to speak, having resolutely decided that he would never board this brutal pirate ship. Hearing Crocus's deceitful words, even the directionally challenged Rorano Azaro lifted his head, a hint of impatience etched across his face. What do you possess that can assure us we will master the advanced two-color hockey and enable others to become professional doctors? Dai lamented the loss of such a capable tool, feeling a twinge of regret. I can provide you with some insights into hockey cultivation and a portion of medical notes. These should suffice for your studies. Crocus replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Were it not for the matter of Brooke's whereabouts, he would have no desire to share such knowledge with this devilish pirate crew. Moreover, he even possessed a recording of the late Rayleigh teaching hockey to Shanks and Buggy, which was also one of his means of learning. Not enough, truly insufficient. Since the senior's words hold no weight, I shall test your strength instead. Let us engage in a pirate duel. The victor claims all. Only a battle of equals is worthy of negotiation. Dai unsheathed his third-generation Kitetsu, determined that if he could best Crocus, he might directly acquire all of the latter's treasures. Furthermore, he wished to ascertain the extent of his current strength. Confident in his innate invincibility due to possessing the barrier fruit, let us fight first, then discuss terms. Indeed, a tyrannical individual. Come then, young one. The victor claims all. Crocus chuckled lightly, drawing his sea beast harpoon, eager to gauge the strength of this notorious newcomer from the East Blue. As the weapon began to entwine with the dark aura of hockey in mere moments, without a solid foundation, who would dare ascend the mountain? Crocus was not merely a top-tier doctor skilled in healing. His mastery of hockey was remarkably profound. Dai did not dare to underestimate him, becoming intensely serious. This old man was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had encountered since setting sail, drawing his third-generation Kitetsu. Dai cloaked it with a thin layer of hockey, yet it still lacked the depth of Crocus's formidable aura. Watch out, young one. I once learned advanced hockey techniques from a powerful swordsman. Should I break your sword, do not hold it against this old man, Crocus remarked with a slight smile, confident in his ability to handle a fledgling pirate. Thank you for the warning, Dai exclaimed, raising his third-generation Kitetsu and charging forward, clashing violently with Crocus, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. Young one, your hockey seems to be lacking. Crocus's dark harpoon, infused with tremendous force, deflected Dai's cursed blade. Furthermore, a flowing aura of hockey reverberated through the third-generation Kitetsu, causing it to emit a mournful cry. Dai quickly leaped back several paces, observing the trembling Kitetsu in his hand, as if it were suffering internal damage. The terrifying flowing cherry blossom hockey had penetrated Dai's hockey defense, striking directly at the sword's core. He felt the inadequacy of the third-generation Kitetsu once more, expressionless. He sheathed the Kitetsu and tossed it to Rorano Azaro behind him. Indeed, after acquiring the barrier fruit, even a renowned sword could hinder one's strength. Now he comprehended why Admiral Akainu had abandoned his formidable swordsmanship upon obtaining the Logia lava fruit. That esteemed blade might indeed be inferior to his devil fruit ability. Dai regarded Crocus, his fingers interlacing. Barrier. Susanoo. Initial phase. A spherical shield materialized around him, enveloping him completely, with two spiked giant hands extending from either side of the barrier. Come again. Dai commanded, manipulating the massive hands to strike down upon Crocus with devastating force. Leaving no room for mercy, clang. Crocus opted to confront the assault with his hockey-infused sea beast harpoon, determined to shatter Dai's devil fruit ability. He believed that under his flowing cherry blossom hockey, he could obliterate this transparent barrier that appeared as fragile as glass. Boom. Crocus was sent flying, but quickly regained his footing. Such minor injuries were inconsequential to him. He stared in disbelief at Dai's flawless transparent shield. Why was it so resilient? There was no reason for a newcomer pirate's devil fruit ability to withstand even the flowing cherry blossom hockey. Why couldn't his hockey penetrate the inner structure of the barrier? Unwilling to accept defeat, Crocus launched a relentless barrage of attacks against Dai. Clang. Xen clang. Xen regardless of whether he struck, thrust, pressed, or pierced, Crocus's hockey harpoon could not breach Dai's shield. This left him questioning whether he had truly aged to such a degree. It seems you cannot prevail against me. Dai continually countered with his barrier's giant hands. Even combatants like Kazuki Odin could not breach the defenses of the barrier fruit. How could a ship's doctor like Crocus hope to do so? Yet Crocus's observation hockey and evasion speed were remarkably swift, evading Dai's strikes time and again. It appears that the Susanoo form is not necessarily better when larger. Barrier, supreme longsword. Dai quickly adjusted his strategy, transforming the barrier's giant hands into two barrier longswords, allowing for swifter and more straightforward strikes with greater lethality. If destruction of the terrain was required, perhaps the massive Susanoo was necessary. However, in a one-on-one duel, speed and attack power must be balanced. Your devil fruit ability is astonishingly durable. Crocus realized he could not penetrate Dai's spherical shield, opting instead to see if he could exhaust Dai's stamina, rendering him incapable of utilizing his devil fruit ability. Your two-color hockey is impressive as well. Dai continued to unleash his attacks, skillfully manipulating his barrier swords. He had resolved to abandon the third-generation Katetsu and fully commit to developing the capabilities of his barrier fruit. Engaging in a tug-of-war with Crocus filled him with exhilaration. Finally, he had found a worthy opponent against whom he could unleash his full power, unlike the small-time pirates of the East Blue whom he could dispatch with a single strike. Barrier stab. Barrier fist. Suddenly, barrier spikes and fists emerged from the void, striking at Crocus time and again. However, his hockey was so robust that it failed to inflict any harm. The fierce battle continued for over 5 hours. Leaving the clearing at Twin Cape in tatters, Dai's crew had retreated to a safe distance, while the island whale Laboon tossed and turned anxiously in the sea, bewildered by the chaos unfolding between the two combatants. Most of Dai's barrier techniques had been evaded or absorbed by Crocus. Ultimately, both parties found themselves slightly breathless, unable to gain the upper hand. Dai noted Crocus's speed significantly declining, and his observation hockey appeared less focused. Barrier ball. He finally unleashed his ultimate move, ensnaring the slowing Crocus within a barrier sphere. The two then engaged in a fierce contest of strength as the sphere constricted and Crocus attempted to resist its compression. Old man, my barrier sphere is indeed insurmountable. Even if it takes all my strength, I shall exhaust you. The errant side will dwindle. Dai cackled, locking horns with Crocus, while his crew, under the command of Big Dad, began to ransack Crocus's dwelling at Twin Cape, digging frantically to uncover all of his treasures. I truly underestimated you. I concede your strength. However, if you release me and inform me of Brooke's whereabouts, I shall hand over the recording of Rayleigh's teachings, the right hand of the Pirate King. Otherwise, your band of brigands shall never uncover it. And do not forget, young one, that I still have ties with the Roger Pirates. Within the violently trembling barrier sphere, Crocus braced himself against the shrinking confines but could not shatter the barrier. This old mentor began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Age, after all, had its consequences. I find myself increasingly overwhelmed, my abilities seemingly regressing to such an extent. If only he had been a touch more ruthless and had not entangled himself with Dai from the outset, but instead utilized his speed to eliminate the crew of the Big Daddy pirates. Perhaps he could have forcibly repelled Dai. Oh, you truly possess such a sound recording. How could I possibly not find it? It must be hidden within the belly of Labu, the island whale, right? Upon hearing the guidance sound recording from the Dark King Rayleigh, Dai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Moreover, he could easily surmise that Crocus had concealed valuable items within the belly of Laboon. So, you little devil fruit user, do you dare to venture into Laboon's belly? Crocus let out a soft snort, for if Laboon were to plunge into the depths of the sea, a devil fruit user like Daidai would likely meet his demise. Furthermore, he discerned Daitia's yearning for advanced haki. Like Barrett, he was a pirate who placed power above all else. For the sake of strength, they would stop at nothing, as long as there exists a method to grow stronger. They could readily engage in communication or trade. Upon hearing Crocus's words, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in Daitia's eyes, as if weighing the chances of finding the sound recording Crocus spoke of within Laboon's belly after eliminating Crocus himself. Youngster, with merely a piece of information from Brooke, you have acquired so much. You should be content and not push matters to extremes. An old friend of mine will soon come to reminisce with me. Crocus steadfastly maintained the barrier sphere, preventing Daidai from contracting it further, sensing the diminishing oxygen in the air. Yet soon, he felt the contraction force of the barrier sphere dissipating, though he remained unable to break free. Truly, an elder who sees through the hearts of men. Daidai grinned, believing Crocus's so-called friend to be a threat of little consequence, perhaps spark Jabba, the left hand of the Pirate King. Nevertheless, Daidai felt that trading a piece of information from Brooke for the sound recording of Rayleigh's haki teachings was indeed worthwhile. However, the question remained. How could both parties ensure a safe and smooth transaction? As for the items within Crocus's residence at Twin Cape, they had already been seized by the Big Daddy pirates. Rightfully theirs. Now, you are to exchange your life and Brooke's information for that sound recording and your haki insights, which must include the techniques for utilizing flowing cherry haki. Of course, at this moment, none are privy to the authenticity of the sound recording or Brooke's information. We can only wager on each other's pirate integrity. Trust is a matter of judgment. Regardless, I have consented to this transaction. Yet I remain uncertain whether you will have faith in my integrity. Daidai pondered whether such pirate dealings would compel some unscrupulous pirates to uphold their promises. However, those who frequently break their word likely stand little chance of awakening Conqueror's haki. This might be what Charlotte Linland meant when she stated that pirates must adhere to principles. Only those who achieve a certain level of fortitude comprehend the significance of such principles. And should some awaken Conqueror's haki only to become treacherous or succumb to fear, losing their original convictions, their fortitude may cease to grow or even vanish entirely. Though you are brutal and cold-blooded, I believe in you, for I know you are not a man who resorts to cunning. If I am mistaken in my judgment of you, I shall accept it. Yet, this also demonstrates that you are merely a fleeting presence, destined to fall beneath the tides of this era, Crocus replied coolly. Having sensed that look in Daitia's eyes before in Barrett, such a person will inevitably carve out a name for themselves, albeit a notorious one. Even though you have once betrayed your word, I still choose to trust you, old elder. Daidai released the barrier sphere, freeing Crocus, who met the gaze of this unpredictable elder without fear. You have half an hour. Of course, you could forego the whereabouts of Brooke and simply escape with Laboon. Daidai chuckled lightly, for though he longed to acquire the training methods for flowing cherry haki, should Crocus choose to flee, he would have no means to stop him. However, seizing the majority of Crocus's possessions was hardly a loss, merely a diminished gain. Humph, you arrogant individual. I hope you can evade the Navy's encirclement. Crocus scoffed lightly before leaping onto Laboon and vanishing. After all, even someone as formidable as Douglas Barrett had once been pursued and captured by the Navy's Demon Slaughter Order. A brutal and flamboyant crew like the Big Daddy pirates likely wouldn't last long. Not long after, Crocus reappeared atop Laboon. Come, let us commence the transaction. Crocus stood quietly upon Laboon, awaiting Daitia's approach. Besides ensuring his own safety, he was eager to gauge Daitia's courage and determination. Daidai chuckled softly as a staircase of barriers materialized, extending directly from Twin Cape to Laboon's back. Elder, are you testing me, or are you fearful of me? Daidai approached Crocus, revealing a perilous smile. Spare me the pleasantries. Here is Rayleigh's teaching sound recording, along with my haki training insights. Now tell me Brooke's whereabouts, and this shall be yours. Crocus held a sound recording in his left hand and a small booklet in his right. His tone decidedly unfriendly. As a doctor, he took pleasure in documenting various knowledge, including this haki training, unlike other pirates who shunned reading and writing, relying solely on oral transmission. Simultaneously, Crocus pressed the sound recording, releasing a voice imbued with magnetism, as if earnestly instructing certain individuals. Delightful. After his resurrection, Brooke has been lost amidst the dense fog of the Devil's Triangle. If you happen upon a ghost ship, perhaps Brooke is aboard. Daidai laughed heartily, taking the sound recording and training manual before leisurely returning to the shore via the barrier staircase. I had not lied. He had yet to awaken Conqueror's haki. Perhaps due to excessive calculation and scheming, ultimately lacking a touch of fortitude. Upon hearing Brooke's whereabouts, Labu grew animated, the surface of the sea churning violently. There it is. Labu, quiet down. We must depart first. Coloca's vanished once more from Labu's back. And Labu swiftly plunged into the depths on the shore of Twin Cape. The crew of the Big Daddy Pirates had not anticipated that recruiting a temporary ship's doctor would lead to such a development. Captain Dai, have we offended the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates? Nami asked, somewhat apprehensively, as Daitia's fierce confrontation with Coloca's left them stunned. Roronoa Zoro, too, felt a renewed sense of his own inadequacy, realizing that this was the true power of haki. Observing the numerous craters on the ground, all created by Coloca's haki, even the massive boulders had been reduced to dust. Even Kuro, the cunning strategist, sensed an invisible, terrifying pressure upon him. The perils of the Grand Line seemed to far exceed their imaginations. Ha! What expressions you all wear. Merely remnants of an era, nothing to be afraid of. Besides, do not let this dishearten you. In the Grand Line, few pirates wield haki. This is merely your introduction to the battles of the New World. Dai, clutching a sound recording and a small booklet, felt his spirit invigorated, filled with a fervor that coursed through his very being. Perhaps it was the excitement of discovering the training methods for advanced haki. Or perhaps a renewed shift in mindset. Now, even if he had offended the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, he might face retribution from the remnants of the Roger Pirates, yet he felt no fear. What of the remnants of the Pirate King? What of the Revolutionary Army? What of the Navy? He would press forward without hesitation, even if it meant perishing on this path. Some may deem this arrogance. Yet those who are not audacious do not deserve to awaken Conqueror's haki. Daitia's maniacal laughter, coupled with an almost palpable aura and pressure in the air, instilled a sense of oppression in Zoro and the crew. Not enough, Dai stated with a steely gaze. Perhaps he required another life-or-death battle to ignite his spirit. Prepare to set sail. With Daitia's command, all crew members promptly gathered their belongings and boarded the ship. Witnessing Labu's departure, the sea beast Mumu excitedly affixed the towing ropes. He remained a valuable asset. Captain, within that old man's collection, we discovered some sea charts and peculiar pointers. How should we proceed now? Baijike Luo now harbors an ever-deepening sense of reverence for Captain Dai, his demeanor having shifted significantly. Captain, my navigation compass has malfunctioned, Nami exclaimed anxiously, having discovered that the compass she brought from the East Sea was spinning wildly. There's no need for a compass anymore. Cast it aside. The Grand Line relies solely on record pointers and permanent pointers. The record pointer can document the magnetic fields between the islands of the Grand Line, accurately guiding us to the next island. However, the magnetic forces vary from island to island, and the record pointer must be calibrated locally for a time. Only when it has absorbed sufficient magnetic energy will it point towards the next island. The permanent pointer, on the other hand, will unwaveringly indicate a specific island, never altering its direction. Dai picked up a transparent, spherical record pointer and explained to his crew, this record pointer contains only one needle. Currently, it is fluctuating erratically, as if swinging between 7 fixed directions, representing the 7 initial routes of the Grand Line. Once a direction is chosen, one can typically follow that path all the way to the Subduing archipelago. He also noticed a record pointer with 3 smaller spheres, an upgraded version required for entering the New World, designed to cope with its more chaotic magnetic fields. To his surprise, this old fellow possessed quite an impressive collection. Befitting a ship's doctor who had reached the final island. Is this a permanent pointer? Dai inquired, lifting an hourglass-shaped pointer, which was sandwiched between 2 wooden circular plates and supported by 3 small columns. Inside, it housed a single, unchanging permanent pointer. Etched on the side of the wooden plate was a place name, Alabasta. Dai gazed at the letters on the permanent pointer, reading a familiar name aloud. His face lighting up with surprise. He quickly picked up several other permanent pointers, Magnet Drum Island, Jaya, Skypea, Water 7, the Bridge Kingdom of Tequila Wolf, Subduing Archipelago, Fishman Island. Holy cow, isn't this the route that Coloca's took after joining the Roger Pirates? This is the very route that Coloca's offered to the Straw Hat Pirates. Dai exclaimed in shock, realizing that this old man had indeed crafted permanent pointers, and that Coloca's had even more permanent pointers for other islands. Damn it, it was undoubtedly the right choice to seize Coloca's. Dai burst into laughter, while the members of the Big Dad Pirates, being somewhat inexperienced, could only watch him in astonishment. He felt exhilarated, as if he had just emerged from a novice village and defeated a formidable boss. receiving a bounty of exceptional gear that would propel him forward. After his exuberant laughter subsided, Dai calmed himself, contemplating which of these permanent pointers in the ever-wobbling record pointer he should choose. Upon spotting one last permanent pointer, a determined and profound smile graced his face. Although he might not yet be able to contend with the formidable natural abilities of Crocodile and Inel, he decided to venture out for a while to allow himself and his crew to grow and hone their hockey. With these permanent pointers, he would no longer be constrained to a single route, and the Navy would find it impossible to corner him on just one path. Nami, steer towards the leftmost route indicated by the record pointer. Dai opted not to take the central route, despite it being the path traversed by Pirate King Roger and the Straw Hat Pirates. Now, equipped with these permanent pointers, he resolved to wait until he possessed sufficient strength before embarking on the fourth route, at which point he could decisively confront the two natural-type Devil Fruit users. Understood, Captain. Under the guidance of the sea beast Mumu, the warship blade surged towards the upper left, selecting the first route on the left. Do not question why it was the first route on the left instead of the first route on the right. It was simply a feeling. Dai sensed that this path harbored the subordinates he required. Perhaps this was the guiding hand of fate. The permanent pointer in his grasp would allow him to continually experiment and return to the novice village. This permanent pointer prominently bore the inscription Twin Capes, a reference to the Twin Capes. Both Roger and Crocus possessed this permanent pointer, enabling them to travel back and forth between the Twin Capes, their starting point. Roger's ability to traverse all 7 routes of the Grand Line was, in no small part, facilitated by this Twin Capes permanent pointer. Dai gazed out at the boundless sea, a resolute smile gracing his face as he contemplated this route filled with uncertainty. Familiarity with the narrative filled him with confidence, yet he felt his ambition was stagnating. What he sought was the thrill of the unknown, an audacious adventure, as he leapt beyond the confines of the original narrative's fourth route. He felt his spirit once again elevated. This was the sensation. With fervor, Dai wielded a 40-meter barrier sword, striking repeatedly at the sea. On this day, the overly exhilarated Dai struck the barrier sword thousands of times at the ship's bow, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion upon the deck. Yet, his face bore an expression of boundless satisfaction, while Mumu, having been terrified, darted away at 120% of its speed, yearning to simply rest like a salted fish. Drifting lazily, the sight of Dai growing increasingly powerful spurred his crew, Zoro, Kuro, and Akin, to intensify their training, each striving to keep pace with their captain. I in the captain's quarters, Desire and Sweetheart Queen tended to the slumbering Dai, who for the first time had succumbed to deep sleep due to overexertion. Previously, Dai had always approached this world with caution, unwilling to trust anyone. However, perhaps due to his increasing strength and confidence, he had lowered his guard with his crew, possibly reflecting his absolute faith in his observation hockey and barrier fruit. Meanwhile, on the first island of the first route, a territory teeming with pirate hunters lay in wait for fledgling pirate crews entering the Grand Line. A pirate crew from the East Sea, such as Fate. On the island, a man cloaked in black instantly spotted the recently emerged pirate ship and its flag on the ocean's surface. A massive, 3-decked sailing ship appeared, pulled by a sea beast, its black pirate flag fluttering in the wind, adorned with a distinctive emblem that was not a skull but rather exuded a unique mechanical essence. On Martel Island, several pirate hunters also caught sight of the pirate ship. Hey, isn't that the Big Dad Pirates, who just entered the Grand Line with a bounty exceeding 100 million? Remarked a bounty hunter wearing a cowboy hat and wielding a revolver, his tone laced with trepidation that a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million is not a foe that the bounty hunters of this initial island can contend with. Reports stated that this demon had slain more than 2,000 pirates and naval officers. Truly a mad little fellow. Some bounty hunters had already sensed the danger and promptly fled, while only a few reckless ones remained in search of opportunities near the harbor. Martel Peak is one of the 7 wine mountains, ranking alongside the first island of the fourth route, Whiskey Peak, with a reputation that even eclipses that of Whiskey Peak. Due to geographical factors or a competitive spirit, both the leftmost and rightmost routes are favored by numerous vicious pirates. Those who venture through these routes are typically formidable, often hailing from the North Sea and West Sea. The 7 initial wine mountains consist of Martel Peak, Bacardi Peak, Chivas Peak, Whiskey Peak, Jack Daniels Peak, Champagne Peak, and Remy Martin Peak. Within the Grand Line, these 7 islands are renowned as bounty hunter havens, known only to some naive rookie pirate crews from the 4 seas. Among them, the latter part of the Martel Island route features a vodka kingdom, the homeland of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, a nation renowned for its warfare. The 7 initial wine mountains are celebrated as the thrilling islands where fine wine and danger coexist. Here lies a paradise for bounty hunters and also the second graveyard for rookie pirate crews from the Four Seas. Do not presume that having navigated through the first graveyard, Reverse Mountain, one can boldly proclaim the intent to conquer the Grand Line. Referred to as the Graveyard of Pirates, the Grand Line does not permit one to sail onward simply by shouting dreams and passions. Without strength, you are but a lamb awaiting slaughter, in the face of ruthless, treacherous bounty hunters and pirates. Only by becoming stronger, more brutal, and cold-blooded can you hope to survive. Being a pirate is not a mere child's game. A colossal sea beast, bearing an intimidating visage, forcefully shoved aside the 2 pirate vessels anchored at the port. The massive warship, the Indomitable, showed no signs of slowing as it thunderously crashed into the harbor, shattering the 2 pirate ships, each sustaining grievous damage. The ominous sounds of splintering timber echoed as the vessels were violently dislodged, slowly capsizing and bobbing on the water's surface. The pirates and bounty hunters on Martelli Island were utterly unprepared for the audacity of the grandfather pirates, who had arrived with such ferocity to assert their dominance. Damn it, they dare to overturn our ships. Kill them. The captains of the 2 pirate vessels were instantly consumed by rage. Their ships were their very lifeblood, and an assault on them was nothing less than a declaration of war. Amidst their furious shouts, the crew members of both pirate factions drew their weapons, charging towards the grandfather pirates for a fierce confrontation. Let the first bloodshed on the Grand Line commence. And remember, do not die here. I flashed a grin and addressed his primary crew members, Zoro, Kuro, Akin, Eric, Edra, and Bartolomeo, while the women, Desire, Sweetheart Queen, Nami, and Carmen, stood on board, temporarily exempt from the fray. However, as empowered users of Devil Fruits, Desire and Sweetheart Queen eagerly requested to join the battle, and Daitai, pleased with their resolve, acquiesced. Such spirited women elicited a smile from him as for the pirate lackeys, Zhongyao, Ironwall Barrow, Swordsman Gallus, Needle Sword Clown, and Pig Jack. They too were dispatched by Daitai to engage in the melee. This was a genuine trial of survival. Not every crew member could bask in the protective glow of the protagonist's aura as the Straw Hat Pirates did, enjoying an invincibility that shielded them from death. To join the grandfather pirates meant that without strength, one would perish, and misfortune would also spell doom, as the grandfather pirates clashed with the 2 rival crews. Numerous bounty hunters, grinning maliciously, began to exploit the chaos, launching surprise attacks. Soon, Pig Jack, a lackey with a bounty of 3.2 million berries, was ambushed and swiftly decapitated by a team of bounty hunters eager to escape the scene. However, a formidable barrier blade descended from above, cleaving through the air, bisecting 3 bounty hunters in an instant, their blood and entrails splattering across the ground, while a nearby structure crumbled under the force. Though we cannot guarantee the safety of every member, we shall exact a bloody toll for every dead. Daitai leaped down from the towering Indomitable, his expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed the bounty hunters and pirates, who resembled ravenous hyenas, ever ready to strike with lethal intent. Meanwhile, a man cloaked in black from a distant high-rise building observed the ruthless efficiency of this newcomer from the East Blue. A smile creeping upon his face. It seemed the East Blue had not seen a pirate of such caliber in quite some time, boldly invading the harbor and engaging in slaughter at the slightest provocation, demonstrating formidable strength and lethal precision. Having sailed for several years, he felt overshadowed by this rising king of the East Blue. Each day was a crossroads of fate. Today, he wondered if he would encounter a true captain. This man raised his prized firearm, Qianlu, bringing it into focus through his long-range telescope, aiming directly at Daitai, contemplating whether this newcomer possessed the fortitude to survive beneath his sniper's gaze. This man hailed from the weakest sea, the East Blue, known as Inu Fan Oka, with a bounty of 64 million berries, aged 26, yet still navigating the earlier stages of the Grand Line. His original crew had been annihilated, leaving him as the sole survivor, struggling to endure in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. He understood well that without a cadre of powerful allies, one could not hope to sail these perilous seas. Similarly, without a formidable fate, one could not carve out their own dominion. Dang. Daitai had just ruthlessly dispatched a pirate captain when an inexplicable wave of danger washed over him, raising the hairs on his neck. Yet, a barrier materialized before him, deflecting 3 bullets aimed precisely at his forehead, throat, and heart, truly a display of speed, accuracy, and lethality. Daitai's observation hockey immediately sensed the trajectory of the bullets, propelling him forward. A powerful sniper must be eliminated. Otherwise, the other members of the grandfather pirates would be gravely endangered. As he closed in, He was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the familiar figure fleeing ahead. Impossible. How could he be here? Dai exclaimed inwardly. Astonished to see a veteran of the Blackbeard pirates, Fan Oka, in this initial island of the Grand Line. Nevertheless, Dai quickly regained his composure. Fan Oka was now his adversary. Prepare to die for daring to shoot at me. Dai shouted, raising his right hand towards Fan Oka. A sharp barrier spike shot forth with blinding speed, extending hundreds of meters as it surged towards Fan Oka. Dai recalled how Bartolomeo had expended tremendous effort developing barrier staircases over 100 meters long. He deemed it a waste of energy compared to the lethal potential of offensive weaponry. Just as the spike was about to pierce Fan Oka's back, the latter unexpectedly veered to the right. Evading the fatal strike aimed at his heart, the spike instead embedding itself into the ground, leaving a deep crater. Was it observation hockey or a sniper's instinct? Upon witnessing Fan Oka's narrow escape, Dai pressed on, acknowledging the prowess of a crew member valued by Blackbeard. Dang. The sound of gunfire rang out thrice, momentarily hindering Dai's pursuit. However, despite the barrage, Fan Oka remained untouched and eventually halted in an open area. Waiting patiently for Dai to catch up, Captain Dai, do you believe in fate? As Dai advanced with fierce determination, Fan Oka spoke first, not allowing Dai a moment to respond. Ha. I hold my own fate in my hands. And now, yours rests in mine. Hearing a hint of submission in Fan Oka's tone piqued Dai's interest. Yet, having been shot at twice, Dai felt compelled to retaliate. He was prepared to drive Fan Oka's cherished firearm, Qianlu, into his mouth and unleash a barrage of 7 shots to end him. Captain Dai's fate seems formidable. I wonder if your ship is in need of a sniper. Fan Oka, sensing a flicker of murderous intent from Dai, found his satisfaction growing. This was the kind of captain he sought. By targeting those he deemed worthy, Fan Oka aimed to test their strength and fate while demonstrating his own. If his target fell, there would be nothing left to discuss. However, should the target survive, they would meet his criteria. After all, this was the initial island of the Grand Line, where a pirate with a bounty of 64 million berries was akin to a heavyweight presence. Now, he awaited to see if his target possessed the capacity and ambition befitting a true leader. Betrayal on my ship equals death. Dai cast a glance at Fan Oka, remarking coolly, noting that the latter had yet to acquire the power of the teleportation fruit. While he exhibited some potential, he was not indispensable. Of course, my captain, I trust in my fate, and even more so, in yours. Fan Oka slowly removed his hat and offered a respectful bow to Dai, signifying his submission. Dai was taken aback by the dramatic acquisition of Blackbeard's initial crew member. Reflecting on the original narrative, Blackbeard, Marshal D.Teach, had always boasted a bounty of 0, which remained unchanged even after he ascended to the position of warlord of the SEA. It was only after the Paramount War that he became one of the new emperors. With his bounty skyrocketing to 2,247,600,000 berries, and less than a year later, it surged further to 3,996,000,000 berries. It is likely that the Blackbeard of 0 bounty commanded his initial crew through sheer strength. Of course, it could also be that he lured them in with the temptation of acquiring devil fruit powers. Currently, Dai was the most renowned rookie king across the seas this year. Upon entering the Grand Line, he had already been awarded a bounty exceeding 100 million, presenting himself as a captain of immense potential, particularly given his youth. Such a monstrous rookie king could easily attract some nefarious individuals seeking to pledge their allegiance. Accepting Fan Oka into the crew, Dai returned to port with this newcomer sniper who boasted a bounty of 64 million berries, potentially positioning himself as the second-in-command aboard the ship. At that moment, the skirmishes in the port had intensified, as Dai's pursuit of Fan Oka had incited the bounty hunters, who eagerly sought to hunt down the members of the Big Daddy pirate crew. Ideally, they would make their move and escape before Dai returned, pocketing a tidy sum of 10 to 20 million in the process. With a scream, the bounty hunter known as the Needle Sword Clown, with a bounty of 9,900,000 berries, was brutally dispatched by the frenzied bounty hunters of the Grand Line, his body torn asunder and his head snatched away. Steel Bear, witnessing yet another member of the original poker pirates fell, succumbed to madness. 3 of the 5 poker brothers had already perished. Ace the Sting Bug had been slain by Dai, and today, both Big Jack and the Needle Sword Clown had met their demise at the hands of bounty hunters. Only he, the Steel Bear King, and Sweetheart Queen remained. In a fit of rage, the Steel Bear activated the full extent of his iron fruit powers, his body radiating a fierce crimson heat as he barreled into the bounty hunters, plowing through them with reckless abandon and leaving a trail of destruction in his wake, even emitting the aroma of barbecued meat. In the first skirmish, 2 underlings had already lost their lives. Dai, having returned to the battlefield with Fan Aoka, noted that the caliber of bounty hunters here was incomparably superior to the riffraff of Whiskey Peak, which explained Fan Aoka's choice in scouting targets on this island of Marihoa. Upon witnessing yet another crew member fall, Dai felt little turmoil within, for this was the perilous journey of a pirate, where the deaths of the weak were merely fate selection, Fan Aoka remarked coolly. All the while observing the strength and potential of the Big Daddy Pirate crew's members, is it true that permanent pointers to the initial 7 Liquor Mountain can be purchased in the bounty hunter's black market? Dai turned to inquire of Fan Aoka, recalling the latter's mention of his experiences on the initial islands of the 7 routes over the past few years. It seemed bounty hunters even operated fixed passenger ships, ferrying clientele to and fro these initial islands for profit, suggesting the shadow of an underground emperor, the king of shipping. Rumors had it that Whiskey Peak on the 4th route had fallen under the control of a nefarious organization called Baroque Works. And Fan Aoka had not set foot on that pirate-infested island for quite some time. If the captain is not in a hurry to enter the New World, I happen to possess several permanent pointers to the initial 7 Liquor Mountain. Fan Aoka stated, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he produced a few permanent pointers from his pack, addressing Dai with indifference. Dai was astounded to discover that the Grand Line boasted such an abundance of permanent pointers. To hell with merely following recorded pointers. These are all deceptions, preying on the ignorance of rookie pirate crews who lack the means to acquire permanent pointers. At that moment, on the 4th route, Nico Robin was utilizing a permanent pointer to Whiskey Peak, returning to the initial island in hopes of intercepting the Big Daddy Pirate crew. Members of Baroque Works possessed a plethora of permanent pointers. With nearly every cadre equipped with a permanent pointer to Alabasta, the islands within their sphere of influence were replete with permanent pointers, facilitating the management of personnel's movements. As Dai observed his subordinates clashing with bounty hunters, he mulled over Fan Aoka's words. We are currently in search of a ship as doctor. Do you have any recommendations? Have you encountered any reliable physicians on the initial 7 Liquor Mountain? Dai naturally recalled several initial crew members of the Blackbeard Pirates. The Grim Reaper Poison Q hailed from the North Sea, with a bounty of 72 million berries, a figure that marked him as even more perilous than Fan Aoka, who was likely already navigating the Grand Line. Devil Sheriff Lafitte came from the West Sea, boasting a bounty of 42,200,000 berries. He had been exiled for excessive violence in the West Sea. It remained uncertain whether he had made his way into the Grand Line. Fighting champion Jizes Bages, with a bounty of 20 million berries, hailed from the Grand Line, but his current whereabouts were unknown. A few years prior, the foolish king of the medical powerhouse, Drum Island, implemented a policy of hunting down doctors, resulting in the expulsion of many skilled physicians, leaving only 20 elite doctors. It was conceivable that a handful of these exceptional doctors still lingered or had gone into hiding on islands near Drum Island. Fan Aoka mused, recalling that this news had once stirred considerable excitement within bounty hunter circles. It was said that many pirate crews and bounty hunter teams had seized the opportunity to recruit these talented doctors. Even nations from other seas had ventured to Drum Island to poach talent. However, the most alarming were the underground emperors, who had abducted numerous doctors to the New World, particularly the infamous mortician Drackle Peklo, who had forcibly conscripted many skilled physicians to serve him. After all, organ trafficking was a primary side business for this dark emperor, whose main pursuits lay in assassination, kidnapping, and mortuary services, with human and organ trafficking as lucrative side ventures. That is indeed a commendable suggestion. However, have you heard of a doctor named Grim Reaper Poison Q, a sickly bounty criminal who rides a horse, and his bounty appears to be even higher than yours? Dai expressed interest in the Dr. 20 associated with Wapple, renowned for their ability to reattach severed heads and preserve lives with exceptional medical prowess. Such extraordinary skills were nothing short of awe-inspiring. If he were to establish his own faction, he might even be able to usurp Dr. 20. Are you seriously considering that cunning and ruthless old scoundrel? Fan Aoka questioned, recalling unpleasant memories. Poison Q has a peculiar penchant for presenting targets with baskets of explosive apples, a high proportion of which are indeed bombs. He employs this method to test a person's luck. Only those who survive earn the right to converse with him. Poison Q believes that all is predestined, and he conceals considerable strength, making him a genuine force to be reckoned with. Few dare to provoke this frail, old rogue. Dai suspected that Poison Q had already ingested the Paramecia-type Devil Fruit, explaining why Blackbeard valued him so highly. After all, among the initial Blackbeard pirates, Poison Q held the highest bounty. Blackbeard's own bounty had remained at 0 before the Paramount War. Later, Blackbeard even gifted Poison Q a sickly old horse named Zhuang. which had consumed the mythical Zoan-type horse fruit in its Pegasus form, demonstrating Blackbeard's regard for Poison Q. That fellow possesses formidable hidden strength. Isn't he an excellent candidate for a crew member? Do you currently have any means to ascertain which route he is on? Dai grinned, noting that typical doctors lacked combat prowess. Whereas he required a ruthless yet skilled ship's doctor, he wondered if Trafalgar Law, also hailing from the North Sea, was currently at sea. Otherwise, Dai truly wishes to attempt to recruit this individual. However, Luo has possessed his own small team since childhood, and he is unlikely to easily submit to another. Moreover, this fellow is a cunning and proud individual. Even if Dai uses the defeat of Doflamingo as a justification, the chances of winning him over remain slim, if their strengths were evenly matched. It is entirely possible that Trafalgar Law would unsheath his sword and cleave Dai in two. Unless Dai's power could utterly overwhelm Trafalgar Law, convincing him that he could indeed defeat Doflamingo. Only then might Luo consider joining Dai's ranks. At present, Dai is uncertain whether the spatial cutting ability of the Opop no Mi can breach Law's barrier shield. If the abilities of the Opop no Mi and the Door Fruit are indeed the nemesis of barrier-type powers, then Dai must devise a means to counter them. If they are not allies, then he must find a way to eliminate them. If the captain wishes to recruit this individual, he could issue a mission in the underworld to locate him. However, I suspect that those intelligence organizations are already aware of such a bounty. The cost of such information is unlikely to be low, typically not exceeding 20% of the bounty, Fenoka remarked calmly. Given the current bounty on Poison Q, even 20% exceeds 10 million berries, comparable to the initial auction price of some large blades. It's just berries. We have plenty, Dai casually declared. Before leaping into the battlefield at the port, he observed that more and more bounty hunters were joining the fray, and he did not wish to exhaust his troops in training. Training must be approached gradually. One cannot treat every crew member as a protagonist, capable of breaking through under duress, unleashing their latent potential, and resurrecting with a mere shout. A colossal barrier blade descended, instantly cleaving several ambushing bounty hunters in two, saving the weary Iron Bear, who had reached his limit due to the frenzied combat. Dai tossed the Iron Bear back onto the indomitable warship, not wanting him to become a mere bounty on the hands of hunters, with the deaths of Pig Jack and Needle Sword Clown. If this individual were to gain insight, his strength would likely experience a period of growth. You two are about done. Dai hurled Desire and Sweetheart Queen back onto the ship. Indeed, he lifted them and threw them without a care for their aggrieved expressions. However, in Dai's heart, he acknowledged these two women's resolve. The willingness to participate in battle was already a significant first step. Furthermore, the abilities of the Slippery Fruit and the Goo Fruit have considerable potential when developed. Especially the Goo Fruit, which can mimic elements by transforming into a puddle of goo if it were to imitate the special Paramecia-type Mochi Fruit and the Logia-type Swamp Fruit. Its capabilities might yield many unexpected surprises. Of course, this is contingent upon Sweetheart Queen possessing the requisite talent and stamina. Upon witnessing Dai's return to the battlefield, many seasoned bounty hunters fled in an instant, fully aware of what opportunities to seize, who to approach, and who to avoid. Seeing these individuals attempting to escape, how could Dai let them go, particularly those bounty hunter squads that had just slain Needle Sword Clown, with some still unscathed by the Iron Bear's charge? Dai had declared that those who killed him would face blood for blood. Summoning a barrier-long knife, he pursued them relentlessly. Amidst the terrified cries of the bounty hunters, blood and flesh splattered, corpses littering the ground. Bang! A bounty hunter sharpshooter hiding within a building, having just peeked out to ambush Dai, found a gaping hole in his forehead the next instant. Fate no longer favors you. From another building, Fanoka's beloved gun, 1006, emitted a wisp of smoke as he coldly remarked it was time for him to depart the first half of the Grand Line, with Dai joining the battle. The bounty hunters at the port of Martini Island began to scatter. They would not wager their lives for a troublesome target. The captains of the two pirate ships that had initially collided had already been dispatched by Zoro and Kuro. These two were now drenched in blood, having completed their first battle in the Grand Line, with Kuro still nursing some injuries. The combat prowess of the demon Akainu and Sonic Itarago could be considered among the elite among the bounty hunters and pirates of the initial islands of the Grand Line. The likes of Iron Wall Baroque and the Brothers of Humanity had also survived, albeit with considerable injuries, now appearing exhausted and on the brink of collapse. Under Dai's command, the Dada pirates pursued these bounty hunters and pirates, cutting through half the town, until all who had taken action were annihilated. The personnel from the underground dark world on the island, witnessing the immense lethality of the Dada pirates, felt a twinge of panic. Hastily reporting the situation to their respective bosses, half a day later, within the largest tavern on Martini Island, a pile of pirate heads lay stacked upon the bar counter, the ground soaked in blood. The air thick with the nauseating stench of carnage. The tavern staff and some bounty hunters and pirates who had not engaged in combat watched in silence, paralyzed by fear in the presence of these harbingers of death. You can choose the heads of these pirates. I demand information on the bounties in the Grand Line, as well as the permanent pointers you possess. Dai glared menacingly at the tavern manager. The aura of slaughter still palpable. Behind this large tavern, there were 2 or 3 underground dark emperors working in concert, and Dai had no desire to provoke these dark sovereigns. However, if a problem can be resolved with money, then everything becomes manageable. This tavern manager was once a pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. After aligning with the underground emperors, he had seen his fair share of the world. Faced with a newcomer like Dai, though not overly fearful, he remained somewhat cautious. He feared that some reckless newcomers might disregard the Dark Emperor's reputation and act against them, although there would be others to hunt down such reckless newcomers later. If he were to perish, it would be for naught. Captain Dai, you seem to overestimate the value of these pirates. Their heads cannot exchange for much information or permanent pointers, the tavern manager replied, maintaining his composure, asserting that even if Dai were to deplete his entire fortune, he could not acquire all the information available on the countless pirates of the Grand Line. Dai fixed a cold gaze upon the tavern manager, the atmosphere growing tense, yet the manager remained impassive, unfazed by Dai's intensity. Dai could only jot down the names of the pirates associated with Poison Q, as well as a few of the supernovas. Wishing to ascertain their current whereabouts, after glancing at the list and estimating the price, the tavern manager nodded in agreement. Today, he would grant this brutal newcomer a 20% discount. The bounty heads truly were insufficient to procure the pirates' information within 10 minutes. A single piece of intel was swiftly delivered to Dai. This was their location from yesterday. As for where they currently are, you may return tomorrow to purchase additional information. The tavern manager wore a disingenuous smile while observing Dai. Confident in the backing of powerful figures like the Sea Transportation King and the Dark Gold King, the 3 underground emperors wielding tremendous influence, unperturbed by the antics of these novice pirates. Dai chose not to dwell too much on the matter. After all, the information was obtained through the bounty heads, so it was not a significant loss. However, these underground emperors would profit even more. Their business acumen beyond reproach, monopolizing lucrative avenues. They were wealthier than the 4 emperors, with many of the 4 emperors' resources needing to be procured from these underground monarchs. Fan-Oka also utilized Dai's funds to acquire the permanent pointers for the initial 7 Sake Islands. Along with some well-known island permanent pointers, the Dada pirates did not linger excessively on Martini Island. After all, they have slaughtered numerous bounty hunters and pirates, thereby incurring the wrath of many. Thus, Dai chose to host a banquet aboard his ship, formally introducing Fan-Oka to the crew of the Big Dad pirate crew. Zoro and Kuro were momentarily taken aback by the staggering bounty placed upon Fan-Oka. However, he showed no interest in occupying positions such as number 2 or number 3, as he would solely heed the commands of Dai, the man of destiny, with the inclusion of Fan-Oka, a skilled sharpshooter. The sniper Canonier Infong Edrago found himself relieved of a part-time role, yet he remained a long-range sonic cannoneer. Chef Carmen and several candy girls had prepared a splendid feast for the Big Dad pirate crew, rewarding the valiant crew members who had fought fiercely. Meanwhile, Dai was intently studying the intelligence in his hands, determining their next target island. Trafalgar Law has already set sail so early? Dai thought with surprise. The Heart Pirates had established themselves in the North Sea for several years now. Calculating the timeline, he realized that Law had formed his pirate crew at the tender age of 16 or 17. Coinciding with the year that Don Quixote da Flamingo seized control of Dressrosa. How infuriating. This supernova took 7 or 8 years to reach Sabaody Archipelago. Why did the Straw Hat Pirates reach Sabaody Archipelago in less than half a year in the original story? Yet, presently Trafalgar Law had yet to enter the Grand Line, which left Dai somewhat disheartened. Moreover, he currently lacked the capacity to venture into the North Sea. The Grim Reaper, Poison Q, was spotted on Magnet Island a month ago and reportedly seized a small pirate ship from Green Island the day before. Suspected to be en route to Plague Island, but his whereabouts are now unknown. Dai scrutinized this piece of intelligence and promptly retrieved a map. Green Island lay on the 3rd route. And if there were a permanent pointer, it was quite close to Magnet Island on the 4th route. However, without a recorded pointer, It would be utterly impossible to reach. It seemed that Poison Q possessed the permanent pointers for both Magnet Island and Green Island. This posed quite a dilemma. The distance was somewhat considerable. Dai narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether Poison Q was worth the special trip. Initial 7 Liquor Mountain, Big Dad Peak. A sea beast pulled a colossal sailboat into the harbor. Dai opted not to continue along the first route but instead utilized the permanent pointer to navigate to the second route. The current goal of the Big Dad pirate crew was to continuously strengthen themselves and recruit more formidable crew members, rather than recklessly charging towards Sabati Archipelago and the New World. Without strength, entering the New World would merely result in obliteration. Aside from adopting a low-key demeanor or outright submission, one would either lose their hands or be severely beaten and imprisoned. Forcibly detoxed from their addiction to the Sea King, Captain. Today there seems to be an abundance of pirate ships at this initial island. It appears many pirate crews have returned from the middle section of the Grand Line. The experienced Infong Fan Oka recognized numerous pirate flags, yet he sensed something peculiar. Why were these pirate crews returning to this initial island? The port bore many bloodstains that had not been cleared. Still fresh and unlikely to be more than half a day old, it seemed many bounty hunters had been dealt with. Kuro noticed the scars of blades and bullet holes at the harbor, along with an abundance of blood, as well as the intact pirate ships, indicating that this bounty hunter island had been besieged by pirates. At that moment, cheers and raucous sounds erupted from the island, and the pirates left behind to guard the ships did not attack upon seeing the flag of the Big Dad pirate crew. It appeared to be a gathering of pirates. Dai was somewhat intrigued, pondering what could have prompted these pirate crews to return to the initial island for a congregation, and who might have organized this assembly. However, it wasn't long before a pirate provided the Big Dad pirate crew with an answer. Hey, your sea beast is pretty cool. Are you here to participate in the Golden Lion's pirate captain recruitment meeting? If you lack strength, just join in on the fun. The pirate captain meeting has already garnered 43 joined captains. Our captain will surely secure the 44th captain position this time. The Golden Lion's aerial fleet will soon re-emerge upon the seas, ruling the entire world. A lookout from a nearby pirate ship excitedly shouted at the Big Dad pirate crew, continuously sizing up the sea beast with a hint of greedy desire in his eyes. Hearing this pirate's words, even Dai furrowed his brow. Could it be that he would encounter the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki so soon? Had the Golden Lion already arrived? Recently, having been diligently studying knowledge regarding the Grand Line and the New World, Kuro was also aware of some information about Golden Lion Shiki. Upon noticing Dai's expression, he immediately grasped his concern and promptly shouted, "You can't be serious. How could the Golden Lion come to these small places? He must be actively plotting the destruction of the Navy and the world government." This pirate lookout scolded Kuro, then expressed his deep admiration for the legendary pirate with a face full of reverence. The several pirate lookouts each produced a splendid golden poster, chattering incessantly. The poster featured the imposing visage of Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki is the first epic pirate to escape from the impregnable walls of Impel Down. He is a legendary pirate on par with the Emperor of the Sea, the world's strongest man. Whitebeard Newgate. He even forced the Pirate King Roger into a corner, a golden legend of piracy. Upon seeing these titles and promotional slogans, the pirate lookouts felt that simply joining Golden Lion Shiki's crew would mark the first step toward conquering the world. This indicated that this gathering was initiated by Golden Lion Shiki for recruitment. How many positions were available today? Dai's expression quickly returned to calm. As long as Golden Lion Shiki himself was not present, it would suffice. Otherwise, he might have to consider a strategic retreat. He did not believe he possessed the protagonist's halo like Straw Hat Luffy, and it was inconceivable for him to contend with a legendary pirate of Golden Lion Shiki's caliber. The Golden Lion, of course, sought to recruit the strongest captain. The recent extermination of those bounty hunters was merely an appetizer. The Golden Lion had previously stated that he wanted the world to witness the brutality of pirates. Piracy was no mere child's play, and bounty hunters were merely prey for pirates. Therefore, whoever stood victorious in this battle would become the 44th captain of the Golden Lion pirate crew, and that position would undoubtedly belong to their captain. This pirate lookout answered every question posed, allowing Dai to once again witness the simplicity of the pirate world, though it was also possible that this lookout was merely boasting. After all, he remained behind to guard the ship, indicating his status aboard. He had no chance to witness the excitement of the pirate duel and could only chatter here. However, upon hearing their fervent boasting about the Golden Lion, Dai quickly delivered a swift reprimand from the vast sea, silencing their incessant clamor. Finally, the harbor fell silent. The few remaining pirate lookouts aboard that pirate ship had collapsed, heads swollen, rolling their eyes in unconsciousness. Now, let us see what sort of characters attend Golden Lion Shiki's recruitment meeting. Dai regarded the splendid poster he had acquired, slowly grasping the task outlined within it. The pirates who received the poster were to reach Big Dad Peak within 3 days. Eliminate the bounty hunters and determine the strongest among them. Thus, he would become the 44th captain of the Golden Lion pirate crew and join the Golden Lion's aerial fleet, whether it was returning to the initial island against the current, slaying bounty hunters, or the mutual slaughter among pirates. It was all part of Golden Lion Shiki's repeated selection process for his subordinates. Dai recalled that when Straw Hat Luffy set sail into the Grand Line, Golden Lion Shiki's recruitment meeting had seemingly only managed to recruit the 51st captain. Dai could not fathom how Golden Lion Shiki had been defeated by a few members of the Straw Hat Pirates among the more than 50 captains in the Grand Line. It was known that the captain of the Amig pirate crew, Larugo, a Paramecia-type user of the Net Fruit, had been commanded by Golden Lion to capture a fleeing giant rhinoceros beetle for recruitment. While attempting to capture the giant beetle, Larugo had inadvertently ensnared 3 key members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Yet, such a fellow was deemed unworthy by Golden Lion Shiki, nearly leading to the annihilation of the Straw Hat Pirates. There were likely 50 more pirate crews of this caliber within Golden Lion's crew. Dai could only say that the theatrical version of Luffy was the true deity. Even if Rox and him were to appear, they would still have to endure a couple of blows from the rubber sun god Big Bag. Moreover, within the arsenal of the theater version, the infamous fugitives of Advanced City include World Destroyer Bondi Wald, the Devil's Descendant Douglas Barrett, and the Red Count Baroque Layfield. All these formidable figures would have to withstand a significant blow from the sun god Nika. Dai, accompanied by his crew, set foot on Bagged Island. At this moment, beneath the peaks of Bagged, the bounty hunter town had been completely overtaken by pirates, with corpses of bounty hunters strewn everywhere. The pirate captains had already commenced their duels. Whoever emerged as the strongest here would have the legendary Golden Lion Shiki as their ally, paving the way for their dominance over the Grand Line. In the center of Bagged Square, amidst the dueling arena, there was only one orderly sent by Golden Lion Shiki, who held a live broadcasting snail, seemingly transmitting the battle conditions back to the headquarters in the Sky Islands. As Dai and his companions arrived at the bustling square, 2 pirates were engaged in a fierce struggle, the clash of blades ringing out, sparks flying. This exhilarating combat stirred Dai's companion, Zoro, who tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes filled with fervor. Look, this is the caliber of pirates in the Grand Line. Dai observed the skirmish while scanning the surrounding pirate crews for familiar faces. At that moment, Dai spotted a burly man wearing a mask, battered and bloodied, with several wounds adorning his body. He had been knocked outside the dueling circle, but still wore a defiant expression. It appeared he had just been defeated by another pirate captain. The fighting champion Giza's Bagus, with a bounty of 20 million berries, was a boastful battle maniac, yet surprisingly resilient. Truly a fortunate fellow. Following Dai's gaze, Inwe Fan Oka quickly recognized Bagus, noting that his bounty was indeed quite low in the Grand Line. It was unexpected that such a weakling could still survive, indicating some degree of luck. His recovery ability seemed commendable, Dai casually remarked after casting a glance at Bagus. Then he turned his attention to a figure on the battlefield, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of 3 sharp spikes. The captain of the spiky pirates, Hedgehog Spike, a Zoan-type hedgehog fruit user, boasted a bounty of 78 million berries. Inwe Fan Oka regarded this pirate captain with a hint of seriousness. His bounty surpassed his own, and it seemed he had awakened a hint of armament hockey, making him a formidable adversary. Dai watched with interest as yet another familiar pirate captain charged in to duel this powerful hedgehog fruit user. This pirate captain, adorned with a massive hat, could transform his body into a net. However, he appeared to have consumed the devil fruit not long ago and had not developed much of his abilities. Within 10 minutes, he was decisively defeated by the robust hedgehog fruit user. Who else? Hedgehog Spike bellowed to the heavens. Despite having fought for 2 hours, he maintained his hold over the center of the square. Akin to an invincible champion, the recently defeated user seemed to be a newcomer, likely making his first foray into the Grand Line and inadvertently stumbling into this gathering. Inwe Fan Oka couldn't immediately recognize the net user, who appeared to be a newcomer from the West Sea. Dai glanced at the heavily injured net fruit user, Lalugo, whose crew was frantically attempting to protect their captain and swiftly evacuate from this perilous island. They hadn't anticipated encountering such formidable foes on their very first island, with their powerful captain being soundly defeated. A commendable ability to intercept them, as well as to thwart Giza's Bagus. Dai chuckled and then addressed Fan Oka and Kuro. Both Bagus and Lalugo were already injured, They understood that remaining among the pirates while wounded was unwise. Otherwise, if they were eliminated, they could only blame their own naivety. A word of caution for the next life. Daitai, uninterested in observing the hedgehog fruit user's display of prowess, surmised that few could breach his spiky defenses, and it appeared he was destined to become the 44th captain of the Golden Lion Pirates. Daitai had no intention of participating in the fray. He had no desire to serve under the Golden Lion Shiki. If he were to seize the spotlight only to refuse joining the crew, it would likely draw the attention of the proud captain, which could lead to complications. The atmosphere among the pirates was electric and cacophonous, with challenges continuing unabated. Neither Hedgehog Spike nor the staff of Golden Lion Shiki had noticed the arrival of the newcomer king. Daitai. Otherwise, it was likely there would have been a classic scene of the reigning champion calling out to challenge the newcomer king, or the staff recognizing Daitai's potential and directly inviting him to battle. Daitai temporarily disregarded the duels in Baggage Square, as his crew had already intercepted the Amig pirates and Giza's Bagus on the outskirts. Those who caught Daity's eye had little choice. They could either join or face dire consequences. Hey, this is a gathering of pirates. Do you wish to be as repugnant as those bounty hunters? Although Giza's Bagus had partially healed, he still felt weak and, upon seeing himself surrounded, experienced a mix of anger and panic. While he was reckless, that did not equate to foolishness. Surrounding someone when they were injured left little doubt as to the intent. Giza's Bagus, do you wish to join us? Wandering alone is a sure way to meet your demise. Daitai addressed the captain of this future Blackbeard pirate crew, asserting that he was indeed a staunch supporter of Blackbeard Teach, hence his loyalty was unquestionable, or he wouldn't have attained the position of first captain. Why are you intercepting us while recruiting him? Get lost. The vice captain of the Amig pirates, Kurt, shouted at Daitai as his brother Lelugo lay gravely injured, leaving no time to engage with these pirates. They needed to return to their ship for urgent treatment and hastily depart from this dangerous island. What right do you have to speak while our captain is addressing you? Fool. Thud. In the next moment, Kuro had already plunged his 10 blades into Kurt's side. He had not anticipated that pirates capable of entering the Grand Line could still be so foolish. Seemingly oblivious to their current predicament. To dare speak arrogantly in such circumstances was a sign that such a dim-witted pirate deserved no mercy. Witnessing Kuro's decisive and ruthless actions, Bagus, who had been about to hurl a string of curses, swallowed his words. Outnumbered and injured, any further provocation could lead to his end. However, upon glancing at Daitai, he felt a flicker of recognition. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wasn't this the rising star from the East Blue making waves in the recent news? A young and promising figure indeed. Daitai's commanding presence suggested he was a force to be reckoned with, and joining the Daitai pirates would be an honor. He would henceforth regard him as his captain. Giza's Bagus responded with an expression of sincerity, his swift change of heart leaving the crew of Daitai pirates in awe. Seeing Bagus, the affable giant, so quickly shift his stance to join the Daitai pirates, especially with his brother injured, further drained the color from the already pallid Lelugo. The Grand Line was indeed perilous, Captain. We are all pirates here. There is no need for such pressure. And do not forget, this is a gathering organized by the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Lelugo recalled the poster of the Golden Lion and shouted, attempting to attract the attention of other pirate crews to extricate themselves from Daitai's grasp. Although this newcomer had yet to fully comprehend the dynamics between Golden Lion Shiki and Daitai, he had no choice but to leverage the Golden Lion's influence to instill caution in Daitai. Should he be coerced into joining the opposing pirate crew, his own Amig pirates would be disbanded, and he would never abandon those loyal companions who had followed him from the West Sea. Do you think the Golden Lion cares about a failure like you? Remember this. Being a pirate is not child's play. You have only 2 choices now: join or meet your end, ignoring the gaze of several other pirate crews. Daitai let out a cold laugh and addressed the wielder of the web fruit, remarking that such a display of bravado held no sway over him. If invoking the names of others could spare one from battle, then what merit was there in being a pirate? Did this fellow aspire to emulate Monkey D. Luffy, claiming to be the pirate king if victorious, and to be Monkey D. Luffy if defeated? However, Lelugo lacked the formidable backing that Luffy enjoyed, which instilled dread in both pirates and the Navy alike. Hey, what are you squabbling about? What do you intend to do? Do not disturb our viewing of the duel. Do you have a death wish? Causing a ruckus here, you little brat. Who dares to disrupt the gathering of Lord Shiki the Golden Lion? The surrounding pirates erupted in jeers, particularly those who had already tasted defeat, their pent-up frustration seeking an outlet. As their uproar grew, an increasing number of disgraced pirates joined in, igniting the atmosphere like a spark in a powder keg, unleashing the fury of these volatile marauders. The raucous crowd of pirates was drawn to the commotion, finding the tension here more exhilarating than the battles taking place in Spike the Hedgehog's arena. These pirates, unfazed by the chaos, eagerly anticipated a brawl, hoping for an all-out conflict to satiate their thirst for excitement. Larugo, too, felt a thrill. He realized he could harness the fury of these pirates to escalate the situation, creating an opportunity for their escape. What? You wish to join the fray? Daichia's countenance darkened, as if he had made a momentous decision. And he suddenly grinned at the cursing pirates. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Larugo became icy and indifferent. Larugo was unnerved by Daichia's cold, lifeless stare, a chill of realization coursing through him. Had he made a grave error? You little brat. You certainly have a big mouth. What's your bounty? A burly pirate wielding a large cleaver sneered, salivating as he fixated on Daichia, who had consumed the slippery fruit, his eyes gleaming with desire. Akka, if that live broadcast snail looks our way, eliminate it. Daichia commanded coldly, increasingly resonating with Fan Akka's belief that some destinies were preordained. As he surveyed the raucous pirates, a murderous intent filled his gaze. The howls of the weak held no power in his eyes. Understood, Captain. Fan Akka replied nonchalantly, recognizing the audacity of their captain, who seemed ready to clash with a legendary pirate like Shiki the Golden Lion. Be careful in your next life, you fool. Daichia's eyes flashed with a crimson light as he surged forward, a blade of protective energy manifesting in his hand, cleaving the arrogant pirate in half. Blood and entrails splattering in an instant, the raucous pirates fell silent, as though a hand had gripped their throats. Daichia's attack served as a signal, prompting his crew to join the fray, drawing blades to massacre the heckling pirates. Larugo's complexion drained of color as he witnessed the brutal slaughter of the Daitai pirates. Was this madness? To dare launch an indiscriminate assault on so many pirate crews, without strength, each choice becomes paramount. Having chosen poorly this time, the cost could be the lives of their entire crew. Daitai loomed before Larugo like a demon, his merciless voice whispering in Larugo's ear. Wait in a flash, the head of Kurt. The first mate of the Amig pirates, tumbled to the ground at Larugo's feet. No. Kurt. Larugo cried out, cradling his brother's severed head in anguish, his eyes aflame with rage and fear as he glared at the demon Daitai. Ultimately, his fury overcame his terror, and he brazenly charged at Daitai, his body enveloped in a searing grid, intent on ensnaring and crushing Daitai. Too weak, Daichia's blade, once transparent, morphed into a pitch-black hue, reflecting a dazzling metallic sheen. The black light gleamed and whistled as Daitai dashed behind Larugo, his expression frigid as he swung a 40-meter-long sword, swiftly bisecting the entire crew of the Amig pirates. This area transformed into a hellscape. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere. With a thud, Larugo's upper body, suspended in mid-air, finally plummeted to the ground. His face devoid of color, he struggled to raise his head, despair etched on his features as he beheld the lifeless bodies of his crew. Tears streamed down his face as he gazed at Kurt's head, his lips quivering, his pupils dilating. Ultimately, he could not utter his final words, his eyes closing forever. The Amig pirates from the West Sea, having just entered the Grand Line, were obliterated. Thus, the era of the superhuman web fruit bearer came to an end, with the fruit's next rebirth unknown. The brutal slaying quickly captured the attention of the duel arena in the Big Ad Square, where Spike the Hedgehog and the enforcers under the Golden Lion's command cast irritated glances towards the raucous pirates outside. As today's main attraction, Spike was unwilling to let anyone steal his thunder. This was his moment to shine since joining the Golden Lion's crew. What is happening? Enforcer Emo shouted, brandishing a live broadcast snail, his voice booming. This unexpected turn of events was disrupting his transmission for the floating headquarters. Although Lord Shiki might not be concerned with these petty squabbles, other junior officers would still be evaluating potential captains for the crew. However, the next moment, 3 gunshots rang out, forcing Emo to dodge hastily. Yet, the live broadcast snail in his possession was still shot to pieces. Staring in disbelief, he widened his eyes. He could scarcely believe that any pirate would dare to attack him. Infuriated, Enforcer Emo had never encountered such an assault since joining the Golden Lion's ranks. Having recruited numerous captains without issue, kill them, Spike. This is part of the mission, Emo bellowed, seething with rage. This sniper had injured him, managing to evade only 1 bullet, besides the shot that obliterated the live broadcast snail. Another had struck his wrist. The sniper's exceptional aim had rendered the live broadcast snail doomed. Had the sniper not targeted the snail, Emo suspected he might not have escaped such a lethal barrage. If I eliminate them, I shall become the 44th captain of the crew. Spike the Hedgehog gleefully mused, tousling his 3 spiky hairs, laughing boisterously at Emo, relishing the thought of slaughtering these pathetic opponents. Now was the perfect opportunity for a bloodbath. You may kill at will. The weak have no right to survive, let alone join the ranks of the Golden Lion. Emo sneered. knowing that if Spike could eradicate these obsolete pirates of the new era, Lord Shiki would surely be pleased. He cared little for the lives of these pirates, as long as he could recruit the strongest captain, perfectly aligned with my desires. Spike the Hedgehog proclaimed, bloodlust gleaming in his eyes as he surveyed the captivated pirates, his irritation growing. Today, he was the center of attention. These oblivious pirates had no sense of awareness. Spike battled chariot. Sharp, brown spikes sprouted densely from Spike's head and back, coiling into a formidable spiked sphere. Charging forward with unstoppable momentum towards the gathered pirates, he too engaged in indiscriminate slaughter, intent on eliminating any pirate that dared to obstruct his path. No one could withstand his spiked chariot. Ah, Spike, you bastard. Spike, have you gone mad? Run, Spike the Hedgehog is killing. The onlooking pirates were taken aback as the favored champion, Spike, turned on them, and in an instant, many lay slain, reduced to mere pulp. Spike forged a bloody path through the throng of pirates, heading straight for the Die pirates engaged in combat. Ha, die for me. Barrier, Susanoo's hand. Die. Noticing the charging spiked mass, merely scoffed. A colossal barrier hand materialized, slapping Spike into the ground, embedding him deep beneath the surface. The pirates could scarcely believe that the seemingly invincible Spike had been dispatched with a single blow. The Order Enforcer, Ima, was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this troublemaker was no ordinary foe. Yet, feeling the excruciating pain from the gunshot wound on his wrist, he resolutely refused to recruit this scoundrel into the ranks of the Thieves' Guild. Hedgehog Spike struggled painfully to rise from the ground, glaring furiously at Dade, the ambusher. I will unleash 1,000 wounds upon you. The spikes on Spike's body erupted once more, charging at Dade with ferocity. In that moment, rage had completely consumed his reason. Then you have lost your worth for recruitment, Dade coldly retorted, effortlessly manipulating the hand of his Susanoo to seize the half-beast hedgehog. Under Dade's overwhelming force, Hedgehog Spike began to be crushed and contorted before the eyes of all the pirates, the sound of breaking bones echoing through the air, blood splattering wildly. Spike was being extinguished as easily as one would squeeze juice from an orange. Dade had yet to reveal his true power. At that moment, every pirate displayed expressions of sheer terror. Run. He is the killing demon of the East Sea, a rookie king with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Dade Babaya. Some pirates finally recognized the identity of the Babaya pirates, immediately retreating in a frantic escape. Waha. What a truly fearsome captain. Giza's Bay just laughed maniacally, then elbowed a fleeing pirate to death, as if he had boarded a lawless pirate ship, daring to disrupt even the recruitment meeting of the infamous Golden Lion Shiki. However, this suited him just fine. This was precisely the kind of pirate crew he wished to join. Dade Babaya, the Order Enforcer. Ima quickly recalled this rookie king, who seemed to have garnered the interest of even the Golden Lion himself. It had been ages since the East Sea had produced a noteworthy pirate. Gazing at the gunshot wound on his wrist and the Golden Lion's admiration for the Babaya pirates, Ima squinted his eyes, uncertain of how to proceed. Kill them all. Anyone who dares to attack us must be prepared to face death. Dade effortlessly dispatched 2 Devil Fruit users. However, he felt no remorse. Instead, his mood lifted. Previously, he had always recruited for the sake of recruitment, ultimately lacking in conviction and resolve. A pirate should act according to their desires. If they did not wish to join, Dade would no longer insist. But if he sought to eliminate them, what concern was it of theirs? Dade's slaughter only evoked a twinge of regret in Baiji Kuro, who lamented the loss of such promising subordinates. If only they had endured a little longer, they might have been persuaded to join. Alas, how unfortunate. Yet, Baiji Kuro noticed Dade's transformation. He appeared even more imposing, his aura intensified. Previously, upon hearing the name of the Golden Lion Shiki, Dade had frowned slightly. However, after deciding to take action against these pirates, he seemed no longer afraid of the Golden Lion. What a splendid twist of fate. Inui Fan Oka also sensed Dade's profound change. This aura brought a smile to his face. You can't escape. Behold my sonic cannon. Sonic Adrago pursued to the harbor, unleashing massive laser sound waves that pierced through 7 or 8 pirate ships. The sea beasts charged, overturning pirate vessels one after another, while Gale Eric wielded his colossal wind blades, damaging the mast of the pirate ships. Waha. These crew members are quite formidable. Giza's Bay just sought to demonstrate his own power, lifting a pirate ship from the sea and hurling it onto the structures of the harbor. Countless pirates cried out in terror. What kind of madmen were the Babaya pirates? Meanwhile, the bounty hunter Zoro and the demon Akane were on the hunt for the formidable captains of pirate crews. Honing their swordsmanship and combat skills, Dade had approached Order Enforcer Ima, having noticed that this fellow had produced another communication snail. Although he no longer feared the Golden Lion Shiki, he knew he required more time to grow. Facing a legendary pirate who had trained for decades. Typically, protagonists are depicted as invincible against their own level. However, surpassing levels often necessitates certain advantages. Otherwise, one must bide their time to develop further. Then, they can show these old-timers what true talent and protagonism entail. As day drew closer, Ima felt a twinge of anxiety. As a seasoned pirate, he found himself intimidated by a rookie. He could only feign indifference, yet his hand continued to dial the communication snail. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The communication snail Ima had just dialed was shattered into pieces. This realization struck him. Today, he truly encountered a reckless upstart. It appeared this rookie king from the East Sea was oblivious to the true terror of the legendary pirate. The Golden Lion Shiki, De Babaya, do you understand the might of Lord Golden Lion? He is a legendary pirate as powerful as the 4 Emperor Whitebeard. Are you truly seeking to oppose our flying sky pirates? Imo regarded Dade with a calm demeanor, his tone stern, emboldened by the backing of the Golden Lion Shiki. Yet, he feared Dade might be an audacious rookie, entirely unaware of the Golden Lion's renown. Have you managed to contact the Golden Lion yet? Dade replied nonchalantly. If he could eliminate these gathered pirates, he might still avoid exposure for a while. However, if he spared this order enforcer, he believed it would soon attract the encirclement of the Golden Lion Shiki's forces. Currently, the bounty hunters on Baji Island had been nearly wiped out by these pirates, and the Babaya pirates only needed to eliminate these ruthless marauders. What do you mean? Do you intend to attack me? Are you truly unafraid of the pursuit of Lord Golden Lion's fleet of over 100 flying ships? Lord Shiki has obliterated half of the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing Dade's icy tone, Ima felt a flicker of panic. Yet, he quickly mustered a facade of bravado, doubting that any rookie pirate would dare to defy the Golden Lion. Yes, exactly as you surmise. Barrier. Piercing gun. Dade disregarded Ima's threats, suddenly grinning as a hard barrier spike erupted violently from beneath Ima. Despite Ima's vigilant watch over Dade, lacking the 2-color hockey, he failed to anticipate an attack from below. The barrier spike pierced through Ima's abdomen, lifting him into the air, blood gushing forth. Lord Shiki will not spare you. Ima screamed in agony, realizing he had indeed encountered a reckless youth unafraid of death. He regretted not having enjoyed his life more. Just a relic of an era past, he likely could no longer even wield the 3-color hockey. With a flick of his crossed fingers, Dade conjured another barrier spike that shot forth, directly piercing through the heart of the order enforcer. Ending his anguished cries, thoughts of Golden Lion Shiki's intermittent bouts of confusion, often failing to recognize those around him, flooded Dade's mind. Furthermore, since the ship's helm had penetrated deep into his brain, it could not be extracted, completely limiting his ability to utilize the 3-color hockey. His mind could not concentrate, rendering him incapable of activating observation hockey, and his vitality could not unleash too fiercely, preventing him from employing both Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey. Otherwise, it could easily result in the rupture of fragile blood vessels in the brain, endangering one's life. Surviving such circumstances can be attributed to his formidable strength and a stroke of luck. Moreover, the aging Golden Lion Shiki, who is roughly the same age as Whitebeard, has seen a significant decline in his vitality. The fact that he was ultimately defeated by the Straw Hat Luffy, who has only developed up to the 3rd gear, indicates that his stamina has become exceedingly thin and vulnerable. Nevertheless, Shiki's awakened float fruit and the prowess of a great swordsman still imbue him with an air of intimidation. Particularly, the sea pirates who control territories would not dare provoke him, lest they fall victim to aerial assaults from floating islands. For the current emperors of the sea, Big Mom and Kaido possess flight capabilities, rendering them unafraid of the Golden Lion. Whitebeard's Tremor-Tremor Fruit can fracture space itself, and red-haired Shank's Conqueror's hockey can instill fear across islands. Most importantly, all 4 emperors wield the power to cleave the heavens with a single strike. To them, floating islands are but trifles, easily severed from the sky. Had Shiki retained the strength of an emperor, he would have long since ventured into the New World to seize territories, deprived of his 3-color hockey and plagued by lapses in judgment. His strength has undeniably diminished significantly. Furthermore, due to the condition of his mind, he is incapable of engaging in prolonged battles. In a true one-on-one duel, he could scarcely endure against several warlords of the sea for days on end. Daitai understands that the current Golden Lion Shiki's swordsmanship pales in comparison to the peak prowess of Kazuki Oden, which is why he holds no fear of Shiki's skills. Daitai's aerial combat abilities are somewhat lacking. And the most troublesome aspect is Shiki's ability to manipulate the earth and even the sea, posing a considerable threat to Daitai. He is not intimidated by Shiki's offensive capabilities. Rather, he fears being ensnared by the earth or the sea. Should Shiki confine the invulnerable Daidai beneath the ground with several islands, akin to the devastating sky-destroying star, Daidai would be left uncertain of his ability to escape. If he were then submerged in the ocean, his chances of rescue would diminish even further. Had Daidai acquired the float fruit, he would undoubtedly wield it with greater finesse than Shiki. In summary, one must strategize with contempt for the enemy while tactically respecting them. After Daidai eliminated the Order Enforcer, Emo, it signified that this island was destined to become a hellish domain. Even the seagulls and newsbirds in the sky fell silently to the ground at the hands of Inuf and Oka. Upon their arrival on the island, these pirates commenced a massacre, targeting not just bounty hunters but even the forces of the underworld, showcasing their madness. This reflects the audacity of Golden Lion Shiki, who dares to issue such a mission, unaware of how many factions he has offended. Nevertheless, this has also spared considerable effort for the Big Daddy pirates, who now only need to eliminate these pirate crews. At the port of Bagad, nearly all pirate ships are engulfed in thick plumes of smoke, utterly obliterating any chance of escape for these marauders, leading to an unending slaughter. The sea beast Momo, having destroyed numerous pirate vessels, has dragged the fearless warship, the Blade of the Army, out to sea, watching the desperate cries of these pirates. Only Nami, Carmen, and a few Candy sisters remain aboard, while the rest of the crew is engaged in battle on the island, including Dezaya and Sweetheart Queen. On the island, having dispatched Emo, Daidai begins to employ his newly developed techniques for murder. Korea can utilize the Paramecia-type Biscuit Fruit to create formidable biscuit soldiers, which possess a degree of independent action unlike Doflamingo's string clone, which requires strings for manipulation. Katakuri's unique Paramecia-type Machi Fruit not only allows for the transformation of his body into Machi but, upon awakening and assimilating with the environment, grants him the ability to conjure numerous giant Machi fists, as well as various forms of limbs and weapons. However, Korea, Doflamingo, and Mr. 3, as Paramecia users, are limited to the ability to create substances, and their bodies do not undergo transformation like those of special Paramecia types, which can become biscuits, strings, or wax. Clearly, the barrier fruit is a standard Paramecia type, capable only of creating barriers and altering their shapes. Under Daitai's command, his barriers morph into blades, shields, and even spiked clubs. In the original work, under the guidance of Bartolomeo, a street thug, most techniques were merely defensive barriers, with the barrier ball and barrier stair techniques being groundbreaking innovations due to their spherical and stair-like forms. After all, Bartolomeo and his gang of illiterate thugs possess no common sense or nautical experience, often having to call back to Grandma for guidance, despite obtaining the nearly insurmountable barrier fruit. Bartolomeo was unsure how to develop it. However, he didn't need much development. The sheer indestructibility of the barrier alone sufficed for him to rampage through the Grand Line and reach the New World. There was no need for intricate development. A single barrier could resolve most adversaries. The barrier ball was also in homage to his idol, Straw Hat Luffy, and was developed into the barrier gun, which could later be expanded to ensnare foes. However, if Daidai can only develop his barrier fruit to the extent of Bartolomeo, he might as well seek a tofu block to end his life. Even Mr. 3, lacking in physical talent, could devise numerous techniques for his wax fruit with his clever mind. His wax fruit, alongside the scissors fruit and the surgery fruit, is among the few known abilities capable of unlocking Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. It remains uncertain if other creation abilities can similarly disregard the influence of Sea Prism Stone, allowing them to open such restraints without interference. Perhaps the lower starting point of the wax and string fruits grants them greater malleability in their creations, while the higher starting point of the barrier fruit makes it more challenging to mold. Yet, difficulty does not imply impossibility. Bartolomeo has managed to develop a flowing barrier, resembling water, and transform it into various forms, indicating that the barrier fruit still possesses considerable flexibility and is not confined to a single form. Nonetheless, a simple protective barrier is undoubtedly the most convenient, least labor-intensive, and quickest technique to unleash. Barrier, Heavenly Strike. Daidai crossed his arms over his chest, intertwining the middle and index fingers of both hands. At that moment, veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes turned crimson, and his arms swelled, revealing prominent veins across his body. A transparent hemispherical barrier emanated from Daidai, expanding continuously, wherever it passed. Not a blade of grass remained, and the very ground was swept away, quickly clearing a vast expanse. Too slow. Daidai gasped, observing the destruction he had wrought. However, he was not satisfied at all, as the speed of the barrier's expansion was lacking, failing to achieve the desired effect of the Heavenly Strike, and it required considerable effort. Daidai swiftly concluded that scraping the ground was indeed somewhat foolish. Although the visual effect was impressive, it consumed a significant amount of stamina. proving to be rather inefficient. At this moment, the terrifying destructive power displayed by Dai only deepened the fear and despair of these pirates, with some already crying out for surrender. The crew of the Big Daddy pirates watched in astonishment as Dai unleashed yet another terrifying technique they had never witnessed before. However, such a powerful technique is indeed not well suited for demonstration aboard a pirate ship. If he could hone the hemispherical expansion impact to match the speed of a striking barrier, its power would be formidable. Dai murmured that as long as he had a successful developmental direction, he could continue to strengthen himself. Furthermore, his death duel cage seemed capable of enhancement, allowing him to transform a cube into a hemispherical barrier. Feeling that it could rival Doflamingo's birdcage. If even the string fruit's birdcage can shield against the signals of Din Din Mushi, then the barrier cage should be able to do the same. This brought Dai's mind back to his previous life, where elevators lacked signal repeaters, and thus there was no reception. If the Din Din Mushi's signal could not penetrate the string fruit's birdcage, it would be even less likely to breach the more formidable barriers. Such slaughter, while brutal, epitomizes the life of a pirate. Even the Pirate King Roger annihilated an entire kingdom's soldiers for his comrades. Furthermore, Dai is merely eliminating vicious pirates, those who have wrought havoc upon Bagot Island. Since setting sail, Dai has either been slaying pirates or gangsters, rarely laying a hand on civilians, except for those few adversaries who had oppressed him in Loguetown, the inept Marines of the East Blue's 16th branch, who colluded with the Dragon Pirates, also deserve their fate. Regarding the naval fleet of the East Sea's 8th Division, this truly represents the clash between the Navy and pirates, where loss merely reflects differing stances. After all, Dai would not passively await his demise at the hands of the Navy. The Roger pirates have successfully vanquished the Navy on numerous occasions, having eliminated one of their fleets even before engaging in battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Even Monkey D. Luffy has released a multitude of notorious pirates from Impel Down. Is there truly a distinction between right and wrong in this world? The world government can indiscriminately launch extermination orders, annihilating islands and obliterating entire tribes. With a mere stroke, has erased the Lucia kingdom from existence. In this realm, power is the ultimate law. Dai, merely seeking to delay the revelation of his actions against Imo, has resolved to massacre the entire pirate crew of Bagger Island. One may argue that he is in the wrong, excessively cruel, yet he has already committed these acts without a shred of remorse. In just a day or two, Bagger Island has endured two great slaughters. First, a multitude of pirate crews slaughtered the bounty hunters and all inhabitants of the island, followed by the Big Dad pirates ruthlessly exterminating these pirate factions. The massacre persisted for the better part of a day. The island is now engulfed in smoke, littered with corpses, as Giza's Bayas and his cohorts excitedly transfer the treasures from the ruined pirate ships onto the warship, the Blade of Fearless. The pirate crews had already plundered the island, and now the Big Dad pirates merely relocated the stolen riches. Captain, this trouble is rather substantial, exclaimed Baiji Klo with a pale smile. Having sustained injuries during the battle, aside from Dai and Van Oka, the other crew members bore various wounds. Thus, for the sake of survival, one must diligently train and never cease, Dai remarked with a profound gaze. For this path of piracy allows no room for failure. Failure equates to death. We may need to adopt a more low-key approach for the time being, Van Oka stated nonchalantly, as this captain has already instigated mass slaughters on 2 initial islands. It is truly hard to believe such a murderous individual hails from the peaceful East Sea. Let us lay low for a few days and seek out Poison Q. Dai sensed the need for his crew to recalibrate, absorbing the experiences from these 2 battles to effectively enhance their strength. Meanwhile, news of the Big Dad Pirates massacre on Martelli Island began to spread throughout the Grand Line. This revelation prompted Nico Robin, currently on Whiskey Peak in the 4th route, to promptly return to Alabasta, as she wished to avoid provoking this notorious killer with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. The Navy's headquarters also became aware of the Big Dad Pirates' choice of the Martelli Island route and immediately began implementing targeted interception strategies against them. Days later, yet another piece of news began to circulate wildly throughout the Grand Line. The bounty hunters and all inhabitants of Bagger Island were slaughtered by a multitude of pirate crews due to the recruitment missions initiated by the Golden Lion Shiki. However, unbeknownst to these pirate crews, they were subsequently annihilated by an even stronger force. Both the Navy and the underworld believed that Shiki was behind the massacre of all pirate crews, having recruited the strongest individuals or factions to do his bidding. This mirrored the recruitment of formidable individuals once conducted by the Rocks pirates. Consequently, not only is the Navy's headquarters closely monitoring Shiki, but even the Dark Emperor of the underworld has begun to harbor disdain for this era's remnants, discreetly severing Shiki's access to rare resources. Unless Shiki personally ventures out to plunder, his scientific resources will no longer be as abundant and comprehensive as before. However, the Flying Sky Pirates are also incensed, for they alone are aware that their own members have fallen victim. They are now actively pursuing and searching for the perpetrator. To their shock, this assailant was ruthless enough to slaughter every pirate on the island. On the warship, the Blade of Fearless, a hemispherical transparent barrier on the deck continuously expands and contracts, its pace quickening. Ha ha ha. With this technique, who could possibly approach the captain? Giza's Bayas laughed heartily, having worked diligently to integrate into this pirate crew over the past few days, quickly bonding with the rugged men such as Soundwave Ed Largo and Iron Bear. Meanwhile, the more refined Van Oka found common ground with Baiji Klo, an individual of notable intellect. Zoro remained steadfast in his training, particularly inspired by Daitye's relentless efforts, mirroring his intensity. Remarkably, Daitai has even relinquished his prized sword, the Sandai Kitetsu, gifting it to Zoro. After testing its feel, Zoro concluded that the Sandai Kitetsu suited him far better, subsequently passing his fine blade, the Kazan, to his comrade, Gallus. He successfully mastered the Sandai Kitetsu, even gaining a slight augmentation of cursed energy. Under Daitye's command, all crew members diligently practiced their two-color haki. Whether they awaken their powers depends on individual talent. Daitai knows that Van Oka's observation haki, along with Zoro and Bayaz's armament haki, will undoubtedly awaken and continue to strengthen, as they are all future high-ranking officers of the Four Emperors' crews. As for Baiji Klo and the Demon Akin, who have been bestowed with high designations by Oda and the Water Friends, their future success relies upon their own efforts. The Sea Beast Mu, under the guidance of Navigator Nami, swiftly navigated towards Green Island. As indicated by the Eternal Pointer, following this island, the next destination along the recorded path is the fabled Island of Plague, a terrifying Isle of Death. Typically, pirate crews traversing this route would store sufficient magnetic force along the shores of Plague Island before hastily departing from this perilous territory, continuing their adventures to the next island. Along this journey, the Big Dad pirates encountered several extreme storms. Fortunately, Nami's navigational skills enabled them to successfully evade these dangers. The other crew members gradually began to recognize the exceptional talent of this seemingly weak navigator, their gazes toward her transforming into respect. She is indeed no mere ornament beside Captain Daitai. Meanwhile, on the treacherous Island of Plague, a scruffy man with a remarkably aged appearance rode a frail, sickly blue horse, embodying a state of near-death himself. However, one must not be deceived by his appearance, for he has claimed the lives of numerous pirates. The Grim Reaper, Poison Q, a pirate with a bounty of 72 million berries, is a formidable presence in the midsection of the Grand Line. Zhuang, we must depart. I must say, the viruses here are truly remarkable, Poison Q remarked in a feeble tone. Yet the dangerous aura emanating from him rivals that of some pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. He. The sickly horse Zhuang neighed weakly, lamenting its fate since joining this master, as it suffers 3 ailments daily yet stubbornly clings to life, for its master is a powerful doctor with extraordinary abilities. The more it suffers, the stronger its endurance and resilience become. One can only wonder what kind of treatment and modifications its master has administered among the intelligent beast kin. Why does the demon horse Falulu thrive under the handsome noble pirate Cavendish, even earning the title of Cavendish's White Horse, surrounded by beauty and flowers, basking in glory? Meanwhile, Zhuang is stuck accompanying this young man who, despite being only 26 or 27 years old, appears aged beyond his years, resembling someone in their 50s or 60s. Comparing him to the dashing Cavendish is truly disheartening. Panting, Zhuang swiftly carried Poison Q towards the shore. Though it appeared frail, its speed was hardly inferior to that of Falulu. Upon sighting the small stolen sailboat on the shore, both Zhuang and Poison Q leaped aboard. This led to a somewhat comical scene, with an old man and a sick horse rowing furiously, their small boat speeding through the waves with each stroke. This time, I must seize the longevity elixir from that witch, Poison Q declared ominously from the small boat, having previously lingered on the medical powerhouse, Drum Island, in search of advanced medical knowledge. However, it was unexpected that the doctors of this nation had all been driven away. The remaining top-tier physicians were entirely under the control of King Wapple, who had once been expelled by the king's army himself. Later, you learned of a witch doctor on Drum Island, a woman who had lived for over 130 years and remained as sprightly as ever, practicing medicine clandestinely. He intended to study her methods, albeit with a hint of coercion in mind. Little did he anticipate that this witch doctor would prove to be so formidable, effortlessly countering all of his viral attacks. leaving him fleeing from her as she pursued him, nearly turning him into a sieve with her barrage of throwing knives. In response, he made a special journey to Plague Island to enhance his viral prowess. Preparing for revenge, he even contemplated eliminating the King of Drum Island to seize the advanced medical techniques of the nation. Now, he planned to return to Drum Island via the permanent pointer from Green Island. His aim was not only to clear his past humiliation, but also to thoroughly plunder their resources. Yet, he couldn't help but lament the absence of powerful allies, which would make his endeavors considerably easier. Unfortunately, every target he had set his sights on had met with misfortune, all perishing at the hands of his explosive apples, rendering the use of his viral abilities and the Grim Reaper's scythe unnecessary. After all, was it not merely a matter of placing 9 explosive apples among 10? These individuals had such wretched luck that, despite the high odds, they could not secure a glimmer of hope for survival. Only those who had survived near-fatal encounters, bolstered by exceptional luck and strength, would be worthy of becoming his captain. Consequently, as of now, the Grim Reaper Poison Q had yet to discover his destined pirate crew. On the third route, the fearless warship, the Blade, of the Big Dad Pirates, was being guided into the harbor of Green Island by the sea beast Loing. Like Drum Island, Green Island was also a frigid winter isle. For 8 to 9 months of the year, the island was blanketed in snow, with only 3 to 4 months of warmth allowing the islanders to cultivate food and breed livestock. In such harsh conditions, Green Island lacked any special industries to support its development, and thus, pirate crews would not linger here for long. Unlike its neighboring route, Drum Island, which had previously been renowned as a medical powerhouse, attracting numerous talents and fostering economic growth, all of that had been obliterated by the foolish King Wapple. The current state of Drum Island might even be worse than that of Green Island. Captain, we do not possess the permanent pointer to Plague Island. Therefore, we must allow the recording pointer to fully charge the magnetic force of Green Island before proceeding to Plague Island, which may require a week's stay, reported the fashionable and warm-dressed navigator, Nami, to Dai. She had just disembarked to ascertain the magnetic storage duration of the island and whether there were other pirate crews present. Dai, bare-chested, casually replied, continuing his workout on the deck as the feather-like snowflakes drifted onto his robust shoulders, only to be evaporated by his body heat. Dai's implication was clear. If other pirate crews had already stored their magnetic force or were close to doing so, they should seize it. Adjusting his gold-framed glasses, immediately interjected, understanding that their captain abhorred wasting time. So that's how it is. Truly brilliant, Captain, exclaimed Jiza's Bages and Aid Lego, their excitement palpable as they longed to land on the island and assert dominance over the other pirate crews. Snatching their recording pointers as pirates, raiding was merely a normal affair, and the prospect of confronting other crews meant there was a chance for a skirmish. Such trivial matters need not trouble the captain. I believe you can handle it. Baiji chuckled to his crew, prompting Bages, Aid Lego, and the Iron Bear to pound their chests in confidence. Meanwhile, Nami, Desire, Sweetheart Queen, and Carmen, under the protection of the likes of Ghost Man Ajin and the Brothers, disembarked to procure supplies. They needed to replenish various resources, from local specialties to clothing and food, especially since the Big Dad Pirates were in no shortage of funds, having plundered 2 islands and dozens of pirate crews. The Big Dad Pirates possessed a treasure trove of wealth. Baiji also disembarked, accompanied by Inuef and Oka, to gather information. On board, Dai and Zoro, both fervent practitioners, kept watch over the ship. However, with the presence of the sea beasts, neither islanders nor pirates dared approach the massive 3-decked sailing vessel. Moreover, the ominous black pirate flag deterred any weak-willed pirate crews from provoking this notorious killer of the East. At that moment, a small boat rapidly approached Green Island. Upon spotting the colossal pirate ship, Poison Q felt a surge of curiosity. He had been unaware of the latest developments regarding the Big Dad Pirates while on Plague Island. The flag appeared to belong to a rising star from the East Sea, and he was surprised to find himself on this route. Truly an encounter of fate. Poison Q's interest in the Big Dad Pirates peaked. According to previous newspaper accounts, they were notorious for their brutality, a pirate style that resonated with him. Since fate had brought them together, he decided to test his destiny, uncertain if their bounty matched their strength. Hoping they were not just another weak pirate crew filled with inflated rewards. Zhuang, go up. Fearless and daring, Poison Q had no qualms about confronting this newcomer pirate crew. Curious whether Big Dad Babaya possessed enough luck to survive his encounter. Upon hearing his master's command, the lean horse Zhuang gallantly carried Poison Q up onto the deck of the fearless warship, the Blade. Upon noticing Dai and Zoro, he approached them with a basket of apples, resembling a vendor peddling fruit. Dai was taken aback by this unexpected visitor. What was happening in this world? Had he awakened a protagonist's aura, he strode directly toward the elderly figure that was the Grim Reaper Poison Q. Have won. Prove you deserve to live. Dai Tai's right hand swiftly grasped Poison Q by the collar, lifting him up, while his left casually picked an apple and offered it to Poison Q's mouth. Poison Q, caught off guard by Dai Tai's unconventional approach, struggled to break free but quickly realized the immense strength of his captor made escape impossible. He immediately activated the powers of the disease fruit, sending silent viruses toward Dai Dai. However, a barrier sphere materialized in Dai Tai's right hand, enveloping Poison Q entirely. While Dai Tai's grip remained firm, his darkened armament coating protecting him from Poison Q's viral attack. What's this? You doubt your own luck. Dai Dai laughed heartily, and as he observed the panicked and bewildered expression on Poison Q's face, he took a bite of the apple from his left hand. Yet, it did not explode. Grim Reaper Poison Q, would you be interested in serving as my ship's doctor? Dai Dai said with a smile, his tone laced with an undeniable undertone, leaving no room for refusal. Poison Q was utterly astonished by the twists of fate during his test. Clearly, this fellow had recognized him and was aware of his explosive apple trap. Yet, Dai Tai's fortune was undeniably impressive. He had indeed selected the only normal apple, and his strength surpassed Poison Q's. Not merely built on a foundation of slaughter-fueled bounty. Was this his destined new captain? Was this not a sign from fate? My captain? Poison Q chuckled, retracting his various viruses and bowing his head to Dai Dai in a show of respect. Indeed, this is destiny. Dai Dai laughed, releasing the barrier sphere and placing Poison Q back atop the lean horse. Zhuang zhuang. Captain Dai Dai, knowing full well that my apples contain explosives, still chose to eat one. Such courage and luck cannot be deceiving. Poison Q increasingly believed that this young newcomer was perhaps the person he had been waiting for all along. As for how Dai Dai managed to choose the normal apple, it could be attributed to sheer luck. Or perhaps the culmination of his observation haki and the confidence granted by his armament haki and barrier fruit. Regardless, he could bite without concern. Dai Dai never anticipated that they would so swiftly recruit the ship's doctor. Poison Q, thus sparing themselves the journey to Plague Island. Through an engaging conversation with Poison Q, Dai Dai discovered that this individual intended to travel to Drum Island. For there lay treasures he sought. Captain, that which has indeed lived for over 130 years. Do you not wish to seize the secret of her longevity? Poison Q remarked with eager anticipation, considering he was merely in his 20s. A mere fraction of her age, and he was still unable to contend with her prowess. Now aboard Dai Dai's pirate ship, he understood that future endeavors would not be left to his discretion, but would be subject to the captain's final decisions. Coincidentally, Drum Island also holds the tools I desire. Dai Dai recalled the much fruit possessed by Wapple, whose creation of Wapple alloy would later captivate the entire world, even being utilized by Frankie's robotic general. The superiority of Wapple alloy was acknowledged by numerous scientists, underscoring its merits. The fallen Wapple had leveraged this alloy to amass wealth, reconstructing the Iron Barrel Kingdom in the South Seas and swiftly garnering the attention of the world government, ultimately becoming one of the 50 nations participating in the World Conference. From obscurity to one of the mightiest 50 kings, Wapple achieved this in just 2 years. Indeed, a guiding hand of fate. Captain Dai Dai. Poison Q's weary visage broke into a feeble smile. With Dai Dai harboring his own ambitions, coincidentally aligned with those of Drum Island, the path forward appeared promising. Dai Dai smiled serenely, neither confirming nor denying. Then, ship's doctor, conduct a thorough examination for me and ascertain whether any hidden injuries remain. Dai Dai reclined on his sun lounger, allowing Poison Q to fulfill his medical duties. For hiring a ship's doctor was fundamentally to ensure his well-being to ASU command. My captain, Poison Q, eager to assess the strength of this youthful captain, had spent recent years navigating the Grand Line. Although he had heard of the concept of haki, witnessing Dai Dai wield armament haki and completely resist his viral assaults was a revelation. The captain's physique was robust, albeit seemingly overtrained, necessitating some respite and recuperation. As a doctor, one might question Poison Q's conscience, but his professional expertise was beyond reproach. Dai Dai had seemingly anticipated this outcome, yet without a doctor aboard, he had been uncertain how to recuperate. Having only continued his training, rest assured, Captain, these minor issues are no concern. Leave them to me, Poison Q replied nonchalantly, considering these matters trivial, having treated himself and Zhuang numerous times over the years. Of course, otherwise, I would not have appointed you as the ship's doctor. Dai Dai chuckled lightly, appearing to trust and endorse Poison Q wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, Poison Q found himself increasingly in agreement with Captain Dai Dai. Recognizing that such trust and determination rendered him unafraid of the notorious Reaper Doctor, Dai did not summon Kuro and Nami back, permitting them to enjoy a day on Green Island. Instead, he sought to engage in meaningful dialogue with this Reaper doctor, aiming to truly conquer the heart of this dark-hearted physician. Aboard a ship, both chefs and doctors held significant roles. Dai extended a degree of kindness towards them that exceeded that shown to other crew members. Before long, Kuro and Van Oka returned with news, and upon sighting the disheveled old doctor, they realized there was no need to venture to Plague Island, indifferent to preventing Bagus and El Drago from seizing the log post. They understood that constant battles with other pirate crews were essential for their growth. Both Poison Q and Van Oka, believers in fate, found their destinies converging aboard Dai's vessel, further solidifying their belief that this was indeed their fate. Meanwhile, the ailing horse, Zhuang at the ship's bow, seemed to be conversing with the sea beast, Moo, lamenting that as a horse, besides bearing its master, it was also required to row. However, it would finally have the opportunity to enjoy a more leisurely existence. Zhuang had escaped the life of a drifter, having secured a place on a grand ship. After Bagus and the others returned with the log posts, Nami and the procurement team, led by Dezaya, also arrived back. No need to go to Plague Island. Is this our new ship's doctor? The crew harbored doubts about the bedraggled and sickly Poison Q, feeling he could be dispatched with a single blow. However, it wasn't long before Bagus and El Drago, robust men, turned pale and clutched their stomachs, collapsing in agony. That will suffice. Poison Q. Dai, unfazed by Poison Q's demonstration of skill, allowed the crew to witness the prowess of their new ship's doctor, whose bounty of 72 million berries had overtaken Van Oka's 64 million. This only strengthened Zoro and Kuro's resolve to swiftly elevate their own bounties lest they be overshadowed by these newcomers. Set sail for Drum Island. With all crew members accounted for, Dai promptly commanded their departure, with Nami holding the permanent log pose, directing Moo at the ship's bow. The moment was soon to unfold. Yet, it was not long before Nami, employing some unknown method, successfully mounted the lean horse Zhuang, bounding back and forth across the ship's bow and stern, her laughter resonating throughout. Zhuang responded with an excited whinny, pushing its speed to the utmost, as if proving its true strength, even leaping onto the second deck. It was not merely a frail horse but a powerful steed. Even Poison Q, its master, was taken aback. How could this orange-haired girl so easily manipulate this spirited horse with a mere taunt and a hint of threat? It seemed implausible that his old horse could be so easily fooled. It possessed enough intelligence to discern the girl's cleverness. Kuro observed Poison Q's expression, adjusting his glasses before remarking, "It appears I detect a hint of desire and excitement on the face of this lean horse." Yet, truly, day in and day out, gazing at Poison Q's sickly countenance had drained the vibrancy from life, and now, with Nami's youthful presence, Zhuang's expectations for life reignited. What horse would not wish to live a life as vibrant and colorful as that of a magical steed? Poison Q felt as if struck by a blow. Surely his beloved horse Zhuang would not abandon him. After all, they had endured nearly a decade of trials together. Poison Q cast a glance at Kuro, then at the frolicking horse. "You young ones, do not disrupt my resolve. The bond between Zhuang and I is beyond your understanding." The following day, guided by the permanent log pose and aboard the fearless warship, the Blade, drawn by Moo, they successfully reached the waters of Drum Island. The crew brimmed with excitement as they prepared to assault a nation allied with the world government, with plans to capture its king. Even Nami and Carmen, upon learning of Wapple's atrocities, developed a deep loathing for this tyrannical ruler. King Wapple of Drum Island had exiled the country's doctors, retaining only the 20 most skilled, whom he tightly controlled. Whenever a citizen fell ill, their only recourse was to plead for the king's mercy, with no alternative available. However, one magical doctor had evaded capture, perpetually eluding the king's forces, yet this which charged exorbitant fees, rendering her services inaccessible to the common folk. Thus, Dai and Poison Q set their sights on King Wapple and this elusive witch doctor. As the Dada pirate cruise ship approached the port of Drum Island, the king's forces launched a relentless barrage of cannon fire upon the pirate vessel. Perched atop Drum Mountain, 5,000 meters high, lay the capital of the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Within Drum City, King Wapple, bored, picked at his nose and ordered his chief advisor, Jess, to hasten the extermination of this detestable pirate crew, as their cannon fire had become a nuisance. "Yes, your majesty," the advisor of the kingdom, Jess, promptly summoned the kingdom's affairs officer, Paramecia, to confront these audacious and reckless pirate crews. Meanwhile, in the quaint town of Kesta, nestled by the northern lakeshore of Drum Island, resided Dr. Kureha. "Doruer, is it true that pirates have come again?" inquired a small upright reindeer adorned with a pink hat. Eagerly addressing a frail old woman, it had always yearned to witness a genuine pirate crew, inspired by Dr. Hilyalik's encouragement for Chopper to venture forth and explore the vast world. The sounds of cannon fire were prolonged this time, suggesting that a formidable pirate crew had arrived. Dr. Kureha cast a worried glance towards the harbor, acutely aware of the current plight of the nation, after Wapple's tyrannical expulsion of doctors. Stripped of its identity as a medical powerhouse, the country had been abandoned by the world government, with even the Navy too apathetic to intervene, yet taxes still needed to be paid. Really? Let's go take a look, exclaimed the reindeer Chopper, bubbling with excitement at the prospect of encountering an intriguing band of pirates. Chopper, you must understand that most pirates are nefarious brigands. The reality of the sea is far from the thrilling adventure you envision, sighed Dr. Kureha, realizing that Dr. Hilyalik's influence on Chopper was profound. Yet, she understood Chopper's earnest desire to explore the world and create a panacea. After all, who had not once embarked on the perilous journey of the sea driven by youthful fervor? Not to mention the illustrious pirate King Roger. Even the infamous pirate Overlord Rox was merely a junior in Dr. Kureha's eyes. I just want to take a glance, Chopper murmured, feeling a wave of self-doubt, aware that as a non-human creature, he might never be accepted by human pirates. Let us go. We shall see what manner of pirate crew has arrived. Dr. Kureha declared, taking a swig of her drink before stepping out, with Chopper eagerly trailing behind her. At that moment, at the harbor of Drum Island, waves of sonic laser cannons and immense wind blades pierced through the ranks of the Royal Army. Daitetsu, amidst the cacophony of artillery, ascended the island, his left hand grasping the head of a royal soldier whose eyes had rolled back in defeat as he strode forward, effortlessly swatting away a cannonball with his right. Behind him, numerous crew members of the Big Dad Pirates unleashed their prowess, relentlessly dismantling the royal forces. The hurried advisors, Jess and Chromalaman, barely had time to react before being felled by Zoro's sword and sent flying by Bagus. Captain, just bring Fan Oka and Kuro along with me. We must deal with that witch. Toxic Q observed the strength of the Big Dad Pirates and felt a sense of assurance that this time they would not be ambushed by the witch. Bring along Iron Bear as our meat shield. Daitetsu, uncertain of Dr. Kureha's true prowess, nonetheless sensed that this old woman was no ordinary foe. He suspected that Toxic Q's attempt to trouble Dr. Kureha would ultimately be futile. Thank you, Captain. Toxic Q promptly called his crew and led his small squad to seize the secrets of longevity from Dr. Kureha. In the midst of this chaos, a fierce buffalo charged towards Daitetsu and his crew. Bagus, brimming with excitement, leaped forward, grasping the buffalo's horns and bracing himself against its charge, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath his feet. A Zoan-type Devil Fruit user, Bagus clutched the buffalo's horns, only to be taken aback as it transformed into its hybrid form, swinging a colossal bladed shovel at him, causing Bagus to retreat with a hearty laugh. Hey, big guy, leave the armed foes to me, Zoro exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to engage the foe wielding the bladed shovel. This adversary's strength was formidable, providing the perfect challenge for the pirate hunter Zoro, while Bagus, as a newcomer, was left to contend with the other royal soldiers, upon receiving reports of the port's dire situation. King Wapple of Drum Island fled in panic, dashing from Drum Castle towards another harbor. They aimed to board the large submarine sailing vessel, the White Iron King, and make their escape. Meanwhile, Dr. Kureha and Chopper observed the devastation at the harbor, particularly upon seeing Toxic Q's crew, realizing that these pirates could not possibly be benevolent. Chopper, these pirates are not suited for you. We need to hide. The two, having been covertly observing, hurriedly returned home to gather their belongings and swiftly departed. The Big Dad Pirates had recently garnered significant attention. Even Dr. Kureha had taken note of them, notorious for their massacre on Marty's Island. Toxic Q, in search of trouble, ultimately returned empty-handed, begrudgingly scavenging some medical texts before demolishing the premises and leaving. Daitetsu, at the foot of Drum Mountain, encountered Wapple fleeing with Dr. 20. He could not allow this metallic tool of a king to escape. He intended for this user of the Munch Munch fruit to continuously produce Wapple alloy, a versatile and precious shape memory alloy. Moreover, having encountered such esteemed doctors, he planned to bring them aboard, allowing them to recuperate and provide comprehensive medical care for Daitetsu. Once a territory was secured, they would be settled to continue their medical research, reviving the glory of the medical superpower Daiti. Another harbor of Drum Island. Upon sighting a large submarine assault sailing vessel, Daitetsu wasted no time in claiming it as a secondary ship, recognizing its potential for future use. This massive wooden ship, capable of transforming and submerging, somewhat shattered Daitetsu's preconceived notions. However, considering this was the world of the Pirate Kings, everything fell into place. He wondered if there were any extraordinary scientific technologies aboard. If it solely relied on Wapple's fruit ability for transformation, it would lack replication value. Meanwhile, Wapple stood behind Daitetsu, bruised and battered, resembling a chastised child. Devoid of any remnants of kingly arrogance. He was now merely a lowly captive of the Big Dad Pirates. A tool for alloy production. Within Drum Castle, advanced medical facilities and various medical texts were being transported aboard the White Iron King by the royal soldiers, with even Wapple's treasury thoroughly looted by Nami and Desire. This grand theft persisted for the better part of the day. As the crew of the Big Dad Pirates boarded the ship to depart, Nami intentionally lingered behind. In truth, we are the good guys, helping to rid you of a tyrannical king. Do strive to live well from now on, she said with a gentle smile, leaning down to speak to the prostrate Dalton. Then, with a joyful demeanor, she bounded aboard the ship under Dalton's gaze. Today, the Big Dad Pirates undoubtedly performed a virtuous deed, reminiscent of Daitetsu's liberation of his hometown, Cocoa Village. Daitetsu remained indifferent to the morality of his actions. After all, he had secured Wapple and conveniently pilfered the kingdom's treasures. It was only that Toxic Q had failed to find what he sought, never locating the elusive witch doctor. Yet, he had no choice but to abandon his pursuit. For the journey must continue. With the addition of a colossal pirate ship, the sailing speed of the Big Dad Pirates was slightly diminished. Under Daitetsu's intimidation, Wapple began conducting various experiments with metals and ores, striving to develop the shape memory alloy swiftly, with aspirations of constructing his own stronghold or selling it at a premium. The crew of the Big Dad Pirates engaged in their customary rigorous training, while Daitetsu purposefully began wielding seastone weapons to fortify his resistance to seastone. Such training would enable him to endure contact with seastone without immediately losing all his strength. However, the utilization of Devil Fruit abilities is certainly out of the question. The ordinary sea prism stone weapons acquired in the East Blue are of rather low purity, being classified as substandard products of the most inferior quality. Hence, they are quite suitable for honing resistance to sea prism stone, allowing one to train to the point where contact will not cause significant loss of strength. In the sea prism stone mines of Wano, formidable Devil Fruit users are shackled with these low-purity sea prism stone handcuffs, effectively restricting their abilities while still permitting them the strength to perform menial labor. During this period, the Dada pirate crew continues to traverse various shipping routes, employing permanent pointers for erratic landings. After dispatching pirates and looting the islands, they vanish without a trace, leaving the Navy utterly confounded. A week later, in the non-navigational waters of the 5th and 6th shipping routes, Captain Dai seems to have encountered a truly formidable entity. From the lookout atop the mast, Inu Fan Oka loudly called out to Dai, having spotted an anomaly with his extraordinary vision. Initially, they had intended to search for a pirate in the 6th route, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a colossal vessel in these rarely trodden waters. Remarkably, it was an island ship. As the Dada pirate crew drew nearer, all crew members finally beheld its true form. Merely the bow of the ship was already larger than the warship marine sword. It was indeed them, the remnants of the Wald pirate crew. Dai exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the pirate emblem on the bow of the massive island ship, its golden mustache resembling a W shape. The insignia of the Wald pirate crew. However, Bondi Wald is still imprisoned, encased in ice within the 6th level of Impel Down, leaving these Wald remnants to hide in the remote corners of the Grand Line. Nevertheless, among Bondi Wald's lieutenants, there are those who, though fiercely loyal, possess considerable skill, having ingeniously combined Wald's Momo Nomi abilities to design this enormous Cannon Island ship, Glossidia, over the years. They have managed to amass considerable wealth, constructing this island ship, while remaining steadfastly loyal to the prisoner Bondi Wald. Such unwavering loyalty is truly commendable. The World Destroyer Bondi Wald, what a name from the distant past. Were they not defeated by the world government 2 to 3 decades ago? Jike Luo furrowed his brow and spoke softly, as the ship's strategist who had reviewed the records of all pirate crews since the Rocks era. He recalled this infamous World Destroyer vividly, particularly for their audacity to attack the celestial dragons. Ha ha ha. What are we waiting for? Just a bunch of old geezers. Let us seize this island ship. Jai's Beges excitedly declared, imagining the thrill of acquiring such a grand vessel, deeming it a worthy endeavor for their piratical journey. All eyes turned to Dai, awaiting the captain's command. Then let us seize them. Dai replied calmly, pondering whether Straw Hat Luffy would still be able to navigate safely to the Sabaody archipelago, especially since Navigator Nami was already aboard Deity's ship. One could only speculate if Straw Hat Luffy would cause another ruckus and impel down. Given that Dai would soon interfere with numerous significant events, thus, whether Bondi Wald could escape from prison remained uncertain. Even if he did manage to break free, Dai's strength would not be as feeble as it was now. Moreover, Bondi Wald had always believed that his crew had betrayed him, entirely unaware that these remnants of the Wald pirate crew were still holding on, even constructing an island ship. Long live the captain. Bages and Edgerego gazed at the island ship with excitement, suddenly realizing that the warship's Marine Sword and White Iron King seemed rather insignificant by comparison. Their Dada pirate crew was destined to evolve into a grand pirate fleet. This island ship could very well serve as their flagship, rivaling the formidable three-masted sailing ship of the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, if not surpassing it in terms of potential for growth. Meanwhile, aboard the Glossidia, the vice-captain and strategist of the Wald pirate crew, Ben Jeka, detected the uninvited guests from the Dada pirate crew through a monitoring snail. That it appeared that their current position was no longer secure. The frail Ben Jeka, connected to an drip, murmured weakly, uncertain how much longer he could endure this endless waiting, as he was nearing 80 years of age and his health was deteriorating. Galem, Nachin, Sebastian, deal with them. We must relocate. Ben Jeka promptly seized a snail, coughing as he issued commands to his three companions. Galem, stationed at the right engine, Nachin at the left, and Sebastian guarding the port gate. All sprang into action. With his 2 cubic hairstyles, Galem immediately activated the colossal cannon of Glossidia. They intended to eliminate these 2 unfortunate pirate ships in one fell swoop before changing their location to continue their operations while awaiting Bondi Wald's return. The sunglasses-clad giant fishman, Sebastian, leapt into the sea, ready to eliminate any survivors from the pirate crew to prevent their whereabouts from being exposed. A hybrid of fishman and giant. He stood tall and was adept at combat, though his eyes had been blinded in countless battles, enhancing his observation haki significantly. However, just as he leapt into the ocean, he suddenly sensed 3 lethal bullets hurtling towards him. With no leverage in midair, he could only twist his body to avoid the vital areas, using his formidable physique to absorb the 3 bullets. Yet he still bled from 3 wounds. Nevertheless, he successfully submerged into the sea. Aboard the Marine Sword, this is troublesome. A formidable fishman has entered the water. Inu Fan Oka immediately relayed to Dai, who, in addition to his innate observation haki, was also training to enhance his physical prowess. Hoping to quickly master the armament haki, that if he could manage to coat his bullets with armament haki, no Devil Fruit users or enemies with formidable defenses would be able to withstand his precise marksmanship. ILL dive in and intercept him. Pirate Hunter Zoro and Fighting Champion Bages, both non-Devil Fruit users, eagerly volunteered for the task. It's just a wounded fishman, after all. We're confident in our ability to battle against fishmen in the sea. Let me handle it. Zhuang, tell Mo to retreat. I'm going to use my abilities. The Grim Reaper, Poison Q, said weakly, prompting the horse Zhuang to scamper to the bow, urging the sea beast Mo to retreat a kilometer. Poison Q then scattered some powder into the ocean, which, while not altering the water significantly, caused numerous giant fish and sea creatures to float belly up. What a reliable bunch. Dai chuckled softly, recognizing that none of the future Yonko crew members were to be underestimated. This is what they call professionalism. They don't even need their captain to play the babysitter, as they can resolve most troubles on their own. Recruiting crew members is not about protection. It is about allowing those members to fulfill their roles. In the original narrative, even the brute Bages, after being injured, managed to infiltrate the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, Baltigo, and then called for the Blackbeard pirates to come destroy them. At that moment, a massive black cannonball sped towards the Marine Sword, Sonic Cannon, Tornado Blade. The cannon-wielding crew members, Inbo Edgerego and Windstorm Iric, immediately took action, adept at both offense and defense with their long-range capabilities. The enormous cannonball detonated mid-air, illuminating the entire sea surface with a violent explosion, creating towering waves that surged over 10 meters high. The 2 pirate ships of the Dada pirate crew rocked violently amidst the tempestuous waves. We still need some large AoE techniques to counter these waves and tsunamis. Dai began to contemplate the formidable techniques, reminiscent of the giant clan's fusion abilities such as Baku Koku and Baku Kai, which could effortlessly cleave through these monstrous waves that he may need to return to the garden later. Seeking opportunities to learn these skills from Dong Li and Brook, in the future, these two giants would finally boast impressive records. Having defeated Kid and his entire crew of the Kid Pirates with a single move, Baku Koku, which carried a bounty of 3 billion berry, however, the giant clan members were notoriously obstinate and would not easily relinquish such Elbath techniques. Even if they were to perish, they might still refuse to teach outsiders. Dai then turned his gaze to Zoro. Should he ascend to the status of a great swordsman, he too could cleave the seas. But soon, a smile graced Dai's lips. As long as his strength was formidable enough to reach the level of a Yonko, he would be able to split the sea and the sky. Regardless of the technique, be it the powers of a devil fruit or swordsmanship, a mere charged attack would suffice. Here it comes again. The members of the Big Dad Pirates watched as the island ship unleashed several colossal cannonballs. Edra and Eric found themselves overwhelmed, as their captain Dai had finally taken action. A massive hand of barrier materialized, effortlessly swatting the cannonballs aside, which detonated upon striking the distant sea, while two pirate ships hastened toward the island ship. Meanwhile, the pufferfish giant, Sebastian, appeared pale and struggled to climb aboard the Gloriciety. He felt utterly depleted, as if afflicted by a grave illness. Were it not for his robust constitution, he too would have succumbed like the lifeless fish drifting upon the waves. However, he had completely lost his combat capability. Under the command of the formidable horse-like creature Zhuang, the sea beasts made a wide detour before returning to assist the fearless battleship, the military knife. In their assault on the island ship, on board the Gloriciety, Jack exclaimed, "There are powerful foes ahead. Sebastian has been hit." The ship's doctor, Nachin, and combatant, Guy Ram, shouted anxiously, astonished that a pirate crew could withstand the might of their island ship's colossal cannons. This was merely the first half of the Grand Line's paradise. How could they encounter such a formidable pirate crew in this locale? It was the Big Dad Pirates, the most prominent newcomer in the East Blue this year. The user of the barrier fruit, now with a bounty exceeding 100 million, Jack finally discerned the flag of the opposing pirate crew through the surveillance snail, a realization that filled him with dread. Nachin, Guy Ram, crank the port and starboard engines to maximum power. We must retreat, he said, his voice tinged with panic. Their numbers were dwindling, with only Nachin and Guy Ram capable of fighting, while even the pufferfish giant Sebastian had collapsed. We cannot outrun them, Guy Ram, the engineer and combatant, replied with a furrowed brow. As the designer and builder of the Gloriciety, he was acutely aware of its limitations. They could never hope to escape from the Big Dad Pirates, who had sea beasts to pull their ships. Do you have confidence in ensnaring them? Jack spoke with a hint of despair, having dedicated his life and resources to constructing this island ship, only to find that they might not await the return of Bondi Wald. I will do my utmost, Guy Ram solemnly declared. As a user of the superhuman-type cube fruit, he had painstakingly crafted much of the island ship with his abilities. His mastery over the Gloriciety was akin to that of Pika with Dressrosa's royal plateau. He could manipulate everything with finesse. He could alter the terrain and architecture within the Gloriciety and set numerous traps. Then we must allow them to dock and hope for minimal damage. Prepare the terrain traps to separate them, and we shall use the alloy chamber to ensnare them one by one. Jack gritted his teeth, placing his faith in Guy Ram's devil fruit powers. After all, he was merely a frail old man with a combat power of 0. Understood. Guy Ram promptly exited the right engine room, initiating the transformation of countless cubic passages from the main entrance of the Gloriciety, preparing to systematically separate the Big Dad Pirates and eliminate or ensnare them one by one. Meanwhile, the ship's doctor, Nachin, struggled to drag Sebastian back to her herbal medicine room for urgent treatment. What a terrifying virus, Nachin thought, grappling with the severity of Sebastian's illness, knowing that a powerful poison doctor was surely at play. She could only continuously administer nutrients and various herbal remedies to barely keep him alive. However, it was impossible for him to regain his combat strength and join the fight. Moreover, his 3 bullet wounds had become severely infected, compounded by the dreadful virus and toxins, placing him in a state of dire peril. At that moment, the nearly 80-year-old woman was overwhelmed with sorrow. As she cleaned the wounds, she occasionally broke into tears. Their lives had been fraught with suffering, more bitter than her herbal concoctions. Captain Wald had been imprisoned for nearly 30 years, and they had waited for an eternity. They had supported one another and never relinquished hope, constructing this island ship that bore their dreams. Yet now, they truly did not know if they could safeguard the Gloriciety. Witnessing Sebastian, akin to family, so grievously injured filled her with both despair and rage. On the front of the island ship, 2 vessels of the Big Dad pirates had already docked, tethering themselves to the massive island ship with several enormous anchors. Ha ha ha. Let us disembark. Let us seize their treasure. The crew members, including Jesus Bagus, exclaimed with excitement as they surged onto the island ship, treating it as if it were already their hard-won prize. Among them was a user of the cube fruit. Capable of altering the terrain, you lot handle it. Dai casually instructed the overly enthusiastic crew members that if they were to perish here, it would be nothing more than a twist of fate. He too boarded the verdant island ship, which was adorned with trees and resembled a castle, akin to a tourist destination. This hardly resembled a pirate ship. Perhaps it was a form of disguise. Understood. The crew responded before embarking on their exploration of the island, searching for enemies within. Even Dai had to cautiously seek out the remnants of the Wald pirates. He activated his observation hockey and ventured through the various passages designed for foes within this island. That fishman should have lost his combat strength. Now, it was merely a matter of capturing the user of the cube fruit. Once secured, this island ship would belong to the Big Dad pirates. It seemed that using this island ship as a mobile base was quite advantageous. Dai chuckled softly, recognizing that until they captured Sky Island and the Ark Maxim, this island ship indeed served as an excellent stronghold. As the crew of the Big Dad pirates infiltrated the interior of the Gloriciety, the pathways and structures shifted like building blocks, with some crew members becoming separated from their groups with a mere turn. Subsequently, various attacks erupted within, attempting to breach the shifting walls. Let these little pests perish. Cube chaos. Guy Ram slammed the ground, causing the floor to fracture into various blocks that plummeted, ensnaring Zoro and Edra in the next layer of traps. Cube acceleration block. The walls morphed into cubes of varying sizes, hurtling towards the Big Dad pirates with ferocious speed. Guardian barrier. Dai instantly erected a shield, blocking the incoming rocky cubes, while Bagus charged forward aggressively, aiming to strike the old man. Totem cube. Guy Ram leaped onto a floating cube in midair, effortlessly evading Bagus's assault, then delivered a palm strike to the airborne Bagus. In an instant, Bagus was compressed into a human cube and sent flying by Guy Ram's kick. Such a sturdy barrier. Air cube. After Guy Ram kicked Bagus away, he observed with astonishment that his compressed air cube was unable to breach the barrier before him. In response, he began to compress the air into a cube and hurled it toward Dai. Dai, wide-eyed, watched Guy Ram's movements, noting that they bore an uncanny resemblance to the air compression cannon technique of Bartholomew Kuma. However, while Kuma could compress an immense volume of air from a mountain into the palm of his hand, Guy Ram was only able to condense the equivalent of a small house into his air cube. The collision between the air cube and Deity's protective barrier resulted in a violent explosion, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Guy Ram squinted through the haze, and as the smoke dissipated, a flawless semicircular shield materialized before him. I must commend you on the development of this cube fruit. It has truly earned my highest accolades, Dai remarked with a smile, recognizing that this old man had delved deeply into the capabilities of the cube fruit. If only he possessed the formidable physique and innate talents akin to Bartholomew Kuma. Guy Ram's compressed air cube could very well rival Kuma's island-destroying paw shockwaves, yet it still failed to shatter the barrier. Guy Ram immediately charged toward the wall, realizing that all his attacks were futile against Dai, and that his only recourse was to entrap them within the alloy cube chamber. After all, strong defenses do not necessarily equate to formidable offensive capabilities. If necessary, he could simply flood the alloy chamber with seawater and drown them. Since you've made an appearance, you shan't escape, Dai grinned. After all the fighting and posturing, you think you can just leave? Such a thing is simply unattainable. Had Guy Ram remained concealed behind the wall, orchestrating various cubic terrains to besiege the old man pirates, Dai might have found himself in a more precarious situation. Yet now that Guy Ram stood directly before him, there was no chance of his escape. Barrier of Death's final showdown. A barrier manifested before the wall, causing Guy Ram, who intended to rush through, to collide painfully against it. The barrier then rapidly expanded and sealed shut, encapsulating Dai, Guy Ram, and everyone else within a cubicle prison of energy. In the monitoring room, Ben Jack observed in a state of acute anxiety as the only point of counteraction. Guy Ram found himself ensnared by Dai. If even the cube fruit's abilities could not contend with the old man pirates, then he and the ship's doctor, Nason, a mere relic of an old man, stood no chance against these intruders. Meanwhile, in the lower traps of the cubic passage, Zoro and El Drago were embroiled in combat with Dr. Nason. The duo was increasingly vexed by the multitude of potions deployed by the herbalist. Now they fought while holding their breath, This nearly 80-year-old woman, after consuming a bewildering array of herbal concoctions, had astonishingly reverted to a youthful appearance of 30 or so years. Armed with a formidable Chinese martial arts style, she was proving to be quite a handful for Zoro and El Drago amidst the fog of her potions. However, soon enough, the pirate hunter Zoro entered a serious state, employing his three-sword style to unleash a whirlwind, dispersing the medicinal mist and single-handedly blocking the advances of the Wald pirate's female doctor. With the assistance of the Soundwave user El Drago, the rejuvenated elderly woman found herself at a disadvantage and would likely be defeated by Zoro soon. Within the upper chamber of the Death's final showdown barrier, Guy Ram attempted to transform Deity's barrier into a cube and carve an escape route, only to discover that his cube fruit abilities were ineffective against the formidable barriers. What a pity for this cube fruit, Dai mused softly, noting that the old man not only appeared advanced in age but was also a staunch loyalist of Wald, making him nearly impossible to recruit. However, through the threats posed by the remnants of the Wald pirates, he might be coerced into assisting with some tasks, specifically the retrofitting of the island ship to align with the old man pirate style. It would be splendid if there were a means to recover the powers of the Devil Fruit. Currently, aside from the unique capabilities of the Darkness Fruit, it remained uncertain whether Caesar Clown's technology for recovering Devil Fruits could be employed on Punk Hazard Island. Dai recalled that Caesar had successfully reclaimed the animal-type salamander fruit using a basket of apples through some method. It seemed imperative that, moving forward, even at the risk of offending Don Quixote da Flamingo, he must seize such techniques from Caesar, perhaps even directly usurp Caesar, a user of the natural type gas fruit. Nevertheless, Caesar, the unscrupulous scientist, had deceived the Yonko Big Mom regarding funding for his gigantification experiments and was also responsible for producing the artificial animal-type devil fruit sad substance required by Kaido of the Beast Pirates. Without these sad materials, even with Doflamingo's enslavement of the giants, he would be unable to cultivate the smile artificial animal-type devil fruits. Thus, targeting Caesar would inevitably entail crossing a warlord of the sea and two Yonko. The very thought was exhilarating and reckless. Observing the tense expression on Guy Ram's face, Dai resolved that in the future, all defeated users of abilities would be captured and imprisoned, awaiting the day he acquired the technology to reclaim devil fruit powers before dispatching them. Reflecting on the swift elimination of the users of the net fruit, Relugo, and the hedgehog fruit, Spike, he lamented that he had acted too hastily. They should have been taken captive. Those who refused to submit could have remained locked away. It was a rather impetuous decision. Isolated from the outside world within the barrier, Guy Ram could neither touch the wall nor the ground, compelling him to compress the air once more for a final counterattack. Witnessing this familiar motion of air compression, Dai could not help but be reminded of Bartholomew Kuma. Bang! X3, Van Oka unleashed a rapid succession of precise sniper shots, his speed always the fastest, even when facing the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates. Fire Fist Ace, he was the first to strike. Meanwhile, Giza's Bagus remained in the form of a cube on the ground, lacking the sufficient haki to break free from the effects of the cube fruit. This meant that he would not return to his original form until Guy Ram was defeated. Guy Ram's compressed air cube was forcibly interrupted by Van Oka, leaving him to use an incomplete air cube to deflect Van Oka's rapid-fire bullets. Enough of this. Dai sprang into action, propelling himself forward with tremendous speed, his right fist enveloped in a coat of haki that gleamed like polished metal. Boom! With a single punch, Guy Ram was slammed against the unyielding barrier, blood spilling from his mouth and nose as he crumpled to the ground. Dai swiftly closed the distance, his dark haki-coated right hand lifting the pale Guy Ram by the collar, while his left fist struck mercilessly at Guy Ram's abdomen, causing the latter's eyes to bulge and blood to spray forth. Guy Ram's vitality swiftly dwindled, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed, unconscious. Giza's Bagus soon reverted to his original form, awkwardly casting glances at his fellow crew members. After all, he was the only one who had been dispatched so swiftly, transformed into a mere cube, which was somewhat humiliating. Dai casually tossed Guy Ram before Kuro, who, understanding the situation, promptly produced sea-stone handcuffs to secure the captive. Vowing to educate him at his leisure, Dai dissolved the barrier prison, casting his gaze toward the corner where several surveillance snail creatures were stationed, flashing them a menacing smile. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Ben Jack was engulfed in despair. It's over. The Wald pirates are finished, and so is the Logia D ship. At that moment, Zoro and El Drago leaped up from the lower traps, leaving only Dr. Nason. who lay defeated at Zoro's feet. Dai instructed Poison Q to rescue the elderly doctor and the fishman, as these individuals were mere tools to ensure Guy Ram would adhere to his plans. From this point onward, the Logia ship would belong to the Old Man Pirates. Guy Ram must be compelled to transform it according to Deity's vision. Furthermore, the shape memory alloy from Wapple should be nearing completion. With the doctor from Magnet Drum Island, number 20, and Nason's rejuvenating herbal formulas, there was a potential for secondary development. Not only could they benefit their own crew, but they might also sell secondary products at a premium. Especially that sickly and aged-looking toxic Q. Perhaps he could undergo some transformation as well. Without spending much time, Dai and his crew soon located the elusive Benjak, hiding in a secret surveillance room. Along with the merman Sebastian, who was barely hanging on in the traditional medicine treatment room, they officially captured all the remnants of the Wald pirates. The crew of the Dai pirates began to excitedly familiarize themselves with this island ship. In the following days, they transferred the treasures and medical equipment from the warship, the Sword of Valor, and the White Iron King, onto this island ship. Dr. 20 and the soldiers of Wapple from Magu Island also transformed from captives into official residents of this island ship. Under the threats posed by Benjak, Nadine, and Sebastian, Garam was compelled to comply with Daitia's wishes, working overtime to modify the vessel he had devoted most of his life to, the Gloricia D. After acquiring the Gloricia D, the Dai pirates remained in the non-navigable waters between the 5th and 6th routes, focusing on the ship's modifications and enhancing their haki. Under the threat of death, Wapple finally synthesized a shape memory alloy using the swallow fruit, continuously producing this alloy to reinforce the power turbines and various equipment of the Gloricia D. Dr. 20 and Toxic Q also began researching Nathan's youth-enhancing potion, soon yielding promising results. Under Daitia's rigorous training, Inufan Oka awakened his observation haki, while the physically robust pirate hunter Zoro and the fighting champion Bejas successfully awakened their basic armament haki, the fish giant Sebastian, endowed with observation haki and considerable strength, became a training bag for the Dai pirates, engaging in sparring sessions with various crew members. This ship modification and haki enhancement training persisted for nearly a month. The newly revamped Gloricia D was finally completed. All symbols of the Wald pirates were replaced with the emblem of the Dai pirates, depicting the fearsome Susanoo. The ship's power and equipment had predominantly transformed into shape memory alloys, a testament to the hard work of Wapple and Garam, who had shed a few pounds in the process. The sides of the island ship were fitted with a port, accommodating the Sword of Valor and the White Iron King, and even a resting pond for the sea beasts. With their own territory, the morale of the Dai pirates had rejuvenated at this moment. They had evolved from a mere pirate crew into a small, but significant force. Captain, although this island ship is impressive, its speed leaves much to be desired, making it difficult to enter the New World, remarked Kuro. Such a colossal island ship is nearly impossible to code for entry into the New World. Thus, it can only serve as a development base in the Grand Line. Why overthink it? Surely there will be more suitable pirate ships in due time. Giza's Bejas bellowed rudely while devouring a hearty meal. He believed that the current Dai pirates could easily traverse the Grand Line. Without sufficient strength, we are in no rush to enter the New World, Dai said casually, taking a bite of sea beast meat. Our crew's strength is still inadequate, and we are a bit short-handed. We must bolster our ranks. He intended to conquer Sky Island first, then venture into the New World with elite officers aboard the Ark Maxim. Understanding Daitia's plans, Kuro refrained from further comment. The massive island ship began its journey toward the islands of the 6th route. Meanwhile, out in the vast ocean, the Navy headquarters had been searching for the Dai pirates for quite some time. Daitia's brazen attack on a world government allied nation and his abduction of King Wapple of the Iron Barrel Kingdom had caused quite a stir, prompting several allied kings to unite in pressuring the world government. If the pirates could abduct a king without repercussions, what would happen if it were their own country next? Such behavior must be curtailed. On the Isle of Sea Monsters in the 6th route, the notorious devil sheriff, Lafitte, had been wandering alone for months, boasting a bounty of 42.2 million berries, having brutally slaughtered the entire crew of the West Sea pirates who had initially brought him into the Grand Line, deeming them too weak to accompany him. What a splendid pirate crew! Lafitte smirked cruelly at the wanted poster of the Dai pirates, having spent over a month on this lawless Isle of Sea Monsters. He found life here quite delightful. Among the new pirate crews this year, it was only the Dai pirates whose strength and style captivated him. However, their route was somewhat distant. Otherwise, he would have sought out these rogues much sooner. He wondered if the Dai pirates would tolerate his brutality. Growing weary of this island, he decided to continue his journey to the next haven of villains. With a flourish, he spread his white wings. Departing the island. As a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user capable of flight, coupled with his prowess as a formidable navigator, he could traverse the Grand Line alone, even without a pirate ship. However, after soaring over the sea for just a few hours, his keen animal instincts spotted the enormous island ship. Particularly, upon seeing the flag atop the ship, his eyes lit up. This fate. Lafitte grinned, swiftly flying toward it. He had not anticipated the Dai pirates would be thriving so well, acquiring such a massive island ship in such short order. On board the Gloriosa Inu Fan Oka also noticed the unexpected guest. Without hesitation, he fired 3 shots. High in the sky, Lafitte was startled by the sudden gunfire. Taken aback that the Dai pirate's sharpshooter had spotted him from such a distance, this prompted Lafitte to abandon his nonchalant demeanor and adopt a more serious approach. Nonetheless, it also highlighted the strength of the Dai pirates, which only fueled his excitement further. Whether it was the massacre at Merely Island or the audacious abduction of a king from an allied nation, the Dai pirates' exploits filled the brutal officer from the West Sea with anticipation. Undeterred by the threat of the sharpshooter, he continued to approach the massive island ship. Fan Oka's gunfire naturally drew the attention of others. It's a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user with a pair of white wings. He reported succinctly, prompting the other crew members to grab their telescopes and gaze into the distance. Let him through. That fellow is our target. Just as Fan Oka was about to fire again, Dai spoke up. That winged man is precisely the target of our mission. Ha ha ha. Is this our new crewmate? I wonder how strong he is beyond just being able to fly. Giza's Bagus laughed heartily as he observed the approaching birdman. The fact that Lafitte dared to come closer after being targeted by Fan Oka's shot already earned him a measure of Bagus's respect, seeing that the other party did not continue firing. Lafitte smiled and quickened his pace. In no time, he landed on the Gloriosa. Esteemed gentlemen, greetings. I am Lafitte from the West Sea. He removed his black top hat, hanging his cane sword, and bowed in salute. To the uninitiated, he might appear as a polite and cultured gentleman rather than a pirate. I know you, the brutal sheriff of the West Sea, Devil Sheriff Lafitte. Do you understand what it means to board this ship? Dai approached, a faint smile gracing his features as he regarded this unexpected visitor. Once aboard his pirate ship, one was either an ally or an enemy. Of course, my captain. Lafitte's keen instincts as a Zoan-type user sensed the danger emanating from Dai, as well as from Toxic Q, Zoro, Fan Oka, and the other crew members, all radiating a formidable threat. This pleased him greatly. He found the strength of these rogues worthy of joining. After Lafitte's joining, Dai promptly ordered a return to the 4th route. As he was ready to officially commence his journey of combat, he intended to devour the Shichibukai crocodile and consume his Baroque works, since Crocodile is clandestinely scheming in Alabasta to seize the non-existent Pluton warship. Dai does not mind taking down the capable subordinates of Baroque works. On the ship Gloriosa, some crew members are fiercely battling to secure their positions and showcase their formidable prowess. However, figures like Poison Q, Ben Oka, and Crocodile are disinterested in such hollow fame. They understand that earning Daitia's favor is what truly matters. Ben Oka has upgraded his beloved firearm, the Qianlu, utilizing Wapple-shaped memory alloy, enhancing its performance significantly. The skirmish has revealed their current strength rankings. The pirate hunter Zoro, the devil sheriff Lafitte, the fighting champion Burgess, the whirlwind Eric, the soundwave eater Ego, the demon Akin, Iron Bear Kuma. Even Dai was astounded to see Akin defeat the formidable Kuma, who wields the iron fruit's power. As for the hypnotist Zango, swordsman Gallus, Iron Wall Barrow, and the Brotherhood of Pirates, they are utterly unqualified to partake in such high-stakes battles. Desire, Nami, Sweetheart Queen, and Carmen are all undergoing varying degrees of enhancement training under Daitia's orders. Even a decorative vase must be a stainless steel one, capable of dispatching ordinary foes and ensuring its own safety. The Gloriosa continues its voyage across the sea, annihilating every pirate crew it encounters, leaving no opportunity for news to leak. The Dai pirates are making their way back to the 4th sea line from the 6th sea line. Captain, are we really detouring to this Carnival Island? Nami reconfirmed the course. Originally, the Dai pirates aimed for the ancient island Little Garden at the forefront of the 4th sea line to witness the Giants' battle. However, not long ago, after Lafitte discovered a floating promotional poster for a carnival party, Dai promptly ordered a change in course to visit Carnival Island first. Miss Nami, adhering to the captain's orders is the first principle of a navigator, Lafitte remarked with a professional smile. surprised that as a seasoned navigator, he couldn't outcompete the orange-haired girl for the navigator position. Yet, this girl, endowed with an innate sense of weather, is indeed more suited for the role. Now, Lafitte can only serve as a lookout, scouting for enemies and various unusual threats from the sea. I understand. Although Nami is not particularly fond of the hypocritical Lafitte, his expertise surpasses that of this East Blue thief, and she often seeks his counsel. She promptly contacted the crew, commanding them to adjust the Gulosides' direction. Meanwhile, Dai contemplated whether the enormous lily carnation on Carnival Island could be transplanted onto their ship. Should he successfully tame this miraculous plant, the Gulosides' safety would be substantially enhanced. If not, it would merely serve as a journey and experience. He hopes that the Carnival Baron and the Lily Carnation will grant him a thrilling battle. Remembering the colossal root of the Lily Carnation, Dai felt an urge to unleash his full power and cleave it asunder with the Susanoo barrier. On the second sea line's Bajad Island, after the Navy's investigation and cleanup, the pirate subordinates of the Golden Lion Shiki finally had a chance to land on the island for reconnaissance. Unwilling to let his crew's deaths go in vain, they eventually identified the Dai pirates Soundwave Itarago and Whirlwind Eric as their targets based on traces of attacks. Upon receiving the news, the enraged Golden Lion Shiki immediately dispatched his subordinate pirate crews to hunt down the Dai pirates. The commotion caused by Golden Lion Shiki quickly drew the Navy's attention. Subsequently, some intelligence operatives successfully extracted information about the Dai pirates from the mouths of these subordinate captains. Soon, the Dai pirates once again graced the pages of the World Economic News. This marks the second island massacre by the Dai pirates. Most importantly, they have disrupted Golden Lion's recruitment convention, thus provoking this legendary pirate. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, offending the airborne fleet, the Dai pirates may not survive to see the New World. Thus, the two significant incidents of attacking allied nations and kidnapping kings, along with disrupting the pirate recruitment convention, have prompted both the Navy and Golden Lion Shiki to search for the Dai pirates. Under such pressure, the crew members of the Dai pirates have intensified their training. Their pirate ship now finds itself in a perilously precarious situation. However, Dai remains confident that as long as Golden Lion Shiki does not personally intervene, the encirclement by those subordinate pirate crews will merely serve to deliver provisions to the Dai pirates. Simultaneously, Dai scorns the Navy headquarters' decisions, noting that even with Golden Lion Shiki's rampant pirate fleet, they have not dispatched the Navy to encircle them. Perhaps the Navy headquarters fears that Marineford might be devastated by Golden Lion Shiki once more. Dai temporarily disregards the pursuit on the high seas. After more than a day of sailing, their island ship finally arrives at Carnival Island, a somewhat remote locale. Lafitte has already flown around the area and spotted the enormous vine root, confirming it to be the lily carnation mentioned by Captain Dai. Upon landing, they should kill on sight. These are not true humans but mere leaf creatures transformed from that vine, Dai decisively commanded, as he had no time to indulge in any games of humanity with the lily carnation and the Carnival Baron. He intended to confront this intelligent phantom plant directly. Yes, Captain, most of the crew excitedly shouted, finding it far less burdensome to slay monsters born from a carnivorous plant, especially since they are largely a band of ruffians. As Dai and his crew just set foot on the island, the Carnival Baron arrived on an elephant, accompanied by countless spectators, singing and dancing to welcome these prey. Yet, before the Carnival Baron could utter a word of welcome, gunfire erupted, aimed directly at him, as the Dai pirates charged toward the leaf-transformed spectators. Lily Carnation, would you be interested in relocating? Do you see if my island ship can accommodate you? Dai swiftly rushed forward, kicking the Carnival Baron off the elephant and pinning him forcefully to the ground with a barrier, then grinning at the small yellow flower on the Carnival Baron's shoulder. The sudden assault by the Dai pirates caught both the Lily Carnation and the Carnival Baron off guard. However, the next moment, the little yellow flower let out a piercing cry. The leaf people across the island began to thrash wildly, with members of the Red Arrow pirates charging toward the Dai pirates. You bring a toast, but refuse to drink. Barrier cage. Dai enveloped himself and the Carnival Baron within a barrier cage, completely isolating the ground and severing all signals and sounds between the inside and outside, disconnecting the Lily Carnation from the island's massive root. This caused the little yellow flower to display a human-like expression of fear. Who are you? What do you want? Just take it. Please do not harm me. The Carnival Baron, pinned to the ground by the barrier, realized he was facing a true adversary. He had no choice but to feign weakness, fear evident on his face as he spoke, as long as he ensured the safety of himself and Lily. They could recreate everything on the island. Puppet, spare us the chatter. Lily Carnation, if you keep pretending, I will end you. Dai ignored the Carnival Baron's words. He was merely a tool parasitized by the flower of life and death. Helping the Lily Carnation lure victims onto the island as food, at least tens of thousands of people had perished on this island. Every leaf person in the audience once belonged to those devoured by the Lily Carnation. And prior to the Carnival Baron's arrival on this island, its original inhabitants had already been consumed by the Lily Carnation. Hence, it compelled the Carnival Baron to develop this island into a carnival paradise, continuously deceiving pirates and tourists to become its sustenance. Damn it. The Baron of Revelry was forcefully pinned to the ground by Dai, his left hand conjuring a crimson longbow, while his right hand strained to push through from behind. Grasping at nothing, instantly, a red arrow materialized from thin air and shot forth, curving and twisting within the barrier space, heading directly towards Dai. Was it the power of the Devil Fruit, or perhaps the ability of Lily Carnation? Dai's armament-hardened palm seized the red arrow, yet it erupted violently in his grasp. The Baron of Revelry attempted to unleash another explosive crimson arrow, but Dai's expression turned frigid as he stomped forcefully onto the Baron's left hand. Crack. Dai shattered the Baron's left hand, causing the longbow to vanish instantly. Lily Carnation, this is your final opportunity. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Dai dispelled the shield he had conjured. Gripping the Baron's collar with one hand, coldly observing the small yellow flower upon his shoulder. Then, with a powerful, armored punch, he struck the Baron directly in the abdomen, sending him hurtling away. The Baron crashed into the barrier, blood spilling from his mouth, and the seemingly innocuous yellow flower transformed into a grotesque visage, wildly growing and morphing into an ugly carnivorous plant upon the Baron's shoulder. Lily, wait. I can still fight. No. The Baron felt his life force draining rapidly, his consciousness fading, and terror gripped him as he screamed. However, his voice soon faded entirely, replaced by a sharp, eerie tone. What do you intend to do? The hideous carnivorous flower roared at Dai. Its jagged teeth bared, drool splattering in a truly repulsive manner. Lily Carnation was consumed by rage. Had it not lost contact with its root form, it could have transformed into millions of arrows through the Baron's abilities. Turning Dai into a pincushion, are you seeking death? Witnessing the grotesque manifestation of Lily Carnation, Dai's resolve to subdue it wavered, but upon hearing its arrogant taunts, he was engulfed by murderous intent. A long knife of barrier material materialized in his hand as he charged forth. The Baron, now fully controlled by Lily Carnation, found his severed hand miraculously restored. A crimson longbow appeared in his left hand, while his right hand began to unleash a barrage of arrows into the air. One by one, the red arrows flew towards Dai. Those he blocked detonated upon impact, and even the arrows he evaded curved back to attack him from behind. With an even fiercer murderous intent ignited in his eyes, Dai donned a simple barrier armor that rendered him impervious to the explosive arrows, braving the shockwaves as he advanced towards Lily Carnation. As Dai drew closer, genuine fear gripped Lily Carnation, and it released arrows at an ever-accelerating pace. Yet they could not deter Dai's advance. "To hell with you, repugnant creature." A flash of steel accompanied Dai's furious exclamation as he cleaved through the Baron's shoulder, sending Lily Carnation flying through the air. Bang! Crack! The Baron's body crumpled to the ground, while Lily Carnation landed nearby, its expression twisted in fear and pain, writhing towards the Baron's body. Truly disgusting. Just as Lily Carnation was about to reach the Baron, a spire of barrier energy pierced its roots, pinning it in place and halting its advance. Do not kill me. I submit. As Dai's blade swung towards its head, Lily Carnation screamed desperately in the face of death. Slice. Blood splattered from the hideous head of Lily Carnation, a massive wound appearing on its carnivorous face. Seeing such a loathsome sight truly makes me want to end your existence. Yet in the end, Dai refrained from obliterating this rare bloom of life and death. A unique plant-based sentient being that was a rarity indeed. Master, return me to my former self, and I shall revert to a charming appearance. The grotesque carnivorous flower trembled under the pressure of Dai's blade and murderous intent. Sensing a familiar aura of intimidation, it realized that this might be the same overwhelming presence known as Conqueror's Haki, which the Baron had once encountered with the formidable Roger pirates, leaving an indelible mark on his memory. From now on, obey without question. Otherwise, should I remember your true form, I shall not hesitate to eradicate you. Dai released the spire, and Lily Carnation immediately slithered back onto the Baron's body. re-establishing its parasitic connection. Under the regenerative abilities of Lily Carnation's leaves, the Baron rose once more, returning to his original form, while the hideous carnivorous plant reverted to a small yellow flower perched atop the Baron's shoulder. However, the Baron's consciousness remained absent, fully occupied by Lily Carnation, which now bowed respectfully to Die in submission, observing the crew of the great daddy pirates slaughtering its leaf people, which represented its accumulated energy. Lily Carnation knew they must not be wasted. "Master, command your subordinates to cease their assault. They shall be your strength henceforth." Lily Carnation promptly addressed its new master, having been stranded on this island and unable to depart, which led it to parasitize the Baron and orchestrate the creation of Revelry Island, luring people there incrementally. Now, witnessing the island ship, it harbored a twinge of unusual desire. If it could mobilize its plant form, it longed to explore the world beyond. Crucially, this new master possessed considerable strength, ensuring that high-quality food would not be in short supply. Die unlocked the barrier cage, allowing Lily Carnation to reconnect with its leaf people and massive roots. It promptly reclaimed all its energy, causing the leaf people to wither into mere piles of leaf carcasses, much to the chagrin of the great daddy pirates, who had been reveling in their slaughter. Upon witnessing the Baron, now submissively resembling a dog beside Die, they grasped the general situation. Humph, there was never any threat. Pirate hunter Zoro thought back to the formidable officers, Muki Luo and DJ Kaba, whom he had easily dispatched without exerting much effort. Edra, Akin, and the others had dealt with a few old fellows clad in frog costumes and a teppanyaki chef, while the rest were occupied with slaying the rebellious leaf spectators. What purpose does conjuring so many leaf spectators serve? Die glanced at the Baron, who kept his head bowed, sensing that Lily Carnation's intellect was rather lacking. The flower had suggested that a lively atmosphere might draw more visitors and pirates, making the experience feel more authentic. The small yellow flower's beady eyes gleamed with a naive earnestness as it spoke. "Fool," Die scolded dismissively before inquiring, "how do you intend to transplant your massive form onto the island ship without harm?" If it were as simple as taking the small yellow flower, it would be manageable, but such was not the case. Lily Carnation's ability to conjure leaf people across the island stemmed from its vast roots, which covered the entire area, granting it dominion over the landscape, including buildings and entertainment facilities. "Master, grant me a week, and I shall retract all my roots. At that point, you may relocate my colossal form." Lily Carnation replied cautiously, fearing that the time frame might be lengthy and questioning whether Die and his crew could even manage the immense roots. "Very well, we shall await your week." Die immediately commanded his crew to commence a week's training regimen, seizing the opportunity to explore the island. However, as Lily Carnation retracted its underground roots and powers, the opulent structures and entertainment amenities gradually faded from existence. This revelation led Die to recognize the formidable capabilities of this flower of life and death. Whether conjuring battle-ready leaf people or creating a realistic mirage of countless buildings and facilities, the capabilities displayed are comparable to that of the mythical beasts. Henceforth, this flower of life and death shall serve as the guardian tree aboard the ship of the Great Dad pirate crew. A week later, the crew members were laboriously excavating the mountains to detach the Lily Carnation from the island. Under the command of Daitai, Garam employed the powers of the cube fruit to continually alter the terrain. Aided by Desia's slippery fruit, and with the collective strength of the crew, they slid the Lily Carnation from the mountains to the shore. Gradually, they transported this colossal flower of life and death onto the ship. During the process, the Lily Carnation utilized the bow and arrow abilities of Baron Carnival, transforming the roots of the flower into a myriad of long arrows, significantly alleviating its weight until it was successfully transplanted onto the ship and revived. Meanwhile, several survivors from the Carnival Island, including captain of the Little Beard pirate crew and the Tea House pirate crew family, were captured aboard the ship to prevent any exposure of information regarding the Great Dad pirate crew and the flower of life and death. Once the flower was transplanted onto the ship, its numerous roots rapidly spread throughout the entire Logia D vessel, beginning to take control of the ship, enabling it to conjure leaf people in most areas. Some crew members found this amusing and urged the Lily Carnation to manifest some opponents for a sparring session. However, among those it had consumed, very few were formidable warriors, and it could not conjure powerful beings out of thin air. As this required substantial memory, the leaf people, who were once members of the original Red Arrow pirate crew, were gradually molded from the memories acquired through parasitizing Baron Carnival. Their voices, appearances, personalities, and attack techniques were remarkably close to the originals. The Lily Carnation could even create a rudimentary version of the Roger pirate crew based on Baron's memories, albeit lacking significant strength and fidelity in voice and character. Yet, this was sufficient to satiate the crew's thrill, as they could triumph over a leaf person resembling the pirate King Roger. The remnants of the Wald pirate crew, a few elderly men, requested the Lily Carnation to manifest a leaf person resembling Bondi Wald, eliciting tears of nostalgia from these men who had waited nearly 30 years. However, a sense of acceptance also filled their hearts. At nearly 80 years of age, would they ever see Bondi Wald escape from prison? They were resigned to the thought of spending their twilight years aboard the Great Dad pirate crew. Other crew members also conjured leaf people from photographs to reminisce. However, after the initial novelty wore off, the Logia D vessel soon returned to its former tranquility. Under the threats from the Navy and the Golden Lion Shiki, they had to rapidly grow stronger. The captain had already established contact with the underground Dark Emperor, the Sea Transport King, and the Joker's forces. They stated that only after withstanding the siege from the Golden Lion Shiki would they engage in business regarding shape memory alloys. Devil Sheriff Lafitte, holding a snail phone, expressed his mild frustration to Daitai, indicating that this diplomatic endeavor had not gone as planned. Daitai, too, sought to procure more sea stone weaponry and even devil fruits through the underground dark forces led by Doflamingo. Upon hearing that the Great Dad pirate crew could develop such valuable shape memory alloys, Doflamingo even attempted to recruit them, his tone brimming with greed. Fortunately, Lafitte had not yet discarded the rejuvenating potion that temporarily restored youth. Otherwise, it would have sparked even more covetous desires among these underground Dark Emperors. Did they truly believe that they could not survive under the influence of the Golden Lion Shiki? Daidai replied expressionlessly, his aura growing increasingly turbulent. One day, he would eliminate all these nuisances. As the Logia D vessel sailed forth, a massive black mast, the very root of the flower of life and death, rose at its center. Near the apex, a towering lookout tower was constructed, wherein Fan Oka and Devil Sheriff Lafitte took great pleasure in staying. The Lily Carnation could manipulate this root to bend and touch the ground or extend upright into the sky, providing the lookout with a vantage point. The top of the mast served as the Lily Carnation's feeding mouth, while Daidai practiced wielding a 40-meter barrier giant sword against the sea daily, occasionally slaying sea kings for extra sustenance. Suddenly, they encountered the forces under the Golden Lion Shiki. Upon spotting other pirate crews from the lofty lookout tower, the crew of the Great Dad pirate crew commanded the sea beasts to charge forth, swiftly assaulting them aboard the fearless warship, the military knife. Alternatively, they could take a more daring approach by stealthily submerging the large diving sailboat, the White Iron King, directly beneath their foes for a surprise attack. In recent days, the Great Dad pirate crew had annihilated 2 or 3 pirate crews, significantly bolstering the Lily Carnation supply. This time, they finally came across an affiliated pirate crew bearing the flag of the Flying Sky pirate crew. "It is the Great Dad pirate crew. Quick, notify headquarters," shouted the captain of the Wolf pirate crew. However, the next moment, a crew member carrying a snail phone was shot in the forehead, collapsing to the ground. The phone destroyed along with him. Damn it. Just as he finished his exclamation, a figure rapidly approached. Upon recognizing Daitai, a flash of steel crossed his vision, and he felt the world spinning around him. His head struck the ground heavily, and his last sight was a massive foot descending upon him. "A bunch of trash dares to trouble me," Daidai remarked coldly, realizing that his reputation did not instill much fear. Even as the strongest rookie king, he was still a newcomer with little deterrent power. "Wahaha. Captain, we need a real war," laughed the combat champion Giza's Bagus, sending several pirates flying. Their bounty had remained unchanged for too long, and any pirate crew they encountered had been utterly eradicated without revealing their whereabouts. Thus, they craved a battle to announce their renown. "Where are we now?" Daidai inquired of Nami, as it was time to launch an assault on Baroque works. "Old sand has taken hold. Even the Navy can't stop him. We're almost at Little Garden," Nami replied eagerly, having headed straight for Little Garden after departing from Carnival Island. "Let us hope Baroque works isn't so unfortunate." Daidai chuckled lightly, pondering if Baroque works had been plotting against the bounties of the Blue Demon Dory and the Red Demon Bragi, which were in the hundreds of millions. Should they cross paths, they should not blame Daidai for seizing the opportunity. The Baroque cadres, with bounties in the millions and tens of millions, dared to devise a plan to eliminate 2 giants with bounties exceeding 100 million. It seemed their ambition was quite robust. "Lafitte, Zango, how is your hypnosis training coming along?" Daidai asked the two, as obtaining the methods of the Bakukuni from Dory and Bragi primarily relied on these 2 hypnotists. If necessary, he would have the lily carnation parasitize them to acquire their memories, even if it meant killing them, as this could potentially yield 2 powerful leaf giant warriors. He wondered if the leaf people could execute the formidable combined technique of Bakukuni. However, truly eliminating these 2 original giant warrior pirate captains might incite the wrath of the entire giant race. After all, Charlotte Linlin had been despised by the giant race for a lifetime after slaying the previous captain of the giant warrior pirate crew, Waterfall Beard Yuru. Yet, Crocodile, the sand alligator, had the audacity to enlist Baroque works to eliminate these 2 giant captains, showcasing remarkable boldness. Although most members of Baroque works and outsiders remained unaware that the boss of Baroque works was the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, their chances of success would be significantly enhanced when the giants were weakened. Lafitte, with his pale face, smiled confidently, stating that his hypnosis was bolstered by the powers of a devil fruit, and with Zango's assistance, he felt even more assured. Now I understand. I replied calmly, that means we must defeat them. If one could successfully hypnotize and acquire Elbaf's training methods, that would indeed be the pinnacle of achievement. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to resort to ruthless measures. After all, having already offended the Golden Lion Shiki, he is indifferent to antagonizing a mere giant clan, Charlotte Linlin, who vanquished the formidable waterfall-bearded Yuri Yoru at the tender age of 5 or 6, has nonetheless flourished into the formidable empress of the sea, and continues to thrive without suffering significant retaliation from the giant race. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, the so-called giant clan is ultimately not as formidable as it appears. Moreover, the giant race is divided into factions that either ally with the navy or aspire to become pirates, resulting in significant internal discord, compounded by their sparse population, rendering them incapable of waging large-scale wars or retaliation. Interestingly, the last time Nico Robin led an expedition to intercept the Don Quixote pirates at Whiskey Peak, they were ultimately deterred by Daitia's brutal performance. However, upon their passage through the Little Garden, after a thorough observation, they returned to the Rain Banquet in Alabasta, where Mr. 3 proposed the idea of hunting giants. Under the directive of the shadowy boss Crocodile, they finally prepared to confront the 2 giants, the blue demon Dori and the red demon Bragi, both of whom bore bounties exceeding 100 million. Crocodile was also eager to test the true strength of the Baroque works. Should they succeed in eliminating these 2 giants, it would validate the utility of his seemingly ineffectual subordinates. Ha ha ha, this ancient island should provide ample sustenance for Lily, the carnation, thereby allowing her to conjure even more formidable adversaries for me to vanquish. Bias laughed heartily, confident in his strength, believing he might even hold his own against the giants. I wonder if my blade can withstand the giants' weapons. How much stronger am I in comparison to them? Zoro pondered, gripping his 3 swords tightly, his muscles swelling with determination and his eyes ablaze with combat spirit. With a captain like Daitai, a fervent practitioner, he felt increasingly diligent and formidable, in contrast to the original Straw Hat Pirates, where he was the sole member earnestly training while most crew members indulged in leisure. The atmosphere was markedly different. Lo and behold, it seems there are others. The devilish Sheriff Lafitte circled the vicinity and soon spotted other pirate ships, which elicited a hint of mockery from him. Captain Daitai had fed those pirates of no utility to Lily, the flower of life and death. The approach of the colossal island ship, the Glossidie, swiftly captured the attention of the Baroque works' remaining personnel. These underlings had never encountered such an enormous pirate vessel, and they trembled as they reached for their transponder snails to report back to their superiors on the island. Bang. X3 The 3 remaining underlings aboard the ship marked with the number 3 fell one after another, blood oozing from their foreheads. Why not eliminate them effortlessly? Van Oka shot a glance at Lafitte, his expression impassive. No need to be upset. Isn't this a testament to your marksmanship? The devilish Sheriff Lafitte returned, raising his hands innocently, though his forced smile remained unchanged. Recently, he had discerned the personalities and strengths of most crew members aboard this ship. Aside from Captain Daitai, the most formidable threat was the cunning Q, while Van Oka and Zoro posed considerable risks as well. However, due to his ability to fly, Van Oka viewed the sniper as a greater threat than the pirate hunter Zoro. Once aboard, one must trust the choices of fate. Do not harbor excessive trepidations, Van Oka remarked nonchalantly before disembarking onto the island, eager to witness the giant's prowess. Truly aloof, Lafitte mused, adjusting the brim of his top hat, maintaining his forced smile as he followed suit. Since learning from Daitai that Baroque works was the domain of the warlord Crocodile, Lafitte pondered whether the captain aimed to dethrone the sand crocodile and ascend to the ranks of the warlords himself. Yet, Recently, he sensed an increasingly palpable aura emanating from Dai, leading him to believe the captain was not a man enamored with the title of warlord. Nonetheless, if it served as a temporary stepping stone, such a position could indeed be occupied for a time. Dai paid no heed to Van Oka's gunfire, leading his crew to land upon the vast primordial island. Upon witnessing the various dinosaurs present, he instructed Bayas and Itarago to capture some to bring back to the island ship for breeding, whether for exhibition or as a reserve food source. It would serve them well. At the center of Little Garden, near the volcano, the Baroque works officers had been on the island for several days, successfully deciphering the combat patterns and routines of the two giants. Their battle prowess was undeniably formidable. After all, they were the captains of the giant warrior pirates, whose bounties had exceeded 100 million nearly a century ago. The reverberations from their skirmishes alone were enough to instill fear. None of the Baroque officers boasted bounties exceeding 50 million. Even Mr. 3, the leader of this expedition, was merely a bounty of 24 million berries, overshadowed by his partner, Miss Golden Week, a young girl with a bounty of 29 million berries, who carried her painting board with pride. Our strategy this time is to outsmart them. Mr. 3, sporting a hairstyle resembling the number 3, addressed his Baroque members. Once these two giants have exhausted themselves in battle, we shall strike. Mr. 5, you will place your explosives in their food and drink. When they consume it, detonate it. I refuse to believe their stomachs possess such formidable defenses. The glint in Mr. 3's glasses revealed his cunning. Although not the strongest, he was undoubtedly the cleverest, outsmarting Mr. 2 and Mr. 1 by 100-fold. It was this intelligence that had garnered the boss's admiration. Understood, replied Mr. 5, a dark-skinned man clad in sunglasses, his tone cool and detached. As a user of the bomb fruit, his bounty stood at a mere 10 million berries. However, he was associated with Baroque works and did not count as a true pirate, thus his notoriety remained limited. I wonder if my 10,000 gene attack can inflict damage upon these giants, mused Miss Valentine's Day. A fashionable girl adorned with a parasol, faced with the giants, she found herself doubting her own offensive capabilities. Her weight fruit allowed her to adjust her weight between 1 gene and 10,000, rendering it a rather lackluster devil fruit. Moreover, her bounty was a mere 7 million berries, falling short even of East Blue's pirates. Her motivation for joining Baroque works was merely to secure employment. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the vast forest as countless birds took flight and various beasts roared. Damn it! Which fool is causing such a ruckus? Mr. 3 fumed, as their plan hinged on stealth, with the giants drawn to the commotion. What would they do if the two giants became alert? Just as they anticipated, the blue demon Dory and the red demon Bragi were indeed drawn by the noise echoing through the forest. Wahaha! Ahaha! The combat champion Bayas, along with the soundwave user Itarago and the Iron Bear, gleefully pursued the dinosaurs, eager to subdue them and either transport them back to the ship for domestication or slay them for Lily. The Carnation, to devour. Its another pirate crew. Mr. 3 quickly ushered everyone back to their candle-shaped hideout, which Miss Golden Week had camouflaged so effectively that it was nearly indistinguishable. The blue demon Dory and the red demon Bragi stood at the forest's edge, wielding their colossal sword and axe, awaiting the arrival of these intruders. What are mere pirates to us? Over the past century, we've encountered countless pirate crews. A green figure darted swiftly from the underbrush, locking eyes with the giant wielding the massive sword. Hey, giant with the sword, let us engage in combat. The pirate hunter Zoro, fortuitously not lost, charged directly toward his anticipated opponent. Ha ha! Come forth. Giants fear not challenges. The blue demon Dongli raised his long sword and laughed heartily, casting a provocative glance at the red demon Bragi. It was evident that this pirate believed himself to be the stronger of the two. Hence his challenge. This suggested that the red demon Bragi was, without a doubt, inferior. Perhaps this pirate was only daring to challenge you because he perceives your weakness, Bragi scoffed, rolling his eyes at Dongli and muttering in displeasure. Meanwhile, Dongli was striding forward with grand steps, accelerating toward the diminutive human, hoping that this little fellow would not be dispatched with a single blow, for those capable of withstanding his sword strike were truly formidable beings upon the vast seas. At a towering height of 22.6 meters, the giant Dongli wielded a colossal sword measuring several meters long, aiming it at the 1.8-meter-tall Zoro, akin to swatting away a tiny mouse. The clash of Zoro's twin swords against Dongli's massive blade erupted into a shower of sparks, producing a thunderous roar. Yet, he could only endure for a fleeting second before being sent sprawling backward by the overwhelming force, tumbling through the air and carving a trench of over 100 meters into the ground. Observing that Zoro had not yet lost his fighting spirit, The blue demon Dongli erupted into a satisfied laugh. To possess such strength so early on in the Grand Line's paradise was already impressive. To dare contend with a giant in raw power, truly commendable. The scheming crocodile found himself at a loss for words regarding these crew members with brains seemingly made of muscle. Just as he finished speaking, Baez charged toward the red demon Bragi. "Come on, giant. Let us test our strength," Baez exclaimed excitedly, crashing toward Bragi, a champion fighter capable of effortlessly tossing a ship or a building. "Ha ha ha. What courage!" Bragi, with delight, promptly discarded his massive axe and shield. Since someone was willing to challenge him in strength, he certainly could not let the pride of the giant race falter. The two figures, one large and one small, collided with great force. Unsurprisingly, it was Baez, the little one, who was sent flying, spitting blood mid-air. However, upon crashing to the ground, he swiftly regained his footing, as if unharmed. His formidable physique allowed him to withstand the likes of Iron Fist Garb's punches and the shockwaves of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's Budo with astonishing resilience. Continuing to launch attacks against Whitebeard. In terms of resilience, Baez was renowned as an indestructible cockroach from the Marineford War, rivaling even Blackbeard. Meanwhile, the Baroque Works members observing from the foam mountain could not help but gulp in disbelief. Were these humans truly monsters? How could they withstand a direct confrontation with giants? In the eyes of Crocodile, Lafitte, and Van Oka, Baez was more muscle than Zoro, nearly filling his entire head with it. Nonetheless, this remarkable endurance was commendable. He would undoubtedly become the premier tank-like combatant within the Daddy Pirate crew. Dai and his companions finally made their entrance, emerging from the vast forest with Dai's appearance. The atmosphere shifted, becoming noticeably tense, as even the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Bragi turned their serious gazes toward this young human, as if sensing an invisible pressure within the foam mountain. Mr. Point 3 and his fellow Baroque Works members widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight of this man. Wasn't he the East Blue Rookie King that the Vice President sought to confront? The massacre incident on Mariewa Island had left the Vice President too intimidated to provoke this man, retreating in disgrace from Alabasta. This was the East Blue Rookie King with a bounty exceeding 100 million. One of the candidates for this year's Supernovas. Mr. 3, it seems this mission is doomed to fail. Miss Golden Week, a young girl, shrank her head and clutched her drawing board, speaking in a hushed, frightened tone. After all, they were facing a true pirate who had slaughtered thousands, unlike their Baroque Works, which operated as a syndicate merely to accomplish tasks. Shill. Mr. 3 quickly raised a finger, trembling as he silenced Miss Golden Week, prompting Miss Valentine to cover her mouth in haste as well. She was merely a young, fashionable beauty aspiring to become a cake artist. She had no desire to meet her demise on such a mission. All she wanted was to earn enough money to leave Baroque Works and open her own shop. Yet at that moment, the murderous Dai surprisingly turned his head, casting a direct gaze in their direction, followed by the sniper on the opposing side who aimed his rifle at them. Consequently, all members of the Daddy Pirate crew looked quizzically at Dai and Van Oka, who were focused on a distant hill. With even the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Bragi turning to follow suit, puzzled, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as all present turned their attention to the small hill, completely devoid of the tension that had accompanied Dai's entrance. Meanwhile, within the foam mountain, several Baroque Works cadres and minions turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. The sound of their gulping audible. It was painfully clear they had been exposed. What now? Miss Golden Week tugged at Mr. 3's sleeve, her lips trembling slightly. It seemed her earlier words had inadvertently revealed their presence to the murderous figure across from them. Mr. 3, likewise, stood in stunned silence, realizing that even the Vice President would find this scenario overwhelming. "Hey, little brat, what are you looking at?" The blue demon Dongli and the red demon Bragi expressed their discontent at Dai's diversionary tactic, feeling somewhat disrespected as giants. Meanwhile, Idlarko and Eric unleashed their sonic cannons and massive wind blades toward the hill. Deciding that since both the captain and sniper had detected something amiss, they would first launch a volley of firepower. Van Oka prepared to deliver a lethal blow as soon as the mouse appeared. Boom! The wax foam mountain exploded, and several figures immediately fled. Even an umbrella soaring into the sky. A gunshot rang out, and the airborne woman fell back down, her right palm pierced. Miss Valentine looked on in terror at the devilish members of the Daddy Pirate crew. Hastily kneeling in surrender, fearing a second shot aimed at her head, the opposing sniper was far too powerful. Escape was impossible. Wait, we surrender. Mr. 3, Galdi. Nino, frantically raised a wax shield to block the remaining attacks. Shouting in desperation, given their vast disparity in strength, They stood no chance. Even the second-tier cadre on the opposing side could annihilate them. Hearing the cries for mercy, Edlarco and Eric ceased their assault, leaving the matter to die. After all, seeing two ability users on the other side indicated that their adversaries still held some value. Perhaps they could even become members of the Daddy Pirate crew. If they refused to submit, they could simply be imprisoned or fed to Lily Carnation. Mr. 3, Galdi. Nino quickly dragged Miss Golden Week, Mr. 5, and the injured Miss Valentine to die, bowing in submission, too fearful to retaliate in the slightest. Just moments ago, Mr. 5 had contemplated counterattacking with a nose-picking bomb, only to be slapped on the head by Mr. 3, nearly jeopardizing their lives. Captain Daitai, we surrender, truly surrender. In fact, I have long held you in great esteem. And I brought along some good companions, hoping to join the Daddy Pirate crew. Galdi. Nino, as if possessed by an actor, expressed his desire to join the Daddy Pirate crew with fervor, even clinging to Daitai's leg, weeping and professing that if they were not accepted, he would die in penance for betraying the trust of his companions. Witnessing Mr. 3's heartfelt performance, not only did the members of the Daddy Pirate crew find him to be a remarkable talent, but even several cadres from Baroque works were moved by his acting. For the sake of their lives, Mr. 3 had sacrificed a tremendous amount of dignity. I observed the genuine emotions pouring forth from Mr. 3. Although it is known to be an act, the performance is undeniably remarkable. Truly, you live up to your reputation, the esteemed vice captain beside the Joker King. In the original narrative, it ultimately falls upon Fire Fist Ace, who disappoints the efforts and contributions of this pivotal figure. Even after you successfully unlock the Seastone handcuffs binding Fire Fist Ace and the immortal Marco, you still could not assist the Straw Hat in rescuing his brother. However, the Straw Hat has already repaid his life debt within Impel Down, with Mr. 3 risking his life on the execution platform. As I lifted Mr. 3, who was still clinging to his leg. He suddenly noticed that the fellow's tears and snot might have sullied his trousers. Once aboard the Big Dad Pirate ship, it becomes a lifelong commitment. Betrayal equals death. Are you certain you wish to board? Moreover, are you not fearful of retribution from the Baroque works? With a smile, Daitai slowly addressed Mr. 3 while revealing their true identities, his tone laced with an imperceptible menace. Whether it was due to the tears and snot or Mr. 3's deceit, upon hearing that this harbinger of death was aware of their Baroque works connections, Mr. 3 was momentarily stunned, forgetting how to proceed with his act, while Miss Golden and Miss Valentine turned pale with fear once again. It was a disaster. Even the vice captain's acting skills were rendered useless. Any hopes of finding a chance to escape in the future now seemed futile. Today, it is either death or joining this devilish pirate crew. Gulp. Captain, we are undoubtedly boarding this ship. We live as members of the Big Dad Pirates and die as ghosts of the same. Mr. 3 nervously swallowed and shouted with determination, while internally, he could only murmur an apology to the Baroque works boss. It was not his desire to betray. The circumstances compelled him. Boss, did you not say you admired my relentless pursuit of mission completion? I can also live without any moral boundaries. However, once aboard the Big Dad Pirates vessel, it seems he would no longer have the luxury of switching sides. Is what I mean in accordance with your intentions? I released Mr. 3, then turned to the remaining cadre members. Meanwhile, the underlings had already been thoroughly defeated during the initial assault by Edrago and Eric. Indeed, Captain Daitai, in the face of Mr. 3's frenzied gaze. Miss Golden and Miss Valentine cried out immediately, followed by Mr. 5, who echoed their sentiments as if they had merely switched bosses. However, reflecting on the current predicament of the Big Dad Pirates, their hearts felt a chill. They were under intense scrutiny from the Navy headquarters and had offended the formidable Shiki the Golden Lion. It was a treacherous path ahead. Nevertheless, living another day meant harboring more hope. Hey, have you sorted things out? We've been left hanging here for so long. The blue demon Doli and the red demon Baroque called out to Daitai, somewhat impatiently. Yet, before Daitai could give an order, Zoro and Baji rushed into the fray once more. Let us continue our battle, the two shouted, while Edrago, Eric, Iron Bear, and the other crew members of the Big Dad Pirates were already prepared to join the fight. Today, they aimed to exhaust these two giants. While Van Oka, Lafitte, and Poison Q observed the battles with indifference, readying themselves for the forthcoming hypnotic operation, Kuro was tasked with educating the new recruits, while Desaya and Nami assisted Miss Valentine in bandaging her gunshot wound. Familiarizing themselves with the abilities of these two new girls, noticing that Baji was struggling, the other crew members eagerly joined the battle, and the blue demon Doli and the red demon Baroque responded with hearty laughter. Eager to teach these oblivious humans a lesson, I intentionally allowed these two giant pirate captains to train his crew, demonstrating to them the extent of their abilities, which is why he had yet to intervene. At that moment, Mr. 3 Galdino approached, trembling, with a ringing transponder snail in hand. Captain it is a call from the Vice President of Baroque Works. They may want us to report on our tasks. How should I respond? Galdino said respectfully, believing it best to leave the revelation to the current captain. After all, if he had just revealed their identities to the Vice President, and this captain wanted him to return as a spy, it would complicate matters. Hand it over. I took the transponder snail from Mr. 3's hands. Aside from Sand Crocodile, there was no one in Baroque Works that I feared. Is this Mr. 3, in Alabasta, Nico Robin? Upon noticing that Mr. 3's transponder snail had not been answered for quite some time, began to fear the worst. The Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 teams might have been annihilated by the two giants. However, once the call was connected, she suspected that others may have eliminated those two squads, as giants would not bother with such small transponder snails. It is I, Babaya. Upon hearing this name, you should have guessed everything. Robin, I heard you sought me out at Whiskey Peak. What is it? Did you long to see me? I dismissed Mr. 3 and found a quiet spot to converse with this child of the devil. Previously preoccupied with expanding his influence, he had not engaged in mind games with Nico Robin. But now he possessed the strength to confront Sand Crocodile directly. Therefore, he felt less apprehensive about this warlord of the sea. Moreover, if he could lure Crocodile out of the desert nation of Alabasta for a battle at sea, the Sand Crocodile would lose a portion of his advantage. I was not motivated to save this kingdom for any princess, nor did he feel the need to venture into Crocodile's territory for a life-and-death duel against this Logia-type sand fruit user. Have those members perished? What is your true identity? Nico Robin's expression darkened. Mr. 1 was still with Crocodile, and Mr. 2 was masquerading as the king in Alabasta, leaving her with few allies. They have not perished. They have merely joined my pirate crew. As for my identity, I am the captain of the Big Dad Pirates. However, I have come into possession of certain historical texts and uncovered some secrets about this world, including everything about you. I spoke calmly, suddenly realizing that he felt little attachment to Nico Robin. His ambitions were not to become the pirate king, nor did he need to interpret the historical texts or reach the final island. Laughtail. If anything, Robin's role in Daitia's plan seemed limited to translating the design of the ancient weapon, Pluton. However, it was uncertain whether he could obtain the Pluton design from Frankie, and even if Nico Robin boarded his ship, she might not be willing to translate the blueprints of a weapon capable of annihilating islands. Therefore, whether Nico Robin joined his crew seemed inconsequential. Moreover, Daitai was aware that the ancient weapon, Pluton, was concealed within Wano country. It appeared that Nico Robin sensed a subtle shift in Daitia's tone, which had grown somewhat indifferent, allowing her to regain her composure swiftly. Remembering how Daitai had once affectionately referred to her as Robin-chan and expressed a desire to meet her future self, she now noted the difference in his tone. Indeed, men can be so fickle, their changes of heart are swifter than a ghost. So, are you planning to confront Crocodile? Nico Robin resumed her composed, mature demeanor. Realizing that Daitai was aware of her connection to Sand Crocodile and still dared to forcibly recruit members from Baroque Works, clearly intending to take action against Crocodile. Did this newcomer truly underestimate the terrifying strength of the warlord of the sea? Or did Daitai, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, believe that Sand Crocodile's bounty of only 81 million was an accurate reflection of his true power? That bounty had been established over 20 years ago and had remained unchanged since Crocodile became a warlord of the sea. Whatever Crocodile sought was not in Alabasta. Once Daitai lost his value to him, Crocodile would not hesitate to eliminate him. Daitai casually reminded her, glancing towards the fierce battle between the Big Dad Pirates and the two giant warriors. The strength of these giant pirate captains was indeed not as feeble as depicted in the original narrative. They had suffered from appearing too early in the story. It is worth noting that nearly a century ago, their bounties had already exceeded 100 million. More than 20 years ago, the bounty on Crocodile was set at a staggering 81 million berries. However, just 2 years after a significant event, this bounty skyrocketed to an astronomical 965 billion berries, representing a remarkable leap in status. One might even call it a meteoric rise. This bounty surpasses that of all the commanders of the 4 emperors, relegating the 3 admirals and the 3 notable figures to mere background characters. It was only after enduring the events of the Cake Island incident and the War of Wano, 2 monumental clashes involving the 4 emperors, that Jinbi, the Knight of the Sea, gradually reached a bounty of 1 billion berries. Thus, one must ponder how much Oda inflated Crocodile's character to balance the scales between the 7 warlords of the sea and the 4 emperors. What monumental feats did Crocodile accomplish during those 2 years? Could it be more outrageous than the battles in Wano? This uncertainty clouds Daitai's assessment of Crocodile's strength. If Luffy's tactics were ineffective against him, would Daitai not be walking into a trap? Therefore, it is essential for Daitai to lure Crocodile out of Alabasta to gauge his true capabilities. Presently, Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works, seems to be a promising choice. If she could terminate her collaboration with Crocodile and align herself with the Don Quixote pirates, Daitai could manipulate this warlord into a predetermined location for combat. Upon hearing Daitai's warning, Robin furrowed her brow once more. Could it be that Daitai truly knows the location and content of the historical text of Alabasta? Robin remains unaware of Daitai's ulterior motives. Does he intend to sow discord between her and Crocodile? So what? She replies, feigning ignorance while seeking to ascertain his intentions. Be while aligning with Crocodile, you will not obtain the historical text you desire. Should you choose to collaborate with me, I can divulge the whereabouts of 1 or 2 historical texts, or perhaps even their general content. If you wish to join my crew, I shall welcome you. And any information regarding the historical text that holds no value to me will be entrusted to you as a crew member. As Daitai speaks, he observes Zoro being sent flying by the blue demon. Dongli, though Zoro manages to inflict some wounds in return. Under the onslaught of Itarago's sonic cannon and Elric's wind blades, the 2 giants, Dongli and Brogy, find their century-old shields gradually crumbling. Even their colossal swords and axes begin to show signs of strain, developing more cracks. This sight pains the 2 giants. They would rather endure injury themselves than witness their weapons suffer damage. Nevertheless, the strength of these novice pirates from the Don Quixote pirates has earned preliminary recognition from the 2 Elbaf warriors. You want me to betray Crocodile? Do you truly believe you can defeat him? Nico Robin smiles lightly. Although she is intrigued by Daitai's information regarding the historical texts, it seems rather presumptuous of a mere rookie king to expect her to abandon a partner of Crocodile's caliber. Just inform him that I have subdued Mr. 3 and a few others. I will likely pass by the island of Nefertari near Alabasta in about a week. Whether he chooses to retaliate against me is entirely up to him. You are merely relaying information, are you not? Daitai casually mentions the name of an island near Alabasta. If possible, engaging Crocodile on another smaller island would also serve as an excellent means to test his strength. Should they cross paths directly at sea, that would be even better. An immediate confrontation. Aren't you afraid we might ambush you with Crocodile? Nico Robin expresses some interest in Daitai's suggestion, as she is well aware of Crocodile's character. If she aids him in translating the historical texts, it is highly likely he would eliminate her afterward. However, she has prepared numerous escape plans. That's fine. I merely wish to have another bout with Crocodile. As for your entire Baroque works joining in, that is inconsequential. Even with you, clever devil lady, Daitai chuckles lightly, confident that Crocodile's subordinates are mere underlings. Even Mr. 1, the Blade Fruit user, would likely struggle against the current Zoro. Moreover, the Don Quixote pirates boast numerous capable officers aboard their ship. Such confidence. I hope you can make it to that island on time. However, for now, could you provide me with a deposit to share the whereabouts of the historical texts in Alabasta? Nico Robin seeks to ascertain whether Daitai genuinely possesses knowledge of the historical text locations. If Crocodile were to discover her covert activities, she must acquire something of value before breaking free from his grasp. A pleasant collaboration. Nico Robin, user of the flower fruit. The historical texts are located within the royal tomb of the Nefertari clan, detailing the whereabouts of a certain item rather than the blank history you seek. Daitai reveals a satisfied smile. With Nico Robin's assistance, he can draw Crocodile out of his desert lair in Alabasta. Not only would this weaken the desert's amplification of the sand fruit, but it would also prevent Crocodile from retreating into the sands. One wonders if his barrier ball can indeed confine a natural-type devil fruit user within. If luck favors the prepared and he manages to trap the elementalized matter, could he gradually wear down a natural-type user? Upon hearing Daitai's words, Nico Robin falls into silence once more. Such revelations might diminish her motivation to seek out the historical texts. Yet, even if it is not information regarding the blank century, she must verify it herself. The question remains, how can she evade Crocodile's scrutiny while entering the royal tomb alone to search for the historical texts? Currently, her relationship with Crocodile is one of semi-dependence. The sand crocodile has never truly trusted her, viewing her merely as a tool. She is even subjected to secret surveillance by Crocodile. Previously, she aimed to leverage Crocodile's influence to locate the historical texts, thus disregarding this surveillance. Furthermore, as a user of the flower fruit, She is inherently skilled in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, dismissing Crocodile's monitoring. However, as she plans to extricate herself from Crocodile's control, she must prepare multiple contingencies. Should Daitai, this rookie king, truly succeed in toppling Crocodile, she must have a backup plan in place. After concluding her conversation with Daitai via the snail phone, Nico Robin refrains from immediately reporting to Crocodile about Mr. 3 and Mr. 5's teams. She intends to wait a few days until the Don Quixote pirates approach the Alabasta waters before provoking the Sand Crocodile, testing whether he would seek trouble with the Don Quixote pirates for the sake of his subordinates. Meanwhile, at the Little Garden, after concluding the call, Daitai prepares to personally engage and thoroughly exhaust the stamina of the two giants, making it easier for Lafitte and Zhang to hypnotize them. Lafitte and Poison Q have even prepared some exquisite wines laced with a special truth serum. Combining their efforts to ensure these two giants obediently divulge the Elbaf combat techniques, a shield giant towering over 20 meters suddenly appears, with Daitai standing atop its forehead. Dongli, Brogy, let me join you for a fight. Daitai shouts as he enters the battlefield, while the other crew members have already fought to near exhaustion and are retreating from the fray. Even Zoro and Beggars are temporarily stepping back to catch their breath. These two straightforward individuals have been directly contesting strength with the giants, a taxing endeavor, necessitating a 100-fold effort against their racial advantages. Moreover, Dongli and Brogy are exceptional representatives of the Elbaf giant race. It is entirely reasonable that they cannot be bested by the current contenders at this moment. These two giants have yet to unleash their most formidable combined technique, the Baku Koku, with a resounding clang. Dongli's longsword struggles to block the giant sword of the shield giant, and upon noticing the cracks on his sword, Dongli's heart aches even more. Devil Fruit user, and you've developed to this extent, little brat. Are you really a rookie? Dongli, pressed by the shield giant, shouts in frustration, his face reddening. This hardly resembles a rookie pirate. Such skill is sufficient to venture into the new world. My bounty is the same as yours, 100 million berries. Though today's bounty hardly compares to the gold standard of your era, Dai deftly blocked the oncoming assault from Broky, causing the massive blade of his barrier to shatter against Broky's great axe, creating a noticeable dent that made Broky's beard bristle with indignation. It was evident that he was no novice. Curse him. Broky fumed. Dai, aware that they were at a disadvantage in weaponry, swiftly coordinated a joint offensive with Broky. Their seamless teamwork elevated their combat prowess to a new level, leaving Dai dazed and bewildered. Had it been any other giant, they would have been swiftly overpowered by the two captains of the giant pirate crew. However, Dai's barrier, Susanoo, was extraordinarily resilient. Even when their long swords and great axes struck it, they caused no damage and instead broke their own weapons upon impact. This realization left both Dong Li and Broky feeling that their efforts were futile and unfulfilling. Dong Li, Broky, unleash your ultimate move, Baku Koku. If you can shatter my defense, I shall craft you a new alloy weapon free of charge. Seeing the two giants hesitating to damage their weapons, Dai urged them to exhibit their strongest techniques. He was eager to ascertain just how much stronger Baku Koku was compared to the King's fist and whether it could breach his barrier. Are you serious, you little brat? Dong Li and Broky were incredulous that this human dared to challenge their most powerful combined technique, one capable of obliterating an entire island in a single blow. One strike could annihilate a giant fish that swallows islands. I want to give it a try, Dai declared earnestly, his barrier Susanoo's colossal blade transforming into an immense shield as he confidently regarded the two giants. If you perish, don't blame us. Dong Li and Broky, witnessing Dai's unwavering confidence, were determined to show this arrogant human the might of Elbaf's greatest martial arts. The two giants began to gather energy. While the crew of the Great Daddy pirate crew instinctively distanced themselves from what appeared to be an immensely powerful attack, Baku Koku, they roared in unison after a brief moment of concentration, unleashing a massive spiral sword aura that surged toward Dai's Susanoo. The attack carved an exaggerated semicircular trench into the ground as it barreled towards the giant shield. Upon impact, a blinding white light erupted, followed by a thunderous explosion, sending a massive cloud of dust and debris skyward. The crew members of the Great Daddy pirate crew exchanged worried glances at their captain's direction, particularly Dazaya, Nami, and Sweetheart Queen, who were visibly anxious. As the smoke gradually dispersed, their captain stood unscathed in his original position, eliciting disbelief from Dong Li and Broky. Meanwhile, their long swords and great axes, unable to withstand the power of Baku Koku, shattered in their hands. With their weapons and shields destroyed, They realized that without breaching Dai Dai's formidable barrier, they would not receive the promised alloy weapons. Indeed, the strongest defense, Dai Dai reflected on the efficacy of his barrier, estimating that even the combined might of the Yonko Big Mom and Kaido would struggle to penetrate it. His shield was utterly invincible. Nonetheless, he remained cautious of certain space-manipulating devil fruit abilities. You are remarkably strong. Dong Li and Baroque conceded Dai Dai's formidable prowess, acknowledging him as the most powerful rookie pirate they had encountered in recent years. Gulyalu, after enduring a grueling battle and expending tremendous energy with their ultimate move, their stomachs growled in protest. Human, shall we celebrate with a feast? Do you have any alcohol aboard your ship? The straightforward giants? Dong Li and Baroque were more concerned with their hunger than any ulterior motives Dai Dai might have. Of course, Dai Dai responded with a smile, feeling satisfied that he had completed his training and depleted the two giants' energy while also acquiring some crew members. The moment the two giants expressed their desire for a drink, Lafitte and the cunning Q revealed mischievous smiles. It seemed that the day would unfold favorably. Their captain truly was a man of remarkable fortune. The previous prey of Burgess and Idarego would serve as the feast's provisions, and Chef Carmen had begun preparing the dinosaur meat with assistance from some crew members. Meanwhile, Lafitte busied himself transporting barrels of fine wine, igniting excitement in Dong Li and Baroque, who were desperate for a taste. After years of fighting on this island, they had longed for the exquisite wines of the outside world. Dai Dai refrained from intervening in Lafitte and Q's preparations, allowing them to operate freely. The banquet erupted with exuberance, an array of delectable dishes and fine wines gracing the tables. Amidst the boisterous laughter of the two giants, time swiftly passed, only to be followed by an eerily quiet atmosphere. In the end, Dai Dai chose not to eliminate the two captains of the giant pirate crew, yet he still achieved his desired outcome. Before the giants awoke, the Great Daddy pirate crew left behind some food and wine and departed from the ancient island. On their return, they hunted numerous ancient beasts to provide sustenance for Lily Carnation and captured several dinosaurs for domestication. The Gloriosa set sail once more. At the side port of the island ship, a personal pirate vessel belonging to Mr. 3 appeared. It was at this moment that the four former Baroque Works executives realized the magnitude of the Great Daddy pirate crew's endeavors. They had acquired an island ship, far surpassing the wealth of Baroque Works by countless measures. Miss Golden Week, Mariana, was assigned to an art studio, while Miss Valentine, Machida, was given a dessert restaurant under Chef Carmen's guidance. This instilled in them a sense of belonging to this formidable pirate crew, and their captain seemed to understand them well. Mr. 5, Jim, joined the long-range gunners of Soundwave Idarego and Whirlwind Eric. Mr. 3, Galdino, became part of the think tank alongside Bijak and Lafitte. Their Baroque codenames were officially revoked, and henceforth, they would be known as Art Girl Mariano, Umbrella Girl Machida, Bomb Jim, and Candle Galdino. What monikers they might forge for themselves in the future would be left to the Navy to determine. Under Dai Dai's command, the Great Daddy pirate crew set sail directly toward the Alabasta Sea. Upon hearing Dai Dai's intention to clash with the 7 warlords of the sea, every crew member sharpened their weapons in anticipation. Especially the likes of Inu Fan Oka and the Grim Reaper Q, one polishing his few sea prism bullets and the other concocting deadly poisons, having already experimented on several dinosaurs with lethal results. Even Dai Dai felt a twinge of apprehension upon witnessing their preparations. Due to Dai Dai's influence, pirate hunter Zoro had early exposure to the theories of hockey and the steel-cutting realm. And through relentless training and combat, he had successfully broken through to this new level. Regularly clashing against Dai Dai's barrier had elevated Zoro's ambitions. He could likely slice through an MR1 without much difficulty now. Dai Dai delved into the Elbaf martial techniques recorded through Lafitte's hypnosis. However, without sufficient power, one could not utilize Baku Koku or Waka Koku's giant techniques. Nevertheless, the fact that even Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and Kaido the Beast had learned these Elbaf martial arts spoke volumes about their formidable merits. In the form of Susanoo, I should be able to unleash even greater power. Dai Dai envisioned a sword aura as potent as Uchiha Madara's, capable of effortlessly cleaving mountains and potentially obliterating a small island like Onigashima in a single blow. At such a point, striking the Navy headquarters at Marineford would be a simple task. The Navy headquarters stood at a mere height of around 200 meters, not significantly taller than St. Juan Wolf, who had expanded to an impressive height of 180 meters. It remained unclear how large St. Juan Wolf's superhuman-type expansion fruit could ultimately grow. Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo surpassed 200 meters, while the combined giant of the Devil Descendant Barrett towered at a staggering height of 1,000 meters. Should Dai Dai's barrier fruit ever reach such heights, it would be nothing short of terrifying. With an invincible defensive giant who could stand against him, in the midst of his cultivation, Dai also took the opportunity to communicate with Nico Robin, urging her to devise a means to provoke Crocodile into revealing himself. Should she fail to lure Crocodile out of Alabasta, Dai intended to develop his own abilities while gradually making his way toward Alabasta. Meanwhile, Nico Robin had reported the news of Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 being captured by the Baroque works to her superiors, and had even conveyed Daitia's provocative remarks directed at the head of the Baroque works to Crocodile. Ultimately, she relayed Daitia's recent arrival in the waters of Alabasta to Crocodile as well. However, Crocodile did not provide Nico Robin with an immediate response. Yet, she could sense the fury emanating from this warlord of the sea, his face shadowed by a palpable aura of menace. Receiving this tacit acknowledgement, Dai chose to continue his voyage, aiming to explore the islands near Alabasta to ascertain whether this cunning crocodile would take the bait. However, just as the Girasaidy had already sailed past,